chat group. Real shadows just defeated darkness. Chapter 1 Strengthening System. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky, covering the forest with a mysterious veil, quiet and profound. The tall trees stood upright, and the branches swayed and rustled in the breeze. The silvery moonlight penetrated the treetops and sprinkled on the path in the forest, like a thin layer of frost. Looking up, you can see that every leaf is coated with a layer of silver, flashing a cold light. Finally, I found people. In a quiet forest, a ragged young man pushed aside the bushes in front of him, and walked forward step by step in the moonlight. I don't know how long it took, when he stood on the hillside and looked at the village with swaying fire in the distance. The young man was Bai Luo, a time traveler from the Celestial Empire. Do you know how I got through this week? Without mentioning questions like the golden finger, the sudden time travel made Bai Luo experience the joy of survival in the wilderness. For a whole week, Bai Luo ate wind and drank dew. If it weren't for the powerful golden finger that gave him a powerful fighting power that could sweep everything, Bai Luo would have been eaten alive by the tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves in the mountains. Bai Luo didn't know the reason for the time travel, but he closed his eyes and opened them, and he appeared in a forest. With him came a golden finger called the Strengthening System. System, open my attributes. Bai Luo. Age, 20. Gender, male. Race, human. Ability, magic growth, SR, magic control, R. Items held, R level strengthening card X4. Overall rating, 7 digits, early stage. Current chance of extraction, 1/7, 7th guaranteed SR. After nearly a week in this world, Bai Luo has basically mastered the operating mechanism of this system. First of all, the system's functions are very simple. In addition to being able to display the current attributes, there is only one strengthening function. Strengthening is divided into two parts, one is the ability you have, and the other is the items you hold. According to the rarity of the item's ability, it can be divided into 5 levels, N, R, SR, SSR, and UR. As for whether there are more above UR, Bai Luo cannot judge for the time being. In addition, the way to obtain the opportunity to strengthen is through daily lottery. Similar to the card drawing mechanism of mobile games, Bai Luo will get a chance to draw a strengthening card every day. Just like when he first came to this world, his ability was only magic growth, and the evaluation was still N level. On the first day of the lottery, Bai Luo got an R level strengthening card and used it on magic growth, raising its grade from N to R. In the next few days, Bai Luo signed in 5 times in a row and got 4 R-level strengthening cards and 1 SR-level strengthening card. The ability of magic manipulation was awakened by Bai Luo himself in the process of perceiving and using magic. Like magic growth, the initial evaluation of magic manipulation was only N level. So, 2 strengthening cards were thrown down, and magic manipulation was upgraded from N to R, and magic growth was upgraded from R to SR. System, draw. Bai Luo looked up at the moon and pinched the daily lottery update time in the early morning. Congratulations to the host for getting an SR enhancement card. SR? Not bad, at least there is a guarantee. Bai Luo was not surprised that he did not draw SSR and UR. According to the system's shipment statistics, the probability of drawing SSR is only 1%, and UR may not appear once in 1,000 draws. Fortunately, the low probability does not mean that Bai Luo cannot get a UR enhancement card. The enhancement card has a synthesis function. Every 10 R cards can be synthesized into 1 SR. By analogy, 1 UR is 1,000 R cards. Even if Bai Luo's luck is bad, he can still upgrade an ability to the UR level in 3 years at most. System, strengthen magic control. Bai Luo does not have the habit of saving enhancement cards, especially in this situation where it is obvious that it can be improved. Enhancement completed. Magic control, RSR. Hiss. The next moment, with the improvement of magic control skills, Bai Luo felt that the flow and use of magic, which was originally a bit sluggish, became more than 10 times smoother in an instant. How to describe that feeling? It's like flowing mud and free water. The former can be grasped, but the latter is pervasive. What kind of world is this? Bai Luo spread his hands, and saw a ball of silver-white light emerging from his palm. Then, Bai Luo's mind moved. Wow! The silver-white magic turned into countless silk threads like blooming, which were as light as spider silk, but extremely tough. Bai Luo had a feeling that as long as he wanted, he could even gasify his own magic and make it completely invisible and intangible. Is this SR level magic control? Bai Luo found that he had underestimated the so-called SR level ability. When he raised the magic growth from R level to SR level before, Bai Luo had already realized it. Now that the magic control has broken through SR, Bai Luo has realized the value of SR. Magic growth. Introduction. The life forms in this world contain magic power, which will continue to accumulate as the individual grows and reach the limit at the peak of the body. In other words, the magic growth brings Bai Luo not a growth from zero. According to the description of the system, the magic growth skill gives Bai Luo the limit that his body can reach at the age of 20. Therefore, after the R level magic growth is upgraded to the SR level, the magic power in Bai Luo's body immediately surged dozens of times. Yes, dozens of times. It's exaggerated, but this is Bai Luo's intuitive experience at the time. The feeling that there seems to be infinite energy in the body, as long as a little is released, it can cause huge damage, almost makes Bai Luo immersed in it. Fortunately, seeing the 7-digit evaluation given by the system, Bai Luo woke up instantly. Invincible? Don't be funny, it's just 7 digits. According to the level evaluation of the strengthening system, the single digit is the strongest and the 10-digit is the weakest. Before crossing, Bai Luo was an ordinary person with a 10-digit number. Bai Luo. Age, 20. Gender, male. Race, human. Abilities, magic growth, SR, magic control, SR. Items, R-level enhancement card X4. Overall rating, 7 digits, midterm. Current chance of extraction, 0/30, 30th guaranteed SSR. Checking the changes in the attribute column, Bai Luo quickly noticed the overall rating and the guaranteed prompt in the extraction chance. 7th guaranteed SR, 37th guaranteed SSR. Could it be that the system will come up with a UR guarantee later? Bai Luo guessed so, and suddenly found that the fire in the village in the distance was gathering. He was slightly stunned. And then used fine magic control to start improving the reaction of the brain and 5 senses. Ah! Help! Someone save me! Dad, Mom, woo-woo! No, don't come over, ah! Faced with pleading and screaming, what was welcomed was not mercy, but bloody slaughter. Puff! The sharp blade slid past, blood splashed everywhere, and dyed the snow scene under the firelight red. What's going on? Bai Luo looked at the 2 groups of people in the village. One group was dressed in black, and everyone looked crazy. Especially the magic power emitted by these people, violent and chaotic, made Bai Luo feel instinctively uncomfortable, as if he had encountered something dirty. As for those who were being hunted, with animal ears and animal tails, they turned out to be a group of orcs. The orcs here are not the half-orcs in the Warcraft ring, but more like the subhumans of the Japanese alien world. They are almost the same as humans, with only some more animal characteristics. In just a short while, there were less than 15 villagers left alive in the entire village. Are these bandits robbing the village? Without hesitation, Bai Luo jumped down the hillside, and then turned into a silver stream of light, rushing towards the village being ravaged by bandits at an astonishing speed. Shua! The man in black killed another orc, and he turned his head and soon found a new target. It was a girl about 7 or 8 years old. She was wearing an emerald green kimono, and a bunch of light golden cat ears on her head were trembling because of fear. At this time, she was running towards the village entrance in a panic. Plop! Ah! Suddenly, the girl tripped and fell to the ground in the snow. The little cat girl collapsed on the ground. She looked at the man in black chasing her in horror and kept crawling to the back. Help! Who will save me, mommy woo woo woo? Corpses were everywhere, and blood was flowing. The scene in front of him really shocked Bai Luo, who came from the peaceful era. At this moment, the sharp sword light fell, and it was the black-clothed man behind the cat girl who aimed at her neck. What? The next moment, the pupils of the black-clothed swordsman shrank suddenly. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief, and saw a handsome young man standing between him and the cat girl. The sword blade stopped, and it was blocked by a slender finger. Isn't it a bit too much? Bai Luo's voice was quite low, and there was a hint of anger in it. You don't look like a bandit, is it necessary to kill everyone? With the magic perception unfolding, Bai Luo confirmed every living person in the village. Among the fallen bodies, the elderly, children, and women, these people did not think of leaving any alive. He was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. However, seeing such a thing, Bai Luo really couldn't stand it. Are there any reinforcements? To Bai Luo's surprise, the first reaction of the black-clad swordsman when he saw his sword was blocked was not to retreat, but to strike with another sword. Puff! Blood gushed out of the black-clad swordsman's throat, and the other party felt dizzy and his vision fell into darkness. Are you sick? Ignoring the head that fell to the ground, Bai Luo had killed countless beasts and monsters in the wilderness for 7 days. He had already developed a high resistance to the so-called internal organs and blood. As for killing people, Bai Luo was indeed a person who liked to reason. But the other party was going to kill him, so what else could he say? Are you okay? Bai Luo picked up the little cat girl who fell to the ground. Everything just happened too fast, and the girl didn't react at all. Big brother. When the little cat girl saw the headless body of the man in black, she was not afraid, but fell to the ground with tears in her eyes. Please, save us. The girl reacted quickly. The swordsman in black was chasing her. Bai Luo saved her and killed the man in black, so Bai Luo is not an enemy. And Bai Luo is very powerful. Although she didn't see it, the swordsman in black died so quickly, which shows Bai Luo's strength. Okay. It just so happens that I can't stand the massacre of the village. Bai Luo has ignored the grudges between the village and the man in black, and now he just wants to get his mind clear. Moreover, Bai Luo also wants to know what his strength is in this world. Stay here obediently, it will be over soon. The boy put his hand on the head of the little cat girl, and a silver-white magic wrapped her, as if she was wearing a light gauze dress for the girl. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on the girl's body healed under the silver light. The smooth skin, not even a scar left. The remaining magic is like a close-fitting protective barrier. Take the man in black who was just killed by Bai Luo as an example. Even if this guy is 100 times stronger, it is impossible to hurt the little cat girl. Swish! After doing all this, Bai Luo disappeared in front of the girl. Big brother! The girl looked at the village with flames in a panic. She wanted Bai Luo to be careful, but the boy was too fast. Ah! Between the burning wooden houses, the silver-white stream of light was like lightning that cut through the flames. Wherever it passed, the black-clothed men who were still raging fell one after another. So weak! Bai Luo appeared among the 3 black-clothed men. He just glanced at them lightly and said disappointedly, "Your magic power is weak, your control is also very rough, and your mind is so chaotic. Are you really human? It's just like a crudely made assembly line product." The magic control was upgraded to SR, which not only brought abilities, but also enhanced Bai Luo's understanding of magic. In Bai Luo's magic perception, the black-clothed men who invaded the village were very strange. First of all, the magic in their bodies was very chaotic, and the control difficulty was more than 10 times higher than normal magic. As for the magic power, Bai Luo felt that the black-clothed man's magic power was weak, but that was compared to his current state. But compared to the orcs in the village, the black-clothed man was obviously stronger. Go to hell! The confused brains made it impossible for the black-clothed man to think about Bai Luo's origins, and they attacked him almost instinctively. Ah! Bai Luo wanted to hold back a little, at least leaving a few captives to ask what was going on here. Now it seems that there is no need for this. These guys are purely man-made puppets, and there is nothing to be asked. With a light lift of his fingers, the invisible magic thread bloomed like a storm, cutting the 3 black-clothed men into several sections. In an instant, blood splattered. But before the blood dripped, Bai Luo's figure disappeared from the spot. He had already locked onto all the survivors in the village, and then rescued them according to their crisis situation. Since he chose to stand on the side of the orcs, Bai Luo would not leave any regrets. Bai Luo would save all the remaining dozen or so beast-eared girls without missing a single one. Tick, tick. Soon, Bai Luo stood in a pool of blood. He glanced around and confirmed that there was no trace of a black-clothed man in the village. Behind the boy, a group of orcs gathered together. There were 12 people in total, all girls. The youngest was still in swaddling clothes, and the oldest was only 15 or 16 years old. At this time, they were kneeling on the snow, thanking the Savior in front of them. The fire flickered, and the nose was full of the smell of charcoal and burning flesh and blood. The girls cried very sadly. Parents and relatives were killed, villages were destroyed, and the tragedy of family breakdown was enough to make people despair no matter in which world. What are your plans? Bai Luo asked the girls to stand up. He didn't know their identities and origins. But since the people were saved, they naturally had to arrange the next things, otherwise it would be in vain. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Finally, an older girl stepped forward. She has long silver-gray hair and fox ears hanging down from her head. Although her clothes are messy, it is hard to hide her youthful beauty. Even Bai Luo, who had seen many internet celebrities in his previous life, couldn't help but take a few more glances at this time. Just call me Bai Luo. Lord Bai Luo. The fox girl's name is Hong Yi, and she is the daughter of the village chief. Our village is called Xiaohu Village. Like the nearby Yaehu Village and Dalan Village, we are ordinary people who have lived in the Orc Kingdom for generations. Hong Yi's mother married from Yaehu Village. In this situation, she can go to Yaehu Village for help. It's just that the others grew up in Xiaohu Village. Now their parents have passed away. According to the tradition of the orcs, the fate of the plundered must be tragic. As the daughter of the village chief, Hong Yi can't abandon them no matter what. Therefore, Hong Yi is in a dilemma. The only choice is to take the girls to Yaehu Village, hoping that the villagers there can accept them. Chapter 2, Beast Ear Girl. It's good to have a place to go. Bai Luo was also a little distressed. It's not easy to feed so many people. After confirming the next itinerary, Bai Luo changed his tattered clothes. Although the orc village was destroyed, scattered supplies can still be found, including clothes for adult men. Bai Luo didn't dislike it. Anyway, it was better than his current tattered clothes. After changing clothes, Bai Luo began to take the beast-eared girls to pile up the bodies of the black-clothed men in one place, and then set them on fire. In the firelight, the beast-eared girls looked depressed. Bai Luo didn't know how to comfort them, so he could only touch the heads of the beast-eared girls like comforting small animals. Not to mention, the effect was surprisingly good. The girls had no resistance to the head-patting killing, and soon they made a comfortable snoring sound when the small animals were stroked. Master Bai Luo, the room is ready for you. Hong Yi took the 2 girls and cleaned up a well-preserved wooden house, which was also the only house in the village that could be lived in. What about you? Bai Luo asked when he saw that Hong Ye had no intention of following him in. We orcs have a good physique, so we can rest anywhere. Bai Luo glanced at the girls and found that they had no objection to Hong Ye's arrangement. The values of orcs are different from Bai Luo's. They are quite simple. Bai Luo is their savior and helped them to get revenge. According to the tradition of orcs, they need to obey him unconditionally. Bai Luo should enjoy the food first. Bai Luo should enjoy the housing alone. Even if Bai Luo wants the girls to sleep with him, they will not refuse except for the young girls whose bodies have not yet developed. This is not a compromise with the strong, but a gratitude, a thank you to Bai Luo for saving them. Come together. Bai Luo did not give Hong Ye a chance to refuse. His attitude was very serious. This is an order. Although they had been together for a short time, Bai Luo had already figured out the character of orcs. Orcs will not succumb to power. But when this strength belongs to their own people, orcs have a strong desire for the strong. This behavior pattern is very similar to that of a wolf pack. The alpha wolf is the king of the pack, and the other wolves need to obey unconditionally. Yes. As expected, Hong Ye did not dare to go against Bai Luo's will and began to arrange for the children to go into the house to rest. Perhaps it was because what happened tonight was too sudden, and the beast-eared girls lacked a sense of security. The house was very large, but a dozen girls were almost squeezed together with Bai Luo. Even if they lay directly on the ground, they were unwilling to leave. There was no way. The shock brought by the destruction of their homes and the death of their relatives overnight was too great. Now they can only feel at ease by staying with Bai Luo. So, in the small house, the fluffy beast-eared girls surrounded Bai Luo, smelled his scent, and fell asleep. At a glance, the cute little guys were either curled up or clinging to each other, making Bai Luo, who came to this world alone, feel a little warm. Although it is very impolite to say this, the beast-eared girls are really great. A soft body, a chubby belly, and a tail that is no worse than the finest silk. Occasionally, when Bai Luo strokes her, the animal ears on her head will flutter unconsciously, making her look particularly playful. Hong Ye, do you know where these people come from? Bai Luo saw that Hong Ye couldn't sleep like him, so he asked softly about the information in this world. Sorry, Lord Bai Luo. Hong Ye shook her head and said, I've never seen them. Are they bandits in the mountains? Probably not. Hong Ye said that the race of these black-clothed people was obviously human, and this was the country of orcs, so even if there were bandits nearby, they should be orcs. Human, orc. Bai Luo sat cross-legged on the ground, with two cat girls lying on his left and right, one of whom was the cat girl he rescued first. The girl's name was Chun, and next to her was her sister Chiu. One black and one white, two fluffy and soft tails drooped on Bai Luo's knees, unconsciously intertwining with each other at this time. Very cute. Humans broke into the orcs' territory and massacred your village. Is it the human countries nearby that are going to invade here? There is nothing wrong with Bai Luo's analysis, but the lack of key information makes the conclusions he draws completely different. Lord Bai Luo, the only country near the Orc Empire is the Elf Empire. Hong Ye felt very strange. She knew that Bai Luo was analyzing rationally. But the words he said were really puzzling. The Orc Empire and the Elf Empire are located in the north of the continent and border each other. The human kingdoms further south are blocked by mountains and ridges, so there has never been much communication between the two sides. The country south of the mountains is called the Kingdom of Megid. According to Hong Ye, the kingdom rarely expands outward. The monarch and the people love peace and development, and it is unlikely that they would send people to massacre the village. Elves. Bai Luo did not hide his ignorance. My hometown is far away from here, and I don't know much about the nearby geography. Well, it seems that I can't analyze anything. I'm too useless. It's none of your business. Bai Luo touched Hong Ye's head. Although the girl was more mature, she was still not immune to the head-patting killer. When the sun rises, I will send you to the Demon Fox village. Don't worry about these children. It would be best if they are willing to accept you. If not, I will find a way out for you." Hearing Bai Luo's words, Hong Ye was moved to tears. The silver-haired fox girl bowed down and choked up, "Thank you for your kindness." Bai Luo saved them, killed the black-clothed man, and avenged the village. Now he is escorting them without any trouble. With Bai Luo's strength, he is willing to do this, which shows his kindness and righteousness. In Hong Yi's view, Bai Luo is the light that illuminates the darkness when she is desperate. Inexplicably, the girl even thinks that it is not bad for the Demon Fox village to refuse. Rather than staying there, Hong Yi wanted to serve Bai Luo and repay him for saving her life. "You should rest too." Bai Luo gestured for Hong Yi to lie down beside him. "If the Demon Fox village is unwilling to take you in, I will take you to find another place." A group of cute beast-eared girls, well-behaved, sensible, soft and cute, how could Bai Luo refuse to live with them? Bai Luo had nowhere to go in this world, so it seemed good to have a place to settle down. Yet, Hong Yi was moved. She leaned against Bai Luo, feeling his breath, and felt very relieved. At noon after the snow, the sky was clear and bright. The fire had gone out, leaving only the burned buildings and ashes floating in the air. Bai Luo walked on the snow, followed by big and small beast-eared girls. The girls carried their backpacks for the long journey, which contained food and clothes found in the well-preserved houses. "Let's go." After taking a last look at the scorched earth, the beast-eared girls reluctantly left their homes where they had lived since childhood under Bai Luo's command. Hong Yi was the only one among all the people who had been to the Demon Fox village. The girl walked in front and led the way for Bai Luo. Because of Bai Luo's guarantee last night, Hong Yi felt much more relaxed. In addition, Bai Luo was not just accommodating the beast-eared girls. Bai Luo was originally looking for a village to settle down. As for whether the target is Yeahe village or Xiaohe village, there is not much difference. It would be best if Yeahe village could accept it, and Bai Luo could settle down there. This way, he could not only take care of the girls and ensure that they were not bullied, but also have a quiet place for him to study his abilities and obtain intelligence. "Hong Yi, do you know where this is?" Bai Luo followed Hong Yi, because it was too boring to rush on the road. He was ready to find some topics. "Where?" Hong Yi asked puzzledly, "What do you mean?" "For example, the geographical location. This place belongs to the Orc Empire, surrounded by the Elf Empire and a kingdom. Like this, you can say anything." When Bai Luo introduced himself, he lied that he was a traveler from overseas, and got lost in the mountains, so he came to the vicinity of Xiaohe village. We are in the south of the Orc Empire." Hong Yi grew up in the Orc Kingdom and didn't know much about the outside world. She could only say what she knew. There are 2 big villages and many small villages nearby. Our Xiaohe village is a small village. What about the Yeahe village you mentioned? It's bigger than Xiaohe village, but not much different. After listening to Hong Yi's words, Bai Luo had a general understanding of Yeahe village. Bai Luo originally thought that Yeahe village was a good place to go, but he didn't expect that its size was not much bigger than Xiaohe village. What is the basis for the division of big and small villages here? Population. Population is only one of the conditions. The more important thing is the strength of the village. Hong Yi said, "Villages with less than 1,000 people are small villages. Dozens of such small villages gathered together are tribes. And the so-called big village is actually the strongest village in the tribe. For example, in Xiaohe village, before the men in black attacked, Hong Yi's father had led the tribe to surrender to the big village in the east and belonged to the other side. In that case, why don't you go to the big village in the east you mentioned?" Bai Luo had a hunch that those men in black would not give up and would definitely jump out to cause trouble again. The size of Yeahe village is about the same as Xiaohe village. If the men in black can destroy Xiaohe village, then is Yeahe village, which is not much stronger than it, really safe? After spending a night with the beast girls, Bai Luo was very fond of the girls who were like little animals. If Bai Luo rescued them here, and the girls got into trouble in the fox village tomorrow, wouldn't his rescue be in vain? Bai Luo told Hong Yi his opinion, and the fox-eared girl immediately hesitated. She felt that Bai Luo's worry was reasonable. The black-clothed men were not like bandits. They must have a deeper plan for attacking the Kashomigiri village. The fox village should be safe. Hong Yi said, "Not long ago, I heard from my father that the fox village and the wolf village had signed an alliance. The fox clan is wise, and the black wolf clan is good at force. Even the big villages dare not attack them after they unite. Just like the big villages' recruitment before, they chose to watch from the sidelines and did not join any side." Wait a minute. Hearing this, Bai Luo was suddenly stunned. He looked at Hong Yi with some doubts and asked, "You said, they chose to be neutral?" According to the information given by Hong Yi, there are two huge villages in the east and west around this mountain range, with a population of more than 100,000. The big villages on both sides put pressure on the surrounding villages to let them join their side. Xiaohu village was closer to the big village in the east, so it had no choice but to side with the other side. In contrast, the fox village and the wolf village did not make a choice, but stood on the neutral side and did not help either side. Something is wrong. Inexplicably, Bai Luo thought of a possibility: will a conflict between tribes break out here? Bai Luo felt that the target of the man in black was not Xiaohu village. Xiaohu village was just a trigger. What the man in black really wanted to do was most likely to provoke a war between the east and the west. Xiaohu village, which belonged to the eastern tribe, was attacked, and they would subconsciously think that it was the western tribe that launched the attack. Once the fuse of war was ignited, the conflict between the two sides was inevitable. The Fox-Wolf alliance, sandwiched between two major forces, had only one possible fate, which was destruction. Let's go and see first. After all, it was just Bai Luo's guess. He did not tell Hong Yi about it, but planned to take it one step at a time. No matter what, I need to get information about this world. Since the Demon Fox village is famous for its wisdom, it must know a lot of things. Even if it really encounters danger, it should not be a problem to protect itself. After the battle just now, Bai Luo had some understanding of his own strength. He is very strong, very strong. SR level magic power growth and magic power control are far more powerful than their rarity indicates. Bai Luo asked Hong Ye what she thought of his strength. "I have never seen anyone as powerful as you." Hong Yi's vision is limited, she only knows that Bai Luo is very powerful. The black-clothed man who slaughtered the entire Xiaohu village was swept away by Bai Luo like cutting melons and vegetables. Looking at the entire east and west tribes, Hong Ye has never heard of such a strong man. At worst, I will kill my way out. Bai Luo clenched his fists, he felt the surging magic power in his body, and he was extremely confident. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3, Fox Village. Lord Bai Luo. It's okay. Seeing Hong Yi looking at him curiously, Bai Luo gave the cute fox-eared girl a smile, telling her not to worry. The group traveled through the mountains. There was no direct road between Xiaohu village and Yeahu village. If they wanted to go there, they had to cross mountains and ridges. At first, Bai Luo was worried that the girls were too young and would not be able to hold on. But he was obviously overthinking. The orcs in this world have good physical fitness. Even without considering the magic enhancement, they are generally 2 to 3 times that of humans. They stopped to rest once on the way. They carried the only supplies left in the village, and after quickly replenishing their physical strength, they continued to set off without any delay. Looking at the girls who had been rushing for half a day and still gritted their teeth to persist, Bai Luo felt distressed for their understanding. Yaehu village is far away from Xiaohu village. It will take at least another half a day to reach the destination. There was no way, Bai Luo had to find an open place for the girls. So, the beast-eared girls skillfully took out materials from their backpacks, and under Hong Yi's command, they quickly made a tent that could accommodate everyone. This scene amazed Bai Luo. We beastmen often go into the mountains to hunt, so we have to learn how to live in the mountains since we were young. Things like eating wind and drinking dew are very common in the eyes of beastmen, and even children know how to do it. The place they chose to camp was close to the stream, and there was a big tree to shelter them from the wind and rain. If they were not fleeing, it would be interesting. Brother Bai Luo, Chun, and Chu found fish in the river. The black and white cat girls ran to Bai Luo happily like two cute balls and reported their findings. Bai Luo wanted to say that it was too cold and it was dangerous to go into the water. He subconsciously transferred his understanding of the children of Blue Star to the beast-eared girls. However, Hong Yi said that they, the beastmen, were natural hunters and didn't need to worry about these. Moreover, the two cat girls often caught shrimps and fish in the water, and they were very skilled. Okay then. Bai Luo had no choice but to remind them, be careful. Hi. After getting permission, the two cute cat girls happily ran to catch fish. The wolf girl and dog girl in the team spontaneously alerted everyone. Their noses were very sensitive, no worse than those of real wolfhounds. The remaining girls were only 5 or 6 years old, and they also did what they could. They picked up firewood, filled the water bags with stream water, and cleaned the dishes, which made Bai Luo sigh at the kindness of the orc girls. After enjoying a delicious meal of fish soup cooked by Hong Yi, Bai Luo and others went into the tent to recover their tired bodies after a day of traveling on the mountain road. At night, Bai Luo opened his eyes. The girls' cute breathing was all around. They slept very soundly, obviously exhausted. System, sign in. Bai Luo opened the system and signed in for the 8th day. Sign in successfully, congratulations on getting SR Enhancement Card X1. SR Enhancement Card. Bai Luo didn't expect his luck to be so good that he could draw a SR without a guaranteed minimum. Unfortunately, I don't have any attributes that need to be added now. To synthesize SSR, I still need 9 SR enhancement cards. Bai Luo originally thought so, but when he opened the attribute list, he found a strange symbol. Bai Luo. Age, 20. Gender, male. Race, human. Abilities, Magic Growth SR, upgradable, Magic Control SR, upgradable. Items held, R Level Enhancement Card X4, SR Enhancement Card X1. Comprehensive Evaluation, 7 digits, midterm. Current draw chance, 1/30th, 30th guaranteed SSR. Upgradable. Bai Luo didn't quite understand, he focused on magic growth, and the system immediately popped up an option box. Do you want to consume 1 SR enhancement card to increase the magic control level? Consume SR enhancement card to increase the magic growth level. Looking at this sentence, Bai Luo thought for a long time and finally made a decision. Increase. It's just 1 SR enhancement card. Anyway, it can't be used now, so it's better to try to add some points and test this new function of the system. So soon, Bai Luo saw that the attribute of magic growth had changed. From the original magic growth SR, it became magic growth, SR +1. It was also at the moment when this information appeared that Bai Luo felt that the already huge amount of magic in his body had once again gained a large increase. This. Bai Luo did not make a sound. With the help of SR level magic control, he forcibly suppressed the increase in magic. Double. My magic has increased by a full double. Bai Luo was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that the SR +1 obtained by consuming an SR enhancement card could be directly doubled on the original basis. Not only that, Bai Luo also got a piece of information. That is, when he consumes the SSR enhancement card to grow his magic power, the system will return an SR enhancement card. Yes, in addition to directly improving the SR rarity skills with SSR enhancement cards, they can also be closer to the SSR level by consuming SR cards. Similarly, if Bai Luo later obtains a new SR enhancement card and consumes it, such as +2, +3, +9. When using SSR enhancement cards, 2, 3 and 9 cards will still be returned. Of course, for a +9 SR skill, throwing in another SR enhancement card can also improve the quality of the skill to SSR. However, the enhancement ratio of this last step from SR to SSR will be more exaggerated than the previous addition. So to some extent, +1 +9 is more like buying a fund. The enhancement card did not disappear, but accompanied Bai Luo in another form. This mechanism is good, it's very humane. Bai Luo was very satisfied with the system's manipulation, because in this way, the SR enhancement cards in Bai Luo's hands would have a place to use. The only pity is those R cards. Because R is a rare skill, there is no way to have an R+1 or R+3 upgrade. However, the delivery rate of R-level enhancement cards is relatively high, and it doesn't take much time to stockpile 10 cards for synthesis. But the increase rate of this magic power is a bit too exaggerated. Bai Luo thought about the strength of SR and SSR, but he didn't expect the gap between the two to be so big. SR+1 is twice that of SR, and here we can guess the strength of two types of SR+9. The first one is 10 times SR. After that, SR+9 will produce another qualitative change when it reaches SSR, which meets the level of SSR. The other one is a bit terrifying. Exponential explosion. If each enhancement is doubled on the original basis, then SR+9 is more than 500 times SR. Due to the lack of information, Bai Luo cannot determine which one it is for the time being. We still have to wait for another SR enhancement card, and we will know when we add it. As for the increased magic power, SR level manipulation is enough to cope with the current surge in magic power. Rather, it greatly improves Bai Luo's endurance. After all, magic power growth brings not only magic power capacity, but also magic power recovery speed and faster growth rate. Today's sign-in results, although there is no SSR, but SR is still full of luck. With this joy, Bai Luo hugged Hong Yi's silver grey fox tail like a blanket and covered it on his body. Becoming stronger means that I can survive better in this world. Hong Yi noticed Bai Luo's action. But she did not refuse, but relaxed her body very considerately, making the tail more fluffy and smooth. The beast-eared girls had already noticed that Bai Luo liked their ears and tails. Although they didn't quite understand. It would be great if Bai Luo liked them. The only thing that made Hong Yi helpless was that Bai Luo's love for them did not have any male or female desire. Ah! What's wrong? When Bai Luo heard Hong Yi sigh, he thought she was worried about the fox demon village, but he didn't know that Hong Yi was doubting her own charm. The silver fox girl asked herself that she was beautiful and delicate, so why could Bai Luo remain calm? Orcs are different from humans. The more dangerous and desperate they are, the stronger their desire to reproduce will be. Hong Yi is a female orc who has become a girl. When her family is broken and her loved ones are dead, she is in the most sad moment. How can she resist Bai Luo, a hero who suddenly fell from the sky? Especially the friendliness that Bai Luo showed, which is extremely rare among orcs. There is no doubt that if Bai Luo did something to Hong Yi at this time, the silver fox girl would never refuse due to various factors. Even if there are children next to her, it is not good to do that kind of thing. But you touch it. Hong Yi is so close, where can Bai Luo not touch? Don't worry, I won't abandon you. However, Bai Luo didn't know what Hong Yi was thinking. He just thought that the other party was worried about the matter of the demon fox village. Yet, what else can Hong Yi say? She can only force a smile. The better Bai Luo treated them, the more Hong Ye was moved and the more fascinated she became with him. Xiaohe village, Yaehe village, and the conspiracy behind the East and West tribes. In the face of absolute strength, Bai Luo didn't need to worry at all, at worst, just run over them. That's what Bai Luo originally thought. However, the next day, when Bai Luo and the beast-eared girls appeared in the woods outside Yaehe village, the scene in front of him once again exceeded his expectations. Didn't I run so far in vain? Bai Luo looked at the village with flames rising to the sky. Snowflakes were flying, corpses were everywhere, and black smoke was rolling, just like the replica outside Xiaohe village. It's on fire. Why is this happening? The scene in Yaehe village stimulated the girls and reminded them of the massacre that happened 3 days ago. Something is wrong. Bai Luo did not rush to attack. It was not because he was afraid, but because the feedback from his magic perception was a little strange. The invaders are different from the black-clad men we met before. They are normal orcs. In other words, it was not the black-clad men who attacked the Fox Demon village, but another group of orcs. So this is a civil war among orcs? Lord Bai Luo. Hong Ye looked at Bai Luo, anxious, but didn't know how to start. If it was the same situation as in Xiaohe village, Bai Luo would have taken action without Hong Ye's request. But the problem is that it looks like a war has broken out between orcs. There is no good or evil in war. What's more, it's too late. The powerful magic perception allowed Bai Luo to see the distant scene without his eyes. He divided the people still alive in the village into 2 groups, one was the invaders and the other was the resistance. There were only a few resistance left, and there were at least hundreds of invaders. There is no doubt that the Fox Demon village lost. Alas! Bai Luo sighed. He found that the people in this world seemed particularly cruel. The orcs who invaded the Fox Demon village had a clear purpose, which was to kill them all. No one was left alive, including the old man, women, and children. They were no different from the black-clad swordsmen Bai Luo had met before. The situation at this time was like the fights between villages in ancient times over water sources. There was no justice or evil, only survival. But even so, it's a bit too much. Bai Luo's previous moral values made it difficult for him to accept such slaughter. At least, those children as young as the beast-eared women were innocent. You stay here, I'll go and look for survivors in the Fox Demon village. You have to be careful. Yes. Bai Luo reserved defensive magic power on the girls, and then rushed to the Yaehe village under Hong Ye's grateful eyes. Yaehe village is Hong Ye's family, and she used to be brought here by her mother to visit relatives. So at this time, Hong Ye was very worried about her cousin, afraid that she would have an accident. Bai Luo's target was very clear, that is, those old, weak, women and children who had no resistance. He did not get involved in the war. But his inner morality made him unable to sit idly by and watch the children being brutally killed. And just as Bai Luo was taking action, 2 young orcs were arguing fiercely in the forest outside the Yaehe village. If they can accept this medicine, they will not die. That damn woman, if she agreed to my proposal and accepted the protection of the cult, everyone can survive. It's all her fault. The wolf youth held a bottle of bright red pills in his hand. His face was crazy, but the words he said made the silver-haired fox girl in front of him feel desperate, so, I killed her and cut her throat from behind. Ha ha ha. Come on, eat it. The wolf youth named Yueden said indifferently, if you don't want important things to be taken away by others, you can only take away other people's things first. After gaining power, go and kill all those guys who plundered us. You, what did you say? The woman in the other person's mouth was the girl's mother and the ruler of the Demon Fox village. You killed, mother. Xueji always thought that her mother fled the Demon Fox village with other tribesmen, and they still had a way to continue living somewhere else. However, Yueden told her that there were no tribesmen. He killed the girl's mother and killed all the rebels who were unwilling to accept the cult's recruitment. As for the remaining foxes and wolves, the cult needed orcs for live experiments, and they were Yudan's token of allegiance to the cult. Yudan. Under the reflection of the flames, the girl with 3 snow-white foxtails roared at the wolf youth in front of her. At this moment, Shueji could no longer listen to Yudan's words. She only knew that Yudan had betrayed them, killed countless tribesmen, and joined the force called the cult. Even you want to reject me? Easily avoiding Shueji's attack, the wolf youth swung his sword at the girl's back in anger. Puff! Blood came with severe pain, and Shueji felt that all the strength in her body began to dissipate at this moment. Why? Why, betray us? Looking at the girl lying in the snow, watching her crawling forward, Yudan's expression was cold. If you don't plunder, you will be plundered. He raised his sword and pointed it at Shueji's heart. If you want to blame someone, blame you for being too weak. Despair, pain, cold. Shueji's heart seemed to fall into an ice cave. She wanted to scream and curse Yudan for betraying her. However, her seriously injured body crawled on the ground powerlessly. The only thing Shueji could do was to curse this man in her heart. It's over, Shueji. The sword fell, but Yudan's crazy eyes condensed slightly, followed by confusion and confusion. What happened? The long sword that was supposed to pierce Shueji suddenly only had a short section held by Yudan. Sword? Broken? Why? My sword, my... Cold sweat broke out on Yudan's back, and the extreme horror of being stared at by a prehistoric beast instantly floated into her heart. Turning her eyes slightly, Yudan saw a figure from the corner of her eyes. It was a young man about 20 years old, standing there with his back to the burning village. Looking down, he suddenly saw a broken sword blade, which was held by the boy with 2 fingers. The situation here is not much better. Bai Luo raised his hand, loosened his 2 fingers, and let the broken blade slowly fall into the snow. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 4 Snow Princess. Alas! The next moment, a sigh sounded in Yudan's ears. At what moment, a chill rose from the werewolf youth's back, and his eyes were still looking forward. However, where was Bai Luo originally? Yudan quickly turned his eyes and saw that Bai Luo had been close at some point, and was squatting beside Shueji to check on her. When? Yudan's pupils shrank slightly, and then he clenched the broken knife like a conditioned reflex. But before he could do anything, an unparalleled terrifying magic power had already rushed towards him. Ah! The severe pain, all the bones in his body seemed to be shattered in this blow. Yudan didn't know what happened, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball. The house collapsed, smoke and dust rose, and Yudan collapsed in the ruins, as if only one breath was left. Don't worry. Bai Luo held back, I have calculated the strength, you won't die. SR level magic manipulation allows Bai Luo to use magic as easily as his arm. Although he couldn't run over an ant without hurting it, Bai Luo was still confident that he could control the force and not kill Yudan directly. Bai Luo didn't know who this Yudan was. But he talked so much just now. He was talking about secret medicine and the cult, so it was obvious that this guy knew a lot. Bai Luo planned to keep him for a while and interrogate him. As for Shueji, after a careful inspection, Bai Luo found that the sword not only tore the skin on her back, but also touched her spine and heart. It's so cruel, it's totally going to kill people. Bai Luo sighed, fortunately, I can heal this injury. I saw strands of silver-white magic emerging from Bai Luo's palm, and under the control of the master, it turned into finer silk. The silver threads drilled into Shueji's wound, and they sewed the heart of the fox-eared girl. At the same time, Bai Luo used magic to stimulate the cells to divide rapidly. The magic power in this world has a wide range of functions. It can not only fight, defend, analyze, and perceive, but also turn the virtual into the real to create flesh and blood. As for the severed spine, The silver-white magic power began to materialize. They reproduced the girl's bone marrow and nerves, and then reconstructed the missing parts. So warm. Feeling Bai Luo's magic power, Xueji felt like she was bathing in a hot spring. Although she was in the cold snow, Xueji felt unprecedented peace and peace of mind. Soon, Xueji's injuries recovered as before. Bai Luo withdrew his magic power, and then helped her up in Xueji's surprised and puzzled eyes. My body. After waking up, Xueji felt extremely incredible. Am I dreaming? The severe pain just now was not fake. But after suffering such an injury, she not only survived, but also stood up. Is this really possible? Your Excellency. Xueji didn't know why Bai Luo saved her, but the white fox girl remembered that he was her savior. Bai Luo did not hide anything and told Xueji his origins and purpose in detail. After the destruction of Xiaohu village, he brought Hongyi and other beast-eared girls to the demon fox village to seek refuge, but the result was such a scene. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Lord Bai Luo. Xueji's attitude was extremely respectful, her fox ears drooped, and her heart was full of guilt and sadness. As you can see, the demon fox village has also been invaded, and we are now unable to protect ourselves. At this point, Xueji began to look for Yu Dan's trace. Unfortunately, Bai Luo's slap just now directly knocked the other party out. Now he was lying dozens of meters away and fell into a coma. I saw that you seemed to know each other, so I held back. Bai Luo explained, and Xueji secretly clenched her fist. She understood what the other party meant. This was leaving the opportunity for revenge to herself. His name is Yu Dan, the son of the village chief of Big Wolf Village, and also my fiancé. However, the hatred of killing one's mother is irreconcilable. No matter what the reason, no matter what kind of friendship. Just based on this point, the two of them only had one choice left, which was to fight to the death. After revenge, come with us. The survivors of the Fox Village, Bai Luo came too late. Only the magic power of the young beastmen was left in the village. And their breath was completely different from Xueji's, and they were obviously invaders. Some people escaped. Bai Luo used his magic power to mark these beastmen to facilitate their subsequent search. Since he had already decided to protect Hongyi and the others, Bai Luo would not care if there were dozens more orcs. I will follow your arrangement. Xueji did not ask Bai Luo to help him with revenge. She knew the nature of the massacre. The invading orcs came from two large villages. To be enemies with them was to be enemies with the East and West tribes. If Bai Luo was put in danger because of her, wouldn't that be ungrateful? What Xueji despised most was the treacherous villains. There will be a chance in the future. Bai Luo said, and Xueji's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she followed him silently, with an increasing gratitude in her heart. Bai Luo did not intend to interfere in the internal conflicts of the orcs. But Xueji could. If Xueji wanted to take revenge in the future, Bai Luo would not stop her. The East and West tribes destroyed the Demon Fox village, and Xueji destroyed the two villages for revenge. That was karma. Bai Luo was not a Buddha, and he could not say nonsense about when revenge would end. And even if he was really a Buddha, he could not represent Xueji's dead people. He's just a head. Soon, under Bai Luo's guidance, the two found Yu Dan lying on the ground. Sharp claws emerged from the hands of the white fox girl. The faintly emerging magic power made people have no doubt that they were sharp and could definitely tear the throat of the wolf youth in an instant. Goodbye, Yu Dan. Recalling the past, looking around at the devastation now and the cruel reality that her mother had died. Tears slid down Xueji's cheeks, and her hand pierced Yu Dan's chest before the tears fell, crushing the other's heart. Bai Luo did not think the girl was cruel. If she could let go of the person who killed her mother, Bai Luo would feel disgusted with such a saintly bch. Not to mention, Yu Dan was about to kill her just now. As for getting information from Yu Dan, there are so many orcs in the village, there should be one or two who know the inside story. In fact, in the short time just now, Bai Luo heard a lot of keywords such as cult and secret medicine through the hearing enhanced by magic. I'm sorry that you saw my miserable appearance. Xueji stood up, her clothes were stained with blood, and her trembling hands showed that she was not calm. Alas! Bai Luo shook his head helplessly. He could only sigh at the cruelty of the world he traveled through. What exactly is this place? After finally meeting someone who could communicate, they were slaughtered and exterminated one after another. Is it really necessary to be so cruel? Is this another world? Bai Luo sighed, it's a bit scary. Hey! Bai Luo, who was about to catch a few tongues before taking Xueji away, suddenly stopped. Someone is coming. At this moment, a strange magic suddenly broke into Bai Luo's perception. The movement speed of this magic is very fast. It was clearly outside the village a second ago, but the next second, the opponent had rushed into the Demon Fox village and was still approaching his position at an astonishing speed. What a fast movement speed! Before Bai Luo could carefully distinguish, the disappearance of a large amount of magic aura that followed made him frown. Did the strong men of the East and West tribes take action? The disappeared magic was the adult orcs of the East and West tribes in the village. That's not right. Bai Luo was a little confused. Why did the people of the East and West tribes kill their own people? But if the other party is not the orcs from the East and West tribes, then who is it? The cult. Bai Luo thought of the cult that Yu Dan had mentioned before. This cult is something. It can actually send out such a powerful guy. Although they have not met yet, Bai Luo can be sure through magic perception that the other party is definitely a strong man far superior to Yu Dan, the Black Swordsman and the orcs. Lord Bai Luo. Xueji did not have Bai Luo's strong perception. Seeing Bai Luo stop, she immediately asked. Here it comes. What? Xueji was stunned at first, and then looked in the direction of Bai Luo's sight. Boom! The next moment, a deafening explosion rose into the sky. The raging flames were cut open, hundreds of houses were shattered, and countless stone chips rushed towards the two like a tsunami. This! Xueji's pupils shrank slightly. It was such a critical moment, but Xueji didn't even know what happened, let alone reacting and dodging. However, what surprised Bai Luo was that in such a critical moment, Xueji's first reaction was not to run away. Although it was slow, Bai Luo knew through the girl's muscle reaction that she wanted to stand in front of him and use her body to withstand the impact of the explosion. Bang! Bai Luo's mouth curled up slightly, and the silver-white magic wrapped Xueji. Before the explosion approached, a dazzling silver light instantly tore everything in front of it. Amid the sound of metal colliding, a passage from south to north, running through the entire Yeahu village, was forcibly opened up by the silver light with purple magic. Ha ha ha! A childish and arrogant laugh came from the front. It was a boy, wearing a paper bag on his head, with only 2 gaps dug at the position of his eyes. Through the gaps, the boy's sharp eyes were staring at Bai Luo, who blocked his tentative attack. Magic power! What a huge magic power! In the boy's perception, Bai Luo was like a demon dragon exuding monstrous power. The other person just stood there, and every cell in the boy's body began to cheer. Interesting. Cid was originally doing his daily activities of hunting thieves and accumulating the starting capital for the shadow power. Because he noticed the movements of the orcs in the north of the territory, Cid crossed the mountains and successfully slaughtered all the bandits in the village. However, Cid never expected that he would encounter such a being during an ordinary walk. Zzz. In mid-air, Bai Luo's palm collided with a black sword like ink. The magic power collided, and sparks flew. Hey! The two sides were deadlocked for a moment. Looking at Bai Luo, who did not move, Cid was shocked, but he was filled with endless joy. You are kidding, right? Xueji's pupils shook. The magic power just collided in an instant. Is this really the magic power that humans can possess? Just the collision of the two people, the magic storm that erupted was so terrifying. If Bai Luo hadn't stood here to block the opponent's momentum, Xueji had no doubt that Sid could have used the magic power that escaped to raise the fox village to the ground. Bang! However, the slime-turned sword in Sid's hand suddenly shattered. What? The next moment, the boy's pupils shrank suddenly. In his sight, Bai Luo's palm was wrapped with 1,000-pound force, and with a devastating momentum, he forcibly broke through the magic he used to protect himself. So strong! Sid knew that Bai Luo was very strong, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so strong. The quality of that magic power was even better than his current one. Bang! Bai Luo's palm fell, and it was an ordinary blow, but it left a huge deep pit with a radius of tens of meters in front. The exaggerated destructive power, even though Xueji was mentally prepared for Bai Luo's strength, still shocked her mind and was stunned. Something. Bai Luo waved his hand. He looked at the boy who appeared at the edge of the deep pit and told the truth, but not much. So, is this world? When he saw the boy, Bai Luo had figured out what kind of world he was in. The other party's outfit was almost exactly the same as the protagonist in a movie called Want to Become a Shadow Power that Bai Luo had seen before crossing. The huge magic power is about half of mine, 1/20th, but considering his age, the magic growth level of Shadow must be above SR+1. Judging from Sid's appearance, the other party should be between 8 and 10 years old, and Bai Luo is already 20 years old. With a difference of 6 or 7 years, it is normal that Sid's magic power is not as good as his. However, Shadow's talent does not seem to be as exaggerated as Bai Luo thought. The magic control is unknown for the time being, but the magic growth is probably around SR+4 or +5. Very strong, but not as strong as Bai Luo imagined. It seems that the value of SSR is higher than I thought. Bai Luo thought so and was about to go forward to communicate, but Sid asked first, "Are there strong people like you among the thieves?" Thieves? Bai Luo was stunned, but he quickly reacted. I remember that the Shadow in the original book was like this, hunting robbers and human traffickers everywhere. Looking at the current situation, the other party obviously regarded him as a robber who invaded the Demon Fox village. However, Bai Luo sensed the disappearance of the breath of life in the village. This guy killed everyone. Reading books every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5 Bai Luo vs Sid. I'm not a thief, they. Bai Luo hesitated for a moment and didn't say much. I didn't think so when I was watching the anime, but when I think about it carefully, Shadow's logic is quite neurotic. He killed all the hundreds of orcs who invaded the Fox village. Don't you even ask who they are? Thieves? Label the orcs of the East and West tribes as thieves directly? Is it so brutal? Bai Luo didn't think of seeking justice for these orcs. With such burning, killing and looting, there is no essential difference between these orcs and bandits. They. Sid looked at Bai Luo in confusion. No. Bai Luo shook his head, nothing. Those orcs were not related to Bai Luo, and Bai Luo didn't care about their life or death. Not killing irrelevant people is Bai Luo's style, but he won't force others to do the same. They said they were thieves, which is not wrong. Bai Luo had no reason to defend the village massacre that did not spare the elderly, the weak, women and children. Knowing that he had traveled to the Shadow World, Bai Luo immediately thought of Xueji's identity. Xueji, is she the queen of the White Tower of the future lawless city, the snow girl of the nine-tailed white fox? Now that Xueji has chosen to follow him, Bai Luo should thank the Shadow for the death of his future companion's enemies, the orcs of the East and West tribes. Is this really something a human can do? On the other side, Xueji stared blankly at the traces left by Bai Luo and Sid's fight. It's just like a natural disaster. Thank you for letting me know where this is. Bai Luo's mouth curled up slightly, and his figure disappeared beside Xueji. The next moment, a big hand blocked Sid's sight. Bai Luo appeared in front of the other party, and then covered the boy's unbelievable face with his hand. "It's a pity that you attacked me. The killing intention just now could not be faked. If it wasn't Bai Luo standing here. If it was someone else, he would probably have died under Sid's sword just now. Don't worry, I'll spare your life. Since you've made your move, be prepared to be killed in return." So what if Sid is the protagonist? No one can show off in front of Bai Luo. So fast. Sid's pupils shrank slightly. In a moment, the only thing he could do was to condense a large amount of magic power and cover his whole body like skin. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bang! When Bai Luo's palm touched Sid, the protective magic power collapsed at the touch. How is it possible? Sid was so surprised for the first time since he traveled through time. His magic power was as fragile as thin paper in front of the other party. Boom! Two figures cut through the sky, carrying a sharp hurricane and rushing straight into the distance, even crushing everything along the way. Good, so powerful. Xueji's heart almost stopped when she saw it, and the white fox girl's tail trembled unconsciously. That was the orc's instinctive admiration and worship of the strong. The grace of saving his life, and the overwhelming power that Bai Luo showed now. The combination of the two made Xueji's beastman instincts uncontrollably agitated. Swish, swish, swish. Before Xueji could calm down, the forest outside the village suddenly burst into dazzling purple magic. The magic was like a sharp blade, instantly cutting all the ancient trees within a kilometer radius in half. But it wasn't over yet. The second purple blade, the third, the fourth, hundreds of magic blades, slashed at Bai Luo in front of the boy like a storm. Ding ding ding! The silver-white magic wrapped around his whole body, making Bai Luo's body emit a sacred glimmer. And it was this glimmer that resisted Sid's stormy attack. None of the hundreds of blades made of magic could leave even a trace on Bai Luo. "Your magic is very strong. But my magic is even better than yours." Bai Luo's understated words made Sid feel inexplicably aggrieved. He wanted to become a shadow power, but the Bai Luo in front of him looked more like what he was pursuing. Magic. Almost instantly, Sid understood what Bai Luo meant by this. Magic compression. The battle in this world is a battle of magic. But the current situation is that Bai Luo's magic power is still higher than Sid's. If Sid attacks with 100 magic power, Bai Luo will compress 1000 magic power and resist with 10 times the mass. Similarly, when Bai Luo's high concentration of magic power falls, Sid's magic power used to protect himself will naturally collapse. What a joke! For the first time, Sid doubted his magic power. Obviously, his parents and sister in this world, their magic power is not even a fraction of his own. All along, Sid has been drinking black tea and watching the chickens fighting each other in a leisurely manner. That high-handed attitude is the calmness of the shadow power. Am I looked down upon? Bai Luo's calm eyes made Sid feel dazzling. You guy. Don't underestimate the shadow power. Hey. This meaningless words made Bai Luo frown. The thinking of the second disease is really hard to understand. Just as Bai Luo was sighing, a sharp sword light pierced the daylight, and the purple magic power condensed into a line. That was Sid. The boy condensed the magic power into a straight sword. He clenched his hands tightly, and the tip of the sword, which was enough to penetrate everything, was already aimed at Bai Luo's heart. Amazing magic control, worthy of praise. However, with that indifferent attitude, Bai Luo saw Sid's every move. He raised his right hand, bent 4 fingers, and only pointed his index finger forward. Ding! What? Sid felt that his worldview was severely ravaged. His sword, his full-strength attack, was actually blocked by someone with just 1 finger. This level of magic power. Sid could feel the magic density at Bai Luo's fingertips. If he gathered all his magic power on a sword, then Bai Luo concentrated 10 times Sid's magic power into one point. I've said before, my magic is above yours. With a flick of his finger, the sword in Sid's hand, his magic barrier, and even his flesh and blood all collapsed at this moment. Sid only felt an unrivaled force coming from the front, raising him and the forest behind him to the ground. But it's not over yet. Boom! This. Xueji looked at the scene in front of her and trembled all over. The mountain was split open. At this moment, the forest in the north of Yeahe village had collapsed, but the light did not stop there, but cut the distant mountain in half. Godlike power. This is the only word Xueji could think of to describe Bai Luo. Cough, 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 cough. In the ruins, Sid climbed up from the ground. He was extremely embarrassed, his noble clothes were torn, only strips of cloth were left hanging, revealing his bloody body. Excellent fighting instinct. Recalling what happened just now, Bai Luo walked slowly towards Sid. He dodged a fatal blow at the critical moment. Is this the protagonist of this world? Bai Luo and Sid had no grudges, but the other party attacked him right away, and every time he attacked, he was aiming for his vitals. As the one defending himself, Bai Luo did not take it as a joke. He who kills will be killed. So what if he is the protagonist? If you dare to attack him, you must be prepared to be killed in return. Ha, ha, ha ha. Facing a desperate situation, Sid was not afraid, but only had a touch of madness and excitement from the heart. That's right. His dream of becoming a powerful shadow player has not yet been realized. How can he fall here? Practice should be interesting like this. Sid stared at Bai Luo with his eyes, 2 lines of blood and tears slid down his cheeks, but he ignored it. Buzz! A large amount of purple magic power gushed out of Sid's body, dissolving his flesh and blood, but Sid didn't want to pay attention. Once, there was a man who challenged a nuclear bomb. He looked up at the sky, felt his own insignificance, and longed for a power that could match it. But no matter what he did, he couldn't surpass it. The magic power turned into a torrent, covering the ground under his feet and connecting to the sky. The huge magic barrier enveloped Bai Luo and everything within thousands of meters around him. This is... Bai Luo looked at the flickering magic circuit. He knew that this was Sid's unique skill in the original book Atomic Collapse. Just seeing it with his own eyes, Bai Luo had a different experience. Are you crazy? Also with the talent of magic control, Bai Luo saw through the essence of atomic collapse at a glance. The principle of this trick is to materialize the magic power and then instantly fission it, thereby releasing thousands or even tens of thousands of times the original magic power. But such primitive magic is extremely violent, and it is unimaginably difficult to tame it. Not to mention that this fission occurs in the body. It is no exaggeration to say that if it gets out of control, Sid himself will be the first to be blown to death. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Bai Luo's surprise, Sid experienced the joy he had not tasted for a long time. Atomic collapse was originally just Sid's idea. But at the critical moment of life and death, Sid's desperate attempt finally allowed him to successfully develop this move that was enough to destroy the world. After countless attempts, I came to a conclusion. The only way to surpass a nuclear bomb is to turn yourself into a nuclear bomb. Now. The boy raised his right hand and made a declaration full of middle school in an extremely arrogant tone. Feel the roar of the world. I am atomic. As Sid's voice fell, Xueji in the distance, as well as Hong Yi and others hiding in the mountains, saw the lavender magic light column rising into the sky. The light curtain with a radius of thousands of meters rushed straight into the sky. Wherever it passed, the mountains and rivers collapsed, the soil and rocks turned into nothing, and all the creatures and materials were turned into ashes in an instant. I don't know how long it took. When the world dimmed again and returned to peace, what came into Xueji's eyes was the barren land that had long since lost its original appearance. Lord Bai Luo. Xueji came anxiously from afar, and she stopped because there was a cliff ahead. Standing on the cliff and looking into the distance, what appeared in front of Xueji was a huge meteorite crater that looked like the end of the world. Hundreds of meters deep and more than 5,000 meters in diameter, it was as if someone had used a spoon to forcibly dig a large piece of the earth. This was just the center of the explosion. If you look into the distance, the mountains, forests, and streams within dozens of kilometers have already turned into a scorched earth. Fortunately, Bai Luo was mentally prepared. When he knocked Sid away, he had already chosen the battlefield to avoid the risk of affecting Xueji and Hong Yat. Even when fighting, Bai Luo's back was facing them. Is this really something that humans can do? As soon as the thought came to her, Xueji immediately began to worry about Bai Luo's safety. The colors of the magic power of people in this world are different. Bai Luo's is silver-white, and Sid's is purple. Then it is clear at a glance who made the devastating blow just now. Lord Bai Luo. Suddenly, Xueji saw a figure in the deep pit. It was Bai Luo. Without any hesitation, the white fox girl immediately rushed towards the other party. Are you okay? I'm fine. Bai Luo gave the other party a reassuring smile. It's a pity that I couldn't keep the other party. Yes, Sid ran away. After leaving this blow that was enough to change the terrain, he fled. As for Bai Luo, he was fine. Except for the fact that most of his magic power was consumed, Bai Luo didn't even have a scar on his body. As for how Bai Luo took Sid's blow, it's very simple. Tsitsizi. Bai Luo raised his hand, and the surrounding ground immediately appeared with a silver-white magic circuit. The range covered by the magic circuit is not large, only 100 meters. Even so, Xueji was still horrified. This kind of magic. It is unimaginable that Xueji couldn't even understand how such a high concentration of magic was achieved. Unlike those who have SR level magic control, Xueji's magic control is probably not even R, and she is just using her instinct to wield magic. However, in Bai Luo's opinion, this form of magic use can only be described as rough. That guy's trick. Bai Luo once again sighed at the awesomeness of the system, SR level magic control. Just looking at Sid's killer tricks, he analyzed it all. Just now, facing Sid's atomic collapse, Bai Luo had two ways to deal with it. The first is to continue to compress the magic power. With dozens of times more magic power than Sid, it is more than enough to protect himself. After all, atomic collapse seems powerful, but in fact the attack area is too wide and the power is too dispersed. It's okay to use it to fight against small fish, but it is far less useful than compression when facing a strong man like Bai Luo. In addition, Bai Luo has another way, that is, to change the magic power like Sid. Sid can do it, and Bai Luo can do it naturally. The principle of the two is essentially an opposite process. However, Bai Luo did not choose Sid's suicidal behavior of completing magic fission in the body. His method is to force the two magic powers to fuse outside the body. That's right, it's not splitting, but aggregation. If Sid's ultimate move is called atomic fission, then Bai Luo's move should be atomic fusion. The two moves do not have the advantages and disadvantages of nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs. Although atomic fusion is stronger than atomic fission, the compression difficulty of the former is higher than fission. It's just that the way it is completed outside the body reduces the risk to almost zero. From the overall efficiency alone, the two are almost the same. It's just that the upper limit of fusion is much higher than fission. If Sid's magic power can continue to increase, then when the upper limit of atomic fission is reached, he can develop atomic fusion. At that time, let alone blowing up a mountain, it is estimated that it will only take a few minutes to sink the continent. Am I the atom? This guy is really crazy to think of such a trick. Bai Luo felt the fury of atomic fission, and even he needed to concentrate on controlling it. If he was not careful, the magic circuit on his body might be blown up. Bai Luo was not worried about Sid's escape. This guy was very timid and would not rush up on his own initiative. And Sid must have felt bad for completing the ultimate move so chaotically just now. With the system's golden finger, Bai Luo was not afraid of Sid at all. The most important thing was that Sid attacked him once, and he also returned the other party's hand, which was considered a draw. We'll talk about the future later. If there is no conflict, just ignore him. If we meet again, just kill him directly. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6. Join the chat group, ask for flowers and evaluation votes. After a fight with Sid, Bai Luo roughly judged his current strength. According to the performance in the anime, I should be the top existence in this world now. Although Sid is only 8 years old now and is still in a weak stage. But Shadow Power is an invincible show, and Sid is a template for the protagonist of a cool article. This means that Sid's combat power itself is at the T0 level. Bai Luo defeated the opponent, even if it was just a young shadow, he had the confidence to live well in this world. Even if I do nothing, but keep this momentum and continue to grow. Bai Luo, if Sid wants to surpass me, he has to wait until he is 13 years old, and I will be 25 years old at that time. At the age of 25, he can only tie with the 13-year-old Sid, which shows the high qualifications and potential of the other party. Fortunately, I cheated. The sign-in function of the reinforcement system has a guaranteed minimum. This means that in just 30 days, Bai Luo can get the first SSR level reinforcement card. SR plus 1 magic growth is already so strong. If it is upgraded to SSR, Bai Luo can be sure that Sid will never catch up with him in this life. Magic growth is related to age and will continue to increase as a person grows up. However, Bai Luo is 12 years older than Sid. Even if Sid's magic growth also reaches SSR, the 12-year growth span is destined to make him live in Bai Luo's shadow for the rest of his life. Moreover, SSR does not seem to be the limit of skills. 1 year later, at least one of magic growth and magic control can be upgraded to UR level. Bai Luo can't imagine the gap between UR and SSR. The only thing that is certain is that in at most 1 year, Bai Luo will definitely surpass Shadow at his peak and become the combat power ceiling of this world. Ding! Host binding is successful, welcome to join the chat group of all heavens. Just when Bai Luo was fantasizing like this, a sudden prompt sound interrupted his thoughts. What's going on? Bai Luo was stunned for a moment, thinking that he was hallucinating. Chat group. Isn't my golden finger a strengthening system? What is a chat group? Bai Luo naturally doesn't feel unfamiliar, but the problem is that he already has a system. Oh, the chat group is not a system, then it's okay. Shining Shadow joins the chat group. Time Spirit joins the chat group. Ironhead Baby joins the chat group. Super Railgun joins the chat group. Amnesiac Ziobai joins the chat group. 5 prompts sounded in succession, and looking at the originally empty chat group member list, there were 5 avatars, not one more and one less. Obviously, they were the first batch of members invited by the chat group. Master Bai Luo, what's wrong with you? Seeing Bai Luo in a daze, Xueji asked in confusion. Nothing, I just encountered something very interesting. Bai Luo did not forget what he was dealing with because of the appearance of the chat group. So he sent a message casually and left the chat group. Shining Shadow, thank you for the invitation. I have something to do in reality. Let's talk later. Go gather the survivors first, Xueji. Bai Luo looked at the village that had turned into ruins due to the aftermath of the battle. He released his magic perception and quickly locked onto the villagers who fled the village or hid in the chaos. Although this guy is a little mentally ill, he still has basic judgment. Bai Luo, at least he didn't kill the orcs who fled the village as robbers. Although Sid was extremely selfish, his sudden attack avoided innocent people. Well, first of all, he can make a rational judgment and know who is a robber and who is an innocent person. As for the subsequent battle, Bai Luo dare not bet that Sid can remain rational. In order to ensure the integrity of the fox village, Bai Luo specially placed the battlefield in an uninhabited place. But who would have thought that Sid would be so crazy? What a pity! If he hadn't attacked him right away, Bai Luo felt that they could have communicated. But Sid didn't listen to anyone at all. Oh, Bai Luo was also very decisive? That's fine. Sid is the protagonist, but what does that have to do with me? Bai Luo chose to ignore Sid. He needed to treat the injured orcs and had no time to think about the second-year disease. So, with Bai Luo's participation, the collection work went very smoothly. Xueji was still alive, and the villagers felt a backbone when they saw her. Soon, Xueji found her mother's body in the ruins. The girl cried very sadly, but she knew that now was not the time to grieve. After a night of massacre and betrayal by her friends, Xueji has matured a lot. As the heir of the fox village, the girl knows that she must cheer up. There are 21 people in total, all children. The oldest is 13 years old, and the youngest is only 2 years old. Unlike Hong Yi, there are boys among these children. Of course, orc cubs are cute regardless of gender. And with both boys and girls, the tribe can reproduce better. Including Hong Yi, there are 33 people. Bai Luo told Xueji his idea: I plan to take you away from the Orc Empire and establish a new base in the eastern mountains. Where you go, we will go. No matter where you go, I am willing to follow you. Having seen Bai Luo's power, Xueji knows very well that there is no place in the world safer than Bai Luo's side. As long as they follow the boy in front of them, the fire of Fox Village will be ignited again. The children have no objection. They are young, and Xueji can be said to be the oldest big sister and the highest-ranking white fox in Fox Village. According to the custom of the Yeahu village, Xueji's mother died, and she became the new village chief. Xueji was very clear about the burden on her shoulders, and she was responsible for the children. But she believed in Bai Luo. As long as they followed this powerful man, not to mention surviving, there might be a chance to avenge their tribesmen and parents in the future. Then, the first task. Before dawn, pack up and take away as many well-preserved supplies in the village as possible. Don't worry about not being able to pack, I have a way to transport it. After arranging these, Bai Luo and the little beastman under the age of 5 rested outside the village, and Xueji led the remaining tribesmen to search door to door. My name is Bai Luo, you can call me Brother Bai Luo. Looking at the children around him who dared not come forward because of the unfamiliarity, Bai Luo felt their inner uneasiness. Losing relatives and friends, being homeless, they can only leave their hometown to find a way out. Such a huge change is like a nightmare for these children. Buzz. Bai Luo gave the children a warm smile like a big brother next door. He opened his hands, and the silver-white magic rose into the sky like fireworks, and then turned into magic raindrops and sprinkled down. In an instant, the magic nourished the body and repaired the scars and bruises on the children. All injuries and fatigue were swept away under the illumination of the silver magic. Not only that, Bai Luo's magic can also improve the children's physique, repair the magic circuit, and make it tougher and smoother. So warm. Warm and comfortable. Thank you, big brother. Bai Luo's kindness easily brought the two sides closer. The little guys lost their initial estrangement and came to the boy one by one, calling him affectionately. Very good, very good. Bai Luo focused his eyes on the two girls closest to him. He stretched out his hands and gently stroked their heads. It feels great. What kind of furry ears are these? While patting the heads, Bai Luo thought about the races of the two beast-eared girls. Round ears, a bit like a bear, but this tail. Raccoon. Bai Luo enjoyed the beautiful moment, and the girls also squinted their eyes comfortably. The ears and tails of beastmen are relatively sensitive parts, and generally only very close people can touch them. although Bai Luo is not their family. But the life-saving grace cannot be repaid, and being touched on the ears is nothing at all. What's more, they can feel Bai Luo's love for them from the bottom of his heart. So envious. I also want to be touched on the head by my big brother. Soon, the little guys showed envious eyes. Okay, don't worry, everyone has it. This scene is simply a paradise for people who like furry things. By the way, can I touch the tail? Although it's strange that Bai Luo likes their ears and tails, the children are at the age of being spoiled. Bai Luo not only doesn't dislike them, but is so accommodating, the little guys can't wait to be happy. So, the fluffy little balls rushed up and bumped into Bai Luo. Soon, half an hour passed. Under Bai Luo's comfort, the little guys have closed their eyes. Like the children in Xiaohu village, they suffered a disaster and watched their parents and tribesmen being slaughtered. You can imagine how much trauma they have suffered mentally. Now that they are relaxed, fatigue immediately surges like a tide. Looking at the direction of the village again, the survivors are still busy searching for the Xiaohu village. According to their memories, they carefully searched every inch of land and tried to find as many useful things as possible. Food, clothes, daily necessities, valuables, etc., everything that can be taken away was found and piled up in the open space outside the village. Taking advantage of this time, Bai Luo opened the chat group. This time, he immediately found that there were already a lot of records in the group, which were obviously left by other members who joined the group at the beginning. Time went back to half an hour ago. Time elf, is it another trick played by those annoying flies? In the world of dating, a girl in a red and black gothic dress was standing on the top floor of the building. The girl was originally looking for her target tonight, but the sudden prompt sound and the chat box that appeared in her mind attracted her attention. Chat group connecting endless dimensions. How can such a thing exist? Tokisaki Kurumi, this is the girl's name. An elf who can control time. Regarding the existence of the chat group, Tokisaki Kurumi's first reaction was that the people of AST had plotted against her. Amnesiac Ziobai, hey, everyone, do you know who I am? A certain scientific railgun, hey? What do you mean by who I am? Don't you even know who you are? Misaka Mikato, who had just completed a free drink purchase at the self-service beverage machine, opened the can in her hand with a click and complained with her consciousness while drinking. As a modern person, Misaka Mikato is naturally very clear about chat groups. She is not worried about someone doing something to her. Although there are not many people with spiritual and mental abilities in Academy City, there are still some. Hey, Shokohao. Misaka Mikato, stop hiding, come out. In this kind of situation, the first suspect of Misaka Mikato is naturally a certain girl with a lewd figure. Unfortunately, no one responded to Misaka Mikato's inquiry, but it attracted the attention of many passers-by. Misaka Mikato blushed and turned away quickly. At the same time, the ashamed Misaka Mikato did not forget to pay attention to the situation in the chat group. Ironhead baby, hello, Mr. Ziobai. Amnesiac Ziobai, do you know my name? Time Spirit. A certain scientific railgun. The two girls in the battle and the magic world were amused by the stupidity of Amnesiac Ziobai. Amnesiac Ziobai, oh, sorry, Mr. Ziobai, that's what I mean. Ha ha ha. In a broken ruin, a boy with short silver hair slowly stood up. He patted his dusty clothes and felt very confused about his presence here. But soon, the group members digested the basic knowledge given by the chat group. The first function of the chat group is to provide newly joined members with information about the endless dimension and the universe. This can let group members know their situation more quickly and understand what kind of existence the chat group is. So even people like Tituwa, who lived in the Taisho era of Japan, also learned how to communicate with other group members in a bumpy way. Bai Luo flipped through the chat records, a certain scientific railgun and the spirit of time. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Misaka Mikoto and Kurumi. T2 wa, I can't judge for the time being. After all, being stubborn can be an attribute, a description of personality, or even a literal meaning. If it is the former, there are too many characters that meet this condition. As long as a strong person with a little strength, his brain is probably not weak. If it's a stubborn character, then he's a stubborn person. By luo, add the suffix of wa, titouwa should be a young man. His. Because there is too little information, Bai Luo really can't think of the origin of this group member, the range is too large, it's hard to judge. Finally, it's this Xiao Bai with amnesia. Bai Luo was a little speechless, isn't this name a bit too casual? But according to the other party's answer just now, this group member has lost his memory. Then Xiao Bai may be a nickname, or it may be used to describe the other party's inexperienced in the world. Bai Luo didn't think about it anymore, because it was unnecessary. The two of them were there, wouldn't it be better to just ask directly? Shining Shadow, hello everyone, I'm back. Ironhead Baby, hello, Mr. Shadow. A certain scientific railgun, hey, what's wrong with you? You look very calm about the current situation. Time Spirit, I have the same feeling. It seems that this group member named Shadow seems to know something. Let alone Sister Canon, just look at the carefree nature of the electric girl. There is no need to worry about her scheming. As for Kuang-san, if it was Kuang-san before the plot began, it would be normal for her to be suspicious of the chat group. Shining Shadow, maybe it's because I know you guys. Bai Luo does not intend to hide and pretend to be a charlatan to get benefits, cheat money and people, and finally get both money and people. Bai Luo thinks this kind of thing is unnecessary. It's not like he doesn't have a golden finger. With the strengthening system, Bai Luo doesn't need to do things that go against his own heart. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7 Ability and Quality, Seeking Flowers and Comments. Bai Luo's words immediately aroused the four people's questions. Time Spirit, know us? What do you mean? Shining Shadow, literally, first of all, the Super Railgun, your name is Misaka Mikoto, right? Super Railgun, why do you know? Bai Luo did not pause and sent another message, Time Spirit, Tokisaki Kurumi. Time Spirit, this is really. It seems that Mr. Shadow seems to have magical powers. Date to Battle World, Tokisaki Kurumi's heart was obviously not calm when Bai Luo revealed her true identity. And judging from the reaction of the Super Railgun, it is estimated that it was just like herself, and was hit by Bai Luo. Keek Emperor. Kuang-san immediately summoned her angel, and she was alert all around, wanting to see if anyone was hiding in the dark, spying on her. Of course, Kuang-san found nothing. Even if she used the shadow to transfer many times, and even exchanged with the clone, the chat group was still there, and there was no change. As for how I know. In the chat group, Bai Luo directly told the two girls that he had read the light novels and anime related to the two girls. When Misaka Mikoto and Tokisaki Kurumi heard that they were characters in the light novels, they were both stunned, and then they exclaimed, how is this possible? A certain scientific railgun, are you kidding? Allah la. Time Spirit, Mr. Bai Luo, such a joke is not funny at all. Tokisaki Kurumi also felt incredible. She didn't want to believe that the world she lived in was fake. And according to Bai Luo's meaning, doesn't it mean that her fate has been determined? Amnesiac Zio Bai, it feels magical. Ironhead Baby, that. What does the character in someone else's work mean? Compared to the other three, Titouwa really couldn't understand Bai Luo's statement. He hadn't read many books, nor had he read picture books or novels, so he was confused. Time spirit, it's really unbelievable. Can Mr. Shadow prove that what he said is true? If it's just two names, it doesn't mean anything at all. This. Bai Luo focused his attention on Xiao Bai, who lost his memory in Tai Touwa, and asked, Tai Touwa, what's your name? I may have read works about you. And Xiao Bai, can you tell me about the characteristics of the world you live in? Kuang-san and Mikoto guessed that Bai Luo needed more information before he could associate the works related to the two. Shining Shadow, of course, I haven't read all the works, so it's possible that I don't know your identities. After all, the group members may not all come from works that Bai Luo knows. He didn't intend to label himself as omniscient. This kind of thing is impossible to hide. To put it bluntly, if the Great Immortal's setting is wrong once, it may lead to the collapse of the character setting. As for not making mistakes all the time, Bai Luo said that this is not writing a novel, and there is no rationality at all. In fact, you don't have to care so much. Living in the world of other people's works is a hypothesis in itself. And for you, the world is the world, everything is real. Compared to the theory of creation of works, I prefer another statement. Then, Bai Luo told everyone that the anime world existed originally and was not created by the author. The reason why works are formed in other worlds is that some people receive information from other worlds and present it in the form of works. Hearing this, the group members calmed down a little. After all, no one wants the world they live in to be false. Ironhead baby, Mr. Shadow, my name is Tanjiro Kamado, do you know me? Tanjiro Kamado. Shining Shadow, I see, I have indeed seen works about you. Xiaobai, who lost his memory, as for me, I'm sorry, I don't know how to describe it. The white-haired boy slumped on the ruins, looking at the ceiling with a hole smashed. He didn't know where this place was, because there was no similar reference in his memory, so he could only use the function of the chat group to upload the surrounding scene. Super Railgun, this looks like a sports equipment room in a school. Time Spirit, yeah, I saw a lot of sports equipment. Arnold. Amnesiac Xiaobai, what is a sports equipment room? Super Railgun, you don't even know this? Judging from the environment you live in, it should be modern, right? Amnesiac Xiaobai, sorry, I can't remember anything. Super Railgun, sorry. Amnesiac Xiaobai, well, it's okay, don't worry about it, ha ha ha. Time Spirit, Mr. Xiaobai's mentality is really good. Super Railgun, indeed. While the few people were talking, Bai Luo stared at the photo posted by Xiaobai for a long time, and then compared it with his current appearance. It looks a bit familiar. For some reason, Bai Luo felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen a similar anime character somewhere. Thinking of this, Bai Luo opened the function interface of the chat group and found that there were 4 functions in it, namely, live broadcast, mall, time travel, sign in, and lottery pool. The photo shooting function that Xiaobai used just now is a sub-function of live broadcast. In addition, there are also video recording, projection, real-time playback, etc. A very common chat group function. Bai Luo thought to himself, I guess I can also broadcast live to group members in the future to earn points or something. The next mall interface, Bai Luo clicked in and found that it was empty. The prompt is that group members need to sell items themselves. After reading the instructions of the mall interface, Bai Luo roughly judged this function. In simple terms, it is for group members to trade items with other group members, and the chat group mall is needed as a platform. Take Bai Luo as an example. He needs to sell the items to the mall in exchange for points first, and other group members can buy the goods through points. As for how to get points, one is to sign into the group, and the other is to sell valuable things to the mall. The mall will not charge a handling fee in the middle. It is completely based on how many points the group members have when they sell and how many points they have when they buy. The crossing function is easy to understand. With the consent of other group members, Bai Luo can go to the world where they are. In order to prevent the destruction of the group members' world, the group members of this world have the right to send back the guests who have crossed over at any time. Shining Shadow, by the way, have you all signed in? Obviously, the group members have not finished reading the function introduction in the chat group. At this time, Bai Luo reminded them that they could receive points by signing in every day. Group member Shining Shadow signed in successfully and received 100 points. 100 points. Radar, is this too much or too little? Group member Radar signed in successfully and received 5 points. Hey! Radar, 5 points? Why is it so little? Group member Time Spirit signed in successfully and received 22 points. Group member Ironhead Baby signed in successfully and received 25 points. Group member Amnesiac Ziobai signed in successfully and received 40 points. Time Spirit, Puff, 5 points, Puff. Radar, hey, you're going too far. This guy. I'm so PD off. In Academy City, a certain girl looked at the complaints of Tokisaki Kurumi in the chat group, and her whole body flashed with arcs. ZZZZ. Ah! What's going on? My new phone. The next moment, the surrounding circuits were instantly paralyzed, and the phones of countless pedestrians were directly shut down. For a moment, the whole area was in chaos. Countless maintenance robots rushed towards this side, scaring the just running Misaka Mikoto to flee again in panic. It seems that I have good luck. Bai Luo was quite happy to be able to sign in 100 points. Then, Bai Luo opened the lottery pool and found that the things in it were all-encompassing. From items and abilities to the most common daily necessities, it can be said that everything is available. After a quick look, it was found that there were spirit crystals in the battle, breathing methods in Demon Slayer, magic and superpowers in Magical Index, magic control and ancient relics in the Shadow World, etc. Do the items in the prize pool include the worlds of all group members? Not only that, the system also very considerately evaluated the quality of these items. According to the rarity of the items, from low to high, they are divided into gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, and colorful, a total of 9 levels. The higher the quality, the more difficult it is to draw from the prize pool. In addition, quality also represents the strength and the quality of the items. Just quality, not level. Bai Luo noticed this. My magic growth skill is not uncommon in the Shadow World. Looking at the magic lottery in the prize pool, the chat group actually gave it an orange quality evaluation. Dresden Slate. Suddenly, Bai Luo saw something interesting, and this sword, the sword of Damocles. So that's it, the amnesiac Ziobai, it turns out to be that Ziobai. The sword of Damocles and the Dresden Slate are from an anime called K, and the amnesiac Ziobai is most likely the first king, the Silver King Adolf K. Wiesmann. Now, Bai Luo has completely sorted out the identities and origins of the 4 group members. Afterwards, Bai Luo checked the 2 abilities he had. Original Magic. Quality, Light Orange. Source, the world where group member Shining Shadow lives. Introduction, extremely primitive and violent chaos magic, with extremely high destructive power and evolution ability. All phenomenon evolution. Quality, Dark Orange. Source, the world where Shining Shadow lives. Introduction, it has a strong material interference force, reaching the limit, and can even perform microcontrol in the smallest unit to achieve impossible miracles. The same color quality is divided into 3 levels, light, shallow, and dark. The quality of magic control is so much higher than magic growth. It was really beyond Bai Luo's expectation that magic control could be rated as dark orange. He thought these 2 abilities were at the same level. Look at the items and abilities in the worlds of other group members. Water breathing method. Quality, light green. Source, the world where group member T2wa lives. Introduction, special technique that can strengthen the body and improve reaction speed through a specific breathing method. Spirit crystal understanding. Quality, dark purple. Source, the world where the time spirit lives. Introduction, a crystal containing the origin of the world, which can control time and disrupt the powerful force of space. Kuang San's spirit power, the system evaluation is purple, and the breathing method is green. According to Bai Luo's judgment, gray quality is mostly worthless items, such as food, daily necessities, etc. White quality is often functional, such as high-tech products in the magic world, and weapons such as firearms. Green items have already involved extraordinary areas and can make people truly gain power far beyond ordinary people. Blue items, the superpowers, and magic in the magic world are almost all classified here. Bai Luo stroked his chin and said secretly, as expected, blue is the dividing line of extraordinary, and it begins to involve energy such as magic and spiritual power. Although the breathing method can strengthen the body, it does not make people produce extraordinary energy. In the final analysis, it is still about improving strength, speed, endurance, and other aspects. As for purple and orange, Bai Luo looked at the items placed in these two slots in the lottery pool. The King's Sword of the King's World is light purple, the Spirit Crystal is dark purple, and the power of origin here is the same as my original magic power, which is evaluated as light orange. In other words, the chat group believes that Bai Luo will be at the same level as Takamiya Mio if he develops his magic power to the limit. As for how to divide purple and orange specifically, Bai Luo cannot judge for the time being because there is too little information. P.S. The new book is about to start, please give me flowers and evaluation tickets, please. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 Prize Pool and Mall, Seeking Flowers and Comments. What about the red quality? Opening the prize pool, Bai Luo found that there was only one red item in it, that is, Demon God Power. Demon God Power. Quality, deep red. Source, the world where the super electromagnetic gun is located. Introduction, it can control any law, modify reality at will, and even restart the universe. The demon god in the magic index. From this point of view, purple, orange, and red seem to have some kind of connection with destructive power. The destructive power of purple is roughly between destroying a city and destroying a country. Orange can sink a continent or even explode a star. The red quality has already involved the level of the universe, from destroying a galaxy to restarting the universe. And this kind of existence has a special name in Bai Luo's understanding single universe level. As for the points, Bai Luo focused on the lottery function, drawing once requires 300 points. Tisk, a strong smell of pig farm. Although it has not been used yet, Bai Luo can feel the malice emanating from this prize pool. He has a feeling that the lottery is definitely a waste of points. Just look at the delivery rate. Believe in the so-called delivery rate, it's pure injustice. So, after looking at the prizes in the lottery pool and associating them with the identities of the group members, Bai Luo began to test them all. First of all, this. Bai Luo picked up a stone on the ground and silently said exchange in his heart. This item has no value and cannot be exchanged. No value. Bai Luo was a little surprised. He just saw that there were stones for sale in the mall. 1 unit of stone requires 1 point. Isn't this a redemption code? Like stone, 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of flour are both sold at 1 point. As for how much is 1 unit here? According to the mall, it is specially formulated according to the world where the group members are located. Take Bai Luo's world as an example, 1 unit of flour can feed about 100 people for 1 day. But if it is changed to some worlds with tight supplies, 1 point may only buy one person for 1 day. Yes, the span is so big. In addition, the mall also gave the reason why stones have no value. Because this world is full of stones. Bai Luo looked at the feedback from the mall and felt bad. FK, profiteers, profiteers. Your mall can sell 1 unit of stone, but I can't. Not accepting stones because stones are everywhere? Then your mall sells stones everywhere for 1 point. Black shop, a complete black shop. Damn, this mall will be hung on the street lights by group members sooner or later. Bai Luo continued to try while complaining. Soon, Bai Luo found that this mall was really picky. He tried various things, and the mall's response was worthless. Food, clothing, and even some rare plants were all worthless. It wasn't until Bai Luo killed a passing slime and sold its body to the mall that there was a different feedback. Uploaded slime mucus successfully, got 0.01 points. FK. Bai Luo wanted to beat up this damn mall now. If you don't give me points, then don't give me points. 0.01. FKU, a kind of plant. He cursed the mall's ancestors in his heart, but on the surface, Bai Luo still exchanged them calmly. Uploaded Starlight Mithril successfully, got 5 points. Hey! The sudden reminder made Bai Luo feel a little better. He looked at the things he had just exchanged. They were a batch of resources hoarded by the Demon Fox village, which seemed to be some kind of rare metal. Next, Bai Luo exchanged some more things. He didn't do anything reckless, but was very wise. He took a small piece of each item and sold it to the mall. I see. Bai Luo has figured out the mechanism of the mall's harvest. Things that can be sold to the mall need to have special powers, and the higher the mystery, the more points you get. And the system mall is very cunning. It will lower the price according to the rarity of the items in Bai Luo's world. Just like stones, water, and food. The shadow world is not short of these resources, and they are things that can be found everywhere. The system mall refuses to purchase these, and even if it does, it will give a shockingly low price. In contrast, similar to ancient relics, precious monster materials, and precious ores, the mall accepts everyone, and the points given are also quite generous. There is. Bai Luo is not a fool, he vaguely guessed something, it seems to be a trick. Bai Luo has a feeling that the chat group's mall seems to be analyzing the world where the group members are in some way. What it really needs is not physical objects, but those items that contain unique laws and concepts. Well, Bai Luo did not go into it further. With my current strength, I am not qualified to explore the chat group. You should do as much as you can. Bai Luo is a very cautious person. Even if there is something wrong with the chat group, it is not something he can deal with now. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Being cautious, Bai Luo's mentality is also very good. It is not his character to worry about everything. So, Bai Luo opened the chat group and prepared to continue the previous topic. Shi Yao Shadow, Zio Bai, I may know your situation. Your name is Adolf K. Weitzman. I will tell you the details later. Zio Bai with amnesia, okay, thank you Mr. Shadow. Shi Yao Shadow, you're welcome. Ironhead baby, what is your current situation? Bai Luo asked Tanjiro about his current situation so as to estimate his timeline. The answer he got was that Tanjiro was still training with the former water pillar, Urokodaka Seikanji. At this time, he was practicing cutting the giant rock, and he had not yet encountered the ghosts of Santo and Makomo. It's this time period. According to the setting of the comics, Tanjiro learned the breathing method from Urokodaka Seikanji for about 2 years before going down the mountain to participate in the Fujisaki Mountain selection. I know. Bai Luo said, don't worry, your senior sister and senior brother will come to help you soon. Hey! Taitio Uwa, senior sister and senior brother? Is it senior brother Tomioka? Tanjiro was grateful to Tomioka Jiu for showing mercy and introducing him to his master. But he didn't expect that the other party would come to help him practice. But who is that senior sister? Does he have a senior sister? Well, Bai Luo knew that the background of the Demon Slayer world was not that simple. There was also a world after death and the rules of reincarnation. Just look forward to it. I won't spoil the details for now. Tanjiro, don't worry. As long as you keep fighting, your sister Nezuko will definitely be able to recover as a human being in the end. Bai Luo didn't plan to spoil the future for Tanjiro. Because revealing too much about the future might lead to a huge change in Tanjiro's fate. Bai Luo has a good impression of Tanjiro, a kind-hearted boy, and is willing to help him to the best of his ability. As for whether the Demon Slayer world is dangerous or not, the evil ghosts in Demon Slayer are nothing to Bai Luo. In the face of the power of collapsing mountains, let alone the 12 demon moons, Muzan Kibutsuji was beaten to pieces by Bai Luo with one punch. The only problem is that Muzan is too good at hiding. Recalling that he was almost killed by Yoshiichi Tsugakoku because he was afraid, it was incredible that the 1,000-year-old Demon King could find a pit to bury himself. In terms of style, Muzan is really embarrassing for the villains. The Dancing King of the Ninja World, the Hairspray Hand, and a Mama's Boy Yin Yang Master who were traveling with him were ashamed to be associated with this person. Bai Luo had strength, but he couldn't find the scum Muzan. He couldn't enter the Infinite City. In the early stage, there were no more clues except that Muzan was hiding among humans and would be accidentally encountered by Tanjiro. In the vast sea of people, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person who is good at hiding. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Shadow. Tanjiro was not very curious about his future. Anyway, Muzan will die in the end, and Nezuko will recover, so knowing these is enough. Just call me Bai Luo. Okay, brother Bai Luo. Uwa, I suddenly have motivation. For Nezuko and for everyone not to be hurt by ghosts, I will continue to practice. Come on. After giving Tanjiro a word of encouragement, Bai Luo focused his attention on Xiao Bai. Time Spirit, Mr. Shadow, no, it was Mr. Shiro who easily won the favor of Tanjiro. A certain scientific railgun, hey, knowing other people's plots or something, isn't that too foul? By the way, if Shiro knew everything about Tanjiro, doesn't that mean that I have no secrets in front of Shiro? Thinking of this, Misaka shuddered subconsciously. I say, don't you plan to tell us the plot? A certain scientific railgun thought that Shiro was being mysterious, and she was very upset about it. Oh, Misaka, you guys. Who is Misaka? Angry.jpg. Misaka subconsciously roared loudly, attracting the attention of the pedestrians around, and immediately made her face flushed, and ran away in shame. Misaka Mikoto, don't call me Misaka Mikoto, I'm not some Misaka Mikoto. I just realized that the chat group can be renamed. Bai Luo, then, Billy has a girl. What's this joke? Misaka Mikoto was almost furious. Bai Luo's way of speaking, which was in control of the information, made her feel particularly aggrieved. Knowing that she was an anime character in Bai Luo's eyes, Misaka Mikoto thought of many things at once. You will meet someone in the future, and this is the nickname he gave you. Bai Luo, by the way, you are a typical tsundere character in the stories I've read. I'm going to kill him. Who else is a tsundere? Damn it. What have you read? Misaka Mikoto began to doubt whether she was a funny character. Why did Bai Luo complain about her when he mentioned her? That. Ziobai, can you tell me about me first? Ziobai, you changed your name too. Bai Luo, but why not your real name? Ziobai, because, it's too long. Okay. Bai Luo thought so too. But his name was a bit too similar to his own, so he said, then call it Izaneza, this is also the name you originally had. Izaneza, is that so? Tokisaki Kurumi, So casual. Izanaza, ahaha, because it was by Luo's suggestion. Misaka Mikoto, I can see that the two in this group, one is a gullible boy, and the other is a fool. Fool. Izanaza, are you talking about me? Scratching head.jpg. In the world of the king, Izanaza pulled his feet out of the waist in the sports equipment room. He patted the dust on his clothes and coughed non-stop. Fool. Izanaza didn't care at all about being called a fool. The boy has a good temper, a perfect template for a typical male protagonist. Izanasha, your situation is a little special. Bai Luo sent what he knew about the plot of K and what Izanasha might encounter next to the group. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9 The First King, please give me flowers and comments. The story of K originates from a thing called the Dresden Slate. The Dresden Slate will select a superpower person, or an ordinary human, and make him a king who can summon the sword of Damocles. Once selected as a king, both physical strength and intelligence will be developed to the maximum value. Therefore, the king is much stronger than ordinary people in all aspects. There are 7 kings, namely the Silver King, the Gold King, the Red King, the Blue King, the Green King, the Grey King, and the Colorless King. Izanasha is the first of the 7 kings, the Silver King. Different kings have different attributes: Immortal Silver, Destiny Gold, Red Violence, Blue Order, Green Change, and Grey Protection. And the most special Colorless King, because it is colorless, its ability is uncertain. Bai Luo said, the ability of this generation of colorless kings is interference, which is specifically manifested as consciousness can leave the body and occupy the body of others. Misaka Mikoto, what kind of weird ability is this? Tokisaki Kurumi, it sounds a bit disgusting, occupying other people's bodies or something. Bai Luo said that you are the only one who is not qualified to say this. God knows how many past tenses are hidden in Kurumi's shadow. Tanjiro Kamatu, yeah, it feels very evil. Several members in the group, Tanjiro and Izanasha, are the kind of simple good kids. Although Misaka Mikoto is arrogant, she is also kind-hearted. As for Kurumi, even though they are both villains, the girl does not want her body to be occupied by others. Bai Luo, I don't know the name of the colorless king. Anyway, in the animation I watched, his identity and origin were not mentioned. Not long ago, the colorless king successfully plotted against the Silver King and exchanged bodies with him. The above is what happened before you lost your memory. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was happening to Izanasha now. He had his body replaced by someone, which led to his amnesia. Izanasha, is that so? I have encountered such a thing before. Misaka Mikoto, poor Izanasha, pat on the head.jpg. Tokisaki Kurumi, poor Izanasha, pat on the head.jpg. Tanjiro Kamatu, poor Izanasha, pat on the head.jpg. Izanasha at this time should not have met Maur yet. Bai Luo thought, should we find an opportunity to kidnap Maur? Maur is a character in K, a person outside the power who has awakened superpowers. In the world view of K, 7 kings have the ability to give their own power to others, thereby forming their own clans. The so-called outsiders are people with superpowers who are born with awakened abilities. Their powers are not given by the kings, so they are not bound by them, but they cannot give power to others. Maur can exert his abilities within a specific range with himself as the center, interfere with the perception and cognition of the people in it, and can freely operate, causing them to have hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, and even modify their memories to a certain extent. In addition, Maur is very suitable for people like Bai Luo who are obsessed with Furui. Which man would not like a cute pet girl? Do you need help? Bai Luo said, I can't do anything about Tanjiro for now, but I should be able to handle your side, Izanasha. Izanasha, can I? That would be troublesome. Hey, hey. Misaka Mikoto didn't wait for Isan Asha to agree. And hurriedly said, you know everyone's information, but we don't know your situation. Isn't this too unfair? Tokisaki Kurumi, yes, don't think about getting away with it, Mr. Bailuo. The two of them were reminding Isan Asha not to trust strangers easily. Bailuo also realized this. He was a little too proactive. Haha, sorry, I was a little too excited to meet an anime character I once liked. Bailuo said, let me introduce myself. My name is Bailuo. I was originally from Daxia. Now I have traveled to a light novel world called I Want to Become a Shadow Powerful Person. Except for the trump card of the strengthening system, which cannot be exposed, there is nothing else to say. As for my world, how should I put it, it's quite chaotic, right? Chaotic. Everyone was confused, and Tokisaki Kurumi asked, are you still fighting there? There are no big ones, but there are still local conflicts, so it is relatively peaceful on the surface. Bailuo said, I said chaos, to be precise, it should be the chaos of the inner world. The shadow world is divided into two lines, the inner and the outer. On the surface, the world tends to be peaceful, there are not many disputes, and human countries live in harmony. But in fact, the Diablo cult hides in the dark, almost controlling every aspect of the world, and making trouble everywhere. Human trafficking, evil research, controlling other people's minds, stealing wealth and power. The shadow world is a dream created by the Diablo cult. Everyone lives in lies, not knowing that they are just pawns and consumables in the eyes of others. Just like not long ago, I just saved the beastman from a group of evil forces. Bailuo sent the photo of the beast-eared girl who was closer to him to the group. Look, this is the destroyed village and the homeless children. Good, so cute. Offline, Tokisaki Kurumi looked at the beast-eared girl in Bailuo's photo and was almost melted by cuteness. Kurumi is a cat slave, and she has no resistance to those cute furry creatures. However, when she thought of these cute children who were broken up and displaced, Tokisaki Kurumi had a sudden anger, those people deserve to die. Too much. Misaka Mikoto, who grew up in a peaceful era, immediately accused the evil organization of its behavior. After that, she whispered, it's a pity that there are no Wada beastmen. Bailuo, frog-like beastmen don't exist in this world. Misaka Mikoto, how do you know what I'm thinking? Mind reading? Mind reading across the network. Tokisaki Kurumi, what's going on? Kwangsun didn't understand why Misaka Mikoto was so excited. Did he guess what you were thinking? Tokisaki Kurumi quickly reacted, frog-like beastman? What is that? It feels so disgusting. Hey! How could Misaka Mikoto stand hearing someone belittling Queta? What are you talking about? Queta is so cute. Quack, Queta. Tokisaki Kurumi didn't understand what Queta was. She thought about it and said uncertainly, you still give frogs names. Hiss. In reality, Kurumi felt a chill, and she began to doubt Misaka Mikoto's aesthetics. Misaka Mikoto, pictures, pictures, pictures. Misaka Mikoto, look. This is Queta. Isn't it cute? Looking at the photos of Queta sent by Misaka Mikoto, Kurumi felt that it was hot. Are you this type of character? Comedy character? Abstract, so damn abstract. Although Kurumi didn't understand, she was shocked. Ahem. Bailuo, well, Queta, he's still very cute. Hey. Misaka Mikoto, sorry, I just said something wrong, you're a good person. There are no bad people who like Queta. Thank you. Bailuo was a little embarrassed by being given a good person card by Misaka Mikoto. Yeah, I think so too, brother Bailuo is really a good person. Tanjiro's view of good and evil is very pure. In his opinion, Bailuo, who is willing to help these children, is definitely not an evil person. Isan Asha, do you need help? Bai Luo, in your current situation, are you still going to help me? Isan Asha, ahaha, I spoke subconsciously. It's okay, thank you for your concern. Bai Luo, fortunately, I don't have many children here, so I can take care of them. But it would be better if you could help buy some daily necessities. After Bai Luo finished speaking, he added, don't worry, I will pay. Okay, I'll think of a way. In fact, after Bai Luo's reminder, Isan Asha had already felt the power in his body. This is like the knowledge barrier mentioned by Buddhists. Once it is broken, it will be a natural thing to control the power of the Silver King. Wow! For some reason, the boy's mind moved. He was wrapped in a layer of pale white light, flying into the air as if weightless, and in the blink of an eye he passed through the gap in the roof and disappeared into the distance. However, Isan Asha did not notice that in a corner of the warehouse, a pure white kitten was staring at this scene blankly. Meow! The little white cat tilted its head, with question marks all over its forehead. What was that thing just now? How did it fly away in a flash? Perhaps because it couldn't understand such a profound thing, the little white cat shook its head and stopped paying attention, then jumped into the shadows with a few jumps. Misaka Mikoto, according to what you said, the world is so dangerous, and you have to take care of the children, is it really okay? Well, don't worry, I'm still quite good at fighting here. For example, just now, I defeated the male protagonist of this world. As Bai Luo said, he sent the huge meteorite crater left by his previous battle with Shadow to the group. Suddenly, the entire chat group exploded at this moment. Misaka Mikoto, what is this? A meteorite crater. Tokisaki Kurumi, how exaggerated. Although the space shock caused by the elves in the battle world is far more powerful than the damage caused by Bai Luo and Shadow. But the problem is that there are also different levels of space shock. For example, the space quake caused by Takamiya Mayo's appearance was powerful enough to wipe out the entire Mongolia from the surface of the earth. But other elves can't do this level of space quake. As far as Bai Luo knows, the maximum power of the space quake is enough to flatten everything on the surface, but the smaller power is enough to blow up a building. As for Kuang-san, although she can trigger a space quake within a range of 5 kilometers, she can never control it. After all, space quakes are out of specification forces. Triggering is one thing, and controlling is another. If Bai Luo can survive such destruction, then with his physical fitness, even a space quake of hundreds of kilometers is unlikely to kill him. Therefore, Kuang-san was extremely shocked by Bai Luo's power. Even if I can go back 30 years ago, can I really kill the original elves with my power? Kuang-san has been slow to act. One is that she has not had enough time to collect, and the other is that she is not confident in her own strength. However, now, if what he said is true, such power. Tokisaki Kwangsan felt that if he could get Bai Luo's help, the two of them could fight against the original elves together, maybe they could really win. It seems that I have to change my attitude towards him. In order to get this powerful fighting force, Kwangsan planned to build a good relationship with Bai Luo. Hiss. Isanasha only noticed the picture sent by Bai Luo at this time and was immediately shocked. Wiseman, with such power, if Mr. Bai Luo wants, even a country can be easily destroyed, right? Is the name changed because the memory has been restored? Bai Luo noticed this. Wiseman, it's just some sporadic fragments, which can mobilize part of the power. Congratulations! As Bai Luo congratulated, the group members followed. Tokisaki Kurumi, congratulations +1. Misaka Mikoto, congratulations +2. Tanjiro, congratulations +3. Thank you. Wiseman landed on the top floor of a tall building. He looked at the prosperous city, but didn't know where to go. Because of Shiro's intervention, Mauer did not tamper with Wiseman's memory and let him enter the Academy Island. This caused a big deviation in the plot of K. Shiro, are you going to take revenge now? Ah, we can't let that guy continue to act recklessly. Wiseman knew what Shiro meant. The colorless king occupied his original body and is now on the airship. As the Silver King, Isan Asha has the obligation to eradicate it. If you need help, you can call me. Me too. And me. Not only Shiro, Misaka Mikoto, and Kurumi are also very interested in the other world. Tanjiro, if Mr. Isan Asha doesn't dislike me. Thank you everyone. Of course, Wiseman wouldn't dislike it. Looking at the expressions of the group members, the first king who had lived for more than 90 years, his originally cold and lonely heart, was unexpectedly warm at this time. Lieutenant. He put his hand on his heart and sighed, it seems that I have met someone who can accept me again. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10 The Wonders of Slime, please give me flowers and give me comments. The beast-eared girls moved quickly. Under Shueji's leadership, they sorted out the available supplies in just a few hours. According to Bai Luo's request, they piled the things together and sorted them. Lord Bai Luo, we are ready. Shueji came to Bai Luo, and the white fox girl was not worried about the future of her compatriots. With a strong man like Bai Luo leading them, they can live well no matter where they go. Yet. Bai Luo nodded, he walked forward, released magic power, and let it wrap the supplies like cloth. As Bai Luo's magic power was withdrawn, the cloth did not disappear, but turned into a physical object and remained in reality. This. Shueji was a little surprised. She knew that this was a profound use of magic. Maybe the magic power mimicked the material, which still shocked Shueji and other beastmen. Is this Lord Bai Luo's magic? Shueji touched the silver-grey cloth, and the feedback she got told her that the material of the cloth was very good and very real. No, I took a shortcut. It's not that Bai Luo couldn't use magic to condense matter directly, but that would be too wasteful. I used this. Bai Luo raised his hand and saw a ball of translucent mucus jumping in his palm. Is this a slime? Yes. Bai Luo said, slime is a very magical creature. There are many kinds of them, including metal slime, acid slime, mud slime, and slime with water, fire, earth and other attributes. Based on his understanding of the original work, Sid had studied the characteristics of slime and developed many unique new uses based on it. Take metal slime as an example. This kind of slime will digest some metal, making itself as hard as iron. Just now, Bai Luo took the opportunity to test them all and used magic to capture many slimes, including metal slime. And after his research, the body of metal slime is composed of metal, magic, and slime core. Magic power does not have a physical body, and excluding the 1% core, the remaining 99% is liquid metal. Bai Luo told Shueji that these liquid metals were not absorbed by the slime from the outside world. Slime itself has the ability to simulate matter. In other words, the transformation of slime in this world is more like absorbing various pheromones, and then simulating and evolving them with magic. Pheromone is important, not the absorbed substance. So soon, Bai Luo analyzed Sid's application on slime. Replace the core of the slime with yourself, and then use magic as energy. Bai Luo said, and the small ball of slime in his hand immediately began to expand. The sticky material left after the slime died seemed to be reborn. Providing magic power can make the slime grow like a giant slime. Conversely, magic power can also be used to suppress it and make it the size of a glass bead. In addition, through the analysis of pheromones, it can also be converted into various substances. The most important thing is that this ball of slime has no core, and it is replaced by Bai Luo himself. This makes similar techniques extremely safe, and there is no need to worry about creating a disobedient slime monster. Of course, materials made in this way cannot exist forever. Just like the packages made by Bai Luo, they can maintain their current status because Bai Luo is stabilizing them. Stabilization does not require more magic power, but it has high requirements for control. Hey! While Bai Luo was explaining, the children had already started to get started. So light. Yet, not heavy at all. It feels like carrying a big balloon. After Bai Luo's adjustment, these magic cloths have a certain amount of spatial buoyancy, which can greatly reduce the burden on children. Bai Luo originally planned to control them himself and let them fly in the sky. But Xueji said that Bai Luo could not spoil the children like this. We have received such a great favor from you, how can we ask for more? Okay. Bai Luo was persuaded by Xueji, and the children really wanted to contribute. So, each of the little guys chose their gifts. I saw cute little orcs, each carrying a huge package on their backs. This scene was like an ant-moving house, full of joy. Let's go. Bai Luo closed the chat group and called everyone, I'll take you to meet Hong Yi. Soon, Bai Luo led everyone to the cave where Hong Yi and the others were hiding. Zioxiu. Sister Hong Yi. When the sisters reunited, Xueji could no longer hold back the grief in her heart, and threw herself directly into the arms of her cousin Hong Yi, venting the pain of losing her home and mother. It will all pass, Zioxiu. The two girls shared the same pain, and Hong Yi was a little more mature. She stroked her sister's head and comforted her, we still have so many children to take care of, we must cheer up. Yet. Xueji wiped away her tears and nodded solemnly, Sister Hong Yi is right, now is not the time to be sad. She did not forget the mysterious organization hidden behind the scenes. There is also the hatred between the East and West tribes. Although this is a war, there is no justice or evil. Xueji will not hate the East and West tribes, but those masterminds who started the war must be held accountable for this matter. According to the original work, Hong Yi should have died at the hands of the Diabolos cult. After knowing where this world is, Bai Luo basically determined the origin of the Black Swordsman. The Diabolos cult is an organization hidden in the darkness of the world, and believes in obtaining Diabolos blood, and then obtaining endless life, powerful power, and absolute power. The organization has infiltrated various regions of the continent and has countless laboratories and monster cages. They imprisoned female children and conducted outrageous demon biochemical experiments on them. Do you have any plans? Bai Luo walked to Xueji and Hong Ye and discussed the next itinerary with them. As the leader of this team, Bai Luo doesn't have to think too much. Hong Ye is not good at fighting, but she has a very high affinity and can quickly gain the trust of children, which is very suitable for handling logistics. Sister Xueji is very smart, and she almost understands many of Bai Luo's ideas. And Xueji has great potential. In the future, she can lead Bai Luo's orc team to handle foreign affairs. The Orc Empire is getting more and more chaotic. Today, the East and West tribes simultaneously attacked us. It is estimated that a bigger conflict will break out soon. Xueji and Hong Ye both think that this is not a place to stay for a long time, and they need to find another place to live. The two sisters agree. That is to leave the Orc Empire and settle down somewhere else. In this case, I know a place. Bai Luo thought of the location of the Shadow Courtyard base in the original book. Do you know the ancient capital of Alexandria? No, the current Cid doesn't know this place at all. And without the investigation of Alpha, Beta, and others, it is questionable whether Cid can realize that there is such an ancient city. So this is not stealing other people's things. Ancient capital. Master Bai Luo, are you talking about the legendary ancient capital? The Demon Fox tribe has always been known for its wisdom, and the White Fox Girl is the best among them. Xueji has read many books and knows all kinds of secrets. Unfortunately, the invaders from the East and West tribes were too ruthless and burned most of their books in a fire. Whenever she thought of this, Xueji would grit her teeth. Pain. It hurts so much. That is the most precious wealth accumulated by their fox clan from generation to generation. This city was mentioned in ancient legends. It is said that it is located east of the Holy Land Lindblom and can only be reached through the Abyss Forest. However, this city has always been passed down by word of mouth among a very small number of people, and its existence has not been confirmed so far. And the Abyss Forest is filled with poisonous fog, and almost no one can come out alive from it. Xueji forced herself to tell the two of them everything she knew. In addition, it is said that there is a powerful creature called the Mist Dragon there. Mist Dragon? Hong Yi worriedly said, it shouldn't be a real dragon, right? In the other world, dragons have always been synonymous with evil and terror. And the dragons in the shadow world were equated with natural disasters in ancient times, and many people even called them the devil. I think the dragon probably refers to a powerful monster. Xueji expressed her opinion. After all, even if a creature like dragon really existed, it would be old and dead after so many years. We'll know what's going on after we go and see it. Bai Luo is not afraid of any dragon. In the original book, even the young Sid can easily defeat him, not to mention Bai Luo, who is stronger than Sid. Although the two girls are worried. But Bai Luo, the leader, has made a decision, and Xueji and Hong Ye will naturally not object. So, the team of more than 30 people was quickly assembled under the command of the two girls. Orcs admire the strong and are warlike. Once they identify their master, they will follow him without hesitation no matter how dangerous the front is. Xueji and Hong Ye are like this. Although the drama of a hero saving a beauty is old-fashioned, it is the easiest to capture the hearts of girls. Although Bai Luo did not accept it, the two girls had already regarded Bai Luo as their master in private. They were saved by Bai Luo in this life, and they will never leave him in this life. Even if they were slaves, Xueji and Hong Ye would not despise them. Lord Bai Luo, this is the map of the continent we are in. Xueji handed Bai Luo a world map collected by the Yeahu village, who spread it out and pointed to the vast mountain range in the east. Our target is roughly in this area. Bai Luo said, although the range is large, a forest wrapped in poisonous fog should not be difficult to find. Besides, given the location of everyone, it would take 7 or 8 days to reach the Alexander Mountains. Even considering the strong physique of the orcs. Adding the time required to search the forest, Bai Luo felt that he should be thankful if he could find the ancient capital of Alexandria within half a month. The most likely possibility is to wander around there for more than a month and conduct a carpet search. During this period, you will have to work hard. You don't need to worry about us. Xueji said, orcs often go into the mountains to hunt. Sometimes, it is common for them to hide in the mountains for 10 days or half a month in order to find prey. Although the children have no such experience, hunting and endurance are instincts written into the blood of orcs. So let alone 1 or 2 months, even 1 or 2 years, they will not have any complaints. In this way, the group, led by Bai Luo, began their journey to find a new home. P.S. It's not easy to write a new book. Please give some flowers and comments. Please. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 11, Go to the World of K, asking for flowers and evaluation votes. At the same time, after Bai Luo and Xueji headed towards the ruins of the lost ancient capital, a figure crossed the northern mountains at a very fast speed. It was Sid who fought with Bai Luo. Cough. Cough cough cough. The boy jumped in from the open window, and as soon as he landed, he fell directly in his room. His body was covered with cracks, and a lot of blood flowed out of his body, gathering into a pool of blood on the floor. Ha 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 ha. However, Sid ignored these. Really, it's miserable. He was not angry about this defeat. On the contrary, Sid was only happy from the bottom of his heart at this time. I'm not a match for that guy at all. Sid never thought that he was a good person, or in other words, his position was actually more inclined to the villain camp. In this way, Bai Luo's existence is very reasonable. That guy, should he be the original protagonist of this world? Sid was very confident in his judgment. What a monster-like magic power, I almost died. In Sid's imagination, every story will have a protagonist and a villain. He originally thought that he was already very strong. Now it seems that it was just that Sid's vision was too narrow and he was held back by his bald father. You have to keep working hard. Sid decided to work harder in the future, at least not like this time. He wanted to fulfill his dream of becoming a shadow master and live to 300 years old. Sid was not an evil person. He was also fundamentally different from the regular reincarnations and travelers from another world that Bai Luo knew. Sid's idea was very pure, just to satisfy his middle school fantasy. As for revenge on Bai Luo, he thought it was completely meaningless. Besides, isn't it great? Heroes and villains, messengers of justice and shadow masters. Sid was not afraid of death. Compared to the length of life, he was more eager for a wonderful curtain call. Of course, Sid would not take the initiative to trouble Bai Luo. That was not what a shadow master should do. The so-called villain should wait for the hero to come and fight. But before that, I have to become stronger. Sid was looking forward to the fateful duel with Bai Luo. He couldn't accept that when they met again, he would be easily crushed by Bai Luo like this time. He is a villain. If a villain doesn't even have the power to match a hero, wouldn't it be a shame? However, Sid didn't know that Bai Luo was not an existence that he could reach with his talent and hard work. Bai Luo, who already had a golden finger, now got a chat group that can communicate with other worlds. With the combination of the two, any son of luck has to stand aside. The next day, Bai Luo took Xueji and Hong Yat, as well as more than 30 orc children, and shuttled through the dense forest. The powerful magic reconnaissance covered the 4 directions, covering every blade of grass and tree around under Bai Luo's surveillance. Everyone's steps were very fast, and they were not delayed at all by the terrain and bushes. It looks like we won't need half a month, at most 7 or 8 days, to enter the Alexandrian mountains. Bai Luo asked Hong Ye to arrange the camping and food, and he took Xueji to the side. The girl was already familiar with the road, and she had already followed Bai Luo's footsteps without being reminded. In this way, everyone rushed for a day's journey until night fell, and then they made a fire and cooked in the cave dug by Bai Luo. Lord Bai Luo. At night, Xueji followed Bai Luo, not knowing why he called her out alone. No matter what Bai Luo asked of the master he recognized, Xueji would have the slightest hesitation, even if he asked her to sacrifice herself. Of course, Bai Luo definitely didn't have such an idea. This is not to say that Xueji is not good-looking. Bai Luo looks down on her. On the contrary, Xueji's appearance is the highest among the group, even in the entire Orc Kingdom, she is one of the best. But Xueji is still too young now. At the age of 14, she is far from being as charming and mature as in the anime. Even if she really wants to do something, she has to wait a few more years. That guy named Yu Dan is right. Bai Luo turned his back to Xueji and said as he walked, if you want to survive better in this world, you must have enough power. I don't agree with his so-called plundering theory, but if you want to protect yourself and important people, becoming stronger is the only choice. Please give me the power to protect important people. Listening to Bai Luo's story, Xueji secretly clenched her fists. She thought of the slaughtered village and tribesmen, as well as her dead mother and the crazy Yu Dan. I don't want to experience this kind of pain again. Xueji knew that Bai Luo brought her out alone, and he must have some expectations for her. She didn't want to disappoint Bai Luo, let alone let Hong Ye and the others down. I will teach you how to use magic. Bai Luo said, Xueji, you should have discovered that I and the previous person are much more sophisticated in manipulating magic than you, right? Yes. To be honest, whether it is you or that child, I have never thought that a person's magic can be so strong. Xueji was ashamed that she was 14 years old, but she was not even as good as a 7 or 8-year-old human child. The power displayed by the two of them subverted Xueji's cognition of the strong. The destructive power that can destroy a village with a wave of the hand is like a natural disaster. Powerful magic. Xueji, what you said is right and wrong. In this world, the power of magic does mean stronger power. The upgrade of magic control to SR level brings not only simple refined operation, but also various knowledge about the use of magic. It is for this reason that Bai Luo can teach Xueji like this. But, this statement is not completely accurate. Why are Shadow and 7 Shadows so powerful? Because they know how to better control their own magic. Of two people with the same magic power, the one who can control it more finely will naturally be stronger than the one who uses it roughly. Look, Xueji. Bai Luo spread out his palm and condensed a ball of silver-white magic flame in his palm. This is a simple release of magic power. And this is magic compression. In front of Xueji, Bai Luo compressed the original magic power and turned it into a ball of light as big as a ping-pong ball. Do you feel anything? The density of magic power is nearly 10 times greater. That's right. Bai Luo nodded and said, this is the most basic application of magic control. By compressing it, the density of magic power is increased, making it harder and stronger. Xueji also knows this technique. But she can never do what Bai Luo did. Compressing 10 points of magic power into 1 point, and then increasing the strength 10 times. This requires very terrifying magic control. This alone is enough to stump most people in the world. Compression is the simplest use of magic power. Bai Luo held up his hands, with a magic flame on the left and a magic light ball on the right. The next moment, the magic power on both sides began to burn at the same time. Ignite the magic power and turn it into energy in the body, so that you can have faster speed and stronger power. However, the same amount of magic power, the energy released by igniting before compression and igniting after compression is different. At least, the difference is 3 times. Xueji saw it, and her intelligence made Bai Luo very happy. As a teacher, who doesn't want his students to be smart? Yes, compressing magic power can greatly increase the utilization rate of magic power. Bai Luo continued to operate, but what I want to teach you is not a rough control technique like compression. As he said, the magic flame in Bai Luo's palm bloomed in front of Xueji like a flower. Strands of magic threads of varying thickness danced in the air under Bai Luo's command. What is this? Xueji's face was full of disbelief. She recognized that this was the ultimate magic power that Bai Luo had shown when fighting with Sid. At first, she thought that this was the result of the two people's powerful magic. But now it seems that she was just looking at the world from a narrow perspective. So that's it. Xueji understood, we were all wrong. Simply improving magic power can certainly make you stronger, and practicing swordsmanship and other skills can also allow people to master more advanced magic use. Xueji, but these power increases are too cost-effective compared to the method you showed, Lord Bai Luo. In the same time, one person can increase the magic power by 1 times. Another person can practice magic compression and get a 10-fold increase. If you learn the fine magic operation of Bai Luo and Sid, you can strengthen your own power 100 times in an instant. But, can I really learn these? Xueji was very tempted, but she felt that she couldn't be too greedy. Lord Bai Luo is really generous. Xueji told Bai Luo that this skill is the secret of magic. Such a powerful trick, no matter where it is, will be protected as an heirloom and passed down by word of mouth only among a very small number of people. But now, Bai Luo is going to give her such a precious thing. What is she worthy of? Pa! Ah! The next moment, Xueji covered her forehead and looked at Bai Luo with a wronged face. What are you thinking about? Bai Luo retracted his finger that was flicking towards Xueji. Just tell me, do you want to learn? I want to learn. That's it. Bai Luo's big hand fell, rubbing the silver fox girl's hair and ears unscrupulously. If you think about it again in the future, be careful of your tail. Hearing this, Xueji immediately covered her hands behind her back in fear. Bai Luo had already learned the weaknesses of the fox orcs from the little guys. The tail is their most sensitive place. If she was really caught by Bai Luo, Xueji would not dare to use magic to resist, and could only accept the punishment obediently. Thinking of this, Xueji immediately became a little fox who listened obediently. Well, not bad. From today on, every time I have free time to rest, I will teach you the correct use of magic. After showing Xueji 3 simple changes of magic, Bai Luo began his guidance. For a whole hour, Xueji listened very seriously. Until she returned to the cave, the silver fox girl was still digesting what Bai Luo taught tonight. Bai Luo, at Wiseman, I'm free now, do you need to come over? The abundant magic power made Bai Luo not sleepy even if he didn't sleep for several days and nights. While everyone was resting, Bai Luo left a magic barrier in the cave that was enough to resist strong enemies, and then contacted Wiseman. Wiseman, thank you so much. After Wiseman left the Academy Island, he was preparing to land on the airship plan. However, due to the strange ability of the colorless king, Wiseman did not take action for the time being. He is sure that he can restrain the colorless king. However, for the sake of safety, he needs a few helpers around him to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Looking at the situation in the group, Misaka Mikoto seems to be still asleep, and Tanjiro has been splitting stones all day and rested early. However, Tokisaki Kurumi, when she saw Bai Luo talking, immediately bubbled. Tokisaki Kurumi, are you going to Wiseman's world to help? How about adding me? It's just right, I can take this opportunity to get to know Mr. Bai Luo. Kwangsun is very curious about Bai Luo. After all, he is a strong man who can cause such damage, so she has to observe him carefully. In order to deal with the origin spirit, Kuang-san urgently needs Bai Luo's help. Of course, Kuang-san will also give Bai Luo enough rewards. As long as she can avenge the origin spirit, reverse time and space, and change the tragic past, Kuang-san is willing to repay Bai Luo and even be her slave. Bai Luo, I also want to see Miss Kuang-san. Wiseman, welcome Miss Kuang-san and brother Bai Luo to my world. Group member Bai Luo applies to enter the world where Wiseman is. Group member Tokisaki Kuang-san applies to enter the world where Wiseman is. Do you agree? Agree. As Wiseman's mind moved, he saw the space in front of him twisted, and then 2 figures stepped out of it. Is this the other world? The neon lights were gorgeous, and the girl with twin ponytails in a red and white gothic dress looked around. She first looked at the white-haired boy in front of her, and then set her sights on Bai Luo, who was looking around like herself. Modern, long time no see. Bai Luo was wearing the men's clothing of the Yeahu village. The style of the clothes was more ancient, which was somewhat out of tune with the modern city. With a thought, he covered his whole body with transparent slime, and soon solidified it into cloth. Bai Luo materialized a set of ordinary casual clothes according to his own wishes, and then nodded with satisfaction, well, this is fine. Kuang-san and Wiseman on the side saw this scene and were curious about Bai Luo's ability. But the two did not ask. They were not children like Misaka Mikoto, who knew the principle of talking about deep things. Ah, this should be Mr. Bai Luo, right? Kuang-san smiled and stepped forward, and her politeness was a little beyond Bai Luo's expectations. Well. Bai Luo smiled and said, first meeting, Miss Kuang-san. First meeting. And Mr. Wiseman, thank you for your invitation. Kuang-san saluted the 2 people elegantly. They were now on the top floor of a building. So what does Mr. Wiseman need us to do next? Kuang-san didn't know this world, and Wiseman also looked at Bai Luo, hoping that he would make a decision. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Bai Luo's performance in the group made them subconsciously want to hear his plan. Bai Luo did not refuse and said, "The ability of the colorless king is to seize a person's body. The specific method is to drill a fox-like spirit out of the eyes. So if you can intercept it or react quickly enough, this ability is not difficult to deal with." Bai Luo continued, "In addition, the physical fitness of the colorless king is just the category of ordinary ability users, and the means of attack are so scarce that he needs to use a pistol. A dignified king, a superpower, actually used a pistol to sneak attack, which was simply a disgrace to the king. It doesn't look very strong." Tokisaki Kuang-san thought for a moment and soon found a way to deal with it. According to Bai Luo, Kuang-san can easily take down the colorless king as long as she summons a clone. It's better not to underestimate him, and we don't know how strong the king's sanctuary is. If we act rashly, it will be bad if we are ambushed by the colorless king." Bai Luo said, focusing his attention on Wiseman, who immediately understood and said, "Don't resist, I'll take you to a more open place." "Oh, do you want to test it through combat?" Kuang-san was also eager to try. "It seems very interesting, do you mind if I join?" Although they are in different worlds. But those who can join the chat group are always a little arrogant. It just so happens that by taking the opportunity to find out the colorless king's sanctuary in advance, Bai Luo can see Kuang-san's time power and Wiseman's silver sanctuary. So, Bai Luo and Kuang-san did not resist, and were covered by the white light released by Wiseman. This white light is Wiseman's sanctuary as the Silver King, which can temporarily assimilate the other party and give it the ability to fly. The process of assimilating Tokisaki Kurumi went very smoothly, but when the sanctuary touched Bai Luo, an accident happened. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 12 Black King, please give me flowers and votes. The magic power in Bai Luo's body sensed the external force and began to resist reflexively. Then, with a crisp sound of bang, the white light covering Bai Luo was instantly shattered, and Wiseman was rushed back dozens of meters by the magic power emitted by Bai Luo. "What is this?" Wiseman finally stood up, his face was horrified. "What a terrible power! Are you okay?" Bai Luo hurried forward to check Wiseman's condition. After confirming that he was okay, Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry, I didn't expect this to happen." Just now, Wiseman found that his sanctuary was strongly repelled when assimilating Bai Luo. This repulsion is not a simple resistance to the invasion of external forces, but another situation. Is this the magic of Mr. Bai Luo's world? Kuang-san was very surprised. She secretly compared Bai Luo's magic power with her own spiritual power. The two are not connected, but have many similarities. How to say it? Bai Luo's magic power tends to be chaotic, while Kuang-san's spiritual power has passed the chaotic stage and is moving towards a more stable nature. Although compared to order, nature still seems extremely violent. Compared to the violent and disordered chaos, it is really many times better. Therefore, Kuang-san admires Bai Luo even more. Being able to tame such violent energy, Bai Luo's control over magic power is definitely far above her. The magic power in my world is indeed a bit violent. Bai Luo knew that the quality of magic power was higher than that of the king, but it was beyond his expectation to directly offset it. No, it's not just that. Weissman shook his head and said, "Bai Luo, your magic power is indeed very powerful, but it is another will that really broke my holy domain. Logically, this situation should not happen." In Weissman's cognition, the only ones who can invalidate the power of the Silver Holy Domain are the other 6 kings. This has nothing to do with the strength of the power, it is purely a conflict of the will of the Holy Domain. But soon, Bai Luo found that things were not as simple as they imagined. Because in addition to magic, there is another force interfering with Weissman's Silver Sanctuary. Your sanctuary is rejecting my power. Bai Luo looked puzzled. My sanctuary? I am not a king, where does the sanctuary come from? However, at the moment when Bai Luo's voice fell, a prompt sounded in his heart. Detected the resonance of mysterious power, began to analyze. This voice did not come from the chat group, but from Bai Luo's own golden finger, his enhancement system. What? Bai Luo was stunned, feeling that the slap in the face came so quickly. Analysis completed. Based on the world law, this power is named King's Power. Please ask if it is fused. The fusion condition is R-level enhancement card X1. King's Power. Bai Luo quickly opened the enhancement system, and indeed found the introduction of King's Power in the attribute list. Power of the King. Quality, light orange. Light orange. In terms of quality alone, the power of the King is better than the original magic. However, compared to the dark orange magic control, the power of the King is slightly inferior. No matter what, the orange quality skill is in front of me, there is no reason for me to miss it. System. Confirm the fusion. Bai Luo still has a lot of R cards in his hand, and it doesn't matter if he consumes one to get a new skill. So, Bai Luo agreed. In the distance, an old man who was resting with his eyes closed opened his eyes from his sleep. The stone slab is agitated. The old man's name is Kunijiji Daiju, the Golden King among the Seven Kings. His subordinate organization, the Non-Time Institute, controls the entire politics and economy of Japan. Kunijiji Daiju's face at this time is extremely ugly. He can feel the will of the Dresden stone plate, which is cheering and celebrating the birth of the new king. How is it possible? No king who was born in the past could cause the stone slab to throb. Only this time, the performance of the stone slab shocked Guo Changluo Daiju. Boom! Gradually, as the between the stone slabs where the Dresden stone plate was stored shook, the entire Gosok Tower seemed to have experienced a terrible earthquake and began to shake. For a moment, the Fei Xiuan was shaken, and countless guards came to check on the safety of the Golden King. What kind of person is the new king? Guo Changluo Daju's eyes penetrated the barriers and distance, as if he saw the awakening figure. At the same time, there were several other kings. The Red King Suhono Mikoto, the Blue King Munikata Reizi, the Green King Himaizu, and the Grey King Iwasu Tenji. There is also the colorless king who occupied Wiseman's body, and Wiseman next to Bai Luo. The seven people standing at the top of this world unexpectedly felt an indescribable palpitation at the same time. Is this the unique power of the world of K? Interesting. Bai Luo was surrounded by an invisible stance, which was a color completely different from the seven kinds of royal power that Bai Luo knew. What a terrible power! Even Wiseman, the Silver King, couldn't help but tremble at the aura exuded by Bai Luo at this time. But, for some reason, Wiseman was not afraid of Bai Luo. On the contrary, he felt an indescribable majesty from Bai Luo, as if as long as he followed the footsteps of the person in front of him, no matter what kind of predicament, he could easily overcome it. In the original work of K, there was absolutely no such power. Bai Luo carefully felt the changes in himself, and above his head, a pure black sword that contained all colors was suspended high. It was aloof and domineering, with the power to destroy everything, and it could rebuild glory on the ruins. It can both create and destroy. It is the King of Black who dominates everything. Everything in the world comes from nothingness and will eventually return to nothingness. Black is the color of the world before it was born, symbolizing the beginning and the creation of any possibility. At the same time, black is the result of all colors returning to one, representing the end of the destruction of the universe. This is the concept that the Black King controls the master. Life and death, beginning and end, prosperity and decline, invariance and innovation, violence and order. All things are only in the king's mind. No, the word king can no longer describe such authority. In Bai Luo's view, the power of the Black King far exceeds that of the seven kings, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the emperor who rules over all kings. Of course, the power of the Black King is strong. But he also needs to bear the same mission. The Black King can interfere in anything, which is his freedom and power. But when the end of the world comes, the Black King will cleanse the filth of the world and create a new life after the collapse of the world. So, the Black King is the king who controls the beginning and the end, and the king of all kings. So, what's the price? Bai Luo doesn't believe that there are such good things as pie in the sky in this world. It is obvious that the Black King's duties are extremely important. He can do anything between the beginning and the end, and he can do whatever he wants. However, opening up a new era is not a simple matter. Even if this so-called world only includes the Earth, it is probably not an easy task. Creation also means destruction. The Black King will erase everything from the old era and will be enemies with all kings and all living beings. Not only that, every creation will consume the Black King's power until he exhausts the last bit of vitality in this endless reincarnation. The Black King will be with the will of the Drosten slate and will do his best to ensure the continuation of the world. Only when the power of the Drosten slate is exhausted can the Black King rest in peace in the endless reincarnation. Recalling the information conveyed by the Drosten slate, Bai Luo curled his lips in disdain. Tisk, isn't this completely becoming a worker for the world? It seems beautiful, but in fact it is no different from a slave bound to the throne. So even if it's the Black King, he still can't escape the sword of Damocles above his head. Bai Luo raised his head and looked at the obsidian giant sword floating in the air. Once the Black King is unwilling to perform reincarnation, the sword of Damocles will fall. The Black King is the only one. There is no such thing as the first generation Black King and the next generation Black King. Either be buried with the world, or abandon the world and go forward alone. Bai Luo sighed. No wonder it's Black, the pitiful king who will be alone in the end. Well, but I refuse. Bai Luo decisively showed his scumbag nature. He chose to accept this power, but he didn't intend to be controlled by others. Or rather, controlled by this world. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13 The Authority of the Beginning and the End. Please give me flowers and votes. Bai Luo. Gender, male. Age, 20/immeasurable. Skills, King's Authority, N, Magic Growth, SR +1, Magic Manipulation, SR. Overall rating, 7 digits, exceptional. Items, N-level enhancement cards X9, R-level enhancement cards X4. Including the latest R card Bai Luo got, he originally had 5 R cards. Fusing the power of the kingship consumed an R card. But Bai Luo was a little surprised, because the consumption of fusing new abilities was only 1/10 of the R card. N card. So there is such a thing. Bai Luo clicked on the N-level enhancement card and got the following feedback. N cards can be used to absorb, fuse, and learn new abilities, and no matter what the ability is, it can be perfectly integrated with my original power system without side effects. It is precisely with this ability that the enhancement system directly assimilated the kingship of the K-world. In other words, Bai Luo's kingship is no longer connected to the Drosten slate and the world will of this world, and is completely independent. In addition, because of the increase in the power of the Black King, Bai Luo's overall strength has also been greatly improved. First of all, in terms of ability, the Black King's sanctuary can transform clans and give others superpowers. Not only that, the Black King's power is absolute. He can destroy anything and restore damaged things to their original state. Even if it is something that goes against common sense, it can be done if certain conditions are met, such as within a certain period of time. Destruction and rebirth, neither good nor evil. Compared with other kings, the power of the Black King is like being in another dimension. As for the evaluation criteria of comprehensive combat power, 7 digits. Description: possessing the power to push down everything on the surface of a planet, the maximum damage is enough to cause the collapse of the continent. 6 digits. Description: possessing the power to destroy a planet, the strongest can even annihilate a star. 5 digits. Description: possessing the power to destroy everything in the universe, and the strong can even directly wipe out a galaxy. Digits: is this how it is divided? Bai Luo recalled himself before he got the power of the Black King. If the magic power is fully released and released in the form of fusion, its huge energy can indeed shatter the continental shelf, causing a continent to sink. And now, with the power of the Black King, as long as Bai Luo wants, he can easily push the surface civilization flat. If the magic power is used, with full power, Bai Luo has the confidence to shatter even the planet under his feet. Of course, this does not mean that the power of the king is stronger than magic. According to Bai Luo's estimation, if someone else gets this power, then he, who has just become the Black King, can only destroy Japan where he is currently. But this is only the N-level king power. What will happen if it continues to improve? Thinking of this, Bai Luo decisively used an R-level enhancement card on the Black King's authority. In an instant, Bai Luo felt that the connection between himself and the sword of Damocles above his head was completely integrated. With a thought, the sword of Damocles made of obsidian began to shrink. "Come here." Bai Luo raised his hand and directly grasped the sharp blade hanging above the king's head. This scene directly shocked Wiseman on the side. The sword of Damocles, can it be used as a weapon in the hand? Wiseman felt that his 3 views were overturned at this time. He stared blankly at Bai Luo, who was holding the power of the Black King. The boss of the chat group is so terrifying. Not only Wiseman, but also Kuang-san. The girl stared at the Black King's sword in Bai Luo's hand with a serious look. She felt a fatal threat from it. Kuang-san had a feeling. If she was killed by this sword, even if the shadow had more clones prepared, they would be completely wiped out. It's not the destruction of the individual, but the complete elimination of the enemy from the rules. Inexplicably, such a thought emerged in Kuang-san's mind. At the same time, the power of the elves in her body was also urging her to stay away from the person in front of her. The other party is very dangerous. But soon, the fear in Kuang-san's heart dissipated. The girl felt very strange. "You did something." "Oh, I restrained this power." With the magic control skill, Bai Luo almost instantly mastered all the power in his body. In his perception, the R-level Black King's power alone already has the power to destroy the civilization on the ground. Although it can't reach the level of a star explosion, it doesn't destroy the surface of the earth in one blow, but needs to be pushed over little by little. But such power is still extremely exaggerated. The R-level Black King's power is enough to rival the gods, if you count the magic and control. At this moment, Bai Luo only felt unprecedentedly powerful. It was a kind of strong confidence that overlooked all living things, even the planets under his feet could be easily crushed. The superposition of skills is not as simple as 1+1. SR+1 magic, combined with the R-level Black King's power and SR-level magic control, directly made Bai Luo's evaluation in the system jump from 7 digits, late stage, to 6 digits, early stage. A 6-digit strongman has enough power to destroy a planet. But the concept of a planet destroyer is still quite vague. Because if you destroy the Earth, you are destroying a planet, and if you destroy the Sun, you are also destroying a planet. But how big is the difference in volume between the Sun and the Earth? A full 1.3 million times. So the span of 6 digits is actually very large. Even if it is just a level improvement, it is a difference of 10,000 times or even a million times. For example, Bai Luo, when he was in the 7 digits, late stage, he could only smash the moon with all his strength. But now, Bai Luo even dares to collide with Jupiter. You know, Jupiter is equivalent to more than 60,000 moons. Too exaggerated. Bai Luo deeply realized how huge the gap between the statuses is. Apart from other things, if the volume of the planet is used as a reference, the largest star in the universe is 10 billion times the Sun. From the initial explosion of the Earth to the explosion of the largest star in the later stage, this is equivalent to a span of 100 billion times. As for the higher 5 digits, Bai Luo has a hunch that once the evaluation reaches 5 digits, there will be a qualitative change. Below 5 digits and 5 digits, that is a completely different world. It's hard to imagine that 5 digits are so terrifying, so what about 4 digits, 3 digits, and the so-called 1 digit? When he thought of this, Bai Luo's original idea of being invincible in the world suddenly died down. Instead, he yearned for a wider world and was cautious. I can't waste time. Bai Luo secretly said, the world is so big, and there are countless strong people. Now I don't have the capital to be arrogant. Of course, Bai Luo is full of confidence in his future. The chat group expands your horizons, constantly contacts new worlds, and acquires new abilities. The strengthening system can use it as nutrients and turn it into Bai Luo's strength. The combination of the two is a road to heaven. Sure enough, hanging on the wall is the strongest. Bai Luo teased himself, he calmed down, and then surrendered his attention to Wiseman and Kuang-san beside him. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Bai Luo smiled and said, I didn't expect that I would be chosen by the Drosten slate. So. Wiseman pointed to the sword of Damocles above his head, this black sword of Damocles. Just as you thought, this is the symbol of the Black King's authority. Afterwards, Bai Luo told the two of them about his identity as the Black King and the meaning of the power of domination. Does the Black King really exist? Wiseman was the first scientist to study the slate. Although he became the first king, Wiseman always felt that silver was not the source of the kingship theory. Now that he learned about the existence of the Black King from Bai Luo and understood the meaning of black, Wiseman finally filled in the last piece of the puzzle of the kingship theory. Creation and destruction, the terminator of everything. No. Wiseman denied Kuang-san's cognition and said, black is not a simple end, it is also a new life. Beginning is the end, and ending is the beginning, just like a huge circle, complete and self-consistent. Okay. Kuang-san was secretly shocked. She had no idea what happened. Obviously, everyone came to the Wiseman world to help. How come Bai Luo took off in the blink of an eye? Oh, you said he was originally very strong? That's fine. Bai Luo restrained his breath, and the authority of the Black King in his hand disappeared. Wiseman was a little nervous. There was no way, the power displayed by Bai Luo was too strong. Facing a demon king who could destroy the world at will, Wiseman naturally did not dare to disrespect. Just the same as before. Seeing this, Bai Luo began to comfort Wiseman, we are all members of the group, and we don't need to care so much about strength. For the group members, Bai Luo has always been with the mentality of making friends. He doesn't want the atmosphere in the chat group to be too social. It doesn't matter if you occasionally make a joke or hug someone's thigh. But if you really form a clique, it will be a bit uncomfortable. Ah, it seems that Mr. Bai Luo is indeed a good person. Kuang-san is more familiar. Although she is also afraid of Bai Luo, she will not be uneasy. Miss Kuang-san. Bai Luo smiled helplessly, this seems to be the third time you have given me a good guy card. Ah, is that so? Kuang-san stuck out her tongue playfully and said, but Miss Kuang-san is too unfamiliar, just call me Kuang-san directly. Then you too, call me Bai Luo, no need to add Mr. Okay. Kuang-san said that Bai Luo didn't need to be so distant. To be honest, there is a strong person like Bai Luo in the group, which makes people feel inexplicably at ease. Indeed. Wiseman scratched his head, he also thought so. Bai Luo's strength is indeed suffocating. On the other hand, if such a strong person is willing to make friends with you and give you help, you will feel super safe. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 14, All those who break the rules are so terrifying, asking for flowers and comments. Ahem, stop talking about me, let's solve Wiseman's problem first. Bai Luo said, because this is not our world, it's up to you, Wiseman, to do it. Here, Bai Luo intends to set a tone for everyone. Traveling to someone else's world is like visiting a friend's house. Then the guest should follow the host's wishes, which is the most basic principle. Otherwise, if you travel here and leave Wiseman behind, and then do whatever you want in the K world, what's the difference between this and a bad guest? As a human, you still have to have the most basic courtesy. Listen to me. Ah. Bai Luo smiled and nodded, your world must naturally follow your ideas. That makes sense. Kuang-san, then I will do the same as Bai Luo and listen to your arrangements, Brother Wiseman. This. Wiseman smiled embarrassedly, but he did not refuse. Wiseman could feel Bai Luo's kindness. Kuang-san is the same. Both of them are friends worth making friends with. Then let's follow the original plan and get rid of the guy up there first. Wiseman held an umbrella and continued, also, Old White, your movement just now has probably attracted quite a few people. So after the matter is over, can you stay here temporarily and accompany me to meet the lieutenant? The lieutenant that Wiseman mentioned was the King of Gold. The reason why Bai Luo was brought there was to let them know the identity of the Black King and his mission. Wiseman was actually quite satisfied that the Black King was Bai Luo. First of all, the Black King's responsibility itself was to cut off the past and open up the future. This means that the Black King basically has no job and is completely jobless. As for his doing whatever he wants, this is indeed very troublesome. But the problem is that Bai Luo is not from this world, he is going back to the shadow world. Not to mention that Bai Luo has already cut off his connection with the Dresden Slate and will not be forced to destroy the world. Even if the world is really going to be destroyed, he can come over at that time. Destroy the world, create the world, and then go home. Then wait for it for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and then come to create or destroy the world. During the whole process, everyone almost didn't see the Black King. The other kings could even treat Bai Luo as if he didn't exist. It's a small matter. Bai Luo made an okay gesture, and then flew into the air with Wiseman and Kuang-san. The Silver Sanctuary has the ability to control gravity. However, the Black King has all the power of the kings, and this gravity control has also become the authority that Bai Luo can control. What is that? In the distance, a group of people wearing blue and black uniforms and swords on their waists looked at the three balls of light flying through the sky in confusion. The light balls were very fast and almost disappeared in an instant. As for their targets, not good. Someone is going to attack the Silver King. The fourth branch of the Household Registration Section of the Tokyo Legal Affairs Bureau, also known as Scepter 4, is the fourth royal power, the clan governed by the Blue King. The leader of the Blue Clan is named Munakata Reiji, a young man wearing glasses, unsmiling, and serious-looking. Director. Standing next to Reiji Munakata was a tall and cold lady with golden hair in a bun. Her name was Sari Awashima. She was the deputy of the Blue King and the deputy director of Scepter 4. Prepare the helicopter immediately. Reiji Munakata looked extremely solemn and immediately asked people to prepare the flying tool. Scepter 4 seemed to be just an office of the Japanese government department, but in fact it was just a disguise. The real Scepter 4 was responsible for managing people with special abilities and handling various incidents involving people with special abilities. Those incidents caused by people with special abilities using their powers at will, once they occurred, would be known by Scepter 4 at the first time. In dealing with these issues, Scepter 4 had the great power to suppress them with force and directly arrest criminals. Who on earth is that person? How dare he attack that adult? Sari Awashima followed Reiji Munakata, and she also had her own doubts in her heart. Is there really that king on the airship? There was a huge airship in the sky above this city. Legend has it that it has never landed since it took off. There was no refueling, and no one came down to resupply supplies. It just flew in the air for 70 years. No matter how you look at it, the airship looks like it was newly built. Awa's emissary has observed this airship flying around the city more than once. It is really like an urban legend, full of all kinds of incredible things. Regardless of the actions of the Blue Clan, by Luo's side, 3 people have already entered the airship. Misaka Mikoto, hey, what's going on? Did you succeed in revenge? Tokisaki Kurumi, didn't you go to bed, Discharger? Misaka Mikoto, who is Discharger? My name is Mikoto. Call me by my name, BD. Tanjiro, that was close, I almost missed something important. At this time, the chat group became lively again. Misaka woke up, and Tanjiro felt that someone was watering the group, and immediately sat up in shock from his dying illness and started to peek at the screen. In addition, the two regretted that they should have known not to go to bed so early, and get up late, earlier. Otherwise, they can also come along. Misaka Mikoto, really, I want to come too. Wisman thought for a moment, he looked at Bai Luo, who nodded. Anyway, with Bai Luo here, there is no one in this world who can hurt the chat group members. And in terms of strength, Misaka Mikoto is at least an 8-digit number. Don't underestimate 8-digit numbers. 8-digit numbers. Description: it can release a huge range of destruction, from blowing up buildings to blowing up streets, and at maximum power it can even deliver a blow comparable to a nuclear bomb. Therefore, the upper limit of 8-digit numbers is nuclear weapons, and the lower limit is to blow up a building. Today's Misaka Mikoto can barely be considered to have just entered the 8-digit level. Although the railgun is powerful, it is only to the extent of destroying houses and roads, and it is really not a very strong performance. As for Kurumi, without counting the space shock, her strength is only 8 digits. Counting the space shock, it is a bit difficult to estimate. After all, the space shock that was scheduled for battle 30 years ago directly destroyed an area at the level of a great country. Such strength is definitely a 7-digit rating. Of course, the space shock that Kuang-san can cause is definitely not to this extent. At most, it can wipe out a city. In summary, Kuang-san's rating should be 8 digits, exceptional. The so-called exceptional means that under the state of 8 digits, 7 digits of damage can be caused. It is just hard to say to what extent this damage has reached the 7 digits. As for Tanjiro and Wiseman, Wiseman is better than Tanjiro, but not much better. In terms of attack power alone, Wiseman is at the early 8-digit level at best. But if the existence of the sanctuary is taken into account, even an ordinary 7-digit strongman is estimated to find it difficult to break the Silver King's royal power barrier. According to this calculation, Wiseman can actually be counted as 8 digits, exceptional. At least in terms of defense, even an explosion that can destroy a country is estimated not to kill him. Not to mention that once the Sword of Damocles falls, its destructive power will even be higher than that of a nuclear bomb. Therefore, the normal Wiseman is in the 8 digits, but the defense and maximum destructive power have reached the level of 7 digits, in the early stage. The last Tanjiro. It's a bit embarrassing, Bai Luo thinks he should be ranked in the 9th digit. 9-digit. Description: possessing superhuman speed and reaction ability, can destroy rocks and houses. In addition, although the 9-digit is weak, there are still strong ones among them. For example, Tsugakoko Yoriichi in Demon Slayer. Tsugakoko Yoriichi may not be able to split high-rise buildings or destroy a street, but his 1,500 swords per second are enough to threaten the existence of higher digits. At least, if Misaka Mikoto and Kurumi meet Tsugakoko Yoriichi, they probably won't even have a chance to attack. Kurumi is okay, she has many clones. Misaka Mikoto. Bai Luo doubts whether she can survive a round in front of Tsugakoko Yoriichi. There is no way, the gap between the two is too big in terms of combat experience and physical fitness. Is this the so-called, all those who break the rules are so terrifying? Bai Luo secretly used the evaluation criteria of the strengthening system to evaluate the status of the members in the group. P.S. I beg for flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. The new book is about to start, and I really need your support. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 15 Safety Pants, Bad Review, Please give me flowers and votes. Misaka Mikoto applies to enter the world of group member Wiseman. Tanjiro applies to enter the world of group member Wiseman. Do you agree? Agree. As Wiseman finished speaking, two figures appeared on the airship. Wow wow wow. As soon as he landed, Tanjiro was about to say hello to Shiro and the others. But when he looked down, he almost scared the charcoal seller to death. What the hell? What is this? Even though Tanjiro was incredibly courageous, he couldn't help but hug Wiseman tightly at this time, and he was trembling with fear. There was no way, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, how could a charcoal seller who didn't even know what an airplane was not afraid? Don't be afraid, Tanjiro. Shiro raised his hand and gave the boy a gravity field to let him float. And Mikoto, Shiro would naturally not leave her out. Is it so exciting right from the start? The strong wind blew Misaka Mikoto's skirt, and coincidentally, from Bai Luo's angle, he could just see the girl's legendary safety pants. Bai Luo was a little embarrassed. Sister Misaka realized her indecency belatedly and quickly pressed down her skirt with her hands. Misaka Mikoto's pretty face was slightly red. She looked around and was relieved when she found that no one saw it. It's just a pair of safety pants, not panties. Bai Luo was a little speechless about this, and at the same time, he was glad that his eyes were diverted in time. Is the enemy inside this airship? Sister Misaka asked. How should we get in? Follow me. Soon, everyone entered the airship under the leadership of Wiseman. No one was more familiar with this airship than Wiseman, who had lived in it for 70 years. At the same time, in the airship's cockpit, a tall, silver-haired young man had noticed the arrival of Bai Luo and his friends. That guy, is he back? The colorless king's face was slightly condensed. Now that he occupied Wiseman's original body, he was very clear about his own situation. The first king is a waste, not worth mentioning. He took Wiseman's body and thought he could take over the first king's ability. But who would have thought that there was a problem in the middle, resulting in him only getting the other party's memory and body? Originally, the colorless king had prepared to blow up the airship. He had a plan, which was to provoke a fight between the king clans, take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, and plunder the bodies and abilities of all the kings. Once the plan was achieved, he would be the strongest king in this world. As for the method, not long ago, the colorless king occupied Wiseman's current young body, and shot a member of the Red Clan in that appearance. The other party was called Jutsu Tadara, the original member of the Red Clan Huao Luo. The superpower of the members of Huao Luo is the control of fire. However, in Huao Luo, as a cadre, Tadora is not good at fighting, and his flame is extremely weak. In contrast, Tadora has a gentle personality like a clan elder brother. Perhaps it is because of this that his flame has the ability to calm the irritable heart of the Red King and calm him down. This makes Tadora a reconciler in Huao Luo, where bad boys gather. He is loved and respected by everyone and is the most important family member. But such a person was shot by the colorless king when he went out to shoot the night view of the city. In order to avenge Tadora, the superpowers of the Red King family launched an investigation. In the end, Huao Luo found the picture of the colorless king shooting at himself, which Tadora took at the end of his life. This picture completely angered Huao Luo, and asked them to look for Wiseman's traces throughout the city to avenge Tadora. Yes, look for Wiseman, not the colorless king. Because the white-haired boy in the picture has now become Wiseman's physical body. So, inexplicably, the innocent Silver King became the one who took the blame for the colorless king. Next, with Huo Wu Luo's hot temper, they will sooner or later have a conflict with the fourth department that maintains order. Once the Red Clan and the Blue Clan go to war, the whole city will fall into chaos, and he can also take this opportunity to find an opportunity to become the only king in the world. But who are the people who came with him? Blue Clan? Or Gold Clan? The colorless king looked at Bai Luo and others who appeared in front of him. Could it be that guy's temporary transformation? Ha ha ha. This guy is too funny. Thinking of this possibility, the colorless king almost laughed to death. How could a mere newly joined clan member defeat him? You know, only the king can deal with the king, and other clan members can't hurt the king at all. Although the colorless king is the weakest king, he is still a king. As for whether Bai Luo and others are related to the Black King, the colorless king never thought about this. After all, even the colorless king knew that such a terrifying guy should not be provoked. Even if he had to deal with him, he had to wait until the end. As for now, he decided to seize Wiseman's body again. Although he didn't know what happened, which led to his failure to obtain the power of the Silver King. But that kind of good luck will not happen a second time. My power is perfect. The colorless king was extremely confident, that kind of trick can't stop me. Not to mention the mysterious confidence of the colorless king. On Bai Luo's side, under the leadership of Wiseman, everyone came to the main control room very easily. There were no mechanisms and traps, nor fire protection. Wiseman's airship had never designed these from the beginning. Aren't you afraid of being touched by someone? After Bai Luo finished speaking, he suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing. Oh, I almost forgot about the colorless king. It turned out that someone had come up and stabbed me in the back, so it's okay. Wiseman's face was embarrassed, and he wanted to make some excuses. But thinking of his original character, he really couldn't speak. Just as the colorless king thought, Wiseman lost hope in life because of his sister's death. Before that, he almost lived with the idea of muddling through. Wiseman didn't care about life and death. Even if he was really killed by the colorless king, it would be a relief for Wiseman. So you used to be like this, Wiseman. Tokisaki Kurumi could understand Wiseman, but she didn't agree with his approach. No matter how desperate she was, Kurumi never thought of giving up. Wiseman's power was not weak. If he hadn't wasted 70 years, he might have found a way to revive his sister. Even if he really failed. He had worked hard for 70 years, right? At least, Wiseman didn't waste his life. Sorry. Wiseman, I've figured it out. I was completely wrong in the past. You've grown up if you can recognize your mistakes. Ming Luo is obviously the younger one, but now he has to turn around and enlighten Wiseman, a nearly 100-year-old grandfather. And there are countless possibilities in the chat group. As far as I know, there are many ways to revive. Ah! Wiseman nodded and smiled. I will find my sister back. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 A certain scientific railgun vs the colorless king, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Everyone entered the airship hall one after another, and naturally saw the colorless king sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine and enjoying it. It's time to give my body back to me, colorless king. This cuckoo in the nest look made Wiseman frown. He had not experienced the original plot, so he had no sympathy for the colorless king. Something surprised me. You, a waste, dare to come up. The colorless king called Wiseman a waste because the other party, as the first king, would exile himself in the airship for 70 years because of his sister's death. Such a fragile guy, what qualifications does he have to be a king? Is it him? The person we are going to deal with? Misaka Mikoto waved her little fist, with arcs of electricity wrapped around her body, and she couldn't wait to go up and beat the colorless king. Are you interested, Sister Cannon? Don't call me Sister Canon, really. Mikoto was speechless to Bai Luo. Why does this guy love to give people nicknames so much? I am indeed very interested in the superpowers of the other world. Misaka Mikoto, can you let me see them? Sure. Shiro said with a smile. There are also Kurumi and Tanjiro. If you are interested, you can also try it. Also, don't worry about safety issues, I will be here to support you. How strong is Shiro's strength? Wiseman and Kurumi, who have seen him summon the Black King's sword, know it very well. Mikoto and Tanjiro didn't see that scene. It's just that both of them are people with sharp intuition. Bouja's electromagnetic induction captured an extremely terrifying fluctuation from Shiro. Bouja couldn't describe that feeling. But there is one thing she can be sure of, that is, absolutely not to attack the person in front of her, she will die. Can I do it too? Tanjiro doesn't have the superpowers of Bouja, but his nose can smell all kinds of smells. Shiro naturally doesn't have any smell on him. But what Tanjiro smelled is not as simple as physical smell. Sadness, happiness, deception, fear, Tanjiro's nose can smell even these abstract emotions. Just now, when Bai Luo said that he would hold the fort, Tanjiro smelled an indescribable sense of security. Yes, a sense of security. It's like there is a towering mountain behind him, heavy, majestic, and indestructible. No matter how strong the wind and rain are, it is difficult to shake it. Will this be too dangerous? Wiseman was a little worried. The fighting power of the colorless king was very ordinary, but his method of taking other people's souls was really weird. Don't worry, if he dares to use this ability, the battle will end in an instant. If the colorless sense takes over the body, Bai Luo will take action immediately. So there is no need to worry about accidents. How can the Black King's authority be shaken by the interference power of the colorless king? In addition, I also want to test the power of the sanctuary. Bai Luo wanted to see how strong the normal sanctuary could be, and whether it could defend against the attacks of Misaka Mikoto and Kurumi. Hey! You are too arrogant, aren't you? The colorless king was quite angry at Bai Luo's attitude of looking down on him. He picked up the pistol on the side and fired a burst of bullets at the Kengji who was blocking Bai Luo. Bullets! Kengji didn't expect the colorless king to use hot weapons. The next moment, the powerful electromagnetic induction allowed her to instantly capture the trajectory of the bullet. Slightly sideways, Kengji easily avoided the shooting of the colorless king. What? The colorless king didn't seem to expect Kengji to react so quickly, and immediately pulled the trigger continuously. Bang bang bang! However, Kengji seemed to have foreseen everything. All the bullets passed by, and none of them could hit. If it was a king, then their own sanctuary could block any hot weapons. For superpowers, with the blessing of their abilities, it is difficult for ordinary firearms to cause damage to them. But Kengji's situation is different. She did not dodge in a panic, but just approached the colorless king step by step, as if walking in a garden, dodging all the bullets with the smallest movement. How is it possible? The colorless king looked at Misaka Mikoto in disbelief. Damn it! Damn it! Stand there obediently, BCH. Is there something wrong with his condition? Kuang-san looked at Bai Luo, who nodded and said, he is mentally unstable, right? Yeah. This is the side effect of taking over other people's bodies and memories. Bai Luo, continuously copying other people's personalities will eventually become like this. After a while, I guess he won't even remember who he is. Is that so? Understanding the problem of the colorless king, Kuang-san looked at him with a hint of mockery and pity. He is swallowed by his own power and ambition, what a pathetic guy. Bang bang bang! On the other side, Misaka Mikoto looked at the increasingly manic colorless king and said speechlessly, you attack people directly with a pistol, are you really a psychic? Gakuen City has advanced technology, but no one uses guns or anything like that. This is not to say that guns are useless. It's just that Misaka Mikoto thinks that since everyone is a psychic, they should use their abilities to compete with each other. Hey, can you stop playing? Misaka Mikoto said seriously, hurry up and use your superpowers. Zzz. After saying that, the girl flicked her bangs on her forehead, causing the blue arc to crackle, as if she couldn't wait. Stinky BCH. How dare you look down on me? The colorless king read the contempt contained in Sister Misaka's words and was immediately furious. He didn't care about his own situation and rushed forward to fight Sister Misaka. Is it coming? So, watching the colorless king leap several meters with his inhuman body, Sister Misaka finally got interested. Crackle. A large number of arcs spread forward with Sister Misaka as the center, and they intertwined into a large net, surrounding the colorless king in mid-air. Ha ha ha, how could such a thing hurt me? Facing the terrifying electric current, the colorless king was not afraid, but faced it head-on, raised his fist, and hit Sister Misaka's head. He laughed crazily, and his movements were even more open and closed, as if he had completely abandoned defense and was going to die with the enemy. Buzz. However, as the electric current collided with the colorless king, it seemed as if an invisible barrier wrapped the other party. In an instant, all the electric currents disappeared out of thin air. What? What happened in front of her really shocked Mikoto. Fortunately, she reacted in time and used her ability to control the surrounding metal to form an iron wall in front of her, thus avoiding being slapped in the face. Tisk. The colorless king looked at the iron wall that blocked his fist and secretly said that it was a troublesome ability. Water breathing, Type 2, Water Wheel. Along with Tanjiro's voice came a blade like a wheel. I saw Tanjiro falling from the sky, and the whole person rotated and chopped down on the head of the colorless king. Humph. However, the colorless king sneered disdainfully, it's useless. He did not defend, but just stood there, allowing Tanjiro's attack to fall on him. Buzz. Sure enough, just like Mikoto's attack, Tanjiro's knife chopped on the invisible stand. Get out of my way. Wow. Tanjiro only felt a huge force coming from the knife, which directly bounced him out. What a strange ability. Staying steady in the air, Tanjiro landed safely. He retreated to Misaka Mikoto, puzzled by what had just happened. It seems like there is a shield protecting him. Misaka Mikoto analyzed, is it some kind of telekinesis? Not really. Wiseman explained, the kings have their own sanctuaries, whose essence is cause distortion, that is, the deflection of the real process and the results of events. No one in this world knows the power of the kings better than Wiseman, who studies the Drosten slate. In short, the kings are protected by fate and have the powerful power to reverse cause and effect. And under the protection of this power, any means to harm the kings will be ineffective. Attacks such as bullets will be deflected, lethal poisons will lose their effect, and assassinations, sneak attacks, and conspiracies will be immediately exposed. Even if someone drops a nuclear bomb on the head of the king, the nuclear bomb will float in the air, unable to fall, let alone explode. It can be said that the existence of the sanctuary protects the kings from any man-made and natural harm. As for the colorless king, colorless is the joker among the 7 kings, representing interference and accidents. This is why he was able to seize Wiseman's body and set up such a trap to trap other kings. The only ones who can kill the king are other kings and the king's most trusted guards. The so-called guards generally refer to the clan members who followed the king the earliest. This setting is a bit like the Japanese samurai sword seppuku. The person who commits seppuku cuts open his stomach, but this does not make him die immediately. In order to alleviate the pain of seppuku, someone will hold a knife and cut off his head. This is the Keishakunin and the Keishakunin. The guards can kill the king, which is very similar to the principle of Keishakunin. When the king continues to use the king's power, causing the sword of Damocles to collapse and fall, then the guards will kill the king to prevent the sword from falling and causing greater damage. Yet. Tokisaki Kurumi, causal abilities? That's really a bit troublesome. Only the king can deal with the king. Misaka Mikoto was skeptical about this. She took out a coin and flicked her thumb. So boring. She, Misaka Mikoto, doesn't believe such an outrageous thing. What sanctuary, what causal distortion? This is not scientific at all. You said it's magic? Misaka Mikoto, there is no magic in this world. What is this? At this moment, feeling the terrifying current flowing out of Misaka Mikoto's body, even Kurumi and Wiseman subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Flatpad Electric Girl, is there still this trick? Looking at the girl who was fighting with him in the chat group, Tokisaki Kurumi's mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. What? The colorless king was also shocked by the scene in front of him. It's not that he hasn't seen superpowers before, but it's the first time that he has seen such a powerful person like Misaka Mikoto. Using the principle of electromagnetic induction, the game coin is shot out at an initial speed of 3 times the speed of sound, speed 1030 m/s. Bai Luo stood behind Kuang-san and explained to her, its power can even dig up the ground where the range track passes. The strong wind generated by the aftermath alone can exceed the limit of what ordinary wind ability users can do. As Bai Luo explained, the coin blessed by the electromagnetic power of the sister gun had already been ejected from his fingertips. The next moment, a laser-like orange beam enveloped it at a speed that the colorless king could never react to. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 17 The Law of Causality in the Holy Land, Please Give Me Flowers. Boom. The huge force crushed the materials along the way, leaving a deep groove in the airship, and directly smashed the bulkhead in front of Mikoto. Smoke rose, electric arcs surged, and the amazingly powerful railgun shocked everyone. Good, so powerful. Tanjiro looked at the damage caused by Mikoto's attack and took a breath. Is this the power of Mikoto? Mikoto. Bai Luo awkwardly patted Tanjiro's shoulder. Well, Mikoto is actually only 14 years old. Hey! Tanjiro's face froze. It was really embarrassing for him, a 15-year-old, to call a 14-year-old girl big sister. But age is not a problem, after all, she is Misaka Mikoto. Misaka Mikoto? I see. Tanjiro had never known that Shiraka called Misaka Mikoto this, but now that he saw the electromagnetic cannon, he suddenly realized, she is indeed Misaka Mikoto. I told you not to call me Misaka Mikoto. Being persecuted by Shiraka for no reason, Misaka Mikoto turned back in anger and yelled at the two of them in dissatisfaction. But before Misaka Mikoto could continue to speak, the electromagnetic induction had already captured a strong wind coming from behind. What? Misaka Mikoto suddenly jumped to the side, and when she looked up, she saw the colorless king rushing towards her. Unscathed. This made the girl's face gradually solemn. I should have hit it, right? In other words, the opponent's sanctuary barrier can even block my electromagnetic cannon? Tisk. Misaka Mikoto, it's really annoying. Ding ding ding. While dodging the colorless king's heavy punches and kicks, Misaka Mikoto once again took out several coins. So, the close-range high-frequency super electromagnetic cannon fired instantly. And this time, Misaka Mikoto saw it. I saw an invisible barrier wrapped around the colorless king, blocking all her electromagnetic cannons outside. All the explosions and lightning were turned into colorless particles by this barrier, making it difficult to cause the colorless king on the opposite side to cause the slightest damage. My ability has been decomposed. This scene really shocked Misaka Mikoto. How to fight this? Today, Misaka Mikoto has not participated in the subsequent plot, and her combat experience and on-the-spot mentality are still in a relatively immature state. After discovering that her ability could not cause damage to the colorless king, the girl had already thought of retreating. Can it invalidate energy attacks and physical attacks? Tokisaki Kurumi, it is indeed a very troublesome trick. Kurumi was not worried about Misaka Mikoto. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the colorless king's physical skills are terrible. It seems that he is chasing Misaka Mikoto, but in fact he is completely fooled by the latter. The only troublesome thing is the Holy Land of the colorless king. The sanctuary can nullify any harm to the king from the level of cause and effect and concept. Then, Kyuzo smiled and took a step forward. How about trying this trick? Time-eating city. As soon as the voice fell, the dark grey invisible stance spread out with the girl as the center, and instantly covered the entire airship. Hey! Wiseman seemed to feel something. He looked at the body that was emitting silver-white light, and then looked at the colorless king in the distance, who was also emitting a faint light. What's going on? The arc on Misaka Mikoto's forehead crackled. It was the self-correction caused by the body sensing the interference of some strange power. Ineffective? No, there is an effect, but it has been weakened a lot, only about 10% of the usual. Kyuzo frowned deeply. Her time-eating city has successfully captured everyone. Of course, Kwangsan did not absorb the time of Tanjiro and other people. Her only target was the colorless king. However, the protection of the sanctuary was really too comprehensive, even the damage at the time and space levels was offset. However, this is not absolute. Although the world is different, Kwangsan's spirit power is not weaker than the power of the king. It is precisely because of this that the colorless king cannot be completely immune to the absorption of the city of time, but only weakens this damage to a relatively low level. Moreover, although they are both sanctuaries, Wisman's Silver Sanctuary is obviously stronger than the colorless king. Kwangsan has a hunch that even if he uses all his strength to activate the City of Time, it is estimated that it will be difficult to shake Wisman's sanctuary. To deal with him, the only way to offset the causal law of the sanctuary is to directly shoot the bullets of the Emperor of Keek. What exactly is going on? This feeling of something being pulled out of the body. The colorless king wanted to chase, but the inexplicable heaviness of his body made him palpitate. The City of Time is a barrier-like ability. Once it is unfolded, it will continuously devour the time of the person who enters, making his body heavy and weak. What did you do? While the colorless king was stunned, Misaka Mikoto retreated to Kwangsan. She was aware of Kwangsan's ability, but she didn't know what she had done. Did it cancel out my time-eating city? Kwangsan looked at Misaka Mikoto with some surprise. The electromagnetic force in her body interfered with the time-eating city, thus preventing her spirit power from swallowing up time. This reminded Kwangsan of the AST troops chasing her. The mechanical weapons they wore also had a similar effect, which could temporarily resist the erosion of the time-eating city. Misaka Mikoto's ability is essentially a kind of magic. Bai Luo said at this time, the barrier of the time-eating city meets Misaka Mikoto's superpowers, and the latter will automatically generate electromagnetic interference to wrestle with it. As for the result, it will be like just now, with a slight loss of control of ability like leakage. Is there such a setting? Misaka Mikoto had never encountered such a situation before. But since Bai Luo said it, it must be correct. This guy is quite reliable except for calling himself Misaka Mikoto, which is a bit annoying. Yet. Bai Luo nodded and said, the difference is only in the degree of out of control of the ability. It can be regarded as sacrificing the control of the ability to be immune to the interference of rules, environment, and spirit. Damn it! Listening to Bai Luo's explanation, the colorless king, who was left aside, could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. I am the king! He roared, and the power of the kingship suddenly erupted. The colorless sanctuary took it as the center, sweeping all directions like a storm, and actually pushed back Kwangsan's time-eating city. So, with the center of the airship as the boundary, the time-eating city and the colorless sanctuary were separated from each other, and no one could do anything to the other. Next, It's my turn, right? Kuang-san smiled and stepped forward, replaced Sister Misaka, and started the second round of confrontation with the colorless king. But this time, the colorless king could no longer be rampant. The power of the elves and the sanctuary offset each other, and the colorless king was completely at a disadvantage in the face of Kuang-san's spiritual bullets. If it weren't for the causal law of the Holy Land, which ensured that the colorless king would not die in the hands of Kuang-san, the colorless king would have died long ago. The only thing that Kuang-san was concerned about was the colorless king's strong resistance to spiritual bullets. This made Kuang-san have to consume more spiritual power to cause a very short effect on the colorless king. For example, the 7 bullets that can stop time will be weakened by the Holy Land before hitting the colorless king, and the only thing that can fall on the opponent in the end is the time power in the bullet. However, even so, the 7 bullets can only imprison the colorless king for a short moment. How to say it? The spiritual power in the bullet is limited, but the Holy Land around the colorless king can be replenished continuously. What makes Kuang-san even more uncomfortable is that whenever she wants to cause fatal damage to the colorless king, there will always be various accidents. For example, the flintlock in her hand suddenly jammed, the bullet became a dud, she lost control of the power of time, or the floor under her feet collapsed, etc., as if the whole world was preventing her from killing the colorless king. This made Kuang-san's offensive more violent, and she almost used all kinds of methods to break through the protection of the Holy Land and attack the colorless king. For a time, the colorless king was in trouble. When the power of the Holy Land was broken, the weakness of the colorless king was immediately exposed. Physical skills, superpowers, combat experience, these things are all missing from the colorless king. Even the will to fight, the colorless king is pitifully weak. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18 by Luo, Your Power is Too Dangerous, Colorless King. Well, please show some mercy, Miss Kuang-san. Just watching his body being ravaged by Kuang-san, Wisman felt quite distressed. Ah, I almost forgot about this. Kuang-san stuck out her tongue mischievously, which made Wisman speechless. Did you do it on purpose, or was it an accident? It turned out that it was intentional and careless, so it's okay. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Because of Wisman's intervention, the life of the colorless king was saved. But in just a short while, his body was covered with bruises, which showed that Kuang-san's violent beating just now was very fierce. He stared at Kuang-san, and his eyes seemed to want to cut Kuang-san into pieces. Not good. Kuang-san and the others did not notice anything wrong in this scene, but Weisman, who had suffered a loss once, immediately shouted, Kuang-san, be careful, this guy is going to take your body. Too late. The colorless king showed a hideous smile, a fox-like spirit appeared in his eyes, and then he rushed towards Kuang-san at a very fast speed. Give me your body, damn woman. Humph. Kuang-san snorted coldly, she caught the soul trajectory of the colorless king and wanted to stop him immediately. It's useless. However, the power of KKD, who had always been invincible, was temporarily out of control under the interference of the colorless king. What? Kuang-san was shocked, obviously not expecting this situation. The ability of the colorless king is not just a simple exchange of bodies. Its essence is interference, just like the Joker in poker, with infinite possibilities. It has been said before that the power of the kingship and the spirit power belong to the same level of power. The colorless king can even seize the body of Wisman, the first king, which shows how terrifying his interference power is. Of course, this ability is not invincible. The simplest way is to block the soul of the colorless king with a strong mind. But the problem is that Kuang-san's mind is not perfect. Haha. The voice of the colorless king sounded in Kuang-san's ears. The girl looked closely and saw a fox-like soul wandering in front of her. I saw your broken heart. What a pathetic guy. In order to be a righteous partner, I killed my best friend with my own hands. Although the prying of the colorless king was blocked at the first time, but the most painful memory was still exposed to the colorless king. Change the past? Save friends. The colorless king seemed to want to vent all the anger he had suffered before. Boring. Too boring. This guy. The past that was deceived by Takamiya Mio is a taboo in Kuang-san's heart that she does not allow anyone to touch. Although the interference of the colorless king is weird, Kuang-san has many abilities. Even if her body is taken away, it is just her own at a certain time period. The time elf with countless clones is not afraid of the possession of the colorless king. It's okay. But before Kuang-san could do anything, Bai Luo's voice sounded in her ears. The next moment, a black hand dotted with silver starlight, like the universe, swallowed the consciousness of the colorless king, the white fox. Where is this? The colorless king looked around in shock. The boundless starry sky, the Milky Way flowing, this is a universe, and it is also a new power born after the fusion of Bai Luo's royal power and magic. Impossible. I am the king. No one can trap me. Damn it. Let me out. Let me out. The colorless king was frightened. He ran around madly in this dark and deep starry sky, trying to find the edge of the universe. However, compared to the boundless universe, the colorless king at this time was like a speck of dust, so small and pathetic. Just reflect on yourself in this nothingness. As Bai Luo's palm slowly clenched, the consciousness of the colorless king also sank into the dark nothingness. Bai Luo. In reality, Kuang-san looked at Bai Luo, who came to her side and knew that he had taken action. Ah! Misaka Mikoto, what happened? Did a fox fly out of that guy's eyeball just now? Are you still at this stage? Kyokoto was speechless about Misaka Mikoto's slowness. Just now, that guy tried to take over my body, but was stopped by Bai Luo. Well, today's practice ends here. Bai Luo spread his palms, and saw that in a black ball of light, the soul of the colorless king was like an ant, helpless and furious. Kyokoto, your past tense may prevent his soul from usurping, but there are risks after all. As a companion, Bai Luo needs to ensure the absolute safety of the group members, so even if there is a slight possibility, he must take action. Ah! Kyokoto felt Bai Luo's kindness. You are still really gentle. Watching Bai Luo walk towards Wiseman's back, Kuang-san's anger provoked by the colorless king gradually subsided. For some reason, with Bai Luo by her side, Kuang-san felt inexplicably at ease. She felt that this might be what people often call a sense of security. If it were you, maybe you could really kill that guy and change everything. Kuang-san thought she should find time to talk to Bai Luo. The power that the other party possessed, just the breath that leaked out in an instant, made Kuang-san feel horrified. It was hard to imagine how powerful Bai Luo could be when he was at full strength. The origin spirit that was invincible in her eyes might not be a powerful character at all for Bai Luo. Kuang-san's plan was to use the 12 bullets to travel back in time, then kill the origin spirit and change all the mistakes she made after becoming an elf. The biggest problem here was not time travel, but the terrible power of the origin spirit. With Kuang-san's strength, it was impossible to defeat the other party. But if Bai Luo was willing to help, her biggest obstacle would no longer exist. But what should I do to get his help? Kuang-san was not a shameless woman. She knew that there would be rewards only if there was effort. Since you want to borrow Bai Luo's power, you have to give him a reward that will make him excited. It's really a headache. I feel like I don't have anything to show for it. For some reason, Kuang-san felt a little disappointed. She found that she couldn't invite Bai Luo at all. Bai Luo is so powerful. He doesn't lack his own things. Help or something, the gap between the two sides is so big. Can people really appreciate Kuang-san's weak skills? The only thing that still has some hope is this body of the opposite S**X. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Black, White, and Gold, the Three Kings Meet. Please give me flowers and votes. No, Mr. Bai Luo is not that kind of person. Kuang-san, who often fishes for law enforcement in gangs, knows the kind of look a man has. However, Bai Luo has no evil thoughts about Kuang-san. He may look at her, but what he has in his eyes is only the appreciation and love of beautiful things. Ah! So annoying. Kuang-san is very distressed. Can I just get close to him with a thick skin? For some reason, Kuang-san does not want to contact Bai Luo in a seductive way. Kuang-san does not want Bai Luo to think that she is a casual woman. If you need me, just call me. Suddenly, Bai Luo's voice rang in Kuang-san's heart. Being in the same group is fate, so there is no need to have psychological burden. Mr. Bai Luo. Kuang-san raised her head. She did not expect Bai Luo to agree so straightforwardly. So this Mr. Kuang-san is sincere. The girl gently stroked her chest. After so many years, Kuang-san once again felt the warmth of being cared for. Really, this is too cunning, isn't it? Whispering this sentence, Kuang-san showed a smile from the heart. Your smile is disgusting. Misaka Mikoto's sudden interruption instantly destroyed the beautiful atmosphere that Kuang-san imagined. Are you really a Japanese? Do you want me to teach you how to read the air? And what does it mean to laugh disgustingly? Shouldn't the smile of a beautiful girl like me be like an angel? Kuang-san broke her defense and poked Misaka Mi's cheek fiercely. The powerful momentum scared Misaka Mi and she took a step back. After noticing this, Misaka Mi looked ashamed and annoyed, and she started to quarrel with Kuang-san in her daily life. Online and offline, so lively. Bai Luo and Wiseman looked at each other, and they both expressed the same feeling. How are you going to deal with him? Bai Luo handed the light ball in his hand to Wiseman. Because the colorless king was separated, Wiseman's original body had fallen to the ground. There is no need to worry about this. Bai Luo's Black King's authority includes the abilities of all kings, so as long as he wants, he can help Wiseman return to his original body at any time. I don't know either. Wiseman looked at the colorless king who was cursing, mad, begging, and confused in the light ball. Pathetic guy. The colorless king constantly took over other people's bodies and consciousness, which made his self extremely chaotic. A large number of personalities overlapped with each other, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was already crazy. Such a big thing has happened, the lieutenant must have noticed this. Wiseman sighed, I plan to go to the lieutenant and listen to his opinion. Golden King. Okay, then I'll leave this guy to you. Bai Luo didn't care, and handed the light ball to Wiseman for safekeeping. As a fellow king, with Bai Luo's permission, Wiseman quickly mastered the method of controlling this cage. I'll help you return to your original body first. Yes. Wiseman did not refuse, then I'll trouble you. We are all family, no need to be so polite. Bai Luo smiled and patted Wiseman's shoulder, then used the authority of the Black King to let Wiseman's soul return to Wiseman's body. After about a few minutes, Wiseman's eyelids twitched a few times, and then slowly opened his eyes. How do you feel? A little dizzy. Wiseman's consciousness gradually became clear. He stood up and held his forehead with one hand. It seems like I slept for a long time. The ability of the colorless king is to invade the opponent's body, and the original owner's consciousness will fall asleep under its suppression. So after Wiseman woke up, the nameless boy on the other side also regained consciousness. Where is this place? The nameless boy was very surprised. He didn't know what happened at all. He just felt that when he closed his eyes and opened them, many strangers appeared around him. "Take a nap first, boy." Bai Luo snapped his fingers at the white-haired boy and let him fall asleep. "Thank you very much." Wiseman stepped forward, wrapped the boy with his sanctuary, and took him to the Heiji Yuan to find the King of Gold. "Then we'll go back first." It was originally a trial visit. Tanjiro wanted to go back to sleep, and Misaka Mikoto had to go to school. "I still have to go to class, so annoying." Misaka Mikoto pouted, "There are chat groups and we can go on adventures in other worlds, why do I still have to go to class? It's just like the male protagonist in the light novel. Although I saved the world yesterday, school is in session today, and the savior has to go back to school. Ah, children have to study hard." Kuang-san did not hide her superiority, which made Misaka Mikoto furious. "You damn old woman. Airport. You are not that old, are you?" Misaka Mikoto and Kuang-san are really incompatible, and they often quarrel for a whole day over just 3 sentences. Bai Luo patted Tanjiro's shoulder, and the latter couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I plan to go back too, what about you guys?" Although Bai Luo was fine, he still had so many little ones to take care of. It was okay to leave for a while in the middle of the night, but if it lasted for a long time, Bai Luo was afraid that they would worry. "I have to practice tomorrow, so I have to go. I really want to have a holiday soon. See you next time, Mr. Bai Luo." Seeing Kuang-san using honorifics again, Bai Luo asked, "Why did you change back?" "Ah." Kuang-san covered her mouth and chuckled, "This is not a courtesy, Mr. Bai Luo." Bai Luo deserves Kuang-san's respect and gratitude for his character, his care for her in his words and deeds, and his willingness to help her. After trying a few times, Bai Luo saw that Kuang-san was unwilling to correct him, so he let her go. Hee. Kuang-san was very happy that she had teased him successfully, and said, "Then, I look forward to seeing you next time." In this way, Kuang-san, Misaka Mikoto, and Tanjiro successively withdrew from the world of K and returned to the place where they were before crossing. Back. Tanjiro walked into the room. He took the opportunity of getting up at night to cross the world. Now that he is back, he feels guilty. Fortunately, Master Urokodakase Kanji didn't care, so Tanjiro was fooled. Sleep, sleep. The charcoal-selling boy got into bed. Unfortunately, Tanjiro wanted to sleep, but as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the battles he had seen before. Misaka Mikoto's superpowers, Kurumi's Kikikiti, the holy domain of the colorless king, and Shiraku's shock as if he wanted to grasp the entire starry sky in his hands. Brother Shiraku, is he a god? Yeah, that must be right. Tanjiro was secretly amazed, and at the same time he had a hope. I don't know if Brother Shiraku can solve Nezuko's problem. Ho ha ho ha. Not to mention Tanjiro, who was imagining all kinds of things. On the streets of Academy City, Misaka Mikoto was running wildly with a piece of bread in her mouth. It's over, it's over, it's over. It was still 4 in the morning before the time travel. But when Sister Mikoto came back, she felt sick when she saw the hour hand pointing to the number 8. There was no way, Sister Mikoto could no longer care about the burden of Miss Tokiwada, stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth, and slammed the door and left. This was certainly not the work of the demon god in the world of Magic Index. The chat group has a certain protection for group members, and it blocks the demon god's prying of Misaka Mikoto. The reason for this situation is because of Kuang-san. Ha ha ha. As if guessing the dilemma that Sister Mikoto would encounter, Kuang-san laughed and curled up on the bed. What a bad taste, Kuang-san. In the K-world, Bai Luo came to Fei Xiuan under the leadership of Wiseman. Wiseman and the King of Gold had not seen each other for 70 years, and there were too many things to say. Bai Luo did not disturb the 2 old men to reminisce about the past, so he found a place and browsed the entertainment page of this world with the tablet computer of this world. Unknowingly, several hours had passed. Sorry to have kept you waiting. You have already apologized in the group, more than once, Bai Luo said indifferently, and I am not bored here at all. As he spoke, Bai Luo raised the tablet in his hand, on which was playing the anime of this world. Your generosity is amazing. Beside Wiseman, an old man in kimono bowed to Bai Luo and said, I am sorry for not entertaining you, a distinguished guest. I am the second king, the king of gold, Guo Changluo Deju. It is an honor to meet His Majesty the Black King. Guo Changluo Deju was very humble, without any arrogance as the king of gold. The reason for this is that he is afraid of Bai Luo's identity and power, and also because of the warning of his old friend Wiseman. Although Wiseman was very grateful to Bai Luo for giving him time to reminisce with the lieutenant. But during this period, he mentioned Bai Luo to Guo Changluo Deju. Wiseman reminded him that Bai Luo's status was noble and his strength was unfathomable. Treat Bai Luo with caution. This side too, nice to see you. Bai Luo stood up and extended his hand to Guo Changluo Deju, Your Excellency the King of Gold. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20, Weissman is a little confused. You can leave now. Kuni Changluo Deju asked the serving members of the Golden Clan to leave, and then said, Thank you very much for helping the Silver King. You're welcome. Wiseman and I are both members of the chat group. It's only right for us to help each other. Wiseman had already told Kuni Changluo Deju about the chat group. For such things, the group members are free to do whatever they want, and Bai Luo will not restrict them. Yes, Lieutenant, the old white man is very good. Kuni Changluo Deju was speechless about Wiseman's attitude. This guy is too naive. Even though more than 70 years have passed, Wiseman still remains the same as before, and even his mentality has not changed. However, he is different from the simple Wiseman. Kuni Changluo Deju is the strongest among the kings, and can be called the strongest king in the world of K and the ruler of the earth. He has overwhelming power and dominates Japan's politics, economy, and military. All institutions in this country operate under his will, and the Golden King himself is equivalent to Japan itself. It is for this reason that Guo Changluo Deju knows the existence of other worlds much better than Weissman, and what it means. New resources, a wider world. So, the two sides began to talk and explain their needs. The mystery of the K world is not high, and there is no combat power that can be shown. But this world is technologically advanced and has abundant materials. If Bai Luo wants to build the ancient capital of Alexandria, it will be very convenient to introduce materials and technology from the K world. Indeed, the Magic Index world where Mikoto is located also has various high technologies. Even in terms of technological level, it is higher than the K world. But the problem is that Mikoto is just an ordinary student in the academy city. Bai Luo has a way to get in touch with the school principal, but because of the existence of the demon god, he is not very willing to enter the Magic Index world. Comparing the two, it is indeed easier to cooperate with the King of Gold. Is this all you need? Guo Changluo Deju looked at the materials listed by Bai Luo, which included daily necessities and basic living supplies. In addition, there are a large number of books, from all walks of life, either basic or advanced. Bai Luo's demand is quite large. I have a territory over there. I see. Guo Changluo Deju seemed to understand that Bai Luo's world was probably in a relatively backward stage. Of course, Guo Changluo Deju would not look down on Bai Luo for this. Whether it was the identity of the Black King or the power that Bai Luo possessed, which was enough to destroy this world, the King of Gold would not dare to be disrespectful in the slightest. Just in this case, pardon me for being blunt, you are a bit too disadvantaged. The things Bai Luo wanted could be easily obtained in the K world. Even those supplies, because the quantity was not large, even if the King of Gold gave them away for free, he felt shabby. Yes, shabby. Guo Changluodeja was a little embarrassed. In more understandable terms, this gift was too light, and he didn't have the face to give it. Well, that's right. Bai Luo nodded. He considered the position of the Golden King and said, then we will establish a continuous support plan. Support plan? Guo Changluodeja was puzzled. Please tell me in detail. My territory is not big, and I don't think it will expand in the future. Bai Luo described the general situation of his base. In terms of scale, it is a small city with a population of thousands. Thousands of people. The Golden King had a rough idea. It's just pouring resources to develop a small city into the shadow world. This request is not a big deal for the Golden King, who controls the resources of a country and governs hundreds of millions of people. So, what are your needs? It is our honor to meet a strong man like His Majesty the Black King. The Golden King is very good at dealing with people. He knows that the strength of both sides is not equal, so he didn't ask for anything. And the interests of both sides do not conflict. The only contradiction of the Black King's destruction of the world will no longer exist because Bai Luo will not stay in this world. To a certain extent, unless the K-world encounters a major crisis of civilization destruction, Bai Luo's power will be useless. Okay. Bai Luo understood. He looked at Guo Changluodeja deeply and said nothing more. Sure enough, he still prefers to communicate with Wiseman. Wiseman treats Bai Luo as a true friend. He does not consider the gains and losses, nor does he make any calculations. Just like this time, when Wiseman was in trouble and needed help, Bai Luo lent him a hand. Guo Changluodeja, he paid too much attention to these things. Maybe his starting point was good, but Bai Luo had no intention of playing political games with others. Sorry, Lao Bai. After leaving Fei Xiuan, Bai Luo returned to the airship at Wiseman's invitation. On the way, Wiseman apologized to Bai Luo. Lieutenant, he is different from me. He carries the Golden King of this country and cannot make a choice easily. Ah, I know. Bai Luo smiled indifferently, patted Wiseman on the shoulder, and said, you are still here. Maybe your lieutenant saw this clearly, so he pulled himself out. Hey? Is that so? On the surface, Wiseman looked like an elegant and decent nobleman, but in reality, he was a pure and funny guy. Anyway, thank you so much this time. Most of the supplies on the airship have been consumed in the past 70 years. The only thing left is the batch of red wine that is quite old. It is these treasures that Wiseman intends to ask Bai Luo to taste. Dong. Wiseman opened the red wine very professionally and poured a glass for Bai Luo and himself. The two sat in the airship hall. Bai Luo did not know how to drink. He did not pretend to know, but casually asked Wiseman how to drink red wine. How does it feel? Wiseman looked at Bai Luo, who tasted the red wine in the right way under his guidance, with a little expectation in his tone. Because Bai Luo did not drink much red wine, Wiseman also specially selected a wine suitable for newcomers to taste. Very good. Bai Luo had a smile on his face. Under the light, he carefully looked at the red liquid in the glass. I always thought red wine was bitter, but this one is unexpectedly good. In fact, different styles of red wine have different ratios of acidity, tannin, and sweetness. The bitter taste generally refers to the tannin component in red wine. Red wine with high tannin content will taste bitter. Everyone has different tastes. Some people like wine with higher tannin content. Wiseman saw this point. So he chose a red wine for Bai Luo that he could accept more. If you like it, you can take some back. I don't have much else here. Good red wine, as much as you want. As the king of immutability, it is quite easy to control the brewing of wine. Over the years, Wiseman's airship has indeed not been docked, but the Golden King has never stopped the transportation of various materials. For Wiseman, who can control gravity, he only needs a thought to take away materials from the ground. It seems that you are staying here, and you haven't done anything. For 70 years, Wiseman has not done nothing. He found a few hobbies for himself, including the study of wine. But there are only some children over there, and they are not old enough to drink. Although Bai Luo said this, he did not reject Weissman's kindness. Not only red wine, but also Japanese sake and Hyuxia liquor, Bai Luo picked some of them. Come to think of it, don't you care? Bai Luo, who had taken the good stuff, looked at Weissman with a little confusion. What? However, the latter looked puzzled. What? For some reason, the two stood there with their eyes wide open, and the quiet atmosphere seemed a little weird. Wait a minute. Weissman asked hurriedly, Old Bai, what are you talking about? What don't care? Care about what? No. Bai Luo was also stunned. He pointed to the sofa beside him. Didn't you notice that something was missing over there? What was missing? Weissman looked in the direction of Bai Luo's finger, and saw that the sofa was empty. The silver-haired young man was stunned for a while, then reacted and shouted, That boy! He's gone! This time, it was Bai Luo's turn to be speechless. Good guy! Really good guy! When Bai Luo and Weissman arrived, they found that Asan Asha, or as the boy was called temporarily, was missing from the sofa. When the two went to see the King of Gold, they did not take Asan Asha with them, but left him on the airship. This place is quite far from the ground, and Bai Luo left magic on him to ensure his safety. Why didn't you say it earlier, Old Bai? I thought you knew. Bai Luo scratched his head. He could locate Asan Asha's traces and knew that he was still on the airship and had not left. In addition, two other groups of people entered the airship. The airship is very large. In addition to the main control room, there are many rooms, function rooms, and storage rooms. To put it bluntly, even if someone was fighting in the cabin, Weissman might not be able to hear it with the sound insulation here. Perhaps it was too convenient to perceive magic. Bai Luo subconsciously thought that Weissman had also noticed the situation over there. The reason why he didn't take any action was because the first king was confident that he could solve their dispute without Bai Luo's action. It seemed that Weissman in the original book easily stabilized the situation. So, what is it? Ahem. Bai Luo coughed twice and explained, It's like this. When we came up just now, I found that there were two groups of people confronting each other in the cabin. According to the feedback from Bai Luo's magic perception, these two groups of people are the two clans of the Red King and the Green King. Bai Luo didn't know what happened specifically. If we guessed it roughly, it should be that the two groups landed one after another and found the sleeping Izana society. They didn't know the true situation of Izana society, so they started a fierce battle for it. Don't worry. Bai Luo savored the fragrance of red wine and said calmly, I left magic on the boy, he will be fine. As for the two clans, he didn't continue because it was too rude. Bai Luo, royal clan? Hey, you are weak. Bang! Bang! In the airship cabin, two figures, one red and one blue, were colliding fiercely, and the two major clans under their command, although they did not attack, were watching each other vigilantly. Whenever the other party made a move, they would support their own king at the first time. Leave that kid to me. The Red King Suhotsun's face was solemn, and his fists repeatedly hit the sword in the hands of the Blue King Munikata Reiji. It was obviously a flesh and blood body, but when it fell on the blade, it burst out like a metal sound. The situation is still unclear now, at least we have to wait until this boy wakes up. Reiji Munikata did not have to protect Asan Asha to death, he just wanted to know what happened here. The traces of battle left in the control room showed that a fierce conflict had broken out here. However, Reiji Munikata led the Blue King clan to search the entire airship carefully, and except for the unconscious Asan Asha, no second figure was found. Because Bai Luo and Weissman left, the actions of both sides were perfectly staggered. Soon after, Homera, who also noticed the movement in the air, boarded the airship under the leadership of Suo Honori, and found Asan Asha protected by the Blue Clan. There is nothing to say. Homera's attitude towards the murderer who killed Totoro was extremely straightforward, that is, to make him pay with his life. Munakata Reiji wanted to keep the witnesses of this incident, and the other side just wanted to vent his anger. In this way, the Blue King clan and the Red King clan, who were already at odds with each other, broke out in another conflict in this period of time. Fortunately, both sides were restrained and did not fight directly here. Otherwise, with the structure of the airship, it is really possible to be blown up by these guys. At such a high altitude, if the airship falls, except for a few clan members with relatively strong superpowers, it is estimated that few people can survive. Hey! At this moment, a white-haired loli in a gothic long skirt who was in the crowd of Homera seemed to notice something. The white-haired Lolita turned her head, a silver-white light appeared in her eyes, and black, so beautiful. The girl couldn't help but murmured to herself, just like the starry sky. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 21 by Luo's Royal Power, Please Give Me Flowers. This girl has a very keen sense of perception. Bai Luo and Anna looked at each other, and he smiled at the silver-haired loli kindly, indicating that he had no ill intentions. Anna, what are you looking at? There. Anna did not hide anything and directly pointed out Bai Luo and Wiseman who appeared nearby at some point. Who are you? Only then did Homera and the people in the fourth room of the Legal Affairs Bureau realize the existence of the two. It seems that there is a bit of trouble. Wiseman was not very good at dealing with such a scene. He stepped forward and introduced himself. Please stop for the time being. I am the first king, Adolf K. Wiseman. The first king. The Silver King. Among the 7 kings, the Silver King has an extremely transcendent status and belongs to an otherworldly existence that no one has ever seen. Reiji Munakata and Suo Hano did not dare to be arrogant, and quickly stopped and temporarily ceased fighting. However, the two looked at Wiseman with suspicion. They did not expect that the legendary Silver King would be so young. You know, the age of the Silver King is about the same as the Gold King. If he is still alive, he is nearly 100 years old. But the person in front of him doesn't look like he is 100 years old. Buzz. But before everyone asked, a strong force burst out from Wiseman's body, and a silver giant sword inlaid with various gems appeared in the sky. That is. There is no doubt that this is the sword of Damocles, and it is also the symbol of the king. Excuse me, Silver King. Reiji Munakata bowed to Wiseman, please forgive me for the previous offense. Is this the sword of Damocles of the first king? Suo Takashi didn't show much respect. He just wanted to find out what Wiseman was here for. If it was an enemy, even if the other party was the first king, Suo Takashi would fight to the death. Well, can you give this boy back to us first? After saying that, Bai Luo waved at Azaneza lying on the ground. Then, under the gaze of the 2 major clans and the 2 kings of Red and Blue, the boy's body disappeared from the spot. Almost in the blink of an eye, the boy floated in front of Bai Luo and Wiseman. What? This sudden scene directly broke the current tranquility and set off an uproar between Home Luo and the 4th Department. How did he do it? The action was so fast that even with the reaction speed of the 2 kings, they didn't know what Bai Luo did. Hey! In Home Luo, a skateboard boy with a fierce look in his eyes roared, damn it, give that man back to us. He saw Bai Luo taking away Asan Asha, and rushed towards Bai Luo without thinking. Rose-red flames surged from his body, and the earth-shaking momentum seemed to be a gesture of forcibly taking Asan Asha back from Bai Luo. Don't! Anna's eyes were horrified. She wanted to hold Hata Misaki, but the boy's speed was too fast. Swish! Fortunately, there was someone faster than the skateboarder Misaki Hata, and there was also Fushimi Sarahiko from the 4th room. The latter raised his hand and threw out several flying knives, aiming directly at the place where Misaki Hata landed in front of him. Bang bang bang! Misaki Hata turned the skateboard to block all the flying knives, and then glared at Sarahiko Fushimi, a whole monkey. What are you doing? Idiot! Sarahiko Fushimi ignored Misaki Hata, and all his attention was on Bai Luo. Just now, when Misaki Hata attacked Bai Luo, Fushimi Sarahiko felt unprecedented fear. It was the fear of the death of his former best friend. Yes, Misaki Hata would die. This was Fushimi Sarahiko's unreasonable premonition. As long as he attacked Bai Luo, the fate that would greet the boy would inevitably be death. Oh! Seeing this, Bai Luo admired Anna's intuition and Fushimi Sarahiko's decisiveness. Very correct judgment, I like you a little bit. Oh, and you? Bai Luo looked at Hata Misaki, although it was a bit impulsive, the intention of revenge for a friend is worthy of praise. As Bai Luo said, he might teach Hata Misaki a lesson for offending him. But killing the opponent directly is a bit too much. Bai Luo's means of dealing with the enemy will change according to the attitude of the opponent. If the enemy has the intention to kill him, then Bai Luo will naturally not hold back. However, just sparring, capturing alive, injuring, and counterattacks like stress are all within Bai Luo's acceptable range. To some extent, as long as you don't have bad intentions towards Bai Luo, he will still be measured. Hey! Hata Misaki didn't know Bai Luo. Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Be quiet, Xiao Hachi. Xiao Hotsun had never used such a serious tone to talk to his clansmen. He stepped forward quickly, grabbed Hata Misaki's arm, and forcibly dragged her back to the crowd of the Red Clan. Who are you? Munakata Reiji also looked solemn. He couldn't feel any breath from Bai Luo, as if this person didn't exist. Do you need me to help introduce him? Wiseman didn't want Bai Luo to have a conflict with others. After all, they had no grudges, and everything was a misunderstanding, which could be solved. I'll do it. Bai Luo rejected Wiseman's kindness and said, I am the Black King who has just obtained the supreme authority. My name is Bai Luo. Black King. It turned out to be. Hearing the name of the Black King, the clan members' reactions could only be described as average. However, kings like Munakata Reiji and Suho Takashi can clearly feel the weight of this title. The last king who destroyed everything, brought the end to the world, and granted rebirth in the darkness. The Black King, who was above the 7 kings, even had the power to kill the 7 kings at will. If the two were still a little afraid of Wiseman, then facing Bai Luo who released his own aura, they only had fear in their hearts. The gap. The gap in dimensions that cannot be crossed. Well, don't be so nervous. Seeing that the two of them were sweating, Bai Luo quickly comforted them, I won't do anything. In fact, just now, I had a friendly negotiation with the Silver King and the Gold King, and finally established a win-win cooperation. Then, Suho Takashi blocked the clan members behind him. Your Majesty, the Black King took that person away, is he going to protect him? The Red King's attitude was a bit aggressive. But Bai Luo didn't mind. After all, the most important family member had just died, and they were already angry. Moreover, with the Red Clan's character of never giving in, they might really fight with Bai Luo. At worst, the clan will be destroyed. There are no cowards in the Red Clan who are afraid of death. You misunderstood. Bai Luo did not continue to provoke the people of Huo Wu Luo. He said, this boy is not the one you are looking for. The real murderer who killed your partner Shisha Duoliang is the colorless king. Then, Bai Luo told everyone present the cause and effect of the incident. He also let them know the true identity of the white-haired boy. According to the investigation of the Golden King, this young man's real name is Toru Haida. Because of his handsome appearance, he was possessed by the colorless king and his body was taken away. Bai Luo said, so this matter has nothing to do with him. Is that so? Zhou Fengzun sighed helplessly. He said, we, the Huao Luo, will not attack innocent people, but the colorless king. Don't worry, I have captured him. Bai Luo signaled Weismon to take out the light ball that imprisoned the colorless king. However, Weismon, and the Golden King think that he should be tried as to how to make a specific judgment. Gather enough kings to give the colorless king the death penalty. This was the result of the three people's discussion before. The colorless king provoked the conflict between the two tribes and attacked the Silver King. His disruption of social order seemed to touch the bottom line of the kings. In addition, Bai Luo's attitude towards this kind of troublemaker has always been to kill first. Death penalty. Zhou Fengzun closed his eyes, and the other members of Huao Luo also accepted this result. Although he didn't do it himself, the other party is a king after all. And if Humera doesn't make trouble, the Blue King and the Blue Clan of the Fourth Chamber will naturally not conflict with them again. The majesty of the Golden King is above the whole of Japan, and even the Red and Blue Kings dare not disobey him. Now Wiseman is involved. The first and second kings are jointly handling this matter, and even a serious person like Munikata Reiji can't find fault. Not to mention, even the legendary Black King is involved. Let's go. Without any more nostalgia, Suo Han led Humera away from the airship. They also came up by helicopter. As for the source of the helicopter, it was naturally snatched from those rich people by force. Red represents anger and is also a symbol of violence. Plunder, destruction, and breaking the inherent order, this is what the third king, the Red King, represents. Then, I'll take my leave too. Munikata Reiji wanted to exchange a few words with Bai Luo, but the situation at this time was obviously not appropriate. Just as the people in the fourth room walked past Bai Luo, an inexplicable throbbing appeared in Bai Luo's holy domain like a ripple. This is... Bai Luo's eyes fell on the blonde beauty in a blue uniform following behind Munikata Reiji. Who is she? And there is this feeling. Bai Luo found that the Black King's authority was conveying some kind of information to him. Recalling the anime information he had watched before, Bai Luo quickly recognized the identity of the woman. I was Himasari, deputy to the head of the 4th Department, Munikata Reiji, seems to be the only woman in the Blue Clan. Qualified? Blue Authority. The creation of the Black King is not just to open up a new world, but also to have the right to choose a new king for the new era. The new king here is not Wiseman and others, but the royal family that belongs to Bai Luo alone. There are 7 royal family members, representing the 7 colors of the world of K. Can I choose 7 people, give them different colors of sanctuary, and let them become my family? The kings given by Bai Luo are his family, also known as royal family. The royal family can develop their own clan, and the more clan members there are, the stronger the power of the royal family. Similarly, as the power of the royal family grows, Bai Luo's power will continue to increase. However, the choice of royal family is very troublesome, and not everyone has the opportunity to be favored by Bai Luo. To become a royal family, you must first have the qualities that match the color of the sanctuary, such as the blue authority that resonates with Awa's Himasari. Blue represents order, and is also a symbol of calmness, severity, and perseverance. To meet this condition, the other party must be a person with a strong will and can defend the order with his life. Of course, if it is just this point, it is not difficult to find someone who meets the requirements. However, while meeting this condition, the qualified person must also meet Bai Luo's wishes. If Bai Luo does not like him, then no matter how outstanding the other party is, the Black King will not pay the slightest attention to him. Interesting. With this thought, Bai Luo stopped everyone in the 4th Department who were about to leave. Blue King, wait. Munikata Reiji stopped. He came back to his senses, looked at Bai Luo in confusion, wondering if he had anything else to say. Old Bai. Wiseman also did not know Bai Luo's plan. It is indeed something. Bai Luo smiled and looked at Awa's Himasari. It must be said that this blonde lady is indeed very elegant. Having said this, Bai Luo released his restrained breath for the first time. Then, in the sky, a sword of Damocles, which was black and reflected endless starlight, slowly emerged, and the might it exuded instantly enveloped everyone present. The difference in power almost made everyone breathless. Munakata Reiji and Suho Takashi were better. But most of the other ability users had collapsed on the ground, and only a few people, such as Hata Misaki and Fushimi Sarahiko, could barely fight. However, no matter who it was, the eyes looking at Bai Luo at this time were filled with an undisguised fear. "Ah, sorry. Bai Luo quickly put away the sanctuary. Seeing that everyone looked ugly, he said embarrassedly, "I have suppressed the power as much as possible. Did I not hurt you?" He originally just wanted to release a little king's power to pave the way for what he was about to say. Unexpectedly, the deterrence was too much. If Bai Luo had not restrained himself in the first place, at least 80% of the people present would be in danger of their lives. Black King, is he such a monster? Reiji Munakata barely suppressed his surging blood, but Awa's emissary beside him was in a miserable state. The originally aloof sister was now weak all over, her knees trembling constantly, and she was actually about to kneel down to Bai Luo. The same thing happened to Misaki Hata and Sarahiko Fushimi. Silver-haired Loliana was better. Bai Luo deliberately skipped her. For such a young child, Bai Luo would not use his power to intimidate her. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 22 Invitation, Request for Flowers. Sorry, I scared you. Bai Luo raised his hand, and a galaxy-like power enveloped Awa's emissary, instantly allowing her to recover. This power. The warm breath that enveloped her whole body made Awa's emissary think of her mother's arms. "Thank you, His Highness the Black King." Awa's emissary didn't know how to complain. It was Bai Luo who caused her internal injuries, but in the end she still had to thank him. It was a pity that there was nothing she could do about it. Awa's emissary didn't know what the Black King meant. Not a king, she couldn't sense the Black King's existence through the stone slab. But Awa's emissary saw her boss's reaction very clearly. "No need, it was originally caused by me." Bai Luo's words stunned Awa's emissary. She didn't expect the Black King to be so easy to talk to. But soon, Awa's emissary didn't have time to think about these. Because Bai Luo's next sentence made her stunned on the spot. "You have good qualifications." Bai Luo invited, "Are you interested in following me and becoming my royal family?" What? These words really shocked everyone. Let's not talk about what royal family means, but this blatant poaching behavior is a bit too much. If Bai Luo had invited Anna of Homura instead of Awa's Hima, they would probably fight to the death with Bai Luo on the spot. They would never sacrifice their companions in exchange for their own safety. Of course, Awa's emissary is the same. "Sorry, I can't agree." Awa's emissary did not hesitate and rejected Bai Luo's invitation very straightforwardly. Although Bai Luo is very strong, so strong that people can't resist. But even so, Awa's emissary can't betray the Blue King for power. The two are not in a relationship, and Awa's emissary only respects her own head and trusts her boss. "Your Excellency the Black King." Reiji Munakata, who had originally looked calm, said with a little displeasure, "Awa's Hima is my companion, and to me, she is an important family member. If Bai Luo wants to hurt Awa's emissary, he will not agree to it no matter what. Even if it costs his life, Reiji Munakata will not hesitate to swing his sword at Bai Luo. The Blue Clan will never succumb to unreasonable power." "Well, you misunderstood." Bai Luo explained, "I am not asking her to join my army and become a member of the Black Clan. You may not understand the meaning of the Black King's authority." There is no need for Bai Luo to explain the next words. He just snapped his fingers, and the Black King's sanctuary instantly enveloped everyone. Afterwards, a lot of information about the Black King's authority emerged in everyone's mind. Creation and destruction. The king who dominates everything. Put an end to the old era and open up a new world in chaos. This. Recalling the information in their minds, everyone could not hide their horror. There is no way, the Black King's authority is really too exaggerated. In comparison, the ideas of other royals are just like playing house. Is this the new king who is above the 7 kings and dominates everything? Reiji Munakata looked extremely solemn, especially the meaning of Bai Luo dominance. That kind of power is really unreasonable. There is no immortality in front of the Black King. The fate of gold is not worthy of interfering with his will. Suppress all violence and make order crawl like a dog. The so-called change is just to make the king's life less boring. All living beings protect the world, and the world only loves the king. Do whatever he wants, he is the only chaos. Is the concept symbolized by the 7 kings so vulnerable in front of him? Reiji Munakata has never been so powerless. He looked at Awaz Himasiri, who was also stunned, and Bai Luo's previous words came to his mind. Let Awaz Hima follow the Black King. Reiji Munakata would never agree to this proposal. But now, considering the horror of the Black King, Reiji Munakata hesitated. Munakata Reiji was not afraid of Bai Luo and succumbed to his power, but had deeper considerations. Blue represents order and is the shackles that maintain stability. If Awaz Himasiri can gain the king's trust, she can give advice at critical moments. Appease the Black King and prevent him from destroying the world. Apparently, Awaz Himasiri also thought of this. I can choose the royal family and give them the sanctuary and power equivalent to the king. Bai Luo didn't care about the two people's thoughts. You have the qualifications to become my Blue King. Not just a minister and follower, but a family that is more like a family. Of course, the 7 princes who guard the Black King have different responsibilities. The Blue King's job is to uphold the laws established by Bai Luo and not allow any behavior that challenges the king's majesty. In a sense, Awaz Himasiri's personality and ability are in line with this requirement. Of course, I won't force you to follow me. Bai Luo said, you can go back and think about it for a while, and I will give you an answer when I come next time. After that, Bai Luo directly withdrew from Wiseman's world. What is this? Munakata Reiji and Awaz Himasiri looked at Bai Luo, who suddenly disappeared, and they couldn't react for a while. He has left. Wiseman shrugged casually, besides, you don't have to worry, Lao Bai won't destroy this world. The person in front of him is the oldest Silver King. Compared to the time when Wiseman became the king, Munakata Reiji is just a newbie who has just taken office. Facing the Black King, he is still so calm, he really deserves to be the first king. Munakata Reiji sighed, compared with you, I am still too immature. Wiseman was a little embarrassed, he was just a nearly 100-year-old dead otaku. Munakata Reiji obviously misunderstood. Forget it, let's go. Wiseman, I know you have a lot of questions now. I'll take you to see the lieutenant, the Golden King. He will tell you what we just discussed with the Black King. Yes. Reiji Munakata gave Wiseman the greatest respect. He took Awaz Himasiri and followed Wiseman to the High Shian. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23, The King of Grey, Snow Princess, please give me flowers and comments. Who? Returning to the Shadow World, Bai Luo appeared in the forest. Xueji sensed the breath and instinctively took a fighting stance. Master Bai Luo. Seeing that it was Bai Luo, Xueji breathed a sigh of relief. You are back. Yes. Bai Luo, I made you worry. As he said this, Bai Luo's eyes fell on Xueji, and he once again felt a sense of blessing. This feeling, could it be? Bai Luo hurriedly checked and found that there was a faint light flickering in the power of the kingship. The light turned from dark to bright, and it became more and more dazzling. Grey. After Awaz Himasiri, Bai Luo once again met a qualified person who could become his royal family. Yes, this person was Xueji. Master Bai Luo? What gray? Xueji didn't know what Bai Luo was talking about. She looked around and didn't find anything gray. Is there something dirty on my head? When she thought of this, the pair of fluffy fox ears on Xueji's head blinked cutely twice. At the same time, the white fox girl also took out a mirror and carefully looked at her manners. The girl Aimu, especially in front of her lover, can't tolerate showing her embarrassing side to the other person. No, the gray I said means something else. Bai Luo smiled and touched Xueji's head. I have to say that the hair and ears of the fox-eared girl are really comfortable and make people love them. As for Xueji, the girl was squinting her eyes, looking quite enjoying it. Just now I left here and went to another world. Bai Luo did not hide the existence of the chat group. However, in order to facilitate understanding, Bai Luo described it as a platform that can connect to another world. Another world. Xueji did not doubt it at all, but she admired Bai Luo more and more. Yet, Bai Luo, I named that world the King's World. Just now, I was invited to go there to help a friend, Bai Luo. Unexpectedly, I gained a powerful force. Boom! The next moment, the Black King's sanctuary unfolded, an unimaginable majesty and holiness enveloped Xueji. At the same time, the sword of Damocles, which was pitch black with stars dotted in between, and seemed to carry a universe, slowly emerged above Bai Luo's head. This is... Xueji's pupils shrank slightly, and her whole body trembled as if her hair was blown up. The instinct of the beast told her that she must not offend the person in front of her. Especially the giant sword in the air, which gave Xueji a feeling of despair that could wipe out everything and end the world. What kind of power is this? How great! Xueji trembled, but not because of fear, but because of her endless fascination with Bai Luo. Ah, this is the man I swore to follow, my master. My lord Bai Luo. If this is an anime world, then Xueji's eyes must have two pink hearts, shining. Ahem. Bai Luo interrupted Xueji's fantasy. He put away the sword of Damocles, and then told Xueji the basic information of the king. In short, as the Black King, I can give 7 qualified people and make them royal. To be precise, they should be called princes, apostles who only obey Bai Luo. You mean, I can become a royal family? Xueji was a little nervous, but more of it was the lack of confidence in her own strength. She was just an insignificant fox orc. How could she be so favored by Lord Bai Luo? You have to believe in yourself, Xueji. Bai Luo saw the girl's hesitation. But his attitude was very firm. You are no worse than anyone else, so there is no need to belittle yourself. Besides, I think the Grey King is a good match for you. Bai Luo, Grey means protection among the kings. Xueji, you have the qualifications to obtain this power. Can I, really? Happiness came too suddenly. Xueji wondered if she was dreaming. However, compared to the powerful power that was about to be obtained, Xueji cared more about the royal family that Bai Luo mentioned. Becoming a family with Bai Luo, this is what Xueji has always dreamed of. And Lord Bai Luo actually said that he is a good match for her. Xueji, I am so happy to be trusted by Lord Bai Luo. Are you willing? Of course. I am willing to stay with you until death. Xueji nodded firmly, and then bowed to Bai Luo. Well, I am not talented, but I hope you can give me more advice, Lord Bai Luo. Bai Luo felt that this was a bit strange, but he didn't think much about it. It was a pledge of allegiance, so there was nothing wrong with being sincere. Don't resist, calmly feel the authority I give you. After that, Bai Luo pointed his finger at Xueji's forehead. In the name of the King of the beginning and the end, I grant you the authority of the Ash. Boom! As Bai Luo's voice fell, an unimaginable majestic aura emerged from Xueji's body, and the silver-grey light rose to the sky like a pillar of heaven. And in that light, a silver-grey sword of Damocles slowly appeared. This sword is different from the sword of the Grey King in the K-world. Shueji's sword of Damocles is grey as a whole, and it is decorated with silver-white snowflake patterns. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the temperature around was obviously lower. Is it snowing? Bai Luo looked at Shueji, who was emitting a silver-grey light. The power of the kingship, after mixing with the magic power, will indeed have unexpected changes. Although Shueji's magic power was not of high level, its quality was the same as Bai Luo's, both of which were orange. The magic power symbolizing chaos collided with the authority of the Grey King representing protection, and what was obtained was a brand new sword of Damocles. Gala La. Shueji subconsciously waved her sleeves to one side. In an instant, the entire forest was covered with a layer of white frost, and it was directly frozen by it. What a powerful force! Shueji looked at her hands, she felt the surging magic power in her body. All this was so unreal. Strength does not exist independently, just like a person with a strong physique, his strength will not be weak. Similarly, with the emergence of the Grey King Sanctuary, Shueji's magic power, which was originally only excellent, was greatly improved in an instant. Snow-white foxtails grew from the girl's back, which was the symbol of the power of their demon fox clan. Shueji originally had only one tail, and her mother was only a three-tailed demon fox. However, now, with the awakening of huge magic power, the number of Shueji's foxtails began to increase, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the limit of the transformation of the demon fox clan, 9 tails. Thank you, my master. Shueji saluted Bai Luo with great respect, and her eyes were full of piety and admiration when she looked at him. "Ah, Lord Bai Luo, my concubine. I will definitely not let you down." Shueji. Gender, female. Age, 13 years old. Race, fox orc. Abilities, magic growth, R, magic manipulation, N, Grey King Sanctuary, SR. Overall rating, early 7-digit level, 1 strike is enough to wipe out a mountain range. Unlike Wisman's early 7-digit level, Shueji is in the normal early 7-digit level. But in terms of defense, because of the protection of the sanctuary, even an attack that can destroy a country can hardly hurt it. Is it directly upgraded to 7 digits? 7 digits, that is the surface level combat power from city to starburst. According to the statement in K, the power of the king is proportional to the number of clans. When a large number of people with abilities from the same clan gather together, the overall power will increase exponentially. Just like now, when Bai Luo stands with his prince, he can feel the resonance between them. Not only Shueji, but I have also received a lot of power feedback. If it was just the power of the kingship in the K world, Shueji's improvement would not be so great. However, Bai Luo's royal transformation did not come from the K world, but from himself. In other words, with Bai Luo's current strength that is enough to explode a star, the power he can give to Shueji is far beyond the Drosten slate. It is reasonable for the prince developed by Bai Luo, who is worth 6 figures, to get an early 7-digit evaluation. How do you feel? Bai Luo helped Shueji up from the ground, and his eyes were attracted by the foxtail behind the girl. Very good. Shueji said confidently, if I meet the little devil again, I can definitely defeat him easily now. As she said this, Shueji noticed Bai Luo's eyes looking at her. The girl swung the foxtail very naturally, and she smiled and said, Lord Bai Luo, you have been staring at my tail, are you curious? Without waiting for Bai Luo to explain, Shueji put a tail in front of the other party. I feel extremely honored to be loved by you. So, please don't worry about me, just play with it as much as you want. The grace of saving life, the worship of the strong, and now there is a close connection between the royal family. Shueji has decided to devote her whole body and soul to Bai Luo. Just a foxtail. Let alone touching it now, even if she holds it to sleep at night, Xueji will not refuse. Let's say, she wishes it would happen. Ahem, then I'd rather obey you than be respectful. Before Bai Luo crossed over, he liked cats and dogs very much, and he had no resistance to furry creatures. With the snow-white fox tail in hand, the unimaginable comfortable feel, Bai Luo only wanted to say, beast-eared girls are really great. But this is hard for Xueji. Even if she said it casually, the tail has always been the most sensitive part of the demon fox clan. So on weekdays, the beastmen will continue to use magic to nourish their tails, so that they can even be used as weapons and protective gear in battle. However, facing the touch of their loved ones, the beastmen will instinctively relax their vigilance. Just like now, Xueji is not willing to strengthen the fox tail. That is to make it completely fluffy and soft, more comfortable than the highest grade bedding. Thank you. Bai Luo finished the fun of sucking foxes, and he adjusted his posture again. Xueji, your current strength has reached 7 digits. 7 digits. This is the combat power level I divided according to the different individual performances. Bai Luo said, the 7 digits can be divided into 3 levels, anti-city, anti-country, and anti-star. You are now roughly between anti-city and anti-country. With Xueji's magic power and sanctuary, every move is like a nuclear explosion. With full strength, it is not a problem to destroy a small country. The real anti-country level is enough to sink the continent and flatten everything on the surface. At the level of anti-star, it can cause substantial damage to the planet under our feet. The peak of 7 digits can shatter this planet. As for Bai Luo's current 6 digits, even if it is only in the early stage, it is close to the destructive power of the star level. The Sun, which is 1.3 million times the volume of the Earth, is not something that can be touched by a mere 7 digits. Xueji didn't know what planets and stars meant. But she understood what Bai Luo said about sinking the continent. The power to destroy the world. Xueji once again marveled at Bai Luo's power, but this is just a trivial gift from Lord Bai Luo. Through the connection with the family, Xueji can feel the vastness of Bai Luo's power. Compared with this, the power that makes her obsessed is just like sitting in a well and looking at the sky. But Xueji, your control level of magic power is a bit low. Bai Luo said, so I plan to set some restrictions for you to prevent the problem of power getting out of control. Of course, this so-called restriction is not a seal, but a psychological suggestion. As long as Xueji needs it, a thought can unlock all the restrictions. And with the protection of the sanctuary, Bai Luo is not worried that Xueji will be embarrassed because she doesn't have time to release her power. As for the appearance of the limiter. By the way, use this. Bai Luo recalled Xueji in the original book, and then used magic to make 9 arcs. These are tail hoops. Xueji, put them on your fox tail. They can be used as accessories and can also help you better control your power. Bai Luo said, 9 arcs. Every time you unlock one, your power will double. If Xueji's magic power is 1 in normal state, then after all 9 restrictions are opened, her magic power will be increased to 512. And Xueji's so-called 1 is not that simple. According to Bai Luo's estimation, the power that Xueji can use under complete restrictions is not much less than the normal shadow in the original work. Such strength is enough for Xueji to deal with most situations in this world. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24, Tips for Taming Foxes. Please give me flowers and votes. So beautiful. Xueji obediently let Bai Luo put the tail hoop on her. This is the first time that Lord Bai Luo has given me a gift. I will cherish it. As long as you like it. Bai Luo touched the girl's fox ears and added, the king can develop his own people. Xueji, you can just select some of the children and form the Grey Clan. Form your own clan. Xueji's thinking was quick. She immediately thought of a name for the clan to be formed, which was called the Mithril Guard. The color of my sanctuary is silver gray, representing loyalty and protection. She planned to make the Grey Clan into Bai Luo's exclusive guard for his security work. Protecting Bai Luo just reflects the will of the Grey King. And Bai Luo's strength is so strong that if someone really offends him, the king has to take action himself, which is too embarrassing. The Mithril Guards are selected from my people to deal with the minor troubles that bother you. Xueji said it very lightly on the surface, but in fact, if she really met that kind of blind person, she would definitely let the other party know what the consequences would be if she offended Lord Bai Luo. The wildness in the bones of the orcs will only become obedient when facing the people they love. As for the enemy, Xueji will be Bai Luo's sharpest claw, tearing up all obstacles in front of him for him. Yet, Bai Luo felt that Xueji's proposal made sense. He is not Sid, and he has no interest in the forced pretense of the shadow power. The shadow world is his base camp, and Bai Luo doesn't want to accidentally destroy the planet. There is no way, Bai Luo's power is really a bit supermodel for this world. Before finding a way to improve the level of the world, try not to take action if you can. In this way, it is quite necessary to cultivate a group of combat forces that can share his worries. Okay. Bai Luo said, you, Xueji, will select the members, and during this time, I will teach you how to better control magic. As the level of magic control improves, the skills of using the Grey King's authority will naturally improve. On the way, Xueji left all the work on hand to her sister Hong Yi, and immersed herself in practicing the new power. The desire to become stronger was clearer than ever before. Yes, that's it. Control the output of magic, and then refine it bit by bit. Under Bai Luo's guidance, the White Fox Girl limited her power to the lowest level to exercise her control over magic. It must be said that this way of practice is very effective. In just one day, Xueji's progress was visible to the naked eye. If Xueji's original control skills were only around N5, then now, with Bai Luo's hands-on teaching, her skill rating is rapidly approaching the N9 standard. Learning is much easier than innovation. Bai Luo has a golden finger. As long as he strengthens it, a lot of knowledge will emerge in his mind, as if he had already mastered it. The quality of magic control skills is 2 grades higher than magic growth, and there is a reason for that. The essence of control skills is the use of one's own power. If we use the concepts in the martial arts novels that Bai Luo has read, it is the initial mastery, practice makes perfect, entering the hall, being perfect, reaching the realm of perfection, transcending the ordinary and becoming a saint. The improvement of magic control skills is like this. For example, Bai Luo's current SR level magic control, compared with the concept of martial arts, can be roughly evaluated as perfect. And it's not the perfection of magic energy, but all. Yes, even Bai Luo's new Black King Sanctuary, his proficiency in this power has reached the level of perfection. According to Bai Luo's estimation, as long as the quality is higher than dark orange, then any new skill that Bai Luo gets, Bai Luo will instantly gain enough proficiency to be called perfect. Bang! Bang bang! In the forest, a snow-white shadow is moving around Bai Luo quickly, looking for his flaws. Well, it seems to be working well. Bai Luo can feel the changes in Xueji in the past 3 days. Speed, strength, you have already mastered the essence of magic control, Xueji. If the original Xueji was just a powerful brick flying, she only knew some 3-legged cat skills. Now, she has learned how to use her own power to make one magic power work twice or even 3 times. The improvement of efficiency naturally means the improvement of combat effectiveness. And the effect of this improvement is very obvious. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is immediate. Successful. Suddenly, Xueji jumped out from the blind spot that Bai Luo could not see, and pointed the paper fan in her hand directly at his back. Really? But facing Xueji's attack, what greeted her was a dogtail grass that swayed in the wind and could be easily torn off. What? Xueji's pupils shrank slightly, and her face could not hide the shock. Because in front of her, a very fragile dogtail grass accurately blocked her attack, making it difficult for her to advance. If you look closely, you can also find that it is covered with a layer of subtle silver-white magic that is difficult to detect with the naked eye. Crack! So, the paper fan was blocked by the dogtail grass, and no matter how hard Xueji tried, it was always difficult to advance. Is it too exaggerated? Although it is known that magic control can increase the hardness of weapons. But using the grass to resist the fan in her hand that had been refined and blessed with high concentration of magic power still made Xueji feel incredible. How finely does one have to control the magic power to do this? The more Xueji came into contact with Bai Luo, the more she could find her own shortcomings and insignificance. Really, too mean, Lord Bai Luo. Dogtail grass or something, I'm not a cat. Haha. Said this, Xueji stretched out her hand to Bai Luo, who was stunned at first, and then handed the dogtail grass to the white fox girl with a smile. Humph. I told you to bully me. Watch this, watch this, watch this. The girl playfully swung the dogtail grass, as if she wanted to vent the frustration of being crushed just now on it. Haha. Bai Luo shook his head helplessly. Okay, let's stop here for today's class. Yet. As Bai Luo finished speaking, Xueji also lifted the restrictions on her strength and ended today's sparring. In order to improve Xueji's strength as soon as possible, Bai Luo was ready to go down to practice with her at any time. The white fox girl also cherished this opportunity very much and gave full play to her talents. The only regret is that no matter how fierce Xueji's attack was, she could not do anything to the dogtail grass in Bai Luo's hand. How did you do it? Xueji shook the dogtail grass in her hand. And she tried to imitate Bai Luo's behavior just now. However, before the magic power was attached, the dogtail grass had already broken into pieces. I can't catch the knock at all. Xueji was a little disappointed. It was because she tried that she could realize how big the gap between herself and Bai Luo was. Don't be discouraged. Bai Luo said, this is a skill that can only be mastered by higher level magic control. It's too early for you now. In the system's evaluation, magic control is only divided into R and SR. However, according to the ratio of 10R equals 1 SR, Bai Luo divided the magic manipulation skills from R to SSR into 20 levels. Don't underestimate 1R. In Bai Luo's opinion, most people in this world can't even reach the R level in magic manipulation. And every breakthrough in a major realm requires a certain opportunity. That requires understanding and opportunity, not just hard work. At least Xueji still has a long way to go from 9N to 1R. Enlighten it well. Bai Luo picked up a dogtail grass from the roadside again, and then attached silver magic to it. Lord Bai Luo, you are too mean. After the battle, Xueji panted slightly, and she shook the silver dogtail grass with resentful eyes. What he couldn't do, Bai Luo could do it easily. And he showed off in front of her in a very bad way. Too much. Too much. Can't you let me go? As she spoke, the white fox girl approached Bai Luo, but the latter pressed her forehead with a finger and forcibly fixed her. Ah! Covering her forehead, the girl looked at Bai Luo pitifully, which made the latter speechless. Perhaps because of the close relationship, Xueji's words and deeds became more intimate. The girl wore a jewelry-like limiter on her wrist and ankle. Without these, Xueji would have to flatten a mountain with a wave of her fan. But it's really tiring. Even with such a restriction, Xueji still had to spend a lot of energy to control her strength to the level of an ordinary strong man. That's why it's training. Bai Luo touched the girl's fox ears, causing the latter to whimper comfortably. Tiredness can highlight the effect, right? Let's go, Hong Yi and the others should wake up soon. Let's continue on our way. It was early morning. In order to avoid wasting time, both of them got up early to train and brought food to the children. In addition, because of the Silver King's ability to control gravity, the speed of the group's travel has been greatly improved. The original itinerary that was planned to take more than half a month has now been completed for the most part. If they didn't know the location of the misty forest, they would probably have entered the ancient capital. Hurry up and move the things into the car. It's rotten like this, but it's still alive. Because it's an elf, its vitality is much stronger than that of humans and orcs. Suddenly, the two people who were walking back caught a strange conversation. Shweji's ears moved, and with the help of the wind, the girl could clearly hear every word the group said. Lord Bai Luo. The girl stopped and looked at Bai Luo beside her. Yet. Bai Luo said, there is an abandoned village about 5 kilometers ahead at 3 o'clock, and many people have gathered inside. With Bai Luo's current magic power, the maximum perception range can even cover every inch of land on the entire planet. As for a fine operation, Bai Luo can now roughly control everything within 10 kilometers. The perfect control here is not just seeing, but real control. For example, now, if Bai Luo wants, he can even directly observe the movement of every atom within tens of kilometers. Yes, just like Laplace's demon. By controlling the movement of every microscopic particle, he can predict the future and know how the world will change in the next second. If he uses magic power to control, he can control astronomical numbers of atoms at will. Break fate and decide the future by himself. The domain of God within 10 kilometers. In this domain, Bai Luo is the omniscient and omnipotent God. Of course, due to the huge amount of calculation, Bai Luo will not maintain it all the time, that would be too tiring. In fact, let alone directly controlling the 10-kilometer Holy Land, Bai Luo rarely uses large-scale perception. He is not a peeping Tom, and it is too abnormal to monitor the whole world all the time. These people. The more Shweji listened, the deeper her brows furrowed. They are slave traders. No one likes slave traders. Although they didn't hear the word orcs from these people, the Yeahu village would kill them directly when they met such people on weekdays. Since we have encountered them, we can't just ignore them. At this moment, Bai Luo saw more than 50 people trading with a group of people. As for the items being traded, they were neither treasures nor resources, but a wriggling, twisted mass of meat. Shweji, go back first. Bai Luo, I'll go over and take a look. As soon as the voice fell, without waiting for Shweji to reply, Bai Luo's figure had disappeared beside her. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25 Alpha, asking for flowers and evaluation votes. Really? You don't even give me a chance to show off. Shweji didn't know what was going on over there. But from the tone of these people's speech, it can be judged that these people are definitely damned people who have done all kinds of evil. The fact is the same as Shweji thought. In the dilapidated village in the distance, old stone houses stand in rows, and weeds grow here. It has obviously been abandoned for many years. A group of bandits are entrenched here and use this place as a base. They don't make a living by killing, but specialize in selling children. They often kidnap children with good qualifications from various countries and sell them to people in need. Boys and girls with good looks, rare elves and orcs, or noble blood. As long as they can sell for a good price, they will not hesitate to take action. In addition, these people don't worry about retaliation for their actions. Because there are a large number of buyers behind them. The huge interest relationship protects this group of people. All traces and those who come to investigate will disappear under the power of the umbrella behind them. Oh, oh, oh. A slovenly man in a white coat put his face in front of the iron cage and shouted crazily at the thing inside, "Great, this is simply a miracle. It's so demonized, but it's still alive. Incredible, too incredible. Such a strong vitality is simply the best experimental material." Looking at the neurotic behavior of the white coat, the thief leader said impatiently, "Okay, you have seen the things, this time the balance should be paid to us, right?" "Of course." The white coat completely ignored the thieves. His attention at this time was completely attracted by the meat in front of him. "You did a good job, these are the agreed rewards." Along with the white coat came a group of black-clad swordsmen, and the leader of them was burly. Even if he was placed in the kingdom, he was the most elite magic swordsman. So, boxes of gold coins were moved out by the black-clad man. The golden light illuminated the dawn, and even the thief leader, who had a lot of savings, couldn't help staring at it. "Gold, so much gold. Boss, it's true, we've made a fortune. Ha ha ha." The younger brothers came forward one after another. They have been in this business for many years, but this is the first time they have encountered such a generous hand. The thief leader was calm. He still watched the white coat group to prevent them from having any bad thoughts. Fortunately, the white coat group did not have any bad intentions. The existence of human traffickers is necessary. The Diablo cult needs more experimental subjects. Compared with precious experimental subjects, gold coins are just numbers. "Oh, is this a butterfly effect caused by my appearance?" Bai Luo stood on the roof not far away, but among so many people present, no one noticed his existence. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the alpha in the original book, right? "I see. If it weren't for my appearance this time, Sid would have encountered this group of human traffickers and intercepted them in advance." Bai Luo looked at the cage used as a trading item. The meatball inside was undoubtedly the alpha that should have been saved by the shadow in this world. As the head of the Seven Shadows and the direct descendant of the elf hero, his status is no less than that of the elf princess. And being able to bring such an alpha out and sell it to the Diablo cult shows how many tricks there are. Although the cursed child is a taboo in all countries, Alpha's situation in the Elf Kingdom will definitely not be good. It is estimated that he is imprisoned in a dark place and waiting to die there. But the connections of the Diablo cult are still amazing. This has infiltrated all countries like a sieve. Bai Luo shook his head helplessly. He no longer knew how to say the government of this world. "It seems that I should try to avoid dealing with these people in the future. Nobles and the like, corrupt, idle. I had this feeling when I watched anime." Bai Luo recalled the plot in the anime. "Those noble children are so arrogant. They are in the same academy, but the accommodation environment is divided into different levels. However, it seems that it is not surprising that they are typical of medieval nobles." Speaking of this, Bai Luo landed lightly on the ground. In such a situation, let alone alpha, even if it is not, Bai Luo will rescue it. As for the Diablo cult and the human traffickers, it is not a pity to die. As Bai Luo's thoughts moved, everyone present turned into ashes and dissipated in the dawn before they even reacted. No need to fight, no provocation or pretense. The Black King holds the power of destruction. Once everything in the world enters Bai Luo's holy land, its life and death will only depend on Bai Luo's thoughts. As long as he wants, these people will immediately turn into ashes. Crack. After destroying the cage that held Alpha, Bai Luo placed his hand in front of the girl whose face was completely disfigured due to the rampage of magic. "Does it hurt?" "Don't worry, it will be fine soon." As Bai Luo whispered softly, the silver-white light turned into strands of silk. They penetrated into the girl's body and began to soothe her magic and dredge the damaged flesh and blood organs. Unlike Sid, who still needed to study for a long time, Bai Luo's control of magic was enough for him to analyze Alpha's problem, so that the demon possession would become an opportunity for him to strengthen his blood and increase the level of magic growth. Buzz. Soon, when the light completely dimmed, the original meatball had disappeared. In its place, there was a naked elf girl. The girl was lying in the broken iron cage, and her smooth and white back was so tender and delicate in the glimmer of dawn. Woo! In a daze, the elf girl felt the cold again. She opened her eyes, and what she saw was a pair of white and delicate little hands, and golden hair hanging in front of her. Cold, very cold. But the elf girl did not curl up, but felt incredible for the coolness she felt again. I am. Raising her head, the girl saw the man standing in front of her. She was not shy because of her current situation. What she had was doubts in her heart, and gratitude from the bottom of her heart. There is no doubt that it was the man in front of her who saved her. The warm magic that still lingered in her heart was the best evidence. Did you save me? The girl's voice was slightly choked. She knew the answer, but she couldn't help but want to ask in person. Yes. Bai Luo nodded, and at the same time used magic to construct a thick coat and put it on the girl. Thank you. The elf girl was not completely ignorant of what happened to her. Although it was painful, she knew that she was caught and was about to be sold to those strange people. And at this moment, Bai Luo appeared. He walked towards her from the light, and the people around her turned into ashes. At that moment, the elf girl even felt that she had met a god walking in the world. What's your name? The elf girl wanted to tell her real name, but when she thought of being abandoned by her family and country, her expression immediately dimmed. The girl clenched her pink fists and endured all kinds of torture in her memory. I have no name. The name in the past brought her only pain and suffering. That family, that life, from the moment she became the devil's possessor, has nothing to do with her. It seems that you have something to hide. Bai Luo sighed slightly. In that case, let me give you a new name. Can I? The girl raised her head, her eyes full of joy. Bai Luo saved her and cured her. This favor is equivalent to giving her a second life. Even if she dies, it is difficult to repay. Her past is over, and she died with her flesh and blood. Now she wants to repay the man in front of her. Alpha. Bai Luo did not choose to change, but said the name that should have belonged to the girl. From now on, you will be called Alpha. Alpha. Alpha didn't know the meaning of this name, but she still knelt on one knee and put her hand on her chest. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be reborn. A new name. This is a farewell to the past, and it is also a brand new future given to her by Bai Luo. If you don't mind, I'm willing to follow you, whether it's holding a sword as a shield or being a slave, I have no complaints. Well, that's it, don't be so serious. Bai Luo smiled and patted the girl's head. He helped her up, and slaves and servants are a bit too much. Saving you is just a piece of cake for me. It's my honor that you are willing to follow. Bai Luo gently raised his hand, and the invisible sanctuary had already wrapped Alpha, lifting her into the air. What is this? Alpha had never seen such a magical power. Flying and so on, using huge magic power, some strong people can also do it. But it's beyond Alpha's cognition to levitate so easily and lift her up. It's just a little trick, nothing strange. In this way, Bai Luo took Alpha back to Xueji and others. The two were very fast, and they had crossed a distance of 5 kilometers in almost a blink of an eye. Until landing, Alpha was still in shock. Fast, too fast. At this moment, Bai Luo has become a synonym for mystery and power in Alpha's eyes. That unparalleled magic power, and such a miraculous method. Alpha doesn't know Bai Luo's identity, but there is only one thing that she is extremely sure of: Lord Bai Luo is definitely a strong man that I can't imagine. Perhaps it was because of Bai Luo's appearance that Shadow did not meet Alpha. It seems that I have to pay more attention to this issue. Bai Luo thought of the Shadow Courtyard in the original book. Sid was beaten by me. With his Voldemort character, I guess he won't come out to hang out for a long time. Those girls cursed by blood can't be left alone. Bai Luo has ignored Sid. In terms of strength, Bai Luo can still defeat Sid when he is in the 7 digits. Now that he is in the 6 digits, he can crush him at will. In a few years, when Sid grows up, Bai Luo doesn't know what realm he can reach. Lord Bai Luo. Seeing Bai Luo coming back, Xueji hurried forward to ask. She had already sensed that Bai Luo was not alone, but when she really saw Alpha, she was still amazed by the beauty of this young elf girl. Xueji, this is Alpha. Bai Luo did not tell her about the child's previous situation, but only said that he saved her from the curse. It's those damned men in black again. Xueji wanted to ask Bai Luo where these men in black came from. But considering that Bai Luo came from another continent and now another world, she gave up. Are you also? Alpha thought that Xueji was a commodity sold by the men in black like him, and for a moment he couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. My situation is different from yours, Alpha. Then, Xueji told the story of how her village fell into civil strife under the scheme of the men in black, and then was destroyed by the East and West divisions. The two people were in different situations, but they were both used as pawns by the men in black, so they hated this mysterious organization. Who are they? They are instigating the East and West divisions, and selling the cursed children of the elves. It's too suspicious. Xueji and Alpha both looked at Bai Luo, who hesitated for a moment and said, Do you know Diablo? Diablo, the demon god that was conquered by 3 heroes in the legend. The two women looked at each other and nodded. The demon god Diablo was conquered by 3 ancient heroes, and Alpha was the direct descendant of the elf hero. Humans and orcs do not live as long as elves, so the bloodline of the ancient heroes of the 2 tribes has long been spread. But for Alpha, this is just something her ancestors experienced. The 3 heroes were cursed by Diablo's bloodline during the battle with her. Their offspring will have a phenomenon of magic power running wild. Bai Luo explained, and those men in black belong to an organization called the Diablo Cult. This organization is headed by the 12 Knights of the Round Table. They lurk in the dark and lay out the entire continent to achieve unknown evil purposes. These things are top secret on this continent, and the real history has long been erased by the Diablo Cult. These girls don't know the truth and think that magic power running wild is a curse, but in fact it is the inheritance of Diablo's bloodline. As long as you can sort out the magic power in your body, you can control this power. Not only is there no harm, but it can greatly improve their potential. In the strengthening system, it is R-level magic growth, a world of elites. Is that so? Alpha never thought of this situation. She was slandered as a demon possessor because of the curse. And such girls are not an exception in the entire continent. Since ancient times, countless people have been killed because of this. If that's true. Xueji figured it out and said indignantly, for the demon possessor, the so-called demon possessor is not only not a curse, but should be regarded as a symbol of the descendants of heroes and be praised. In fact, Xueji is actually a demon possessor. It's just that in the original work, Xueji was lucky to meet Sid, and he regulated the magic power in her body. Otherwise, Xueji would not have risen so quickly and become the master of the White Tower in the Impossible City. The Diablo Cult. Alpha gnashed his teeth at this organization and wished to crush it to ashes. If they hadn't deceived the world, the demon possessor would not be regarded as an evil witch, but a heroic orphan, and would be properly taken care of. Unlike now, once the phenomenon of demon possession occurs, it will be abandoned. Everyone says that demon possession is incurable, but Bai Luo saved her. It can be seen that as long as people keep working hard, after hundreds of years, demon possession may not be unsolvable. However, the Diablo Cult stopped all this. The Diablo Cult is developing a secret medicine that can make people immortal, and the blood of the demon possessor is the best experimental product to improve the quality of the secret medicine. So they want to persecute the descendants of heroes while ensuring our inheritance. Alpha immediately understood. Good guy, they are treating them as leaks. Damn it. Thinking of this, Alpha's disgust for the Diablo Cult reached its peak. The elves are only separated by a few generations, which means that there must be more than one demon possessor among Alpha's parents and grandparents. This can be regarded as a genetic disease in their family. Want to join us? Bai Luo smiled and stretched out his hand to Alpha. I plan to gather all the possessors and then completely clean up the pests of the Diablo cult. Please allow me to join. Alpha grabbed Bai Luo's hand without hesitation. She originally planned to repay Bai Luo and follow him until death. Now with this clear goal, Alpha will naturally not miss it. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26, The Mist Dragon, please give me flowers and comments. Deal with the Diablo cult. Xueji tapped her chin with a paper fan and asked, Lord Bai Luo, how strong are they? Are they strong? Xueji was not worried about anything when she asked this. As long as Bai Luo decided, no matter how difficult it was, Xueji would do it. What's more, this matter itself is related to their fox village. Bai Luo thought for a moment and said, it should be so. Except for the first 4 seats that have not appeared, the strongest characters that have appeared are only in the early 7-digit period, and they are characters that were easily defeated by Sid in the original book. With your strength, Xueji, it's hard to say now. Bai Luo, but in a few years, I estimate that the entire Diablo cult will not be enough for you to fight alone. When Xueji said this, she was very calm. She knew very well how terrible the sanctuary that Bai Luo gave her was. However, these remarks were a bit exaggerated in the ears of Alpha, who did not know the truth. The elf girl looked at Xueji in surprise. She could not see that the white-haired fox girl in front of her was as strong as Bai Luo said. Hey, don't underestimate me. Xueji said, my strength is indeed not worth mentioning, but if you count the power given by Lord Bai Luo, the Diablo cult and the Knights of the Round Table are just a group of clowns who can't stand up to the stage. Xueji said this very confidently. Her worship of Bai Luo has reached its peak. It is not an exaggeration to say that she worships him as a god. So, you can insult her Xueji, but you can't insult Bai Luo, even indirectly. Do you want to feel it yourself? What? Alpha was puzzled, but saw Bai Luo point his finger at the girl's forehead. Ah! The next moment, Alpha felt an invisible traction behind her, taking her body and mind and flying out. The girl was startled. She screamed subconsciously. At the same time, countless lights and shadows passed by the corners of her eyes. They were the sun, the moon, and the endless universe and galaxies. Alpha didn't know how long she had been wandering in this endless starry sky. Maybe it was a moment, or maybe it was 10,000 years. When she reacted, she was floating in the universe like a soul out of her body. Venus, Mercury, Mars, Earth, Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune were circling around the elf girl in a special trajectory. And at Alpha's feet, a sun emitting scorching light, like the supreme ruler, controlling the most ancient order in the world. Everything is due to its reason. Where is this? Your sanctuary. Bai Luo's words came to his ears, and Alpha turned his head quickly and found that he was standing side by side with him, overlooking the star map in front of him. I'm lucky. After the Grey King, I met another qualified person. The moment he met Alpha, Bai Luo knew that his royal power resonated with the girl. The blonde elf in front of him is the best candidate to become the leader. Gold, the most noble gold. Bai Luo, it symbolizes the established trajectory that all things must follow, and controls the power of destiny that can influence all the weight in the world. Destiny. Alpha's voice was faintly trembling. If Alpha didn't understand the meaning of destiny before, then, in this starry sky, Alpha has already understood the terrifying power contained in this power. That is the pinnacle of royal power, the pinnacle of rulers. The Golden King who controls destiny. Now, answer me. Bai Luo looked at Alpha and stared into the girl's eyes. Are you willing to serve me and devote your body and mind to me? I do. Without any hesitation, Alpha slowly bent and stretched, half knelt in front of Bai Luo. Boom! The powerful force of destiny gushed out from Alpha's body. This is the holy land of gold and the symbol of royal power. The golden giant sword emerged in the sky. It was made of gold, noble and heavy, showing the majesty and sacredness of the king. Unlike the king of gold in K, Alpha's sword body is entangled with emerald vines. They seem to be integrated with the golden sword, setting it off like a majestic golden ancient tree, with tender leaves and budding flowers, showing the vitality and the meaning of all things competing. Not just destiny, but also life. The power of destiny of the King of Gold is not simply domination and control, but to maximize the potential of a person and let him take the most suitable path. And now, because of Alpha's magic, the Golden Sanctuary has also changed. Elves are immortal species, and so is this world. They represent nature and life, which makes Alpha's golden sword more embellished with emerald and rainbow jade. This. Alpha stared at his hands blankly, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock. What a terrible power! A new king. Xueji stood aside. She could understand Alpha's mood at this moment. Suddenly receiving a gift must be terrified. After all, they did nothing, but Bai Luo saved their lives and gave them a new life. Now they are given power again. How can they repay such a favor? Fortunately, Alpha is also a loyal person like Xueji. It seems that I can only dedicate my whole body to Lord Bai Luo. Having made a decision in his heart, Alpha no longer hesitated. Elves are the most loyal race. Once they identify a person, even death cannot change their minds. I am willing to be your sword and shield, never leave, and accompany you forever. Alpha knelt on one knee. The girl lowered her head, as pious as if facing a god. No. Bai Luo, who saved her, changed her fate, and gave her such power, is her god. We will be companions in the future, so these cumbersome etiquette is unnecessary. No. Xueji suddenly interrupted, and the fox-eared girl and Alpha bowed to the ground together. You are our master, and the necessary etiquette must not be omitted. Yes, this is the most basic respect. Alpha was also very serious. Please don't reject our intentions. Alpha's joining did not make Xueji feel pressured. It's like a believer. As long as you believe in Bai Luo, we are good friends. At this moment, Alpha and Xueji looked at each other. They were obviously the first time they met, but they felt a sense of mutual appreciation. Bai Luo was helpless. He actually regarded Alpha and Xueji as his sisters. But the two women were too stubborn and cared about the hierarchy. Bai Luo had no choice but to say, as long as you like it. Next, Alpha, you and Xueji will accept my guidance. Soon, Bai Luo did the same thing and made a limiter for Alpha. However, unlike Xueji's tail hoop and wrist ring, Alpha's limiter was engraved on his back by Bai Luo with magic, like the most exquisite tattoo. The two had been frank with each other for a long time, so Alpha was naturally not shy. Bai Luo's movements were very fast. He controlled the magic power and engraved an extremely exquisite tattoo on Alpha's snow-white skin in the blink of an eye. Remember, Alpha. The more you use this power, the dimmer the tattoo will become. Bai Luo instructed, when the tattoo disappears completely, your power will also be completely revealed. I will cherish it. Alpha looked at the back reflected in the mirror. The exquisite tattoo on the smooth skin made her love it from the bottom of her heart. This is the picture engraved by Bai Luo for her personally. How could Alpha bear to destroy it? Bai Luo smiled awkwardly and said, don't worry about it. Even if it's gone, I'll help you carve another one. Really? Alpha smiled quickly, and his eager eyes made Bai Luo speechless. Ahem. The same goes for you, Xueji, Bai Luo added, seeing this, if your tail hoop is damaged, I will also help you make a new one. I am so happy to be loved by Lord Bai Luo. Xueji also cares about the gift given by Bai Luo. The forbidden tail hoop is her treasure and will not be taken away easily. This tacit understanding once again brought the two girls closer. As the royal family of Bai Luo, they are naturally the closest family members. In addition, their hobbies and values are quite similar. In just half an hour, the two girls have become good girlfriends who can talk about anything at a speed that Bai Luo cannot understand. Does the relationship between girls develop so quickly? Bai Luo didn't know how to complain, he could only say that sisterhood is really psychedelic. Afterwards, Bai Luo introduced Alpha to Hong Yi and the others. Everyone welcomed the new companions. Let me give you a trivial gift. After Alpha finished speaking, he activated the power of his golden sanctuary. Invisible fluctuations enveloped everyone. That was the power of destiny, the power that Alpha, as a king, could bestow upon others. In addition, unlike in K where one must become a member of a clan to receive a gift, the power of the King of Gold is extremely universal. You can choose to become a member of Alpha's clan, or not, and this does not affect the stimulation of potential. All Alpha did was to maximize a person's talent. As the old saying goes, a man born with talent must be useful. There are no absolutely useless people in this world, only those who have lost their way and have not found a place. The role of the Golden Sanctuary is to guide everyone and help them find their areas of expertise. Okay. As the golden light dimmed, Alpha nodded with satisfaction. This was her first time to use the power of destiny. As for the result, it was quite good. What happened just now? I don't know. Sister Alpha glowed. Then what? No more. Alpha's sanctuary did not give everyone powerful power. The discovery of talent is not something that can be done overnight. This is a subtle influence. As the children grow up, they will find that their learning ability has improved and it is easier to find things they like. Point out the way, guide all beings, and put the right people in the right place. This is the power that Alpha holds, destiny. Above the lost forest, a ball of white light wrapped everyone and flew quickly. The lost forest is located in the misty mountains. Because it is shrouded in purple poisonous fog all year round and rarely visited, it is also known as the Misty Forest. In the past, explorers from the kingdom went deep into it and never returned. Over time, various legends began to circulate in the kingdom, and the Misty Forest was once portrayed as an uninhabited restricted area full of monsters. Is this where we will settle in the future? Alpha and Xueji floated on Bai Luo's left and right, while Hong Yi took the children to overlook the mountains and forests under their feet. At the beginning of the flight, the children were still a little scared. But as time went by, coupled with their trust in Bai Luo, they gradually began to enjoy the feeling of soaring in the sky and overlooking the vast land. The poisonous fog in the lost forest is a good barrier. Xueji nodded secretly and said, "This makes it easier to hide the base." Indeed. Alpha also thought the lost forest was good, but how to deal with this poisonous fog? With the sanctuary, they are naturally not afraid of mere toxins, but the children can't stand it. The physical fitness of the orcs is indeed strong, but in the face of such poisonous fog, at best they can only last a little longer than humans. Let's go down first. Bai Luo led everyone down from the sky. The faint starlight enveloped everyone to prevent them from being corroded by the poisonous fog. Hey! Suddenly, Alpha sensed the breath of life nearby. Those were magical beasts, monsters living in the lost forest. Alpha waved his hand, and the powerful magic turned into a golden snake and probed into the depths of the dark forest. Then, with unstoppable force, he pulled a strange-looking giant beast out of it. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise that shook the earth, Alpha used magic to firmly suppress the giant beast on the ground. 1,000th. Xueji tilted her head and asked curiously. 1%. Alpha shook his head, a lot of magic power was wasted. The 1% here refers to the 1% of normal state after Alpha's magic power was sealed by the limiter. The power of the sanctuary is too strong, and Alpha can't control it at all. She is as talented as Xueji, and she asked Bai Luo for magic control skills all the time along the way. Bai Luo did not keep it to himself, and told them one by one the magic control methods that suited them. This knowledge was extremely vast, and the magic control of SR level evaluation was profound and extensive. If it were the original Xueji and Alpha, they would have to study hard for at least 10 years before they could see results. Fortunately, Alpha's talent stimulation also had an effect on her. Xueji also did not resist and accepted Alpha's development of her talents. This is also the reason why they can quickly master various skills. According to Bai Luo's estimation, at most 3 or 4 years, they will be able to catch up with Sid, and then successfully surpass him. Sid is a human after all, and humans have limits. Alpha and Xueji's qualifications are not inferior to Sid, but the two do not have the vision of each other, and their vision is too small. But now, Bai Luo will expand their horizons and no longer be limited to such a small place. This monster is a bit strange. Xueji stepped forward and looked carefully, and soon found the problem: no ability to resist poison? That's it. Did you find anything? Alpha was too young and usually stayed under the protection of his aunt, so he lacked experience. It's really unreasonable that this monster has no ability to resist poison. Xueji analyzed, biology is closely related to nature. Animals in swamps and deserts have characteristics corresponding to the environment. The monsters in the forest filled with poisonous fog have no organs to resist toxins. There are no herbs to detoxify. Hearing this, Alpha suddenly realized, these monsters are not the product of natural evolution. The poisonous fog appeared suddenly. Evolution is a long process. If the poisonous miasma in the misty forest exists naturally, then the animals and plants here will definitely evolve corresponding characteristics. As an orc in the most knowledgeable demon fox clan, Xueji knows this too well. Something has caused the environmental changes here. What is it? The two women couldn't guess this, so they could only focus on Bai Luo. It's a dragon. The dragon of the mist. Bai Luo directly revealed the other party's identity. Bai Luo slowly closed his eyes, and the invisible magic power instantly spread in all directions. Hat. Suddenly, Bai Luo opened his eyes. I found you. Roar. In the darkness, a pair of pale blue animal pupils suddenly opened. The earth trembled at this moment, and the terrifying magic power turned into a substantial storm, crushing the surrounding trees with a devastating force. The huge body and dazzling white dragon scales still appeared to be shining in this dim forest. This is a dragon, even in the world of shadows, it is a terrifying existence standing at the top of the creatures. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27 Absolute Domain and Destined Death, Asking for Flowers and Monthly Tickets. Who are you? Why are you disturbing my deep sleep? The mist dragon made a hoarse voice, and it glanced at Hong Yi and others, but didn't take it to heart. But when it saw Xueji and Alpha, it subconsciously exclaimed. Such a huge magic power! Mist dragon, are you here to end me and give me death? There is no doubt that even Xueji and Alpha, who have restricted most of their own power, have the strength to fight the mist dragon. In Bai Luo's perception, the attributes of the mist dragon are roughly as follows. Mist dragon. Race, dragon. Ability, original magic, world curse. Evaluation, 8 digits, late stage. The 8-digit, late stage, mist dragon, placed in this world, already has the powerful power to destroy a country. Of course, the destruction of a country here is not a one-shot destruction, but a continuous rampage, thus destroying cities one by one, and finally destroying a country. If we only talk about magic power, the current mist dragon is roughly equivalent to 8-year-old Sid. But Sid's strength lies in his magic control. So in terms of evaluation, Sid should be in the early stage of the 7-digit level, and Bai Luo was in the middle stage of the 7-digit level when he fought with him. Don't think that there is only a small stage difference, but even such a small stage may be a tenfold difference. Not to mention, the difference between the magic dragon and Sid is one level in terms of digits. It is no exaggeration to say that even if it is Sid standing here now, he can easily defeat the misty magic dragon. What an exaggerated magic power! Alpha sighed, if there is no power given by Lord Bailuo, this guy is not much different from a natural disaster to us, right? Let me do it. Xueji stepped forward. She wanted to show her ability in front of Bailuo. This guy is not worthy of Lord Bailuo's personal attack. Sister Xueji is right. Alpha, if you want to meet Lord Bailuo, you must at least have the strength to surpass us kings. Bailuo is a god in the eyes of the two women. Even if the god wants to take action, he must prepare a gorgeous enough stage and a strong man worthy of him. The mist dragon is very strong, but not strong enough. Just talking about the two of them, even when they are sealed, they have the same magic power as the dragon. Maybe there is some gap in the use of power with the dragon. But this is not a problem. If you don't understand a limiter and crush it with magic power, then beating it is like playing. Okay. Bailuo smiled slightly. He had no intention of stealing the limelight from the two women. It just so happened that they also needed to show their strength in front of the children. This would better unite the team. The prince was Bailuo's messenger and the person who managed on his behalf. 2 against 1. Seeing Alpha and Xueji standing in front of him, the mist dragon was not afraid, but extremely excited. Yes. You have the qualifications to kill us. Come on, fight with us, and then give us the destined death. The mist dragon roared deafeningly. Fighting with the strong and then dying in battle was its long-cherished wish for survival. It seems that he will be a very good opponent. Xueji covered her red lips with a folding fan in her hand. Her originally lazy eyes looked particularly fierce at this time. Try to defeat it without breaking the limit. Alpha gave his own suggestion, and Xueji nodded in agreement. Ah, let Master Bailuo see the results of our training during this period. Roar! The misty dragon did not care about their 2-on-1 behavior. The silver-white dragon spread its wings, and the colorful dragon whiskers were wrapped with thunder. As the magic dragon took off, the huge magic power swept across the entire misty forest like a torrent. Trees fell, the ground cracked, and even the hillside in the distance was shattered in an instant. It's been a long time since I last fought. The brave warriors who challenged me, show your strength. Lowering his head, the dragon spit out a magic breath with a diameter of several meters. Its speed was so fast that the two women didn't have time to react. Use the ultimate move right at the beginning. Xueji was not afraid at all. She took a step forward and released silver-gray magic. Back off! The white fox girl shouted, and the paper fan in her hand slashed downwards, and she actually cut off the magic torrent like an inverted waterfall. This magic power has reached the standard of SR, right? What a pity! A beautiful golden figure leaped out from Xueji's side, like a flash of lightning, and came to the dragon in an instant. Poor skills. Alpha's sword skills are swift and gorgeous. This swordsmanship inherited from the elves, after being integrated with the magic skills taught by Bailuo, finally blossomed with Alpha's brilliance. Although the blonde elf is young, the calmness and elegance of each move already have the demeanor of a master. Swish swish swish. In almost the blink of an eye, the sharp sword condensed from slime in Alpha's hand has left dozens of scars on the dragon. However, Alpha was not happy, but looked solemn. Because her attack did not leave any scars on the dragon. What's going on? Alpha frowned slightly. She did not entangle with the dragon, and quickly retreated. Don't even think about it. The huge body of the dragon did not bring it much pressure at all. A large number of light cannons shot out from the dragon's wings, densely packed, hundreds of them, each containing extremely terrifying magic. Boom boom boom. The light cannon fell like a meteor, and the earth-shaking explosion raised a cloud of dust that covered the sky and the sun, covering Bai Luo and others who were watching the battle from a distance. Great, so powerful. Sister Xueji, and Sister Alpha, are they okay? The children marveled at the power of the magic dragon, and at the same time worried about the two sisters, fearing that they would be hurt. Don't worry. Bai Luo acted very calmly, they didn't even use 10% of their strength, they won't lose. Bang bang bang. Sure enough, when Bai Luo's voice fell, a large number of vines broke out of the ground, they entangled the limbs and wings of the mist dragon, directly restricting its ability to move. What? The mist dragon obviously didn't expect this situation. It wanted to struggle, but the seemingly fragile vines were far less fragile than it imagined. Buzz! The emerald green light of life gushed out from the vines, and green leaves and flowers grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. They are absorbing the magic power of the mist dragon and devouring its vitality. We are forced out of the sanctuary. Xueji put down her hand. There was a thin silver-gray light curtain in front of her, which was the absolute position of the Grey King. Among the 7 kings appointed by Bai Luo, the Golden King has the strongest comprehensive strength. But in terms of defense, Xueji, as the Grey King, is the well-deserved first. There is no way, this guy's magic resistance is too high. Alpha clenched her fist in the direction of the dragon, and her superpower of controlling life absorbed the power of the dragon more quickly. Even Sid in the original book had to perform a trick similar to atomic fission to break the dragon's defense. However, Alpha and Xueji at this time did not master this skill. As for magic compression, even if they released all their magic power and compressed it, they could only hurt the dragon at most, but could not kill it. You attack with all your strength, and leave the defense to me. Okay. Alpha did not refuse. The girl lowered her body, and a little golden light began to infect the slime mimic sword in her hand. Hey! Seeing this, Bai Luo was slightly relieved. Have you developed your abilities to this extent? Nice surprise. In his perception, about 20% of Alpha's magic power when she was fully liberated was injected into the long sword by her, and then continuously compressed. This is Alpha's limit. Today, she is still unable to perfectly control this huge magic power. However, it is not over yet. The golden sanctuary unfolded, and the emerald vines symbolizing life tightly bound the actions of the mist dragon, while the golden power of destiny quickly covered the sword body, making it contaminated with enough power to threaten the dragon. What is this? After so many years, the dragon once again felt the fear of life being threatened. It stared at Alpha's golden sword. The power emanating from it is the destined death that can directly cut off the rules from the cause and effect relationship. Ha ha ha. Realizing this, the mist dragon not only did not retreat, but opened its bloody mouth towards Alpha with great excitement. Girl who is destined to kill me, come on, show me your power. The next moment, colorful rays of light emerged from the dragon's body, flowing on its surface and converging towards the dragon's heart. What does this guy want to do? Xueji's mouth twitched slightly, and she vaguely guessed the dragon's purpose. Self-destruction. Damn it! Xueji, who quickly understood what the dragon was going to do, immediately threw away the folding fan. The white fox girl opened her arms, and the 9 fox tails behind her swayed gently, one of which had been dyed with azure blue at some point. Just as the golden sanctuary gave Alpha the superpower to control life and destiny, Xueji also got her own power. Gray is the color of protection, and it has an absolute position to resist any harm. This is a further improvement on the original cause and effect interference level of the sanctuary. In addition, Xueji also has the superpower to control elements. No, this power is not simply to manipulate elements. Each element has its symbolic meaning, such as fire represents burning, which is the release of energy. Ice has the power to slow down the movement of matter. Once this ability is developed to a deep level, it can even completely stop the movement of molecules within a certain range. Yes, this is the power of time. Similar to the Mokobot demon of Asdeath in the world of Akagi Kill, a time-stopping domain at absolute zero. Shua. The silver-gray light, with Shueji as the center, instantly swallowed up the space of nearly 1,000 meters in radius. The Orc Children, Bai Luo, Alpha, and the Mist Dragon, all the materials in this area were stained with gray. What is this? Alpha was shining with golden light. Unlike the children who turned gray, Alpha, as the Golden Queen, was not affected by this power, and she could still move freely in the absolute domain. Sure enough, the ice and snow attributes are highly compatible with Shueji. Bai Luo also radiated light. He was Shueji's master, so he would not be affected by anything. So, in this gray and white world, only 3 colors remained. Lord Bai Luo. Well done. Seeing Shueji looking over, Bai Luo nodded in appreciation, but next time you use this trick, it would be better if you can shout smash Varado. What? Shueji, who was originally praised by Bai Luo and was very happy, now showed a confused look. Nothing. Shueji didn't understand the JoJo's talk, so Bai Luo didn't say much. Okay, take action Alpha, Shueji's domain will not last long. Originally, Shueji's ability to develop the power of ice and snow to the law level was beyond Bai Luo's expectation. 9 tails, 9 attributes, not only can be used individually, but also can be deeply developed. Even different attributes can be combined in pairs. It's really the limit of Snow Princess, the elimination of Snow Princess, and the trap of Snow Princess. Bai Luo smiled helplessly, and Alpha was not distracted. The elf girl has prepared a fatal blow. Taking advantage of the last few seconds of the time-stopping field, Alpha held the golden holy sword of fate and pierced the heart of the Mist Dragon without knowing what happened. The Mist Dragon only felt a sharp pain in his heart. It lowered its head and stared blankly at the girl who suddenly appeared and suddenly pierced its heart. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? The Mist Dragon has no idea what happened. From its perspective, it draws all its magic power and prepares to explode directly. The dragons in the shadow world are immortal. They cannot commit suicide and will not be killed by ordinary people. Even if they are blown to ashes, the Mist Dragon can quickly repair. However, Alpha was different. With such a terrifying explosion of magic power, Alpha could not escape unless he released his magic power safely. Even if he survived, he would be seriously injured. But the question is, what is the situation now? The plan was well planned, but why was he suddenly stabbed, and the magic power flowing in his body was completely disconnected from it due to the interference of some external force? What did you do? Ignoring the severe pain in his heart, the Mist Dragon now wanted to know what happened just now. It was not stupid, according to the existing information. The speed displayed by Alpha was too incredible, even to the point of being unreasonable. Teleportation. No. The pupils of the Mist Dragon shrank slightly. You controlled time. Is this really something that humans can do? Tell me your name. The dragon's voice trembled faintly. It was eager to fight, eager to get a perfect ending. But at least it should know the name of the person who killed it. Alpha. Facing the questioning of the Mist Dragon, Alpha looked calm. A traveler who came here to find a place to stay. Traveler. Ha ha ha. The dragon laughed heartily, and it accepted it. Accepting the end that it had been waiting for thousands of years. So, the dazzling golden light bloomed from the golden holy sword. The golden silk threads spread around the Mist Dragon like blood vessels, and in an instant they covered its body. I am the Golden Queen who controls fate. Now, in my name, I grant you the destined death. The authority of gold, the power of fate, can ignore conditions and rules, and directly give the other party death from the cause and effect level. The death eye, which is similar to this power, still needs to see the other party's death line. But Alpha doesn't need to. She only needs to input her needs to fate, and the power of fate will execute the order according to the Queen's will. It's over. 3 words, indifferent and indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Yes, it is only from the sky, the last notice. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 28, The Immortal Dragon Clan, Please Give Me Flowers. The golden magic beam penetrated the sky and the earth. With Alpha as the center, the forest with a diameter of 1 kilometer was destroyed by this power. The orc children were wrapped in a layer of magic that sparkled with starlight. They stood in Alpha's sanctuary, and experienced the horror of the destined death and the blow of the golden sword from the most intuitive angle. It's really exaggerated. Xueji also stood in Alpha's magic torrent. The silver fox girl was not envious, because Bai Luo also gave her power that was not weaker than Alpha. In addition, Xueji was not a person who liked to show off. She didn't mind giving the highlight moment to Alpha. The kid we met before still needed to use advanced magic control skills to play such a powerful move. But now we only master magic compression. This sword, which consumed a lot of magic power, was not much worse than Sid's nuclear explosion sword in the original book. And this was not Alpha's full strength. If they really release all their strength without hesitation, not to mention the 1 kilometer forest, even the surrounding mountains will probably be flattened in an instant. Before, Xueji felt that she could crush Sid at this time. There is nothing wrong with this. The sanctuary superimposed on the blood enhancement of the demon possession allowed them to surpass Sid in terms of data. The difference between the two sides is only the use of magic power. But even so, relying solely on magic compression, Alpha has achieved the effect that Sid needs magic fission to achieve. If Alpha and Xueji also master magic fission, the gap between the two sides will be even more terrifying. It feels a bit too much. Xueji covered her mouth and chuckled, her beautiful fox eyes staring at Alpha who was returning with a sword, and teased, such a good natural barrier was destroyed, it's a pity. I will bring them back. Alpha replied indifferently, her mind was on Bai Luo at this time. Such a powerful trick, Alpha really wanted to hear Bai Luo's evaluation. It would be great if he could get praise. Unfortunately, Alpha looked up but didn't find any trace of Bai Luo. That's right. Xueji's water, earth, and wood elements can actually do the same thing. The difference between the two is that Alpha's life force is purer. Not only plants, but also animals, and even more advanced transformation and synthesis of life can do it. Of course, Alpha is still far from that realm. Hey? Where's Lord Bai Luo? Over there. Xueji motioned Alpha to turn around, and the latter turned around quickly, and sure enough, he saw Bai Luo standing where she had fought with the mist dragon. Lord Bai Luo. I'm here. Bai Luo stood in the ruins after the magic bombardment, and he was surrounded by colorful particles, and they were still gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is this? Mist dragon. Alpha and Xueji looked at each other, and both saw surprise on each other's faces. Lord Bai Luo, I should have destroyed the dragon, right? That's right. Bai Luo stroked Alpha's waterfall-like golden hair. He first praised the elf girl a few words, and then said, but when you were about to kill it, I slightly reduced the lethal amount of the power of destiny. That's it. Alpha suddenly realized that it was Bai Luo who saved the mist dragon. But why? Alpha didn't understand why Bai Luo did this, but Xueji could understand Bai Luo's thoughts. Is it because there is no reason to kill it? That's right. You can say that Saint Bai Luo is not cruel enough. It's just that in Bai Luo's opinion, because of the power, he became rude and unreasonable. That so-called power is just a key to release the demons in people's hearts. Bai Luo doesn't want to be a slave to power. What kind of person he was before he got the power, after getting the power, Bai Luo will still stick to his principles. We are outsiders who have invaded other people's territory. The mist dragon once destroyed the ancient kingdom, but it was also the founder of the kingdom and protected the country for a long time. There is no grudge, and it's really a bit too much to kill the dragon right away. If the dragon is a beast without wisdom, Bai Luo doesn't care. He is not a Buddha, nor a saint, and he will not be fair to chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. Since the dragon can communicate, it should be given the minimum respect. Bai Luo, at least, ask it if it is willing. What if it doesn't want to? Don't want to? Bai Luo was silent for a while. He looked at the children in the distance and said, "Then I have to be this bad guest." Being reasonable is Bai Luo's principle. But now, Bai Luo is not alone, he still has more than 30 children to take care of. A safe base is imminent. People should have a bottom line, but they can't be pedantic. When it really comes to the need, I can be ruthless. Bai Luo is a selfish person. Just like Sid attacked him, no matter what the other party's purpose is, Bai Luo will choose to fight back without hesitation. Similarly, Bai Luo will not let his own people suffer for outsiders and strangers. He likes these fluffy little cuties very much. During this period of time, Bai Luo has already regarded them as companions. Therefore, Bai Luo doesn't mind turning into a demon king who destroys the world for these children. Well. Bai Luo smiled and said, "But these are just our guesses. The details depend on what the dragon means." So, Bai Luo asked the children to start preparing dinner. He waited for the dragon to recover with Alpha and Xueji. Soon, the dragon's body appeared in front of Bai Luo and others again. This guy, does he have such a strong regeneration ability? Looking at the dragon's unscathed body, Alpha sighed. It was already beaten to ashes, but it can still recover. Fortunately, when she beat the dragon, she used the destined death. Otherwise, it would be difficult to cause it any injury if she used other abilities. What is this? On the other side, the mist dragon opened his eyes in a daze. It was confused for a while, and then it seemed to react, looking at the 3 humans in front of it with shock. What amazing magic power! The mist dragon did not look at Alpha and Xueji. These 2 were indeed very strong enough to kill it completely. But compared with Bai Luo, the 2 women seemed so insignificant. Yes, the mist dragon felt Bai Luo's power. Just now, before being wiped out by the destined death, the mist dragon saw that majestic figure. Who is he, sir? That kind of magic, what a joke, is he really a human? Before, the mist dragon was attracted by the magic emanating from Alpha and Xueji, and thought they were the strongest in this team. But Bai Luo was even more exaggerated. Just at the moment of saving it, the little magic it emitted made the mist dragon feel the crushing from the dimension. Bai Luo is to it as it is to an ant. This guy. The blood instinct of the mist dragon is telling it, even the legendary first demon king, no, even the whole world, is not a match for this man. Ha 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 ha. Facing despair, the mist dragon let out a roaring laugh. Is this fear? I am actually afraid. How long has it been? How long has it been since I experienced such suffocating despair? Even when facing Alpha's fatal blow, the dragon just felt that the time had come, and then calmly went to die. But in front of Bai Luo, the mere existence of the other party made the mist dragon tremble unconsciously. No matter how strong the will is, no matter how strong the self-esteem is. But you still have to tremble. The instinct of living things tells the mist dragon all the time that the man standing in front of it is terrible. So, why? The dragon, why do you want to save us? That being said, the dragon actually feels a little fortunate. Not because it survived, but because it was able to see Bai Luo with its own eyes. If there was no Bai Luo, then the mist dragon would be satisfied enough to die in the hands of Alpha. But things in the world cannot be compared. Come, and kill me. Curse the dragons across the world, grant me a death that is above fate. If you are the one who buries me, the mist dragon said excitedly, it will be the greatest honor of my life. No one present could understand this except Bai Luo. What does it mean? Is it giving up on itself? Tisk, don't waste Lord Bai Luo's energy. Alpha and Xueji were very dissatisfied with the attitude of the Mist Dragon. Bai Luo respected it, so he saved it and gave it a chance for a fair trade. Xueji didn't understand the dragon's behavior of wanting to die. Shouldn't the instinct of living things be to survive? I have no intention of killing you. Bai Luo shook his head and said, for me, as long as I don't attack right away, I will not kill intelligent life for no reason. Aren't you going to kill me? The Mist Dragon has lived for countless years, and it can feel that Bai Luo does not regard itself as a pure beast. What a pity, it obviously has such a powerful force. Hearing the sigh of the Mist Dragon, Alpha asked puzzledly, do you really want to be killed? Why? Isn't it good to be alive? Ming Ming almost killed it just now, but now he asked this. It means that the Mist Dragon doesn't care about these, otherwise he will definitely be angry to death by Alpha. Death is the fate of our dragon race. The Mist Dragon said calmly, the dragon race was cursed by this world in ancient times and could not die ordinary. If you want to die, you must die in a grand manner. Either die in the crusade of a powerful hero, or like the devil, be killed by a human warrior with a large army. In short, the nameless, the weak, and the conspiracy and trickery cannot kill the dragon. Even if this death is not the ending arranged by the world. Then no matter how powerful the existence is, such as Alpha and Xueji, they can't kill it. Of course, nothing is absolute. For example, Alpha, she controls the power of destiny. The power of destiny can break the curse of the world and kill the Mist Dragon in the form of destined death. In addition, there is Bai Luo. He can even destroy this planet. Let alone the Mist Dragon that is bound to the planet. In Bai Luo's view, the Mist Dragon is almost the incarnation of the will of the planet. Similar to antibodies and white blood cells, it is used to clean up viruses and bacteria that may destroy the planet. This is why the dragon cannot be killed. In ancient times, I made a vow with a strong man in a certain kingdom. I will protect this country, and he needs to give me eternal sleep one day. Hearing this, Xueji immediately reacted that this seemed to be the story of the ancient kingdom of Alexandria. There are many different opinions about the demise of the ancient kingdom, but no reasonable answer has been found. The most convincing theory now is that a natural disaster-like monster destroyed the country. I heard that a powerful monster destroyed the ancient kingdom. Xueji was puzzled and asked, since you are the guardian of the kingdom, why did you destroy it? Because they forgot me. The Mist Dragon has been guarding the kingdom for hundreds and thousands of years. It is an immortal being, but the lives of the people in the kingdom are limited. Generation after generation, citizens and rulers have long forgotten the existence of the Mist Dragon and the agreement between it and the founding hero. The Mist Dragon craves for a destined death. Whether the country has a hero or the people gather their strength, the Mist Dragon can accept it. But they should not forget it. We protect them so that they can destroy us one day. However, the development of the ancient kingdom has stagnated, and the people have no ambition to make progress and have long forgotten the original agreement. The noble qualities no longer exist, and the descendants of the royal family are becoming more and more decadent and extravagant. I used the mist to protect the people of this land from generation to generation. But rich land, excellent life, people who enjoy these must have strong enough power or noble qualities. The Mist Dragon is not a power-only theory. If the ancient kingdom is really like the peach blossom spring, where the people live in harmony, it will not do anything. But the dragon saw the disaster and the evil of human nature. If I have to describe it, it is a miniature version of the Zhanqi Empire, which almost breaks the limit of the dragon's cognition of humans. So, the Mist Dragon appeared. It attacked the country and destroyed the kingdom overnight with a devastating force. The people fled their homeland, and the country was destroyed. The Mist Dragon was disheartened and covered the mountains with poisonous fog, and fell asleep from then on. The ancient kingdom thousands of years ago, is this the truth? Shueji likes to read books to enrich her experience. Now that she knows the history of the ancient capital, the fox girl is satisfied with one book. The sleeping dragon is like the sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the ancient kingdom. If you can't keep improving yourself and become stronger day by day, you will face the coming of natural disasters. In a disguised way, the dragon, which is equivalent to the will of the planet, is not an exaggeration to say that it is a natural disaster. Given by your own hands, taken back by your own hands. Alpha sighed, a sad result. A strong man with the power to destroy the world, why are you here? The mist dragon was extremely respectful to Bai Luo. Seeking death is seeking death, but respecting heroes is the instinct of dragons in this world. It's wrong for us to break in rashly. I brought them here because I want to use the ruins of the ancient capital as the territory of future forces. Bai Luo said, since this place has an owner, I don't know what to use to exchange this land from you, the dragon. With your power, why do you have to trade with us? The dragon was a little curious why Bai Luo talked to it so peacefully. In the world of beasts, the strong prey on the weak. The dragon doesn't like barbaric civilization, but when it comes to being slaughtered, it won't feel resentful. Hates the law of the jungle, but can accept it. We are not robbers. Ha ha ha. The misty dragon laughed and said, with such power, you can still stick to morality. Your character is also worthy of our praise. A person with both power and morality. To die in Bai Luo's hands. It's an honor. This is our honor. The misty dragon, sorry, I have no other wishes, I just want to pray for death. As for this forest and the abandoned ancient city, the dragon said, after my death, you can use it at will. If it violates your principles, then I will give you this territory here. In this way, Bai Luo is the orthodox owner of this territory, both in name and in reality. P.S. It will be on the shelves the day after tomorrow, and there will be a burst of updates after it is on the shelves. Begging for the first order. Begging. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29 Ancient City, Asking for Flowers. Bai Luo knew that this was the true words of the dragon, if you do this, I will be even more embarrassed to kill you. By the way, can I ask why you want to die? Because I'm tired of it. The mist dragon has lived for too long, and there is no fun in continuing to live. Boom. Just as the mist dragon was talking about the boredom of life, the magic power that had previously overturned the dragon's cognition rose into the sky again. They gathered in the air and turned into an extremely spectacular and gorgeous giant sword. The giant sword was pitch black, with stars flowing in it, like the boundless universe that wrapped the Milky Way and the sun and the moon, deep and dreamy. What is this? The mist dragon widened his eyes, staring at the Black King's sword, and the whole person fell into a stagnation. You haven't seen it before. Bai Luo smiled and walked in front of the mist dragon and said, it doesn't belong to this world, but the power I brought back from another world. Another world. Another world. The black technology of the shadow world is actually quite advanced. For example, the country of art, which is also the country of Senior Sister Rose, once created the Black Rose, a space channel that can connect different worlds. Of course, the different worlds here are not the kind of chat groups, but the other worlds in the work shadow. Sid traveled to this planet from the blue planet in the shadow world. It is different from the other world you think of. It is another world with completely different rules. Bai Luo said, there are evil spirits like vampires, who feed on humans, fear the sun, but can regenerate infinitely. There are elves that can cause space shocks that can destroy a continent and can control the rules of time, history, memory, etc. There are also demons who can reset the universe with a thought. Bai Luo, various worlds, endless scenery, don't you want to go with me to see it? Okay, the mist dragon hesitated. It didn't think Bai Luo was deceiving itself. Such a strong man, there is no reason to deceive it at all. If this is your will, we are willing to be driven by you. The Mist Dragon is the protector of this planet, but Bai Luo has the power to break fate. In other words, Bai Luo's will is above the will of the planet. The Mist Dragon dare not disobey him. Well, then welcome to join our big family, Mr. Dragon. Mr. or something. The Mist Dragon said that he has no gender and does not have the ability to reproduce. The dragons in this world are more like life than living things. Although they bleed and have heartbeats, the essence of the Mist Dragon is the result of magic life. Is that so? Bai Luo thought about it. He originally planned to make the Mist Dragon a member of Xueji or Alpha's clan. The Black King Sanctuary did not react, so the Mist Dragon did not meet the requirements of the king. In fact, after accepting Xueji and Alpha, Bai Luo covered the entire planet with his magic and looked for new qualified people. This kind of exploration does not require high precision, because the perception of the holy domain is quite sharp. Unfortunately, Bai Luo did not find the third person with the qualifications to awaken the holy domain on this planet. Do you want to become a member of my clan? Bai Luo told the Mist Dragon about the relationship between the king and the clan. Bai Luo's Black King clan now only has Hong Yi. Hong Yi's status is very special. She is a personal maid who serves Bai Luo. Clan. The dragon is a product of the world's rules and represents the will of the planet. Its underlying logic is to obey the first person who can defeat itself. Originally, this obedience should be Alpha. But Alpha's destined death fundamentally broke this underlying logic. This makes the current Mist Dragon not sign a contract with anyone, and is a pure free body. This is our honor. The Mist Dragon has its own judgment. With Bai Luo's power, it does not need to fight anymore. So it lowered its huge head, as if swearing to surrender to the great gods. Then, welcome to be my partner. Bai Luo stepped forward and placed his hand on the dragon's forehead. He used his magic power to establish a connection with it through the holy domain. The king and the clan have a master-slave relationship similar to a contract. And magic is an extremely mysterious and omnipotent mysterious power. Combining the two, although Bai Luo's clan members cannot be compared with Xueji and Alpha, they are just inserted without a holy domain. Simply calculating the power shared from Bai Luo, it is only slightly inferior. To describe it with data, the king is in the early stage of 7 digits and has an invincible holy domain. The Black King clan has no holy domain, but after getting the bonus, it can still touch the threshold of 7 digits. To some extent, the prince is actually a high-end version of the Black King clan. Of course, the Black King clan is not recruited casually. The power of the Black King is extraordinary, so his clan is limited in number and can only have 21 people. Bai Luo did not accept the orc children other than Hong Yi into the clan because he was afraid of inequality rather than insufficiency. But now, Hong Yi and Misty Dragon. The former has the highest status among the orc children and is like an older sister. The latter is even more powerful, enough to be ranked among the 12 demon kings of the shadow world. With this as a reference, Bai Luo will carefully select the future Black King clan to avoid wasting precious places. Wow! The contract was established, an unimaginable power surged from the body of the Misty Dragon. The huge silver-white body also burst into dazzling light at this moment. Then, the light began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually outlining the outline of a human figure. And when the light completely dimmed, everyone could see the appearance of the human figure clearly. Hey! The person who appeared in front of Bai Luo and others was a tall woman in a cheongsam. She had a waterfall-like green hair, a dragon horn on her head, and her forearms and calves were covered with white scales. Xi. Bai Luo was not surprised that the Mist Dragon would transform into a human form. Clan transformation itself has the characteristics of being close to the king. And Bai Luo is a human, so it is normal for the Mist Dragon to transform into a human. The dragon is originally composed of magic power, and magic power has infinite possibilities. Bai Luo reconstructed the magic power that constituted the mist dragon and gave it real life, just like reincarnation. Bai Luo just didn't expect that after the mist dragon turned into a human, it would be a woman, and her appearance resembled a character in a mobile game he had played before. Xi. The mist dragon looked cold and spoke without emotion. Is this the new name that the master gave me? A name is just a name, and the mist dragon doesn't care. After all, even the name of the mist dragon was given by others. Bai Luo thought about it, and the mist dragon's appearance after turning into a woman did look like Xi, but in some aspects, such as hair color and scale color, there are big differences. No, I'll still call you Ziwu. Xi is because she looks like the game character in Bai Luo's memory, and Wu is taken from the mist dragon. In addition, Bai Luo also knew why the mist dragon became like this. Although the dragon has no gender, humans have gender. Whether it's appearance or gender, these are all taken from Bai Luo's subconscious. So, Ziwa was born, perfectly meeting Bai Luo's needs for a dragon girl. From now on, I will call you Yujiri, Master. Yujiri's reaction was quite flat, and there was no joy at all. But this is normal. Yujiri has lived for who knows how many years. Except for the sudden breath of death that broke her heart at the beginning, she usually remained calm even when the sky was falling. Yujiri. Race, Dragon. Status, Dragon Girl. Evaluation, 8 digits, Exceptional. Yujiri. Race, Dragon Girl. Status, Dragonization. Evaluation, 7 digits, Initial. Just as Bai Luo thought, Yujiri's evaluation was not low. It's just that without the sanctuary, her endurance and survivability are not as good as Sweji and Alpha. In addition, Yujiri has 2 states, namely the 8-digit Dragon Girl form, and after the dragonization, it fully enters the 7-digit state. Become a girl. Yes, become a girl. Sweji and Alpha looked at each other. They had never heard of such a thing and were still in shock. Grey Queen, and Golden Queen. Yujiri nodded to them. Hello, I'm Yujiri. Through the Black King Sanctuary, she already knew the identities of the 2 women, so she was very respectful. You too. The 2 women were a little confused about Yujiri's expressionless appearance. Yujiri is not good at expressing emotions, please bear with me. Bai Luo had to explain for her. Yujiri, take us to the ruins of the ancient capital. Yes. Yujiri quickly controlled the surrounding magic mist and opened a road for everyone to reach the ancient capital Alexandria. Is this the ancient capital Alexandria hidden in the Lost Mountains? At the end of the foggy road, what appeared before everyone's eyes was an extremely vast new world. The ancient capital is located in a valley, surrounded by mountains and forests. It is filled with poisonous fog controlled by the evening mist, blocking the invasion of outsiders. At a glance, countless collapsed houses show the mottled ancient years. The castle in the distance stands tall. Although it is dilapidated, the overall structure is still stable. With simple repairs, it can directly become their base camp. Children, we are here. Bai Luo turned around, his back to the ancient capital, and said in a deep voice, Shueji, you take the children to sort it out. Alpha, you go to clear the monsters in the forest, and then set up the magic barrier. The safety of the children is the most important thing, and Bai Luo will not be careless about this matter. Yes. Shueji and Alpha act separately. After receiving the order, Shueji immediately shuttled through the ruins of the ancient capital with the orc children, and ordered a group of children to start building a temporary camp in an open place. As for Alpha, she moved quickly, and her sharp swordsmanship killed all the monsters approaching the ancient capital. These monsters have begun to adapt to the power of Ziwu, and they must not be left. As for the monsters farther away, Bai Luo ignored them. The clearance work is limited to this mountain range. Bai Luo still needs the monsters on the periphery as a natural barrier to block those who may come. Zaiwu, Hong Yi, let's go to the castle over there to have a look. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone will definitely live in the castle in the future. The castle of the ancient city is built on the mountain, which is very spectacular, and after thousands of years, it is still well preserved. Bai Luo does not plan to build the royal capital again. There is enough space in the castle to accommodate thousands of people, and their current population is only 40 people at most. Reinforce the castle and redecorate it. As for the urban circle, I plan to build other facilities when I have time in the future. Trade with the K-world is about to open, and Bai Luo still needs to plan the reconstruction of the ancient capital. In addition, in order to prevent possible conflicts in the future, I plan to develop step by step. Most of the current members are orcs. Bai Luo has seen the architectural style of the Fox Village, which is somewhat Japanese style. Bai Luo doesn't care about this. The ancient capital is so big that even if elves and humans join in the future, Bai Luo can still divide it. At that time, all kinds of architectural styles will echo each other from all over the world, which will surely be a good scenery. That area. Standing on a high place, Bai Luo pointed to a certain location and said to Hong Yi, "You can build a street to sell various items." In this way, the three of them walked while talking about the future reconstruction plan of the ancient capital. They wandered around the castle for a while. It's a pity that the castle, which has not been used for many years, is full of dust. If you want to live in it, you have to do a big cleaning for several days at least. Fortunately, after Bai Luo's magic exploration, the castle has not been damaged in a way that will harm the children. The base camp of the Shadow Courtyard in the original book. Bai Luo is very satisfied with this place, it's mine now. P.S. It will be available tomorrow, and I will update it later. I beg you to give me a first order, I will be grateful. Reading is fun every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 30 Beta, First Order. Hey, hey. In the ruined city, petite figures shuttled quickly. They used magic to strengthen their bodies and lifted up broken walls that were dozens of times larger than themselves. Because the road was difficult to walk, the beast-eared girls had to use their strong physical fitness to jump dozens of meters and move in the ruins. "Sister, where should we put these?" A cute bunny-eared girl raised her hands high. The 7 or 8-year-old Loli was holding several cubic meters of rocks. This scene was very visually impactful. "Just put it over there, you," Chun said and directed the two girls who were holding a sledgehammer and hitting the uneven ground. "Honey, Jam, after this side is leveled, go to the entrance first to facilitate everyone to enter and exit." "Got it, Sister Chun." The girls have a pair of cute round ears on their heads, and a small fluffy, extremely elastic tail behind them. Honey and Jam are twin sisters of the bear people, and Hong Yi arranged for them to pave the road. Relying on the unique magic of this world, Zheng Er Niang directly transformed into a human steamroller. What is strong and powerful? This is it. Bang! Bang bang! On the other side, 3 short boys with extremely agile movements dug ditches and dredged waterways at an extremely amazing speed. In just a short while, they had completed the power and planning of a small area. Taro, Jiro, Saburo. The 3 little guys were dirty, but they still did not forget to pose coolly. Squad Rat, mission accomplished. The 3 brothers of the rat family came from the Fox Village and were trained as scouts since childhood. After their talents were stimulated by the Golden Sanctuary, the 3 rat brothers had a tendency to switch careers to ninjas and agents. Of course, Bai Luo didn't need them to do anything yet. Compared with spying and assassination, digging tunnels is obviously the top priority now. Moreover, digging tunnels is the strength of rats, so it is really not difficult at all. Kula, are you 3 idiots? This is not completely not cleaned. Beside the pond, a little girl in her teens was holding her hands, scolding the children who were washing various things with dissatisfaction. Bai Luo and others found many objects in the castle and ruins. Most of them were gold, silver, and ironware, including kitchen utensils, tableware, furniture, and many ancient artifacts. The former can still be used, but they need to be cleaned. Really, I've told you so many times that the corners and gaps must be cleaned. Lady Baibai, the raccoon mother, volunteered to accept this task and started the cleaning work with a group of girls. Although Baibai has a bad temper and gives people the feeling of a bad girl, the things she cleans are really very clean. Perhaps because of her raccoon blood, Baibai has a lot of cleanliness and hates dirty things very much. In order to ensure the cleanliness of the items, Baibai is responsible for the final check while cleaning the things, ensuring that all objects can appear in the castle spotless. This greatly increases Baibai's workload, because she will pass her hands on almost everything in the end to ensure that it is spotless. Too strict, woo woo woo. It's just that Baibai's requirements are too strict, which makes everyone feel quite stressed. The little otters are helpless and can only take the dishes back crying and wash them again. It's obviously already very clean. Sister Baibai is so fierce. He he he. Although she is fierce, everyone still respects Baibai. Not to mention anything else, she completed 1/3 of the work by herself, so no one can blame her for anything. Such a serious and responsible team leader has a strict and reasonable personality. It's great. At this moment, Bai Luo sat on a high cliff, looking at the hard-working children, being able to forget the past sorrow and start over. The sadness of a broken family is not so easy to forget. Time will always heal the trauma of childhood when you devote yourself to work. Bai Luo rescued a total of 3 children from the Fox Village and the Mist Village. Among them, there are 7 boys, and the rest are cute girls with animal ears. The 3 brothers, Shushu, Bai Luo intends to train them into ninjas, who are responsible for the security of the surrounding forests and mountains to prevent outsiders from breaking in and exposing the traces of the base. There are also 2 raccoons, the elder brother is called Jiao and the younger brother is called Hua. The 2 little guys are very smart and eloquent. When they were in the village, they liked to play pranks and were pure troublemakers. When the Fox Village was massacred, the brothers ran to the mountains to make traps and hunt small animals, and only then escaped. Of course, the brothers were just naughty, not bad kids. Especially after their parents were killed and their youngest sister was captured, and their life and death were unknown, the brothers matured a lot. They want to travel outside, while investigating their sister's whereabouts, and collecting information about this world for Bai Luo. In addition, the orcs have joined the Grey King clan. Clan ties connect them to each other, so there is no talk of betrayal. Just in time, Bai Luo also needs a pair of eyes to see the world for himself. The raccoon brothers are smooth and are one of the few orcs who have no moral integrity, otherwise they would not use cunning as a name. How to say it? Bai Luo saw the shadows of the 2 passers-by who would be Sid's future friends in the 2 of them. But compared to those 2, the raccoon brothers are obviously stronger. Finally, there is a bear and a wolf in the boy team. The bear is called Zhu Lu, the brother of Honey and Jam, and the oldest of all the boys. Unlike his petite and cute lowly sister, Zhu Lu has luxuriant hair and a wide frame. After receiving the blessing of Alpha, his whole body began to develop twice, and it can be said that he changes every day. In just 2 days, Zhu Lu changed from a little fat boy to a fluffy ball. Yes, a ball. Zhu Lu's sister Honey has black hair, Jam has white hair, and he is clearly black and white. When Bai Luo first saw this kid, he almost thought he was a panda from World of Warcraft. It is almost foreseeable that in 10 days or half a month, this guy will completely lose his human appearance and become a real orc with a round head and a round brain. Lord Bai Luo. Bai Luo was thinking about the children when 2 figures appeared behind him. They are wolf orcs, the elder brother is Lan and the younger sister is Chuan. The 2 were orphans in the Great Wolf Village. During a visit by Xueji's mother, they were taken in by her and brought to the fox village. Like Xueji, they have pure white hair, and they are the extremely rare white wolf tribe in the Great Wolf Village. The surrounding area has been explored. We drove the beast in the fog to the foot of the mountain, away from the base. The two knelt on one knee and reported their tasks to Bai Luo with great respect. "Well, you did a good job." Bai Luo was not stingy with his praise, and he also touched the heads of the two children. It must be said that the head-patting killing has a fatal attraction to the two-dimensional creatures, especially the orcs. Especially Bai Luo's head-patting killing. That is their life-saving adult, the great god they swore to follow forever. Woo! Good, so comfortable. Bai Luo's hands, as if with magic, can always scratch their itch just right. Fortunately, the brother and sister know the limit and are not obsessed with their ministers. In addition, how is the statistics done? Bai Luo gave the brother and sister time to enjoy the afterglow, and then asked. "It's done." Chuan handed a document to Bai Luo. "This is the personnel list made by Lady Xueji." Taking the document, Bai Luo glanced through it. It records the information of 33 orcs, including basic information such as name, age, gender, height, and weight, as well as their expertise, career planning, and current comprehensive strength evaluation. Of course, Bai Luo's digit system does not apply here. Unlike Yujiri and Hongyi, the children have only become the Grey King's followers of Xueji, and the power they have obtained cannot be accurately located by the rank system. In order to better distinguish, Bai Luo has planned a combat system suitable for the current environment. 10 digits. F level, ordinary people, people without abilities. 9 digits. E level, apprentice magic swordsman in the shadow world, ordinary students of the Magic Swordsman Academy. D level, graduates of the Magic Swordsman Academy, the Kingdom Knights are also at this level. 8 digits. C level, named son of the Diablo cult. B level, candidate for the Knights of the Round Table, basically equivalent to the highest combat power in the surface world. The first Princess Alice is also at this level. A level, the strong people at this level have a wide range, including the numbered ones of the Shadow Courtyard, the Knights of the Round Table, and the Seven Shadows. Generally speaking, if you have A-level combat power, you have the strength to fight against the army. Even if there are hundreds or thousands of magic swordsmen standing on the opposite side, you can still easily slaughter them all. It can be said that A-level is the watershed of this world. Just like Princess Alice, who does not have ancient relics, she will be easily suppressed by ordinary members of the Shadow Courtyard when facing them. Fudge, above A-level is Special A-level. The difference between Special A-level and A-level is that Special A-level has enough destructive power to destroy a city. In this world, it is the legendary 12 Demon Kings. The Misty Dragon that fought with Bai Luo and others before belongs to this level. Of course, today's Yujiri has surpassed Special A and reached the S level defined by Bai Luo. 7-digit number. S level, CID in the original work, the top few of the 12 Demon Kings, and Aurora at her peak. In addition, the current Yujiri, Alpha, and Yukiheim are all considered within the S-level category. The strength of the orc children was originally barely considered E-level. After joining Xueji and becoming members of her clan, the children's power has been greatly enhanced. After all, ordinary people in K can become strong people comparable to the B-level combat power of the Shadow World after becoming superpowers. Not to mention the Grey King Sanctuary that has been inherited from Bai Luo and has undergone mutations. The superpowers of controlling various elements, combined with the magic system of this world, can exert power that is by no means as simple as 1 + 1. It is no exaggeration to say that any of these working children can do it alone if they run outside, and they are undoubtedly A-level combat power. The only problem is that the children's control over their own power is not mature yet. This takes time and more training, and it cannot be achieved overnight. Joining the clan of the king will give you the A-level template. Bai Luo thought to himself, if you are a demon possessor in this world, once the magic power in your body is calmed down, it is not impossible to become a special A-level strongman under the promotion of the Holy Land. Of course, Bai Luo did not have any requirements for the children's strength. He is so strong, it really doesn't matter whether he has subordinates or not. Returning to the castle that had been preliminarily tidied, Bai Luo had his meal and went to the study to read the books of this world that Xueji brought back from the Fox Village. Lord Bai Luo. About half an hour later, Alpha pushed the door open with an anxious look. I'm so sorry. Alpha apologized for barging into the study without saying hello. It's okay. Bai Luo didn't care about it, and he noticed that the elf girl was not alone. Alpha was carrying someone on his back. Bai Luo took a look and saw that the other person was also an elf through the pointed ears. This silver-haired elf, could it be Beta? Bai Luo asked Alpha to put the girl down. The other's legs had been completely demonized and turned into rotten meat. Her body was also covered with hideous and constantly wriggling blood vessels, like a dying person who was about to be swallowed. She was my friend in the elf kingdom. Alpha, I didn't expect that they would kidnap this child. Both girls are nobles of the elf kingdom. One of them inherited the blood of ancient heroes, and the other is a royal descendant. Now, the two were brought here one after the other. The behavior of the cult is simply lawless. Don't worry, I will cure her. Thank you for your help. Alpha's magic power is enough to remove the curse of demon possession, but she does not have such fine magic control. So, Bai Luo has to do it himself. Woo! Bai Luo stroked the girl's hair, and the warm magic began to reshape her body, which made the girl hum comfortably. When the light faded, the petite figure with a white and flawless appearance fell into Bai Luo Huaichen. The latter immediately put clothes on her to cover the girl's snowy skin to prevent the spring light from leaking out. This is... The silver-haired girl regained consciousness, and her memory was a little confused. But soon, the girl remembered the previous terrible experience, which made her body begin to ache faintly. Then, the girl noticed Alpha on the side, and it was obvious that she had betrayed him. My past identity has nothing to do with me. Without waiting for the girl to speak, Alpha said, my name now is Alpha, and it's just Alpha. Alpha. The silver-haired girl murmured a few times, but... After you disappeared, Lord Martial God was very worried. She also heard about the treatment Alpha had suffered in the Elf Kingdom. Especially when she also showed symptoms of demon possession, the helplessness and despair of falling from a high point to a low point was enough to break anyone's will. And Alpha sighed and said, I have a more important mission now, and I have vowed to dedicate my life to Lord Bai Luo. For elves, oaths are even more important than life. As an elf, the silver-haired girl can understand. Did you save me? So, she looked at Bai Luo, feeling his breath. What a warm magic, just like the Sunday. Thank you for the compliment. Bai Luo stood up, touched the girl's head, and smiled. What are your plans for the future? If you want to go back to the Elf Kingdom, I will let Alpha take you back. However, the girl shook her head. Her thoughts were the same as Alpha's, and she didn't want to return to her country. You saved me. Without you, I would probably die soon. If possible, please let me serve you to repay this kindness. Although I don't have much talent, I will learn simple laundry and quilt folding, and bed warming work. Speaking of this, the girl's cheeks flushed, which was enough to show how ashamed she felt to say these words. However, compared to being saved, even the fate of death was reversed. How could she, a princess of the elves, retreat? Bai Luo said that there was no need to do so. There was no way. Who told the elf in front of him that he looked only 8 or 9 years old, which was really too young. This kind of thing would be a waste of money if it happened in Bai Luo's past world. No need to warm the bed. $78. The girl was a little disappointed, but she still cheered up and said, Did Lord Alpha's name come from you, Lord Bai Luo? Yes. Bai Luo said, Alpha wants to start a new life and doesn't plan to use his previous name anymore. Then please give me a new name too. Compared to Alpha's calmness, the silver-haired elf is like a clingy cat, speaking softly and sweetly. So, the girl got the name that should have belonged to her, Beta. Chapter 31 Quick, turn into a cat girl for me. Please subscribe, please give me flowers. Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, these names are taken from the first 4 letters of the Greek alphabet. Bai Luo does not intend to change this naming method. If Alpha is not called Alpha, Bai Luo always feels that it is a little lacking. I will be Beta from now on, Lord Alpha. After that, Beta quickly integrated into the construction of the ancient capital under the leadership of Alpha. She first became a member of Alpha's clan and was blessed by fate. This greatly improved Beta's strength, jumping from C level to Special A evaluation, that is, a natural disaster level strongman who can destroy a city alone. Beta is originally a demon possessor and has noble blood. After Bai Luo's alienation, even if Beta does not join the Golden Clan, he will become an A-level strongman among the 7 shadows in the future, second only to those in the legend. Now he has obtained the talent development of the Golden Sanctuary and the newly awakened superpowers. The combination of the 3 makes Beta wonder if he is dreaming. Okay. Bai Luo said, Alpha, tell Hong Yi to prepare a welcome party for Beta. The painful past is over. Now that the name has been changed, it is time to start over. Bai Luo hopes that Beta can spend the first night after welcoming the new life in happiness. Let's go, Beta. Alpha took the silver-haired elf's hand and left the study with him, who kept looking back. After leaving the study, Beta followed Alpha into the corridor. Beta had just arrived and needed to be arranged a room for him to live in. And this set of clothes was made by Bai Luo with magic after all. It's incredible. Is this kind of power really something that humans can have? Beta came back to his senses and carefully felt the incredible power in his body. In terms of magic growth alone, Beta was only slightly worse than Xueji, Alpha, and Yujiri under Bai Luo, and was on par with Hong Yi. It's really exaggerated. Alpha, but this is the greatness of our master, Lord Bai Luo, isn't it? Just a little bit of grace can surpass countless people. Alpha believes that he will not lose to anyone in his admiration for Bai Luo. Ah! Beta held his hands to his chest, thinking about the figure engraved in his mind and never forgetting it forever, Lord Bai Luo. Pa! Meow! Beta held his head and looked at Alpha in confusion. Don't be crazy, we still have a lot of things to do. Alpha told Beta his plan, with the permission of Lord Bai Luo, I am going to formally establish the Golden Clan. Members of the Golden Clan will be transformed from demon possessors like you and me. Alpha, I think Beta, you must be wondering why the curse of demon possession appeared, and who the group that kidnapped us is. Alpha, do you know it already? Beta was quite surprised. She knew Alpha's excellence since she was a child. However, the organization that can kidnap people from the elf court is so powerful that Beta feels terrible when she thinks about it. Unexpectedly, Alpha found out the details of the other parties so quickly. Lord Bai Luo told me. Next, Alpha told Beta everything about Diablo's curse and the fact that the descendants of ancient heroes will be possessed by demons. In other words, someone has tampered with history, making us, who are supposed to be descendants of heroes, become the despised children of demons. How could this happen? Beta secretly clenched his fists, unforgivable. Damn Diablo cult! Our goal is to find these fresh teachers. Alpha said, I think Beta, you will not doubt the power that Lord Bai Luo possesses, right? Of course. Beta has personally experienced the warm magic power, and knows how terrible its destructive power is. The power of change that is enough to subvert the world is also the power of destruction. That's right. Alpha, as the king's followers, we have the responsibility to clean the house for the king. What do you mean? The king has no intention of conquering, so we can't take over his business, let alone sneak around. Alpha is very smart and sees that Bai Luo is a person with a peaceful temperament and no great ambitions. She won't make a plan to conquer the world for Bai Luo for no reason. In fact, there is no need for this at all. With Lord Bai Luo's ability, it doesn't really make any difference whether he is the ruler of this world or not. The entire planet is under Bai Luo's control. Is it really necessary for him to establish a country and rule anyone? No need, absolutely no need. The world is mine, let alone you. So, the philosophy of our Golden Clan is to ensure the vitality of the world. The whole world is Bai Luo's territory. Random destruction and disputes will only make it dilapidated and depressed. The Golden Sanctuary can make civilization stronger. And this is exactly how Alpha positions herself in the Golden Clan. Bai Luo is the master of the Shadow World, and they are the managers of this world, striving to make Bai Luo's life more comfortable. The Diablo cult lurks in the dark, staring at the wind and rain. Beta understood, they are like termites in the house, pests that must be eliminated. That's right. The two girls looked at each other and felt a sense of mutual sympathy. Alpha did not act privately, but reported her ideas and plans directly to Bai Luo. She is not the type who would hide her boss and do things secretly. The reason why it happened in the original book was entirely Sid's own problem. Alpha may have always felt that everything she did was within Sid's expectations, and the two of them had a tacit understanding that they could understand each other without words. But the fact is that she was just overthinking. Sid is a pure second-year disease. He always thought that everyone was acting with him, and he didn't think that the Diablo cult really existed. Well, there is no calendar. The plot of want to become a shadow powerful person is always guessed by Sid inexplicably. Just like looking for the hiding place of the human traffickers who kidnapped his sister, he just threw a throwing knife on the map. He threw it wrong, but pretended to be nothing. The result was a blind cat meeting a dead mouse, and he was extremely lucky to choose the target. There are many such situations. However, Bai Luo is not Sid. After listening to Alpha's plan, he agreed with her idea. You are right, Alpha. Clean the house to live better. Bai Luo, but we not only have to clean, but also do a general cleaning regularly to prevent similar things from happening again. With Bai Luo's approval, Alpha and Beta officially established the Golden Courtyard and began the journey of finding and rescuing more demon possessors. In this way, unknowingly, a week has passed since the first return from the K-World. Bai Luo takes the beast-eared girls to build the ancient capital of Alexandria every day. When he is free, he chats with group members, and at the same time, he does not forget to ask Wiseman how he is handling things over there. It has been completely resolved. Wiseman successfully resolved the misunderstanding between Homera and the nameless boy. During this period, Wiseman also met the Night Sword god Goro, who came to hunt down the Colorless King. The latter caused a lot of trouble and was finally captured by Wei Izabai. Under Wiseman's guarantee, Goro became his close attendant and was able to watch the trial of the Colorless King up close. In the middle, Bai Luo went there and participated in the trial as the highest witness. Next, with the joint authorization of Silver King Wiseman, Golden Kingdom Changluo Daju, Red King Suho-sun, Blue King Munikata Reizi, and Bai Luo, Goro used the previous generation of Colorless King Sanseki Akiran, the sword that could kill the king, to sentence the Colorless King to death. With this, the turmoil caused by the Colorless King came to an end for the time being. The day after the trial, Bai Luo applied to enter Wiseman's world again. This time, it was Reiji Munikata who found Wiseman, hoping to contact Bai Luo through him. Apparently, the matter of recruiting Awas Himasari mentioned by Bai Luo earlier had come to a conclusion. Have you decided? Walking in the Academy Island, a blonde woman stood behind Shiraku. It was none other than Awas Himasari. She was the first qualified person who resonated with Shiraku long before Yukihime and Alpha. Yes, this is the choice I made. Awas Himasari followed Shiraku respectfully, She did not hide anything, she told the truth. Your power is too strong, it would be my honor if I could restrain you with my body. She did not betray Scepter 4. Because Scepter 4 and Municata Regi are not rulers, they are just companions who gather together because of the same ideals. As long as the stability of society can be maintained, it does not matter where you work. As for leaving the Blue Clan and changing the clan, it is full of risks in itself. Accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger, and Awa's emissary is even more prepared to sacrifice her life and give the king advice. Therefore, the members of Scepter 4 not only did not resent Awa's emissary's departure, but they blamed themselves. They watched the vice-captain take risks, but they could do nothing. That feeling of powerlessness is really indescribable. Don't be so nervous. Bai Luo saw that the movements of the royal sister were a little stiff, and he felt a little funny. Although I am the Black King, I don't actually intend to exercise the authority of the Black King. In short, Bai Luo was not bound by the identity of the Black King. He directly ignored the mission and responsibilities given by the Drosten slate. Besides, my world is not here. What? Awa's emissary could understand Bai Luo's unwillingness to be bound, but she didn't quite understand my world is not here. The fact that Bai Luo came from another world is top secret. Even to Reiji Municata, the Golden King only revealed part of it. The reason for doing this is to guard against a certain Green King. According to the Golden King's investigation, there is a high probability that another king is secretly controlling the Colorless King. The Colorless King is being used as a gun without knowing it, and is a pure clown. As for the conspiracy, Bai Luo did not intend to get involved in this matter. And naturally did not care about the Golden King's arrangement. The Golden King is really an old fox. Well, you will know the details soon. Bai Luo said, wait a moment now, I will find someone, and I will take you to my world after I find him. Find someone? Awa's emissary was a little strange. Why did Bai Luo let her bring him to Academy Island? Are there any special talents here? Repressing her curiosity about the my world that Bai Luo mentioned, Awa's emissary began to think about the person Bai Luo was looking for. Well, I found it. Suddenly, Bai Luo's figure disappeared in front of Awa's emissary. Your Majesty the Black King. This really scared her. There was no way, the Black King's power was too terrifying, and Awa's emissary was very afraid that Bai Luo would accidentally blow up the Academy Island. Meow meow. But when Bai Luo appeared again, Awa's emissary found that he was holding a snow-white cat in his arms. The kitten was obviously scared, and its fur was standing on end, and it was trembling with fear. Awa's emissary, Your Majesty the Black King, where is the person you are looking for? I went there, but I found a cat when I came back. What kind of confusing behavior is this? Here. Bai Luo rubbed the kitten's head with his fingers, then held it in both hands and held it in front of Awa's emissary. She is the person I am looking for. Awa's emissary couldn't understand Bai Luo's train of thought. Not only her, the little white cat was also confused. For a moment, two pairs of eyes, one big and one small, looked at each other, and the scene was very quiet for a while. Well, it's like this. Bai Luo explained, this child is not a cat, but a human. She is an outsider with very strange superpowers. The superpower of turning into a cat. Awa's emissary had never heard of such a power. Meow. Just as she was in doubt, a melodious cat cry echoed in her ears. The next moment, Awa's emissary only felt that the surrounding environment was blurred. When she reacted, there was no trace of Bai Luo in front of her. This. Awa's emissary was shocked and shouted, Your Majesty the Black King. Stop it. Bai Luo shouted in a low voice, and Awa's emissary, who was trapped in the illusion, immediately regained consciousness. What's going on? Awa's emissary looked at Bai Luo and the cat who appeared again. She reacted quickly and thought of the cat's superpowers at the first time, the ability to create illusions. What a weird power. Although she withdrew from the Blue Clan, her superpowers were still retained. Even she was caught in the trick without knowing it, which shows how terrible the little white cat's superpowers are. To be precise, it is consciousness control. Bai Luo said, her real name is Amono Masahiro, and she is also one of the survivors of the Kagudu incident. Kagudu. Hearing this word, Awashima-Seri's pupils shrank slightly. Obviously, she did not expect that this kitten would be related to the disaster. The previous Red King went berserk because his power exceeded the limit, causing the sword of Damocles to fall, resulting in the death of 700,000 people in Kanagawa Prefecture and the Kagudu crater incident. The child's parents and family members died at that time, and only she survived. Bai Luo, because she was too painful, she awakened her superpowers and modified her memory and turned into a cat. So the cat is not a cat turning into a human, but a human turning into a cat. It's just that she changed her cognition and mistakenly thought she was a cat. 3.1 I plan to take this child to my world. Because of Bai Luo's appearance, the fate of the cat has changed. She did not pick up Weissmon who became Isan Asha, nor did she create a false memory and put it into his mind. This is the butterfly effect caused by Bai Luo. He has the responsibility to compensate Mauer. Of course, Bai Luo still likes a cute girl like Mauer. How many people dream of having a cute and clingy kitten around them? Now that he has a cat-eared girl, a real cat girl, Bai Luo is not going to let her go. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Bai Luo put Mauer on his shoulder, and the holy domain of the Black King slowly unfolded on his body. Meow. The cat was bathing in the holy domain of the Black King, as if it saw the bright stars, and its two heterochromatic cat eyes were shining. It waved its little claws, as if it wanted to grab the starlight floating around Bai Luo. That look made even Awashima-Seri have the urge to rub it. Okay, let's go. Bai Luo, I'm going to take you away from this world. Yes. Awashima-Seri was a little nervous, but she still tried to stay calm. She didn't want the new king to look down on her. Besides, that was a different world. Awashima-Seri never thought that one day, she would not be able to go to another world. Don't be so nervous. For me, traveling through the world is just a blink of an eye. Bai Luo said, and sent an application to the chat group to take Awashima-Seri back to her own world. This is the hidden mechanism of the chat group's travel function. In addition to the chat group members, they can actually travel with the natives of each world. However, this kind of travel requires group members to pay a certain price. P.S. Please give flowers and evaluation votes. After the launch, the daily update is 8,000 plus, and for every 1,000 flowers, one more chapter will be added. Chapter 32 The Hidden Mechanism of the Chat Group. Please subscribe, please give me flowers. From the Shadow World to the K-World, the laws and power systems of the two worlds are different, but Bai Luo can act freely here. The reason for this is that the chat group solves the problem of conflicting laws between worlds. This hidden benefit belongs to the members of the chat group. If non-members want to cross, they need to pay enough points to let the chat group help block the observation of the world's will. Just like Awashima-Seri, she still has the superpowers of the Blue Clan. Therefore, if you want to enter the Shadow World, Bai Luo has to pay the points for this superpower. In contrast, Bai Luo's benefit as a group member allows him to bring the power of the Black King obtained in the K-World back to his own world for free. Of course, if the world he is going to does not have the human race, Bai Luo will have to pay more points. In short, it is a comparison between the person who travels and the world he travels. Only the factors that exist in Awashima-Seri and that do not exist in that world need to rely on the power of the chat group to successfully smuggle without causing a backlash from the world's will. Group member Bai Luo applies to carry through. Carrying items inspection. Inspection completed. The individuals are Seri Awashima and Amino Masahiki. It costs 100 points, would you like to pay? During this period of time, I don't know if it's because of the strengthening system, Bai Luo almost always gets 100 points, which makes Misaka jealous. Now Bai Luo has a total of 800 points per day. It's no pressure to take out 100 points to help the two girls travel through time. Pay. As Bai Luo's mind moved, Sari Awashima only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and then she found herself in a dense primeval forest. Hiss! It's so cold. Suddenly, a chill came over her, and Sari Awashima couldn't help hugging her body tightly. What's going on? Where is this place? Sari Awashima was completely confused at this time. She was in the courtyard of the Academy Island a second ago, and in the blink of an eye she came here. And is there something wrong with the temperature in this place? Isn't it autumn now? Why is it so cold? Sari Awashima was still wearing the Sector 4 uniform, with a short skirt and a thin top, which had no effect in keeping out the cold. Oh, sorry. Bai Luo looked at the nearest bunny-eared loli. Xiao Yu, can you help me get some clothes? Here I am, Lord Bai Luo. Almost at the moment the words fell, a little girl with cute bunny ears on her head landed in front of Sari Awashima. What? A rabbit? Sari Awashima had never seen a creature like Xiao Yu. No, it's a bit impolite to say creature. After all, Xiao Yu is almost exactly the same as a human, except that she has a pair of bunny ears and a bunny tail. This child is called Xiao Yu, and she is a rabbit among the orcs. Bai Luo was introducing them, while Xiao Yu looked at Awashima Sari timidly. Master Bai Luo, who is this beautiful big sister? The big sister is Awashima Sari, and she is a companion who will join us soon. Bai Luo stroked Xiao Yu's fluffy rabbit ears while introducing Awashima Sari. Meow. The cat seemed to be dissatisfied when it saw Bai Luo getting close to others. Ah! Nico, cat! Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, but this earned the cat a more vigilant growl. Cat! I hate Xiao Yu-Guo. The rabbit-eared loli drooped her ears in disappointment. Seeing Xiao Yu's drooping look, the cat couldn't help but look apologetic. There was no other way, the cat could only jump into Xiao's arms, which made the girl burst into laughter. The man and the cat played for a while, and the cat seemed to feel that the current form was very inconvenient. Abu. Then, the cat jumped down from Xiao's arms, and the whole person kept getting bigger like a phantom. When it landed, the original little white cat had become a white-haired girl of 15 or 16 years old. But... hey! Clothes! Clothes! Awashima Sari hurriedly spoke, and at the same time covered the cat's body, and Bai Luo also turned his head away very gracefully. There was no other way, the cat transformed for the first time, and the whole body was naked, and the perfect spring light was exposed to the air. Fortunately, Bai Luo was the only male around. Master! The cat pounced on Bai Luo, and Awashima Sari and Xiao hurriedly put on a windbreaker for her. Hehe, the master's smell is so good. After feeling Bai Luo's holy land, Maor was obviously fascinated by this feeling. Although she couldn't read Bai Luo's thoughts, the tenderness was from the heart. Maor was very sensitive to this. She had been wandering in this world for so many years, and this was the first time she felt such an ankan. This made Maor subconsciously rely on Bai Luo and regard him as the closest person. Very good, very good. Bai Luo touched the girl's head. Put on your clothes first, girls can't be so careless, understand? Bai Luo didn't have any dirty thoughts when treating Maor. In Bai Luo's eyes, Maor was like a young, ignorant, and simple-minded little girl. As for Maor's clinginess, Bai Luo just thought of it as having a sister who liked to stick to him. It just so happened that he was still lacking a personal guard, and Maor was very suitable. On weekdays, Maor could stay by Bai Luo's side in the form of a cat. When necessary, she uses illusion and mental control to solve unnecessary troubles and provide convenience for Bai Luo. And this is only Maor's own power. When she joins the Black King clan and becomes a member of Bai Luo's clan, her ability will be greatly enhanced. Bai Luo has high expectations for Mao'er's ability. Obviously, the girl did not disappoint Bai Luo. You know Yari. Race, human. Ability, Black King's dependent, consciousness control. Comprehensive evaluation, 7 digits, initial stage. 7 digits are not only powerful in destructive power, but can also be achieved through other means. In simple terms, 7 digits are more of an evaluation of the range of power. For example, a death can freeze a country, and Kuang San can summon a space quake equivalent to a country with all her strength. The initial natural disaster level, the middle stage of the country destroying level, the late land sinking level, and the peak surface level. These are the 4 stages of the 7-digit number, and the different levels of standards that can be displayed, and its limit is from the surface to a deeper level, until a planet is completely destroyed. With the control of Mao'er's spirit, it is entirely possible to create a huge illusion, which will make countless people fall into it and be unable to extricate themselves. This is why Mao'er's comprehensive strength can also reach 7 digits. As for the higher level of 6 digits, it is necessary to touch the law and completely destroy and control a world at the planetary level. Don't be too restrained, this will also be your home in the future. In the castle, Bai Luo handed a cup of black tea to Awa's emissary and Mao'er, who was jumping up and down, looking around, and touching things. Bai Luo handed Mao'er to Hong Yi for care. Hong Yi is very experienced in this. She was originally the eldest sister of the orcs, and she took care of the orc children when she was still in Xiawen village. Compared with the wild orcs, cats are not difficult to take care of except that they have no common sense. It only took a short while for Hong Yi to make the cat obedient. She planned to teach the cat well and let the girl become an excellent personal maid. It should be warmer now, right? Yet. Awa's emissary put down the red tea and looked out the window through the glass beside her. Is this your territory, His Majesty the Black King? It's not a territory, but it can be considered a stronghold. Bai Luo smiled and said, of course, I only have this one territory. Ah! What do you mean by only this one territory? Awa's emissary had many questions, but she didn't know how to start. If you want to know anything, you can ask it. Awa's emissary was a little surprised. She thought Bai Luo was not easy to get along with. But the fact is that Bai Luo is unexpectedly kind. Don't mention the tyrant look. Bai Luo's easygoing nature makes Awa's emissary worried that he will be underestimated. Excuse me, where is this place? Awa's emissary tightened her clothes. Even in this fur coat, it was still hard to describe her proud figure. Remember the other world I told you about before? Another world. Awa's emissary glanced at the beast-eared girl standing beside her. Is it like the other world in fantasy games and light novels? Yeah, it's almost like that. Bai Luo, this world is my second hometown. His first hometown is naturally Blue Star, and for the Shadow World, Bai Luo intends to make it his base camp. In other words, you can regard this world as our future base camp. Speaking of this, Bai Luo said a little embarrassedly, but you can see that there are only so few of us. Along the way, Awa's emissary initially estimated that the beastmen here were at most in their early 30s, and most of them were underage children. Sorry, Lord Shiro. Awa's emissary, can I ask you something? What? Is it dangerous to be seen in this world? Not bad. Shiro thought about it and felt that with his current strength, he should not be able to find an opponent in the solar system. If I take action, this world should not be able to withstand my punch. Sorry, what? Awa's emissary felt that she seemed to have some hallucinations. You just said this world instead of the people in this world. You heard it right. Shiro said, my current strength, with full force, is enough to destroy a not too big star. Awa's emissary was stunned. Are you kidding? No. Shiro said, before I became the Black King, I had extremely powerful power. The sanctuary is superimposed with my magic power, and this is the result. Then, Shiro told Awa's emissary how to divide the status. After hearing this, the latter felt his worldview exploded. In other words, the king of our world is only an 8-digit existence. Awa's emissary took a breath of cold air. And she finally understood, with such power, if you really want to do something, no one can stop you. I see. Awa's emissary said with emotion, you are really a benevolent monarch. Bai Luo is not the kind of aggressive tyrant. Otherwise, he could easily defeat those countries in this world. Bai Luo is very strong and can perfectly control his own power, so he will not limit himself to avoid destroying the planet. I feel embarrassed when you praise me like this. Bai Luo saw that the coffee cup of this beautiful elder sister was empty, and without waiting for Hong Yi to do it, he poured her a cup. Thank you. Awa's emissary held the coffee, feeling flattered, but I am telling the truth, am I not? It is hard to imagine that if you are an ambitious person, the power of this world would have ceased to exist long ago. That's right. Those countries, races, and ethnic groups in the shadow world have no grudges against Bai Luo. They are living a good life, so what is it for Bai Luo to grab their territory? At least if they don't provoke us, Bai Luo said, I don't want to be enemies with them. 897 Of course the most important thing is that Bai Luo has only so many people under his command. What does the population and resources of other countries have to do with Bai Luo? He doesn't develop scientific research, and he doesn't need these resources for cultivation. Even if he wants to train Xueji and others, he only needs a small place, and there is no need to start a war. If he really conquers a country, Bai Luo doesn't want to find things to do for so many people. Life is pretty good now. Establish a base in the Misty Mountains. The base doesn't need to be too big, and a village that can accommodate 1,000 people will do. Bai Luo doesn't need to take care of things. He plays with the beast-eared girls on weekdays and teaches them to become stronger. When he is free, he chats with group members, and then visits people everywhere to see the different scenery of the world. I understand. Awa's emissary is worthy of being a top student from the modern era. She directly summed up Bai Luo's needs. What you really want is actually a paradise that is not disturbed by outsiders, right? With her here, the territory has a butler who can help Bai Luo keep a good gate. Yes, that's right, that's what I mean. Bai Luo smiled and said, then there is the issue of your treatment. We can discuss this slowly. According to Bai Luo's idea, the village might be boring, so he would not restrict Awa's emissary's freedom. For example, she can explore the shadow world, and Xi can build a territory with Bai Luo. If she misses home, Bai Luo can take her back to the K world. Of course, the premise is that Awa's emissary has not gained any new abilities, otherwise Bai Luo will have to pay more points. This is why Bai Luo did not transform Awa's emissary into the Blue King there. In K, becoming the Blue King, Bai Luo brought Awa's emissary back, and the points he had to spend were definitely more than 100. And transforming in the shadow world and then returning to the K world. Because the power of the kingship originally came from the K world, Awa's emissary returned, and the chat group didn't have to do anything. There is no doubt that Bai Luo was stuck with a system bug. Lord Bai Luo. On the other side, Xueji, who sensed Bai Luo's breath and knew that he had returned, rushed over immediately. The fox-eared girl saw Awa's emissary at a glance. The other person's appearance was so beautiful that even a fox demon like her was impressed. Hello, my name is Xueji. Xueji bowed gracefully and said, excuse me, are you the new companion that Lord Bai Luo said you would join us? She did not have any grudges because of Awa's emissary's human identity. Xueji only knew that Awa's emissary was recognized by Bai Luo and was their partner. What a beautiful person! Awa's emissary was amazed by Xueji's beauty, which was a beauty that humans could hardly reach. But soon, Awa's emissary's eyes were attracted by the girl's fox ears. Sure enough, compared to appearance, humans still prefer fewer Yui. Chapter 33, The King of Blue, subscribe. Excuse me. Awahimasari, realizing that she was distracted, quickly introduced herself. I am Awahimasari. It's our first meeting. Please teach me. This is me. The two women shook hands, acknowledging each other's identity as companions. In terms of knowledge and management experience, Awahimasari can be said to crush everyone, including Bai Luo. There is no way, she is a leader in the official department, and I don't know how many levels she has taken over. In this aspect, Xueji only exchanged a few words with Awahimasari, and she realized the other party's extraordinary ability. In Bai Luo's words, Xueji is suitable for operating industries, and Alpha is good at managing talents. Both are tactical geniuses. But in terms of strategy, long-term vision, and control of the general direction, they are far inferior to Awahimasari, who comes from modern society and is almost at the top of mankind. Knowledge is one aspect, and vision and cognition are another. I'll leave everything to you from now on, Miss Awashima. Xueji expressed her heartfelt welcome to the arrival of Awahimasari. Please lead us to rebuild our home. Well, leave it to me. Awahimasari was born in Japan. If she were in Daxia, she would definitely understand the current situation. Isn't this a highly educated person who came to the countryside to help the poor? I'm Maor. Maor greeted Xueji very familiarly. Oh, it's the cute Nico-chan, kitty. Xueji narrowed her eyes and stroked Maor's head very gently. She looked at Hong Yi, who was standing aside and acting as Bai Luo's maid. Looks like a very lively child. Zero, thank you for your hard work, Sister Hong Yi. Maor is very cute. Hong Yi didn't think Maor was wild at all. Instead, she liked this simple child from another world with an orc-like attribute. By the way, Xueji is my Grey King. Grey King. Awahimasari looked at Yukihime in surprise, but unfortunately, she couldn't tell the difference between the king and the queen at all. Well, it was almost the same before. If the king's aura is restrained, it is difficult for outsiders to detect it. There will be plenty of time to discuss the development of the base camp in the future. Bai Luo stood up. Let's go, Sari, I will transform you into a king. Meow. The cat jumped up when he saw Bai Luo leaving. The girl's body changed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, she turned into a cute pink and white kitten, lying on Bai Luo's shoulder. You like this position? Bai Luo gently pressed the cat's head and smiled. Well, then you will act with me in the future. Meow meow. Hearing that she could always be with Bai Luo, Mao Er happily licked Bai Luo's cheek with her little tongue. On the other side, Alpha had already taken Beta on a long journey. They found the cult's base in the mountains and planned to eradicate it. Bai Luo was not worried about the safety of the two women. One was Special A and the other was S-Class. With such strength, they could attack 10 countries. The Diablo cult was just a piece of cake. Are you ready, Sari? At the request of Awahimasari, Bai Luo directly called the other party by name. Yet, Sari Awashima knelt on one knee, her expression extremely pious. She is a native of the world of K, and her attitude towards the king is much more serious than that of Yukihime and Alpha. In the name of the Black King, I hereby grant you the power of blue. As Bai Luo's voice fell, blue as pure as the sky bloomed from Sari Awashima's body. A sword that was azure blue, decorated with corals, pearls, and giant clams, like a crystal palace in the deep sea, shining brightly. This sword of Damocles. Bai Luo looked at the symbol of kingship belonging to Sari Awashima. Compared with Alpha and Yukihime, Sari Awashima's power was obviously weaker. Sari Awashima. Race human. Gender, female. Ability, power of the king. Evaluation, 8 digits, exceptional. It didn't reach 7 digits, but 8 digits. Bai Luo felt that this should be because Awas Himasari did not have magic power. Although the lack of magic power caused Awas Himasari's power to be a little bit worse, fortunately, with Bai Luo's power inheritance, her potential is not worse than Alpha and Yukiheim. In addition, Awas Himasari also awakened her own special ability. In addition to the power of order, which originally belonged to the Blue King, Awas Himasari also has the tolerance of the ocean. The ocean element on the Sword of Kingship is not simply water, ocean, and storm, but tolerance and development. Similar to the Age of Discovery, civilization moved from the Old World to the New World. Bloody trade and cruel killing are the price to be paid for development. In contrast, it is tolerance. The so-called tolerance is like the Hyuxia civilization and the barbarians. The Hyuxia characters, language, and culture, with their powerful assimilation ability, have made countless ethnic groups integrate into them. The sea can erode everything, but it can also accommodate everything. This is the power of the Blue King awakened by Awas Himasari, the two sides of building order, the silent tolerance and the cruel and bloody development. Welcome to join, my Queen of Love. Bai Luo helped Awas Himasari up from the ground, and he pointed his finger at the sword on her waist. This sword, just consider it my gift to you. Like Yukiheim and Alpha, Bai Luo also gave Awas Himasari a gift. My Kikyo. Awas Himasari's sword is called Kikyo, the same name as a certain dog-loving witch. This sword was transformed by my magic. Bai Luo did not set a limiter for Awas Himasari, because there was no need. She is different from Yukiheim and Alpha. The two women have magic in their bodies, and that power is extremely violent and difficult to control. Awas Himasari does not have this problem. Her power comes entirely from the Blue Sanctuary strengthened by Bai Luo. The Blue King Munikata Reiji in the K-world, his strength is at most in the early 8 digits. Except for a higher defense, the overall performance is only at the level of A level, and it is the weaker one among A level. In comparison, Awas Himasari's strengthening is all-round. In addition to the protection of the sanctuary above S level, she can also exert the combat power of the special A level. The overall strength is second only to you under Bai Luo, and much better than Hong. This sword now has 2 releases. After the first release, you can obtain some of my authority. The authority here is similar to joining the Black King clan. After all, the 7th king is also a member of the Black King clan. For Yukiheim and Alpha, Bai Luo needs to temporarily limit this power. When it comes to Awas Himasari, because she was just an ordinary person before, Bai Luo doesn't need to be so troublesome. I will use this power carefully. Awas Himasari is the owner of this sword, so she can naturally feel the power contained in it. No, rather than saying it is the power of the sword, it is better to say that this is a symbol of her bond with Bai Luo. You can slowly get familiar with it after the power. Bai Luo said, now let me tell you about your specific work here, Sari. Yes. Hearing the word work, Awas Himasari's face straightened. She is the kind of person who is very serious, especially when it comes to work. She is quite strict. No, don't be so serious. Your job is to help us plan the territory, Bai Luo. You can see that this was originally an abandoned city, and we are transforming it into a base. Yet, Sari Awas Hima did not explain immediately, but asked Bai Luo if he had gotten the map of this world. She took a quick look and immediately understood. A magical world similar to the Middle Ages. Sari Awas Hima, I saw the train tracks on the map, which means that the cultural level is probably in the early 19th century. Almost. Bai Luo nodded. The other party was a top student who graduated from a prestigious university and was also the deputy of Reiji Munikata. Work experience, and knowledge are far beyond the reach of Yukiheim and others. After all, even a few casual words from Sid, a high school student, can bring about earth-shaking changes in the shadow world. Now it's Sari Awas Hima, and it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a dimensionality reduction attack. Leave the planning to me. Sari Awashima is very confident. She can manage even a modern city, let alone a small base of 30 people. So, Bai Luo redistributed the tasks. Alpha is still running around outside, while setting up the Golden Courtyard to gather those poor girls who were persecuted by the Diablo cult. As Bai Luo's right and left hands, Awashima Sari and Yukihime are responsible for overall planning and personnel management respectively. Bai Luo. Gender, male. Age, money is good, 16/immeasurable. Skills, King's Authority, SR, Magic Growth, SR+1, Magic Manipulation, SR. Items held, N-Level Enhancement Card X9, R-Level Enhancement Card X4, SR-Level Enhancement Card X1. Overall evaluation, 6 digits, early stage. The lottery results in the past few days can only be said to be pretty good. In 8 days, Bai Luo only produced 1 SR. Fortunately, the enhancement system has a synthesis function. Bai Luo synthesized 10 R cards into 1 SR, and then used it in the skill of King's Authority. Although the overall evaluation is still in the early 6 digits, Bai Luo can feel that his wave is at least dozens of times stronger. The star that originally needed all his strength to destroy can now be extinguished with a casual blow. Well, let's take a look at what the Sand Sculpture group members are doing. After more than a week, everyone has completely gotten used to the existence of the chat group. There are 5 people. Bai Luo needs to take care of the children and help Yukihime, Yujiri, Awashima Sari, and others get familiar with the surge of power. Basically, Bai Luo only has time to chat with them in the group at night. Tanjiro is still practicing breathing techniques and is the busiest person in the group. Kyuzo and Misaka Mikoto are quite free. The two of them are almost always in the group. Every time Bai Luo opens the record, he sees 999 plus bickering routines. And all this started with Misaka Mikoto's unintentional words. Chapter 34 New members join the group, please subscribe. Misaka Mikoto, so you are actually an old woman who is almost 50 years old, right? Tokisaki Kurumi. At that time, the real Kurumi directly spit out a mouthful of black tea. She looked at the message from Misaka Mikoto, and her hand holding the cup was shaking with anger. It was also from that time that the two became enemies who would quarrel with each other whenever they met. The reason for this is that Bai Luo uploaded the settings of Magic Index and Date of War that he knew to the chat group during these 3 days. Of course, there are also the 2 animations that Bai Luo extracted from his memory. Text and video things can be uploaded to the chat group for free, and can even help copy them from the memories of group members. Unlike Demon Slayer, which does not want to destroy the original plot, and K, which has almost no plot, the stories of Magic Index and Date of War are of great value to Misaka Mikoto and Kurumi. First of all, the two can use this to know the settings and future trajectories of the world they are in. Then there is the list of strong people summarized by Bai Luo, and their information. Mikoto also learned from this that it had been several decades since Kuang-san became an elf. Similarly, after Kuang-san learned about the origin of Takamiya Mio and the purpose of what she did, she was completely in a state of shutdown. What kind of love brain is this? It really is, revive my love. Kuang-san, who knew the truth, not only did not understand Takamiya Mio, but became more angry and wanted to take revenge on her. However, Kuang-san also knew the difference in strength between the enemy and us. According to the memory copy provided by Bai Luo, Kuang-san understood the horror of Takamiya Mio. That was not something she could touch. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how much she paid, Kuang-san could not win the other party. Fortunately, she still had the 010 chat group. If she could draw good things, or get powerful props and abilities from group members, the vengeance would not be hopeless. Compared to Kuang-san, who still had hope, Mikoto was not feeling well after watching Magic Index. Apart from other things, just knowing that there are a group of demons in your world who can restart the world is terrifying. Don't be afraid, at worst you can travel to another world. Bai Luo offered a suggestion, but can Kengji accept it? Of course not. She can run away, but what about her family and friends? Although Kengji is carefree and a tsundere, she also has her own interpersonal relationships. Kengji can't leave others behind and run away by herself. Bai Luo has no way to deal with this. The demons are at least powerful beings at the level of a single universe. According to the evaluation of the strengthening system, they are definitely in the 4 digits, and Bai Luo is powerless. To a certain extent, the bickering between Kuang-san and Kengji is regarded as the two of them relieving psychological pressure. Well, they love and hate each other. Of course, the most important point is the existence of Bai Luo in the chat group. Bai Luo is the ceiling of combat power in the chat group, as strong as another dimension. And Bai Luo is still getting stronger at an astonishing speed. Now, he is fully capable of helping Kuang-san get rid of Takamiya Mio. The reason why he didn't speak up is that Kuang-san is still accumulating spiritual power and preparing to use the 12 bullets to return to the past and change history. On the other hand, Kuang-san really doesn't know what conditions to use to ask Bai Luo to help. After this period of time, Kuang-san has basically determined Bai Luo's character. He is a very kind person. BBCG. There is no doubt that as long as she asks, Bai Luo will definitely help. But that's too shameless, isn't it? Kuang-san doesn't want to be a shameless woman like Misaka Mikoto. She doesn't want to leave a bad impression on Bai Luo. As for Misaka Mikoto, she is a pure tsundere, stubborn, but in fact, she has been ready to ask for help at any time. Whenever Bai Luo's strength reaches 4 digits, Misaka Mikoto will definitely pat her chest and say, "I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I should worship you as a righteousness." Kyuzo, who has seen through everything, just wants to say, "I have never seen such a shameless person. Bai Luo, your relationship is still so good." Misaka Mikoto, who has a good relationship with her. Tokisaki Kurumi, who has a good relationship with her. The two of them sent this message almost at the same time, and then X2 Bai Luo was speechless. "Bai Luo, by the way, you don't have to go to class? Is it really okay to keep chatting in the group?" Misaka Mikoto, Urasai. "I already know what the teacher taught. Because of the different time, it's still morning in Academy City when it's evening in Bai Luo's place. As a student, Misaka Mikoto naturally has to go to class, but because the class is too boring, Misaka Mikoto logged in to chat in the group and continued the breast war with Kurumi last night. We are all flat-chested, why do we have to hurt each other? Okay. Bai Luo, speaking of which, Misaka Mikoto should be the only student in our group, right? Tokisaki Kurumi, I dropped out of school a long time ago. Tanjiro, I don't know what school is. Wiseman, school, I really miss it. It was more than 70 years ago. Despite his young appearance, Wiseman is actually an old man in his 90s. This made Bai Luo, who was called the big brother, feel embarrassed. "Ah, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. My ability can not only make me immortal, but also fix my mentality." The immortality of the Silver King allowed Wiseman to maintain his body and mind at around 20 years old, a proper young man. By the way, I almost forgot to sign in today. Suddenly, Bai Luo thought that he didn't seem to have signed in today, so he clicked it casually. Group member Bai Luo signed in successfully and got 100 points. Misaka Mikoto. Tokisaki Kurumi. Kamatu Tanjiro. Wiseman. Ahem. Bai Luo, basic operation, don't 6. Ah. Misaka Mikoto, this is unscientific. This is not scientific at all. Why do you get 100 points every time you sign in? A certain Misaka Mikoto, who only signed in single digits, was jealous beyond recognition. Tokisaki Kurumi, it's really outrageous. Tanjiro, brother Bai Luo, can you tell me how you did it? Wiseman, I want to know +1. It's just luck. Bai Luo was actually quite surprised. After all, he had signed in for 9 consecutive days with 100 points, starting from the initial 100 points. Even Bai Luo couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that he really escaped from Africa and entered Europe after traveling through time? However, Bai Luo felt that the biggest possibility was still in his own strengthening system. Maybe the two systems are superimposed, and his luck attribute is definitely bursting. Although his luck in strengthening and drawing cards is still very bad, Bai Luo has become a class enemy in the chat group. As the saying goes, a single draw can bring miracles, but 10 consecutive draws can ruin your life. Bai Luo turned his attention to the lottery function. He now had a total of 800 points, and a chat group lottery only required 300 points. 10 draws could reduce some of the points, and only 2,800 points were needed to draw 10 times. Do you want to give it a try? Inexplicably, Bai Luo had this idea. However, considering the depth of the prize pool and the fact that 300 single draws were not cost-effective, Bai Luo suppressed this idea. Forget it, let's wait until there are more group members and the prizes in the prize pool are richer before trying the lottery. Just as Bai Luo was thinking, a message suddenly flashed above the chat group, interrupting everyone who was denouncing Bai Luo. Mom, Love Me Again joins the chat group. Call Me Queen joins the chat group. Master Abe joins the chat group. It has been detected that the chat group has more than 5 members, and the arena function is now open. Tanjiro, a new person has joined. Wiseman, welcome newcomers, welcome, welcome. Misaka Mikato, Mom, Love Me Again? This name is so strange. Tokisaki Kurumi, there is a second newcomer. Are you the queen of a certain country? Where is this? Who are you? In the sunset forest, a blonde girl sitting cross-legged had just finished absorbing the 6th soul ring. However, before she could check what kind of soul skills she had obtained, several pieces of information appeared in her mind, scaring her to summon her martial soul immediately. Miss. What happened, Miss? The titled Doluo on both sides of the girl, Thorny Porpoise and Snake Spear, hurriedly looked around, but could not find anything. No, it's okay. The girl's name is Qian Rongxiu, the daughter of Qian Sunji, the previous pope of the Spirit Hall. Now she is undercover in the Tiandu Empire and is carrying out a plan to steal the country. In the chat group, everyone saw the newcomer's speech and expressed their understanding. Wiseman, don't be afraid, newcomer, this is a chat group connecting different worlds. Tanjiro, we are not bad people. Mom Loves Me Again, generally speaking, those who say they are not bad people are not good people, right? Qian Rongxiu was alert. She didn't know what a chat group was. But she had some understanding of the concept of connecting different worlds. There is a legend of becoming a god at the 100th level in Doluo continent. For example, the ancestor of their Qian family, the angel god, finally ascended to the god realm. If the people in the chat group were gods, Qian Rongxiu would never believe it. Even if they called themselves gods, Qian Rongxiu would regard them as fallen soul masters or the conspiracy of the hostile forces of the Spirit Hall. Specifically, I have posted it on the bulletin board. Newcomers, you can take a look. As the most stable person in the group, Bai Luo uploaded the announcement that he had originally edited but forgot to post because there were no newcomers. After Bai Luo sent the announcement, Qian Rongxiu and a woman in a white military uniform with long blue and white hair began to understand the so-called chat group. Chapter 35, As Death, Subscription Request. So that's it, people from different worlds. Amidst the snowstorm, As Death, who was leading the army to attack the alien race, smiled. Interesting. Call me Queen, that means you are very strong, right? I'm looking forward to fighting you. Wiseman. Why does it sound like the newcomer is a battle maniac? Misaka Mikato, but if we have to fight, I'm not afraid of you. Tokisaki Kurumi, hey, who was scared to tears by Luo's battle marks last time. Misaka Mikato, you are the one who was scared to tears. I didn't cry. Looking at the two women who were fighting in the group, Qian Rongxue frowned slightly. She had already read the announcement sent by Luo and knew what this chat group meant. Master Abai, excuse me, are you immortals? In the world of Huxia Chef Boy, Chuan Shuzhou went downstairs, and Chen Bangling, known as the Fairy Bay, was staring blankly at the chat box that appeared in her consciousness. Luo, we are all ordinary people, just in different worlds. Ordinary people. Misaka Mikato, redefine ordinary people. Boss Bai, are you serious? Tokisaki Kurumi, ordinary people who can explode stars with bare hands. Wiseman, compared with Lao Bai, we are indeed just ordinary people. Tanjiro, I am the weakest in this group. Chen Bangling didn't understand what they meant, but judging from the context, they should be teasing the group member named Bai Luo. Is it a platform that can communicate with people from other worlds? And according to what is said above, as long as you get the consent of others, you can go to the world of group members. Traveling through the world, if you can really do it, there is no difference between you and the gods, right? Whether it is true or not, Qian Rongxue does not intend to reveal her true thoughts immediately. She decides to pretend to be nice to the group members first. Of course, the most important thing is the strange power of this chat group. The other party's strength is definitely not something she can deal with now, as he can silently invade her brain. Mommy loves me again. Hello everyone, my name is Xue Qinghe, and I am the prince of the Tiandu Empire. Hey! Others were fine, but Bai Luo felt an inexplicable sense of disobedience. Xue Qinghe, the group name is Mommy Loves Me Again, are you kidding me? Who is Xue Qinghe? If he takes her out alone, Bai Luo may not be able to remember her at the first time. But with the prince of the Tiandu Empire behind him, Bai Luo immediately reacted, good fellow, you are a woman dressed as a man and you have even pretended to be in the chat group. Bai Luo did not directly expose Qian Rongxue's disguise. After all, he could understand that she wanted to hide information when she came to a strange place. Would you like to introduce yourself? Call me Queen, my name is Esteth, I am a general of the Empire, and I am currently leading my army to the north to conquer the barbarians. After sending this message, Esteth changed her group name to her real name. Misaka Mikato, is he actually a general of a country? Tanjiro, well, you look awesome. Tokisaki Kurumi, indeed, no wonder you are called the queen in the chat group. Seeing everyone in the group praising Esteth, Qian Rongxue felt a little unhappy for some reason. By the way, isn't she the crown prince? They are all from the empire. So how can a crown prince be a general? Xue Qinghe, Ms. Esteth is a heroine, and she is as brave as a man. There is no way, she is unhappy. But after so many years of playing the role of Xue Qinghe, Qian Rongxue subconsciously plays him even in the chat group. Puff. So, Bai Lu laughed, ha ha ha, laughing out loud. JPG. What's going on? Old Bai. What happened to brother Bai? Wiseman and Tanjiro were puzzled when they saw Bai Luo laughing. Tokisaki Kurumi, I say, you don't know about these two, do you? 4 of the original 5 members in the group were from works that Bai Luo had seen, so would he also know about the 2 new members? I do know. Bai Luo thought for a moment and said, but before I say anything, let me introduce the last newcomer first. Chef Abai, my name is Chen Bangling, and I am the chef of the Sichuan state-owned restaurant Juxialu. Chef. It feels like there's a huge gap. Yeah, the ones in front were either the prince or the general, and suddenly a chef came. Seeing the reactions of the group members, Master Abai didn't feel offended at all, but admitted calmly, how dare I compare with the two of you, except that I am a little confident in my cooking skills, there is really nothing to praise. Don't underestimate Master Abai. Bai Luo has basically confirmed Master Abai's identity. He grew up watching the food show Cooking Master Boy, and he still remembers the glowing dishes in it. As the mother of the protagonist Lu Moxing, Master Abai's cooking skills are undoubtedly top-notch. To some extent, Bai Luo actually values Master Abai's cooking skills more than Esteth and Qian Rongxiu. Do you know me? Master Abai was confused. She read the uploaded notice, which said that everyone came from different worlds. Master Abai was not incomprehensible about different worlds. Daxia already has the saying of outside the sky, and Bai Luo and the others are outside the sky, which is actually not much different from the gods she originally thought. Misaka Mikoto, here he comes. He comes. He comes with the works he has seen. Tokisaki Kurumi, so what is it this time? Light novel, or comics? Comics and animation. Bai Luo said, Master Abai comes from a food-related anime Cooking Master Ichiban that I watched when I was a child. She is the mother of the protagonist of this work. Please give me flowers. What? Esteth didn't understand what they were talking about. It wasn't until Weissman kindly explained to the newcomers the concept of receiving information in different worlds that she suddenly realized it. The content of each book may be a world. Qian Rongxiu didn't believe this statement. However, the group members swore and trusted Bai Luo very much, which made her a little unsure. Oh? Interesting. Esteth, then tell me, will I meet a powerful person in the future? Well. Bai Luo did not upload the anime of Akame ga Kill directly. Light novels are fine, Bai Luo can summarize and then send them up. But pictures and animations are a bit difficult for Bai Luo. Maybe in the future, I will get some ability to recall all my memories. 0. Now? Bai Luo said he was powerless. Esteth, you are from a manga called Akame ga Kill that I have read, and you are the final boss in it. Final boss. Misaka Mikoto, so Miss Esteth is the villain. Tokisaki Kurumi, according to Bai Luo, I seem to be a villain too. Bai Luo. If being hostile to the protagonist is considered a villain, then I, who just defeated the original protagonist, am also a villain. But I don't think it's necessary to think so. After all, the protagonist is just a perspective. Bai Luo continued, like us, since we have joined the chat group, we are the protagonists of our own world. In Bai Luo's opinion, as long as the group members who join are not too evil, make people physically uncomfortable, or are hated by most group members, it is no big deal. Esteth, I don't hate your statement. Esteth said it doesn't matter whether it is the protagonist or the villain. As long as she can enjoy the fun of fighting, Esteth doesn't care about her position at all. In fact, Miss Esteth has always been very popular in my original world. Bai Luo said as he sent the world view of Zero Red and some of Esteth's deeds that he had sorted out to the chat group. Everyone first simply browsed the general content. After reading it, the group members had a preliminary understanding of Esteth. Of course, more detailed animation and comic plots require time to watch slowly, and there is no time for that now. The memory upload of the chat group is a matter of a moment. However, the reception of information will be different according to the thinking ability of the group members themselves. For example, for a superpower with a higher degree of brain development like Misaka Mikoto, her reception speed is higher than Tanjiro's. Chapter 36 Qian Rongxiu, Am I also a villain? Subscribe. Is this really a villain? Misaka Mikoto, he treats his subordinates well, is invincible, enjoys a high prestige in the army, and even shares his rewards with civilians. Xueqing He, indeed, if this is a villain, then this world is a bit ridiculous. It must be said that Esteth's position makes Qian Rongxiu quite empathetic. From the perspective of good and evil, he came to Tian to undercover and poisoned several princes of the empire one after another. In the future, he will kill Emperor Shui yet as well. However you look at it, this doesn't look like a serious character, right? When she thought of this, Qian Rongxiu suddenly had a bad premonition. No way. According to Bai Luo, many members in the group came from stories he had read, so what about her? Am I also a villain? For some reason, Qian Chuxiu felt a little uneasy. She now hoped that Bai Luo didn't know her origins, but she also wanted to learn some future information from him. It can only be said that it was very contradictory. Bai Luo, speaking of which, another newcomer at Shueqing He, I am a little unsure about your situation. The sudden words made Qian Rongxiu, who was preparing to establish a generous and humble image, feel nervous. Misaka Mikoto, what do you mean? Tokisaki Kurumi, could it be that the world where the newcomers live did not appear in the form of 320 products on your side, Bai Luo? Gurgle. Qian Rongxiu, nervous.jpg. She has been undercover in Tiandu for more than 10 years, and she has seen all kinds of storms. However, facing the so-called chat group and the gods from all over the world, Tian Chuxiu was a little nervous. To be honest, after reading the group announcement and some of the deeds of his death posted by Bai Luo, Qian Rongxiu actually believed the authenticity of the chat group. No. Bai Luo could vaguely guess Qian Rongxiu's current state. If it was just Shueqing He, I still don't have much impression, but the Tiandu Empire. Newcomer, let me ask, do you have settings like martial souls and soul beasts? Looking at Bai Luo's question, Qian Rongxiu's heart skipped a beat. She knew that she might be exposed. Shueqing He, Mr. Bai Luo, have you also read works about my world? Through the communication of group members, Qian Rongxiu has understood the meaning of setting. The so-called setting is like the rules and power system of different worlds. And martial souls and soul beasts, she is too familiar with them. Ah, I have indeed read it. Bai Luo, it's a novel called Doluo Continent. Good guy, isn't this the name of her continent? Misaka Mikoto, what kind of world is it? Curious.jpg. Wiseman, haha, it's not that exaggerated, I don't know everything. Del. Misaka Mikoto, I don't know everything.jpg. Tokisaki Kurumi, I don't know everything.jpg. Esteth, I don't know everything.jpg. Hey. Misaka Mikoto, Sister Esteth adapts so quickly. Esteth, I saw you guys were all posting, so I subconsciously followed. Is there anything wrong? Misaka Mikoto, no, it's better to say that this is the correct way to open a chat group. Esteth, that's good. Unlike Qian Rongxiu who has her own thoughts, Esteth is a very pure person. She noticed Bai Luo's extraordinariness. Knowing everything, like a prophet. Esteth respects the strong, but wisdom is also a part of strength. So for Bai Luo, Esteth is willing to give him the same attention as a strong man. Ahem, that's all. Bai Luo, let's continue talking about the newcomer. Shueqing He, right? Del. Shueqing He, please go ahead, Mr. Bai Luo. Bai Luo, I just said that your situation is a bit strange, mainly because you were killed when you appeared in the plot of Doluo Continent. What? Killed? Was he assassinated? It seems that the newcomer is the prince. Sister Pao seemed very excited. She was just a little girl, so it was impossible for her to be indifferent to life and death. Let's not talk about strangers for now, but if everyone in the chat group is in danger, Sister Sui is still willing to help. Misaka Mikoto, does the newcomer need help? Qian Rongxiu was very panicked at this time. She seemed to have known what Bai Luo was going to say. Let's put the matter of help aside for now. Bai Luo, how old are you now, newcomer? Shueqing He, I am 21 years old this year. Seeing this age, Bai Luo could basically be sure of the other party's identity. Bai Luo thought about it and decided to give Qian Rongxiu some face, so he chose to chat privately. Bai Luo, private chat. If my memory is correct, you should be Qian Rongxiu, right? Looking at this private chat, Qian Rongxiu felt her breath stagnate, thinking that Bai Luo really knew. Hey! Qian Rongxiu took a deep breath and said with emotion, a person who knows the secrets of other worlds and the future. Qian Rongxiu, who was still a little skeptical at first, now believed most of it. At least she believed that Bai Luo knew a lot of things. So, what should I do? Qian Rongxiu thought for a moment, and finally decided to confront Bai Luo. Xueqing He, private chat. Sorry, I am indeed Qian Rongxiu. I need to pay attention all the time during the undercover period, so please forgive me for my impoliteness. Bai Luo, private chat. I understand. Bai Luo, private chat. Then I will mention it in the group, and then you explain it to everyone, okay? Xueqing He, private chat. Okay, I understand. The private chat between the two went very fast. Qian Rongxiu was a smart person, so she secretly remembered Yupan's kindness. Qian Rongxiu, sorry everyone, my real name is Qian Rongxiu, and I am currently carrying out an undercover plan for the Tiandu Empire. Since Bai Luo had directly revealed her real name, there was no need for so-called safety. After all, if Bai Luo was from Duluo continent and had evil intentions, this alone would put Qian Rongxiu in danger. However, Qian Rongxiu's words really made everyone confused. No, what's the situation? Suddenly changed the name. Misaka Mikato, wait a minute, let me sort it out. Tokisaki Kurumi, don't sort it out, you can't figure it out with your little head. Misaka Mikato, Urasai. Wiseman, so, the newcomer is a spy. Asteth, he just said that he is the crown prince of the empire, and now he is an undercover agent, an undercover crown prince. Asteth was a little surprised, and couldn't understand why there was such an operation. Let me explain the details. Bai Luo helped Qian Rongxiu out. Xueqing He is the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, but he was tricked by the newcomer a long time ago. Then, the newcomer disguised herself as a man and went undercover as Xueqing He. It should have been 12 or 13 years ago. Originally, Qian Rongxiu was a little worried about whether her behavior would be disliked by the group members. However, the excitement she imagined did not appear. On the contrary, the group was very calm. The reason for this is not that Kuang-san and Asteth are the key. Kuang-san has killed tens of thousands of people, and Asteth has slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people by herself. In comparison, the number of people killed by Qian Rongxiu from beginning to end is probably not even a fraction of the two of them. Although Master Abai is just a chef, she still has some understanding of political struggles. Therefore, she will not express any extra opinions on Qian Rongxiu's plan. See you. If I have to say who might feel disgusted, it's probably only Tanjiro. But Tanjiro is not a saintly BCH. What he hates are the evil spirits who play with life and feed on human flesh and blood. Tanjiro, who was born in the late Meiji period of Japan, occasionally heard about killing and war from his deceased father. What's more, Qian Rongxiu's behavior is a political means. So the group members are more concerned about Bai Luo's undercover Wang Ersenayan and Fa disguised as a man than Qian Rongxiu's assassination. Misaka Mikato, so the newcomer is a girl. Tokisaki Kurumi, if she's 21 years old, she's a sister. Misaka Mikato, Asan, have some shame. Tokisaki Kurumi, hey, don't give me a weird nickname, Discharger. Misaka Mikato, hey? Who is Discharger, UBD? Mah. Wiseman smiled bitterly, calm down, both of you, don't make fun of the newbies. Asteth, I think their relationship seems to be very good. Misaka Mikato, who has a good relationship with her. Tokisaki Kurumi, who has a good relationship with her. 5.7 said in unison, and said that you guys don't have a good relationship. Asteth didn't want to complain anymore. Pucci. In the sunset forest, Qianrongxiu, who had been looking solemn from the beginning, couldn't help laughing. Your Highness! This scene made Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise Doluo confused. What's going on? In their opinion, Qianrongxiu suddenly took a defensive stance, and then fell silent. Then inexplicably, she took a deep breath and laughed. Weird, because it was weird. Ahem. Qianrongxiu also noticed this, and she coughed twice. The soul ring hunting is over. Thank you two elders for your hard work, let's go back. Qianrongxiu didn't plan to tell anyone about the chat group except Grandpa. Speaking of which, Qianrongxiu suddenly thought of something. Since Mr. Bai has read the work called Doluo and knows me, does he know about her? But this thought was quickly suppressed by Qianrongxiu. I am a newcomer and cannot be too reckless in front of the mysterious group owner. As long as I stay in the chat group, I think I will have a chance sooner or later. In addition, if the chat group is real, then this is a huge opportunity, and she, Qianrongxiu, must not miss it. Chapter 37, Sister Misaka vs. Death, subscribe. By the way, the chat group has opened a new function, the arena. Bai Luo, does anyone want to try it? Bai Luo checked the function of the arena, which is similar to the chat group novels he had read before, and is an independent space. The arena can perfectly replicate the abilities of the group members, including items and even summoned beasts. And no matter what kind of damage is suffered in the arena, it will not cause any impact on the group members themselves. Well, a very common function. As for the fact that the chat group has opened new functions by reaching the number of people, Bai Luo thinks that the chat group will probably have other abilities waiting for them in the future. Death, interesting. Who is the most eager to fight in the group? Death is undoubtedly the most enthusiastic one. Death. Bai Luo was not surprised by Death's reaction. Then, who wants to go up and try? Bai Luo was humble. If there is really no one, then Bai Luo doesn't mind playing with Death. Yes, play. The difference in strength between the two sides makes it impossible for Bai Luo to use his full strength. Wiseman, I forget it. Tanjiro, I can only barely split the stone. Sorry, I'm holding the chat group back. Tokisaki Kurumi, the queen is really belligerent. Misaka Mikoto, come on, who's afraid of who? She, Misaka Mikoto, will never be inferior to anyone in her life. Even in front of Bai Luo, when Misaka Mikoto needs to be tough, she is not ambiguous at all. Misaka Mikoto, hey? Can you beat me through the network cable? Want to compete? Qianrongxiu looked at the comments in the chat group. Should I try 11 too? Although she introduced herself, she also wanted to build a good relationship with the group members. But she has already developed the mentality of a politician, and she is still watching. Forget it, let's wait and see first. I don't know how strong the group members are. If possible, I really want to see the power of the group leader they are talking about. Annihilating stars is really a bit too exaggerated. Not to mention Qianrongxiu's disbelief, even Misaka Mikoto, who had seen a nuclear explosion and knew the concept of celestial bodies, also had doubts about Bai Luo's strength. It's not that Misaka Mikoto doesn't believe Bai Luo is strong. But to that extent, unless you see it with your own eyes, Misaka Mikoto really can't accept it. Hearing is false, seeing is true. Falling stars, shooting down the sun, etc., if Bai Luo can really do it, she, Misaka Mikoto, doesn't mind being his follower. Death applies to Misaka Mikoto for a duel. Misaka Mikoto has accepted. The battle will start in 1 minute, please prepare for both sides. It started. As these two prompts fell, everyone saw that the originally dim arena had been lit up. Bai Luo turned on the arena function and found that there were rooms inside. Most of these rooms were vacant, and only room 001 was lit. Yes, click here. Bai Luo clicked the mark to enter the room with his mind. The next moment, prompts flashed by. Bai Luo enters the room. Wiseman enters the room. Qianrongxiu enters the room. Tanjiro enters the room. Tokisaki Kurumi enters the room. Bai Luo, Kuang-san, you're a little slow to enter. Kuang-san, I was chatting privately with Mrs. Death just now, so my hand speed was slow. Misaka Mikoto. What do you want to do, Ah-san? Kuang-san, humph. Wiseman, this humph is full of meaning. Bai Luo, this asan is also very spiritual. Kuang-san, that's enough, the two of you. The cat is angry. JPG. Tanjiro, so scary, shivering. Qianrongxiu, shivering. Pucci. Looking at the teasing and joking of the group members, Qianrongxiu, who had already returned to the prince's mansion, couldn't help laughing out loud. Even she herself didn't expect that she would subconsciously choose to follow the trend and become the first reply machine in her life. So this is what a chat group feels like. I have to admit that chat groups are really fun. Especially when she follows the group members and becomes a silly painting style, Qianrongxiu's body and mind are relaxed. I didn't expect that someone like me can make friends. Not a superficial friend who is just pretending to be nice, but a friend who can really speak his mind. This is really a luxury for Qianrongxiu. Going undercover in Tiandu, playing the role of a man, and suppressing one's own nature, the frustration and pain in it are simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Perhaps only in the chat group can Qianrongxiu liberate her nature and be herself. Soon, Qianrongxiu saw the scene in room 001. Although it is called a room, the arena is not a simple ring, but a direct simulation of a vast grassland. Moreover, if one raises their sight, they will find that the space in the arena is extremely vast. When they see the whole space clearly, everyone gasps. Planet. The chat group actually simulated a planet as the battlefield for Misaka Mikoto and his death. Incredible. Qianrongxiu was extremely shocked. This kind of power, even gods can't do it, right? The six-winged angel spirit is a god-level spirit, and her grandfather Gandeo Lu is even known as the strongest in the sky. There are corresponding records in the Spirit Hall about the fact that Doluo continent is a planet. Knowing is knowing. Seeing it in person, Qianrongxiu still feels numb. At this moment, she has completely believed the truth of the chat group and no longer has any doubts. 5. 1. The countdown ends and the battle begins. The chat group prompt appears, and two figures appear on the grassland at the same time. They are Esteth and Misaka Mikoto in the group. Interesting. Esteth stood on the grass with her hands folded. She felt the condition of her body and found that it was no different from her original body. Are you Misaka Mikoto in the group? I didn't expect you to be such a cute girl. Esteth looked at Misaka Mikoto carefully. She had shoulder-length brown hair, brown pupils, and a serious look with the unwillingness to admit defeat. Well, you are very good. With just one glance, Esteth saw the quality of Misaka Mikoto. She had no combat experience and had never killed anyone. She was a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. However, she was not a weak person at heart. She looked like a strong person. Come on, let me see the strength of the people from another world. Esteth's lips curled up slightly, and she decided to teach Misaka Mikoto a lesson. This was also the suggestion made by Kurumi when she chatted with her privately. Hey, are you looking down on me? Misaka Mikoto did not launch an attack right away. The last battle with the colorless king made her gain a lot of experience. It's just that Esteth's attitude of not taking her seriously is really infuriating. Misaka Mikoto is good in every way, but in terms of strength, she is unwilling to admit defeat easily. I don't mean to look down on you. Title. Esteth said, shaking her head, you are indeed not far from being a real warrior. This guy. Misaka Mikoto can't stand provocation, and Esteth's undisguised ridicule instantly irritated her. Test it with the railgun first. She was angry, but she didn't lose her basic judgment. She took out a coin from her pocket, and a blue arc of electricity wrapped around the girl's arm. Esteth had never seen Misaka Mikato's tricks. Control lightning? Is it similar to Bud's ability? Let me see your level. OJ. Just when Esteth had this thought, an electromagnetic cannon like a laser shot out from the girl's fingertips. So fast. Esteth caught the trajectory of the super electromagnetic cannon at 3 times the speed of sound. 470. But the electromagnetic cannon's attack range is not just the straight line of the trajectory, but also includes the surrounding area of several meters, all of which will be crushed by this terrible impact. Esteth is very strong, but she is still a flesh and blood body, and has not deviated from the scope of human beings. If Esteth is hit by a super electromagnetic cannon head-on, even if she doesn't die, she will be half crippled. Boom! At the critical moment, Esteth first froze the surrounding air to hinder the speed of the super electromagnetic cannon. At the same time, a fierce blizzard gushed out from Esteth's shoulder. The powerful recoil was like an invisible big hand, suddenly dragging her out to the distance. I underestimated the enemy. Esteth landed on the ground and slid a distance on the grassland, leaving a large piece of ice. The Ice Queen was very surprised at this time. She didn't expect that Misaka Mikato, who didn't look like a strong person, could launch such a terrifying attack. Dodged, passed. However, watching Esteth dodge her electromagnetic cannon, Misaka Mikato couldn't hide her shock. Is this guy really human? That kind of reaction speed, in just 0.01 seconds, he can make such a response. So amazing. The group members who were also watching this duel were all amazed by Esteth's reaction. What's that little sister's trick? Such a fast speed. Qianrongxiu thought that with her Soul Emperor strength, she would be considered a master in the group. Maybe she could not compare with the gods like Bai Luo, but it was still no problem to rank in the front. But the fact is, she thought too much. Not to mention Esteth, it was Misaka Mikato. With the super electromagnetic cannon just now, Qianrongxiu did not dare to say that she could survive this move. Soul skills? All her soul skills combined could not stop the super electromagnetic cannon of Sister Pao. Not to mention Qianrongxiu, even if it was a titled Doluo, facing such an attack, it would probably die on the spot. Chapter 38, A Certain Scientific Railgun That Penetrates the Sky, Subscription Request. Can't block it. It's impossible to block this move. As for Esteth, Qianrongxiu couldn't judge for the time being. The newcomer is very strong. Tokisaki Kurumi, especially in terms of combat experience, the discharge girl is not at the same level as her. How did you see that? Wisman didn't understand it very well, and Master Abe couldn't understand it even more. Anyway, in her eyes, Misaka Mikato and Esteth are both gods. One can discharge electricity, and the other can make ice. Even if the Hyuxia world has extraordinary powers such as martial arts, the strength of the two is still too exaggerated. After all, if you have the abilities of the two, and you can cook a ball of wool, wouldn't it be easier to conquer the world directly? It's instinct. Bai Luo said, Esteth can avoid the railgun, not because her speed is fast enough, but the moment the nerves capture the attack, the body reacts. This instinctive reaction is a bit like the ultimate freedom in Dragon Ball. There is no need for the brain to react, the body will automatically make the most correct action. Is this really possible? Qianrongxiu should be the one who can't understand it the most among all the group members. She is in the Doluo world, where soul skills are used. Soul skills are just skills that need to be activated. To be honest, according to the combat efficiency of Doluo world, not to mention Esteth, even Sister Pao can kill 7 in and 7 out. In a real battle, how can one person use a skill, and the skill still has a cold cylinder? This is not playing a game. You can understand that all their abilities are self-created soul skills. Self-created soul skills. Although Jianrongxue was surprised, she understood. Self-created soul skills do not require the display of soul rings, nor do they have pre-swings and cooldowns. They can be performed as long as the ability is activated. And Esteth is even faster than this. She directly skipped self-judgment and was able to make the skills self-aware and automatically counterattack. Gala Law. Just as everyone was discussing, the originally lush grassland was covered with ice and snow without knowing when. Such a range! Misaka Mikoto just felt the cold, and when she lowered her head, she found that her feet had been frozen to the ground without knowing when. Hiss! The biting cold almost took away the perception of Misaka Mikoto's legs. She trembled all over, and her silver teeth kept trembling. So cold. Is this your ability? Instantly freezing such a large area grassland, such a fast speed, Misaka Mikoto simply has never heard of it. Academy City also has ice and snow psychics. But compared with Esteth, those so-called psychics are just like children. If we must evaluate Esteth's ice and snow ability, it is at least the peak of 8 digits, and it may even be the early 7 digits. After all, if Esteth is given enough preparation time, her power can even cover a country and turn it into an ice and snow world. That is to say, the original animation weakened Esteth countless times. After all, even an imperial capital has 200,000 square kilometers, equivalent to 10 capital cities, and the ice storm covering most of the empire is so terrifying that you can imagine it. Your ability is very strong, but this body is a little too fragile. The physical fitness of the strong in the world of Akagi is extremely amazing. Like Esteth, she can kill dangerous species with her bare hands. Ordinary firearms are of no use to Esteth. Of course, the black technology weapon of the super electromagnetic gun, which can travel at a speed of 1000 meters per second and is powerful enough to bring down a building, is another matter. Don't compare me, an ordinary human, with monsters like you. Monsters. Esteth did not comment. She looked up at the sky and smiled. Just now you showed me a good trick. Now, I'll show you one too. Gala Law. The next moment, endless ice appeared out of thin air. In an instant, a huge iceberg with a diameter of hundreds of meters was formed. Don't die so quickly, let go. Esteth snapped her fingers, and then waved her fingers, and actually controlled the iceberg to fall towards the location of Misaka Mikoto. At the same time, the group members who saw Esteth summoning the iceberg at will took a breath of cold air. Are you kidding? Wisman, this is too exaggerated. If this trick was thrown in the city where Wisman was, the consequences would be disastrous. Not only the range, but also the freezing speed, too fast. Kuang-san secretly thought about herself and Esteth, imagining how she would deal with them if she met them. The second bullet that slows down time and the fourth bullet that reverses time are probably good solutions to Esteth's move. But the problem is that the essence of Esteth's power is not throwing icebergs, but extreme cold air. Kuang-san couldn't think of any good way to cover such a large area. Most of her moves tend to be single-target destruction, and for large area AoE damage, there is only the move of the City of Time. I feel like I can't do anything to this guy. Of course, Kuang-san can't deal with his death, but the Queen can't do anything to Kuang-san either. In terms of the ability to survive among the elves, she, Kuang-san, is not afraid of anyone's challenge. Standing high in the sky, overlooking the battlefield, the room function even transmits the real-time picture into the minds of every viewer at the best angle. Jianrongxue said that she was completely numb. Not to mention others, just as death she felt that the other party had surpassed the scope of the 99th level extreme fighting. Snapping her fingers, she threw a big move that surpassed the 9th soul skill. Is the gap in strength really that big? For the first time, Jianrongxue felt her own weakness. No. Jianrongxue was not discouraged. She stared at the royal sister and the girl in the battle. the desire to become stronger in her heart was as strong as this moment. As long as I stay in the chat group, I will become as strong as them sooner or later. Thinking of this, Qian Rongxiu looked at Bai Luo and others who were also standing in the void, and her eyes finally fell on Bai Luo. Bai Luo noticed Qian Rongxiu's sight, nodded to him, and then continued to watch the battle below. This guy. His can't move. On the battlefield, Misaka Mikoto wanted to dodge, but her frozen legs had already lost consciousness. The girl looked at her legs that had begun to turn purple and black, and were obviously completely necrotic. The degree of frostbite was far more serious than she had imagined. Damn it! Don't underestimate people, you blue-haired cow. Sister Misaka clenched her teeth, and the electricity in her body was released instantly, forming a magnetic field centered on herself. Hoo-hoo! The ice surface broke, and a large number of black particles surged out of the earth, like a tornado, guarding the girl's body. Misaka Mikoto did not regret provoking a death. She has never been weaker than others in her life. And she likes to exercise her superpowers. How could she give up when she had such an opportunity to fight a strong enemy? Hey! Esteth smiled. Sure enough, my judgment was right. You have the potential to become a strong man. I don't need your approval. The black particles quickly gathered around the girl and constructed a huge irregular metal sword. This is Misaka Mikoto using electromagnetic force to condense various metals separated from the earth. Look at me using this trick to solve you in one breath. Zzz. The blue and white arcs wandered around the iron sword, and Misaka Mikoto poured the strong electricity into these metal spears. Rarely, the alarm bell in Esteth's heart was sounded. She did not take it lightly, but put her hands together and directly constructed a magnificent ice wall that is nearly 100 meters thick and hundreds of meters high. Ha! The girl clenched her fists and slammed her feet on the hilt of the huge iron sword. Boom! At this moment, the sight of all the people watching the duel was filled with the golden beam of light that shot up into the sky. The speed of the beam of light was so fast that it surpassed the human eye. It instantly broke through the atmosphere of the planet and penetrated, crushed, and turned everything it touched on the way into nothingness. When this super electromagnetic cannon, which was tens of thousands times stronger than a coin, collided with the asteroid belt in space, the brilliant light it emitted made even Esteth, Li Hao, twitch his mouth slightly. Hey, isn't this too exaggerated? Wiseman, is Xiao Mikoto so strong? So scary, really trembling. Tanjiro was stunned. To him, whether it was Misaka Mikoto or Esteth, they were like gods descending from heaven to destroy the world. Hiss! Qian Rongxiu broke out in a cold sweat. To be honest, she was really panicked. There was no way. None of them looked like humans. Imagine if this iron sand sword superconducting cannon was not fired into the air, but landed on the ground. The damage it could cause was simply unimaginable. Amazing destructive power. Esteth landed gracefully. She was not hit by Misaka Mikoto's attack, even I dare not take such an attack head-on. There is no doubt that Misaka Mikoto has the power to kill her. But that's just a theory. With Esteth's physical skills, combat experience, and control of ice and snow abilities, it is almost impossible for Misaka Mikoto to defeat her. Just like just now, Esteth created an ice wall on the surface, but in fact it had already moved to a distance. And the effect of this ice wall also deflected Misaka Mikoto's attack. With both hands prepared, Esteth can be said to have won quite easily. Chapter 39, Kuang-san, look, I'm going to blow your head off. Subscribe. Hoo-hoo. Misaka Mikoto slightly bent her body, her hands on her knees, panting. Releasing so much electricity at once, even she was a little overwhelmed. I lost. Misaka Mikoto admitted defeat very straightforwardly. Her electricity was exhausted and she needed time to recover. Looking at Esteth again, not to mention panting, she didn't even sweat a drop. The gap between the two sides is so big that it can't be explained by the abilities and data on paper. Don't worry, your ability is really strong. Esteth did not humiliate or belittle Misaka Mikoto. She stretched out her hand to the girl. It's just that I lack combat experience and wasted a lot of energy in vain. Really? Misaka Mikoto simply held Esteth's hand, and she found that the queen didn't seem to be difficult to get along with. Well, Esteth's personality is a little arrogant, but she has always been very friendly to her own people. If you want, you can find me anytime. Really? Of course. Esteth, anyway, I can't find an opponent in my own world. If someone can compete with me, I can't wait for him. Group member Misaka Mikoto surrenders, the duel ends. Winner, Esteth. As the prompt sound came from the room, the two figures also disappeared on the grassland. What is this? When Misaka Mikoto came to her senses, she found herself back in reality 487, sitting in the classroom listening to a class. Looking at the time again, only 1 second has passed, or even less than 1 second. By Luo, is the time of the arena separate from that of the outside world? The process of the arena function is that after applying for a duel, both parties have 1 minute to prepare. During this time, other group members can choose to enter the room. When 1 minute is over, the duel begins, and the consciousness of the duelists will sneak into the space prepared in the arena as a minister. The time flow rate of this space has nothing to do with the outside world. Even if the group members fight inside for a whole day, it will only take a moment outside. Wiseman, that is to say, if we don't enter the room to watch, we will know the result of the duel directly after the 1 minute countdown ends. By Luo, that should be the case. Not only that, if the audience leaves the arena midway, they will also get the result of the duel immediately. Because for the group members outside the room, what happened in the arena only passed a moment in reality. Qianrongxiu, then will the injuries in the arena be healed after the battle? By Luo, you have to ask the person involved. My feet are fine. In the magical index world, Misaka Mikoto moved her legs under the table. The frostbite in the duel arena seemed to be just a dream, and there was no phantom pain left. Although I don't know the principle, this arena function is really great. In the Akagi world, Esteth, who was riding on a horse, raised her head and couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Back to the chat group. Misaka Mikoto, I don't feel frostbite at all, and the electricity in my body has not been consumed. Esteth, me too, the ice power stored in my body is the same as before the battle, and it has not decreased at all. Seeing the two report that they are safe, the group members immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After being relieved, everyone focused on the battle just now. Master Abe, Miss Mikoto and Miss Esteth are really amazing. Tokisaki Kurumi. Esteth is indeed very strong, but you are an electric girl, hehe. Misaka Mikoto, I have been annoyed with you for a long time, let our group go to the arena. Tokisaki Kurumi. Tokisaki Kurumi just laughed, but she did not hesitate at all and sent the challenge application directly. Misaka Mikoto accepts the challenge of Tokisaki Kurumi. The battle will start in 1 minute, please be ready. Wiseman enters the room. Qianrongxiu enters the room. Tanjiro enters the room. Esteth joins the room. This time, Bai Luo did not enter the room, but calmly waited for the countdown to end. Misaka Mikoto has been killed by Tokisaki Kurumi, the duel is over. Winner, Tokisaki Kurumi. Misaka Mikoto, You are so mean, you actually use a stand. Hehe. Kurosaki challenged without showing any weakness, you can't even tell the difference between the stand and the real body, it really makes me worry about the IQ of a certain electric girl. Sister Misaka lost, and lost very thoroughly. She was fooled by Kurumi the whole time. Sister Misaka has a certain electromagnetic gun and a sword of iron sand. But facing an assassin like Kurumi is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, the efficiency is horribly low. In the end, Misaka Mikoto finally killed Kurumi, but found that she had only killed a clone. Well done. This was the last voice that Misaka Mikoto heard, because the next moment, she was shot in the back of the head. Oh! One shot into the soul, a direct headshot. The scene fell into a dead silence for a while. Despicable. Despicable. Too despicable. Misaka Mikoto was not convinced, so she challenged Kurumi again. Unexpectedly, Kurumi, who had already won, actually agreed. It's just that this battle ended faster than the previous one. As soon as the two entered the room, Kurumi didn't even care about the battlefield environment, and came up with a large-scale space shock. So, game over. Ah! Misaka Mikoto, what's your trick? You're using your ultimate right at the beginning. Do you have any moral integrity? Isn't that how a duel is fought? Qianrongxiu, what was that just now? I felt the space suddenly twisted. Esteth, ah, a very scary trick. This time, even Estetha's face was unusually solemn. The scene that seemed to destroy the world was too terrifying. Esteth couldn't think of a good way to deal with it for a while. That's a space quake. Bai Luo explained the setting of the space quake to everyone. In simple terms, the elves have the ability to trigger the space quake. This triggering can be active or passive, such as special conditions such as emotional loss of control. However, the size of the space quake triggered actively is often not comparable to that of the passive summoning. However, among the elves, Kuang-san is not the type who is good at space quake. So in the battle with Misaka Mikoto, the space quake summoned by Kuang-san probably destroyed the matter within a few kilometers. Of course, this is already very scary, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a nuclear bomb dropped on the ground. Well, it is not as exaggerated as you said, Bai Luo. Although Kuang-san said this, she was still very proud in her heart. Only Misaka's sister was still calling for her weapon. Unfortunately, the facts are in front of us, and losing is losing. Today's Misaka Mikoto really can't suppress Kuang-san in terms of combat power. Chapter 40, Estetha's Strength, Subscription Request. It makes me want to try the arena function. Bai Luo, anyone want to fight me? Esteth, the strongest one in the group? I'll be polite. Not only Esteth, many people in the group want to know Bai Luo's true strength. Misaki, Kuang-san, Wiseman, Tanjiro, the four have seen Bai Luo, and have also felt the oppression that seemed to fall down from a close distance. Although it was just a little breath. But it was this leaked breath that gave them an unmatched feeling. Therefore, the four would never doubt Bai Luo's strength. Of course, knowing is knowing. Everyone also wants to see how Bai Luo really fights. Qianrongxiu, the power to knock down the sun is really exciting. It's not that she doesn't believe it, but what Bai Luo said is too exaggerated. Let alone knocking down the sun, even if it's just to smash a mountain, Qianrongxiu has only felt it in Kuang-san's space shock. The strongest is only temporary. Bai Luo said, there are so many worlds. Maybe the next one to join will be as powerful as me, or even stronger. Esteth asks Bai Luo for a challenge. Bai Luo accepts the challenge. Room 001 is open. Group members have 1 minute to prepare. Almost instantly, all group members rushed into the room. They held their breath and waited silently for the legendary strongest to appear. Preparation time ends. Duel begins. The chat group prompt ended, and the scene of the room this time came into everyone's eyes. The place where the two appeared was an island. Looking up, the blue planet looked like an exquisite gem, suspended in the universe. This is a star system, which is a replica of the solar system in Bai Luo's memory. This stage seems to be much more complicated than when the electric girl fought with Esteth. 1. As soon as Kuang-san opened her mouth, everyone immediately realized the reason for this change. Obviously, this was prepared for Bai Luo. The chat group gave such a stage, probably considering Mr. Bai Luo's strength. After all, he is a strong man who can explode stars. If the stage is not big enough, how can he show his strength? Yo! Standing on the beach, Bai Luo greeted Esteth in front of him. It's the first time we meet. Hello, Esteth. Are you Bai Luo? Esteth did not attack immediately, but looked carefully at the young man in front of him. How should I put it? Bai Luo is very handsome, the most handsome man Esteth has ever seen in her life. Esteth is not obsessed with looks, and will not show mercy just because the other party is good looking. The real reason why Esteth likes him is the look in Bai Luo's eyes. It is a kind of pure appreciation and liking. Even Esteth does not feel offended, but is slightly proud. Being recognized by the strong is definitely the best compliment to her. Do you know me? The moment she said this, Esteth felt like she was stupid. Bai Luo has seen comics about her. Although she doesn't know what comics refer to specifically, Esteth thinks it should be something similar to a stage play. My own story, what happened in the world of Akagi, appears in other worlds in the form of drama. I've seen it many times in anime, but it's not the first time to see a real person. Compared to the delicate little princess, Bai Luo still prefers a cool and noble sister like Esteth. If he can conquer Esteth, he will feel a great sense of accomplishment. I only know a little about your comics. I have watched all the animated versions. Bai Luo said, and uploaded the content of the Akagi animation to the group file through the chat group, and marked the restrictions that Song Yu and Esteth could open the table. You can take a look later. Okay. Esteth put one hand on her waist and downloaded the Akagi animation from the group file very naturally. She didn't watch it immediately, but looked at Bai Luo seriously. Hehe, let's start. Bai Luo's body slowly floated up, and he waved to Esteth from a high position. Let me see the strongest strength of the empire. You too. Esteth's eyes narrowed. She didn't feel threatened by Bai Luo, but that was why she needed to be more cautious. How could the strongest person in the chat group be an ordinary person? With her perception ability, she couldn't even detect it. This is totally unreasonable. The only possible explanation is that Bai Luo's strength is far beyond her imagination. Gala la. Then, the air temperature dropped sharply, and the originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds in the blink of an eye. It was obviously a tropical island, but at this time it was covered in silver, and even the surrounding sea area turned into an endless ice field. The scene in front of them stunned the group members who were looking forward to it. They knew that Esteth was very strong, but such a large-scale freezing still brought everyone an unparalleled shock. This guy, was he just playing with me? Among all the people, Misaka Mikoto was the most upset. If she had used this move right at the beginning, she could have killed me in 1 second. Ah, that's really exaggerated. Rarely, Kuang-san did not mock Misaka Mikoto. Only the group members like them could see clearly how large the range of Esteth's ice-freezing move was. That was not just an island, but an entire sea area, which was large enough to include 10 Japans. It's not an exaggeration to say that a North Pole was created directly on this planet. General Binglan. Accompanied by Esteth's summons, countless ice knights stood up from the islands and the sea. The dense figures made the group members who were watching the duel feel numb. Hey, what are these? Soldiers? Ice knights? Why summon army? The group members did not have much combat experience, but even Qian Rongxiu, who had been in the palace for many years, knew that facing a strong man like Bai Luo, the number of troops was meaningless. Release all the ice power at once. Unlike others, Bai Luo knew the essence of Esteth's move. The ice knights summoned by General Binglan were not used for fighting, that was the lowest use. In fact, each of these ice knights contained a good ice power. For Esteth, they were like batteries, which could store the ice power accumulated in normal times. When needed, they would be recycled. Esdeath did not use this move when fighting with Misaka Mikoto. One reason was that it was not necessary. Mei was not so powerful that Esdeath would use her full power. Another reason was that Esdeath was not sure about the mechanism of the arena at that time. In reality, she was about to conquer alien races, so she could not consume all the ice power in the arena. But after testing, Esdeath confirmed one thing. The power she released in the arena had nothing to do with her real body. No matter how she fought, no matter how wild and wasteful her fighting style was, it would not affect her next war. Not a bad move. Bai Luo commented sincerely, by storing the ice power in advance, and then releasing it in one breath. But is this order wrong? In theory, this move of Esdeath is not plug and play. The use of General Binglan should be that Esdeath creates ice knights in advance. Then, through the continuous accumulation of 1 day, 1 week, and 1 month, the ice power of these days is stored. When needed, release the ice knights in one go and take back the power that belongs to Esdeath. I'm surprised too. Esdeath's lips curled up slightly. I didn't expect that this so-called arena could do such a thing. In the world of Killing Red, Esdeath had already prepared a month's supply of General Binglan, the energy contained in which was equivalent to the total consumption of her 10 consecutive days of fighting. In theory, reality is reality, and the arena is the arena, and the two are not connected. But the full force defined by the arena includes even the army of ice knights placed in reality by Esdeath. Don't blame me for being mean. Esdeath, after all, you are the strongest in the group who can destroy stars at will. Bai Luo didn't take Esdeath's ridicule to heart. Go on, use your full force, and before that, I won't take the initiative to attack you. The best way to deal with ridicule is to ridicule back. Obviously, Bai Luo's calm attitude made Esdeath quite dissatisfied. Who? The cold wind whistled and snowflakes flew. When Esdeath freed all the ice cavalry, the temperature of the whole world dropped again and was controlled by it. Swish! Esdeath drew the saber at his waist and waved it forward. Gala la! Bai Luo looked around. Tens of thousands of ice spears appeared out of thin air, and under the control of Esdeath, shot towards him. Hoo-hoo! However, the ice spears that were usually invincible and could even penetrate steel shattered a few meters away from Bai Luo. Esdeath frowned slightly. She didn't know what Bai Luo had done. But the warrior's intuition told her that Bai Luo seemed to have some special means of protection to resist her attack. Stat. Among the people watching, Wisman was the first to notice the causal position that wrapped Bai Luo and made him immune to any damage. Tisk, it's another bug-like trick, too shameless, isn't it? Sister Misaka had suffered from the sanctuary, so she understood the troubles of causal weapons even more. By the way, Bai Luo's sanctuary is stronger than yours, right? More than stronger than me. Although he was just watching the battle, through the connection between the sanctuaries, Wisman had a clearer understanding of the strength of the Black King sanctuary. Our gap has reached a level that cannot be measured by numbers. Wisman said, I don't know where Lao Bai's limit is, but just based on the defense against Miss Esdeath's attack just now, Lao Bai's causal power of the sanctuary is 10,000 times mine. The 10,000 times here is just a rough estimate of the power of Wei Zinao. The real situation is far more exaggerated than this number. Hiss. Misaka Mikoto said that she could not understand the world of the big guys at all. You know, Wiseman's Silver Sanctuary can already take nuclear weapons head-on without any damage. His 10,000 times, what is that? Gurgle. Qianrongxiu, who listened to all this, was completely at a loss at this time. Although she didn't understand Wiseman's description, she still knew the concept of 10,000 times. Not to mention the Binglan general released by Esdeath, Qianrongxiu doubted whether her ancestor could defeat Esdeath with this power. Miss Esdeath, is she stronger than the legendary god? Qianrongxiu couldn't help but doubt it. It was really too shocking to see the scene of a country turning into an extreme northern ice field with her own eyes. Master Abe, well, the Yin family is indeed a god. Tanjiro, I think so too. In the chat group, the only two ordinary people were trembling at this time. Boom. Ignoring the comments of the onlookers, Asteth waved the blade again, and actually condensed an iceberg with a diameter of more than a kilometer in the sky. It's not over yet. At the same time, a series of tornadoes wrapped in ice crystals soared into the sky, surrounding Bai Luo and blocking his escape space. If this powerful move was put in normal times, Asteth might need a certain amount of time to accumulate power. But at this moment, when General Binglan completed it, the whole world turned into her ice and snow kingdom. The energy consumed here will not disappear, but return to this ice and snow storm. If the original Asteth is in the form, then in the ice and snow kingdom, Asteth is the queen who controls ice and snow. Unless Bai Luo can melt it in an instant, Asteth can create icebergs again and summon ice storms. Without cooling, the consumption can be ignored. So, how can you deal with it? Asteth waited for Bai Luo's counterattack with interest. She didn't think she could win easily. But fighting, killing, hunting, the process is more interesting than the result. Thinking of this, Asteth's expression was full of madness, perfectly showing the queen's dominance and tyranny. Yeah, one. Bai Luo almost figured out Asteth's strength, it has reached 7 digits. And it's not an ordinary 7 digits. Like this large-scale domain, and the power to freeze a country in a short time. Mid-7 digit, destroying the country. Don't underestimate this freezing ability. Bai Luo can feel the temperature around him. It is really extremely cold. You know, the lowest temperature on Blue Star is only close to -100 degrees Celsius. But what about Asteth's Ice Kingdom? In just a short while, the temperature has dropped to -150 degrees Celsius, and it is still dropping. This is no longer a matter of freezing or freezing. If Asteth continues to act, the surface environment will be destroyed and all living things will die. Even the movement of particles will stop completely at the moment of approaching absolute zero. Asteth, who joined the group, has the S*X an image of a doctor. But in terms of ability, it is more like a comic. There is no doubt that in terms of the destructive power to the world and the environment, Asteth is second only to Bai Luozai in the chat group. Chapter 41 I am the end, subscribe. Aren't you going to attack yet? Asteth was confused. Bai Luo had been floating there since just now. He didn't defend or dodge, but just used that invisible position to offset all her attacks. Even if you can withstand the erosion of low temperature, how can you deal with this iceberg? As she spoke, the iceberg summoned by Asteth was not far from Bai Luo. Is that all your strength? However, to Asteth's surprise, Bai Luo ignored the iceberg above his head and asked in confusion, "Where is your Moko Potmo?" What? Seeing Asteth's reaction, Bai Luo suddenly realized, so that's it, I almost forgot that you haven't comprehended this move yet. These remarks made Asteth feel confused. As for hearing the name of Moko Potmo, comprehending the secret of time stop on the spot, that is naturally impossible. What's going on? However, before Asteth could continue to ask, Bai Luo suddenly realized, is that so? I almost forgot that you haven't comprehended this move yet. These remarks made Asteth feel confused. As for hearing the name of Moko Potmo, comprehending the secret of time stop on the spot, that is naturally impossible. What's going on? However, before Asteth could continue to ask, Bai Luo suddenly realized, is that so? I almost forgot that you haven't comprehended this move yet. These remarks made Asteth feel confused. The next scene made Asteth, who was originally calm, completely stunned. The proud and cold queen, the queen of ice and snow, had her pupils shrank at this time, and the shock in her heart could no longer be concealed. The iceberg that fell from Bai Luo's head seemed to float weightlessly at this time and stopped falling. Stopped. Kyuzo, Misaka Mikoto, Qianrongxu and other spectators posted their guesses about the scene in front of them in the chat group's spectator channel. Tokisaki Kurumi, is this what you said? The king will not be hurt by external forces. Yes. Wiseman explained to everyone, as a king, he is naturally blessed by fate, and no force can hurt the king. The bullets shot at the king will break, the deadly poison will become ineffective, and even if a 287 nuclear bomb is thrown directly on their heads, the nuclear bomb will hover in the air and cannot fall. Obviously, the reason why the iceberg is hovering in the air is because of the interference of the Holy Land. Not only the iceberg, but also the extremely low temperature around that could freeze a person instantly. Bai Luo stood in the sky, but he didn't feel cold at all. He did nothing. He didn't release magic power, nor did he take any protection. The Black King's sanctuary, immortality, destiny, destruction, order, change, tranquility, chaos, all kinds of power surrounded Bai Luo, like stars guarding the sun, protecting him perfectly. What kind of inexplicable ability is this? Esteth had never heard of such a thing, she couldn't understand it, let alone accept it. According to you, doesn't it mean that all my tricks can't hurt you? Although I really want to say no, but it's true. Bai Luo's sanctuary is countless times stronger than the 7 kings in the world of K, and this is the result of not using magic power. The SR-level kingship can even erase the disaster of the planetary explosion from the cause and effect. In other words, at least a single destructive trick of the late 7 digits is required to break the autonomous protection of the sanctuary and touch Bai Luo. What a joke! Esteth didn't want to believe it. Esteth's full-strength attack couldn't even break through Bai Luo's passive protection. Hoo-hoo! Countless ice cones pierced Bai Luo, but the result was that the ice cones shattered and turned into nothing. The tornado with ice crystal fragments began to shrink, but when it was still 100 meters away from Bai Luo, it dissipated as if it had run out of energy. Direct physical attack, due to the law. The blizzard is also actively retreating. Even the surrounding cold air can't hurt the opponent. Esteth has never experienced such a battle. Esteth has clearly used all his skills, but he didn't even touch the corner of the enemy's clothes. Is this the strongest person in the chat group? Esteth didn't feel that Bai Luo was humiliating her. After all, Bai Luo didn't do anything. This is like a weak child facing a violent species. The former has tried his best, but he can't even break through the opponent's shell. Can you blame the violent species shell for being too strong, or look down on the child? Is it over? Bai Luo watched Esteth go from excitement to anger, and then to calmness now. In his opinion, Esteth, who created General Binglan and built the Ice and Snow Kingdom, has almost reached her limit. Damn it! Esteth frowned deeply, and her eyes showed dissatisfaction. The gap is so big. But this dissatisfaction is not directed at Bai Luo. What she is dissatisfied with is her own weakness. For how long has Esteth not felt this kind of powerlessness and frustration of being looked down upon? Ming Luo clearly didn't say anything. But Esteth knew that Bai Luo was very disappointed. Disappointed with the power she showed. Don't I even have the qualifications to let him have fun? Esteth touched her chest, feeling her heart beating wildly because of unwillingness. She raised her head and the cold queen looked directly at the man who was looking down at her. I'm sorry to disappoint you. As weak as I am, I don't even have the qualifications to let you take action. Fighting is a matter for both sides. Esteth is eager to fight and also wants to bring the same pleasure to her opponent. I'm just one step ahead. Bai Luo shook his head and said, with your qualifications, Esteth, you will be able to enter a higher realm sooner or later. A higher realm? Esteth, then let me see the power of the strongest person in the chat group. Although he had lost, the competition was not over. Can you show us the height that we look up to? Esteth wanted to see Bai Luo's power, not the illusory law of cause and effect, but the absolute crushing that would convince her. You can do it, right? Defeat me as death, defeat me like a whirlwind. Bai Luo looked at as death, and he smiled, then. As you wish. After the words fell, as death felt a huge will sweeping across the four directions like a torrent. In an instant, with Bai Luo as the center, the frozen sea, the dark cloud-covered sky, and the world that withered due to Asteth's power was restored as if the back button was pressed. This. Asteth looked at the miraculous scene in shock. Not only that. Asteth found that her ice power was now completely imprisoned in her body. No matter how she urged it. She could no longer have any influence on the outside world. Seal? No, this is still Bai Luo's sanctuary. The sanctuary is centered on Bai Luo, covering the surroundings and directly dispersing the influence caused by his death. Reversal of cause and effect. The damage caused by General Binglan was completely repaired by the sanctuary. In addition, Asteth stood in the sanctuary, and the power in her body was rejected by the sanctuary, leaving only this small piece of land in the host's body. Usually, my sanctuary has been in a state of self-restraint. Bai Luo, the power of the sanctuary is very convenient, but it is quite troublesome in battle. If it is not suppressed, let alone Xueji, Alpha, and others. Even someone as strong as Asteth would be imprisoned in an instant and unable to use her abilities. After this period of development, the maximum range of my holy domain is now enough to cover a planet. Speaking of this, Bai Luo completely released the restraints on the holy domain. Boom! Suddenly, the magnificent will enveloped the planet under the feet of the two. From the surface to the center of the earth, inside and outside, every inch of land and every corner are included in the control of the holy domain. The authority of the Black King is all-encompassing. From creating everything to destroying everything. As long as I am in this holy domain, I will control and modify it at will. As Bai Luo spoke, the sky and the earth changed color and the sea changed. The original mountains and rivers collapsed, and new peaks rose on the earth. The 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter flow, and day and night alternate, and it takes several rounds in the blink of an eye. Controlling the planet is not stressful for Bai Luo now, and it is even very easy. Of course, it is mainly because the size of this planet is not large. If it is replaced with a super-large planet like Saturn or Jupiter, Bai Luo can only sacrifice accuracy in exchange for a larger range. This power is called the kingship, and the light covering this planet is called the Black King's sanctuary. Bai Luo did not stop his actions. Next, it is the second ability I have. Being in the chat group, Bai Luo decided to show the group members the power he now has. Sitsaizi. The black lines with starlight extended from Bai Luo's feet and spread across the entire planet at an astonishing speed. These lines are like circuit networks, densely packed, but revealing a certain beauty, rendering the planet into some kind of huge science fiction creation. What is this? Asteth has never felt magic power. She looked at the magic barrier that soared into the sky and intertwined in the air like a birdcage. They flickered, and there seemed to be starlight flowing on them, and it seemed like she was in the universe, giving her an indescribable tranquility and depth. The collision of magic power, fission from the inside out, fusion from the outside in. Bai Luo slowly raised his hand, the stream of light gathered, and a black sphere wrapped in the galaxy quietly floated in the palm of his hand. When the sanctuary covers the entire planet, my magic power reaches every corner. Using magic power to destroy the material structure, erosion, liberation, fusion, do you know what this means? Listening to Bai Luo's explanation of his own abilities, ancient people like Asteth and Tanji Wen obviously didn't understand. But Wisman, as well as top students in Academy City like Misaka Mikoto, had an incredible idea in their minds at the same time. Nuclear bomb. Wisman, this planet, he made a planet into a nuclear bomb. What a joke. Misaka Mikoto, is this really something humans can do? Seemingly hearing Wisman and Misaka Mikoto's horror, Bai Luo said nothing, but smiled and slowly clenched his 5 fingers. I am the end. white, the pure white without dust, swallowed up Asteth's sight. Asteth is dead. The chat group notification sound came to her ears, and Asteth had no idea what happened. Oh, dead. In the endless light, Asteth could not see or hear anything. Whether it was cold or hot, all senses no longer existed at this moment. The space was broken, and even time seemed to stop at this moment. The world was solemn, and the beauty was gone for a moment. As for what happened afterwards, Asteth didn't know, because her consciousness had returned to the main body of the world of Akagi. At the same time, in the arena. Are you kidding me? Misaka Mikato's voice was trembling, and in front of her, the planet under the feet of Asteth and Bailuo burst into dazzling light. The next moment, silent fireworks began to devour everything around. Boom! Boom boom boom! Planets shattered under this unmatched force, and then continued to explode like a chain reaction, from nearby to surrounding, until the entire galaxy was submerged. The energy tide spread like water waves, and even the star in the center was torn apart by the magic of the universe. This is too exaggerated. The galaxy, a star system, just disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Bailuo stood in the void, with a black and red ring behind him. It was a dark hole that was constantly swallowing the energy dissipated around it. This ring was the symbol of the Black King's sanctuary. It was also the boundary between destruction and creation. The magic power consumed to ignite a planet was just a catalyst. And the energy released was far greater than the magic power Bailuo possessed. Therefore, the Black King's sanctuary began to automatically absorb this energy and convert it into Bailuo's magic power. In this way, Bailuo can continue to ignite the stars and release more energy. It will repeat itself endlessly. The speed of the star's demise will become faster and faster, while the power accumulated in Bailuo's sanctuary will increase exponentially. Magic catalysis, sanctuary absorption. This is the Black King who has merged with the chaos magic. No, this is no longer a simple Black King, but the Emperor of the End who brings destruction to the world. But it's not over yet. After devouring all the energy in the universe, the Emperor of the End will transform into the origin god in the pitch-black void. 1.8 Everything in the universe will be transformed into the energy of the origin god to help him write a new Genesis. Well, I can only do this now. I'm sorry, everyone, I can't show you bigger fireworks. Looking at the devastating scene he created, Bailuo nodded with satisfaction. In fact, it's not impossible for Bailuo to make bigger fireworks. It's just that due to the limitation of magic manipulation skills, Bailuo needs to spend more time to ignite. This has nothing to do with the strength of magic, it's purely a matter of calculation. Of course, Bailuo can also directly use the energy absorbed by the sanctuary to destroy it. But in that case, not only is the cost effectiveness very low, but even the subsequent replenishment will not be received. However, everyone was speechless after listening to Bailuo's Versailles words. Gilu. In class, Misaka Mikato secretly swallowed her saliva. She began to think about whether she had offended Bailuo since she joined the group. There is no way, it's too scary. The star exploded, and the entire star system was wiped out. Until now, Misaka Mikato's mind is still filled with that figure. The stars perished and collapsed. Bailuo carried a black hole on his back, like a world-destroying god and devil, and looked down at himself calmly. This unprecedented spiritual shock was not only for Misaka Mikato, but also for Kurumi, Tanjiro, and Wiseman. Everyone was frightened by Bailuo's strength. It's terrible. Is this the power of the strongest person in the chat group? Qianrongxiu, who was dressed as Shui Qinghe, was fighting all over. Can't stop at all. Compared to Bailuo, Qianrongxiu felt that she was just an insignificant dust, an ant that could be wiped out at any time. Chapter 42 is Death. I admit that you are stronger now, please subscribe. Hoo hoo. Taking deep breaths, Qianrongxiu tried to calm down, and then looked at the chat group. The group chat was already in chaos. Wiseman, invincible. Old Bai is invincible. Misaka Mikato, hold Bai Luo's thigh tightly. Tokisaki Kurumi, despise the one above, and then hold your thigh tightly. Misaka Mikato, Asan, UBD. Group members with modern astronomy knowledge can understand Bai Luo's strength. They were even more shocked that such a great god was actually a group member with them. And what was incredible was that Bai Luo had been so approachable from beginning to end after joining the group for 10 days. A god. Yes, in the eyes of the group members, Bai Luo was no different from a god. Such an existence could get along with them like a big brother next door. This was no longer something that could be described as modesty and low-key. It's simply mercy. If it were anyone else, they would have already ignored the weak group members and started to do whatever they wanted. Not to mention the commotion in the chat group. Esteth, who had recovered, logged into the chat group again. What happened just now? She really wanted to know how she lost. What are you talking about? Looking through the chat records, Esteth found that she couldn't understand the various terms used by Misaka Mikato and Wiseman. Soon, Esteth learned about the serious events that happened in the arena from Wiseman and others. Due to lack of knowledge, Tanjiro, Master Abe, Esteth, and Qianrongxiu lacked a correct understanding of concepts such as the universe, space, galaxies, and planets. But it didn't matter. Look at this at Esteth. Kyuzo sent the battle video that had been recorded long ago to Esteth. After watching it, the latter fell into the state of being a vassal. Especially when she was swallowed by the energy, the video screen rose from the 11 small islands, then from the sea, to the surface, to the planets, and finally overlooked everything from the perspective of the galaxy. If I have to describe Esteth's mentality at this time. That is, before this battle, you see me like a moon in a well, and after this battle, it's like a mayfly looking at the blue sky. Esteth trembled faintly. For the first time in her life, she had a deep fear of someone. Obviously, a second ago, Esteth was eager to see Bai Luo's full strength. Now I see it. What's the result? In reality, Esteth clenched her fists, her expression was serious and fanatical. She admitted that she was afraid. But it is not shameful to be afraid of a powerful existence. On the contrary, knowing shame leads to courage. It is precisely because she saw the gap between the two sides that she has to do everything to become stronger. Just like when Esteth was a child, her father died in front of her, which made her realize the reality that the weak can only be bullied. Become stronger. She wants to be a truly strong person. The silent heart once again became hot, and at this moment, Esteth felt that the world had never been so broad and free. Looking up at the sky that was originally unattainable, compared with Bai Luo, how ridiculous. One day, I will catch up with you. Esteth does not seek to surpass Bai Luo, but at least, she wants to be qualified to stand beside him. FFLY. Master Abe. Can anyone explain what happened just now? In fact, for Tanjiro and Master Abe, the battle has been completely incomprehensible since Bai Luo started. For them, fighting should be fist to flesh, or slashing with swords. Esteth's is already exaggerated. But Bai Luo. Tanjiro, this is not a god? Master Abe, you still say you are not a god. Well, let me explain it briefly. Misaka Mikato, first of all, the earth we live on is actually round, which is the sphere when I fought with the queen. This kind of earth is called a planet. For us, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a world. There are no idiots who can join the group. Especially when Misaka Mikato also attached pictures and showed specific data, even ancient people like Master Abe realized how huge the concept of a planet is. However, such a planet was casually raised by Bai Luo. Not only raised, he made a bomb out of the planet paper and pushed the entire star system flat. If we use data analogy, Wiseman, the volume of our Sun is 1.3 million times that of the blue star, and the difficulty of destroying the blue star and the Sun is even greater than this. The larger the volume of a cosmic body, the higher the density, and the degree of solidity cannot be generalized. So, everyone can recall their strongest moves and then compare them. Take Misaka Mikoto as an example. She tried her best to send out the maximum mass of the super electromagnetic cannon, which can only destroy a small island at most, which is barely considered to be anti-city level. If Kurumi's space shock goes berserk without hesitation, it won't be a problem to swallow a city. Astetha's strength is obviously stronger than the two, and she has the terrifying destructive power of destroying a country by herself. In comparison, Tanjiro is still chopping stones. Master Abe can only cut vegetables at most. Qianrongxiu, who has just broken through the Soul Emperor, can only blow up a house at best. It just so happens that I proposed the status system before. Bai Luo, but considering that the span here is a bit large, I have formulated a new level division. After speaking, Bai Luo sent the F-level S-level system he had just determined to the chat group. I set the F-level to ordinary people, and the E-level can refer to those martial artists who have not practiced internal strength in Master Abe's world. D-level has speed and strength far beyond that of ordinary people. In Qianrongxiu's world, it can probably have a combat power of more than level 30. Tanjiro now should also be at this level. This classification method belongs to the early stage of the 7-digit level, that is, the limit is S level. Therefore, for a strong man like Astetha who has entered the middle stage of the 7-digit level, this rating system is not very meaningful. I see. Misaka Mikoto, then what level am I? Tokisaki Kurumi, same question. Hearing Bai Luo's description, the group members asked curiously, wanting to know what level they are at. Qianrongxiu is now between C and B levels. After comprehending the martial soul's true body, she can break through to B level. Qianrongxiu in the group did not come from the Doluo novel, but from the anime. He discovered this during a private chat. Qianrongxiu, Soul Saint is only B level. What about the title Doluo? It's not that Soul Saint is B level, but that you can reach B level after breaking through Soul Saint. Qianrongxiu's martial soul is a god level martial soul, and she can fight against titled Doluo during the Soul Saint period. If it were someone else, a Soul Saint of level 70 would be rated as a C level at best. If you want to reach level B, you have to break through level 90 at least and become a titled Doluo. Well, Qianrongxiu has completely lost her temper. With the strength shown by Bai Luo, his words are no different from authority in Qianrongxiu's eyes. But in this way, Qianrongxiu feels that the profession of soul master seems to be a bit unpresentable. As for a level 99 extreme Doluo can barely reach this level. A level is also a level with a huge span. Extreme Doluo can only be said to have reached the A level evaluation, but it is not the best among them. When you reach A level, you can destroy an army or even a city by yourself. For example, Sister Pao, if you burst out with all your strength, you can rank among the top even in A level. If you put Misaka Mikoto in the Doluo anime world, the Thunder Giant, Iron Sand Sword, and various super electromagnetic guns can be regarded as god-level combat power in terms of output. It can be said that Misaka Mikoto is far from Special A in terms of physical fitness. Above A is Special A. Special A, also known as Natural Disaster Level, has a power like a natural disaster. Kyuzo's space shock has the destructive power of nuclear weapons. Coupled with the large-scale erosion of the City of Time, it is not an exaggeration to get a Special A rating. In this regard, Wiseman, the King of Silver, is the same. He has a defense that even nuclear weapons cannot shake. Even if the Earth overturns and a tsunami strikes, it can't hurt him at all. In the chat group, Astetha is the only S-level member now. S-level is a 7-digit number, and on any planet, it is a demon-like existence. They have the power to destroy a country or even sink a continent with their own strength. They have the power to destroy the world and can be regarded as the ceiling of the surface combat power. Qianrongxiu, I am only B level. Even if I become a god at level 100, I can only be regarded as A level combat power. However, Qianrongxiu did not question it. There is no way. She has seen the power of S level on S death. The power that freezes the continent in an instant and wipes out all life. Whenever she thinks back, Qianrongxiu feels terrified. Of course, Qianrongxiu selectively ignored Bai Lu. The same was true for the members in the group, who directly excluded Bai Luo from the comparison range. Tokisaki Kurumi, what is the level of the original angel in my world? Del. Bai Luo thought for a moment and replied, much stronger than S death. If it was Takamiya Mio in her prime, she should be able to create a space quake that destroys the planet. So the peak Takamiya Mio is considered to be in the late 7-digit period, or even the peak 7-digit period, and belongs to the explosive planetary level battle record. However, it can only destroy planets like Blue Star. If it is a planet like Jupiter, which is equivalent to 25,000 blue stars, it will take at least the late stage of the 7-digit level to do it. Planets also have different sizes, and the difference of 20,000 times is the value of the 7-digit level. From the destruction of 520 continents in the early stage of the 7-digit level, to the destruction of Blue Star in the middle stage, and then to the explosion of Jupiter in the late stage, each breakthrough is a difference of 10,000 times. Then, Mr. Bai Luo, what about you? The one who said this was Qianrongxiu, and she really didn't care about this. As for me, I should be considered a leader in the early stage of the 6-digit level. With Bai Luo's current strength, it is not a problem to destroy a star system. If it is placed in the Doluo anime world, it can easily wipe out the entire Doluo god star. As for what Bai Luo said before, except for the demon god in the world of Pao Ji, he can easily solve any problems encountered by other group members. Esteth, how do you feel? Seeing Esteth bubbling, Bai Luo asked with concern. Not bad. Esteth, I am very satisfied with this fight, thank you very much. Well, being beaten is also fighting, there is nothing wrong with that. Yet. Bai Luo, that's good, you can call me again if you need me in the future. No, no need. Esteth said awkwardly, at least I won't challenge you again before reaching the 6 figures you mentioned. After saying this, Esteth finally breathed a sigh of relief. It still takes great courage to admit that you are not as good as others. Especially for someone as arrogant as Esteth, it is like denying himself. Of course, after breaking down and then building up, Esteth's state of mind has also improved a lot. The body has recovered as before, and even the energy stored in General Binglan has returned. General Binglan should be in the world of Akaji in theory, but the arena has transformed him into a summoned creature in the judgment. So, if the group members are fully prepared before the battle, the arena will regard them as part of the group members' strength. In order to test this point, at Bai Luo's suggestion, everyone conducted another wave of tests. For example, if Kuang-san leaves her clone in reality and enters the arena herself, she can still summon those clones outside. But like the Night Sword God Goro of the Wisman family, although the other party is his family, the arena does not recognize this summoning. Bai Luo summarized it and roughly believed that the energy bodies and consciousness bodies condensed by the group members themselves, as well as their equipment and props, are recognized as part of the group members in the arena. Even if they are not brought when entering. When needed, they can be used as they wish. It must be said that the arena is quite humane and also guarantees the fairness of the duel to the greatest extent. Chapter 43, Formulate Chat Group Rules, please subscribe. Is this the space shock? In the newly opened arena, Bai Luo personally experienced the space shock summoned by Kuang-san. Unscathed. This was the first time Kuang-san met someone who could withstand the space shock. You know, even if the elves face the space shock, they can only use the space shock of the same frequency to offset it, rather than destroying or resisting it. Okay, you are no different from a god to us. Bai Luo can be said to have suppressed the defense of the sanctuary to the limit with Kuang San's invitation to fight this time. Even so, the space shock summoned by Kuang San with all her strength still could not touch Bai Luo at all. Not bad. Bai Luo smiled slightly. In order to resist this move, I consumed a lot of magic power. As for how much was consumed, it was probably about 1/10,000th. Bai Luo didn't want to bully Kuang San, so he didn't use the fission and fusion of magic power, let alone compression. He was fighting with magic in its most primitive state. Bai Luo closed the sanctuary, didn't use the superpowers of the king, and even restricted the advanced use of magic power. In this state, Bai Luo might be no weaker than the adult Cid in the original book. Okay, I'm going to be a little more serious. Bai Luo smiled and raised his hand. He recalled the fluctuations of Kuang San's space shock, and then simulated it with magic power. Boom! The next moment, the space was distorted, and a terrifying storm fell from the sky, followed by a dark hole that continued to spread outward. What is this? Kuang San widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Space shock. And it was comparable to the super-large space shock caused by the advent of Takamiya Mio. The so-called space shock is similar to the black rose in my world in principle. Bai Luo said, if the world is compared to a balloon, and people live inside the balloon, then the black rose is like a person breaking through from the inside, and the bulge in the space is outside. And the space shock is to pull the balloon membrane inward, Bai Luo, so the space shock looks like a tornado falling from the sky. Listening to Bai Luo's explanation, Kuang San was still confused. Black rose? What is that? Although their elves can trigger space shocks, they don't know much about its principles. In contrast, Bai Luo really analyzed this part of the space operation. It comes from the shadow world where I live, a special space technology. The black rose can allow Bai Luo to break the space and travel through space inside the world, such as Cid's way of returning to the blue planet from another world. Space shock, this power is used properly, and it is definitely not worse than Bai Luo's meteorite. The principle of meteorite is to fuse the matter on the planet. And Bai Luo's magic power only plays the role of a catalyst. Similarly, the space shock is the same. Bai Luo just used his magic power to pull the space barrier. As for the consequences that followed, whether it was the collapse of space or the collapse of matter, these would not consume Bai Luo's magic power. Bai Luo next, is there anyone who wants to fight with me? 1. The group was silent. Even though Bai Luo said that he would suppress his strength as much as possible, no one spoke. Even Esteth, who was as belligerent as she was, could only remain silent. She just liked to fight with the strong, not to seek abuse. Okay. Bai Luo, then you guys play. The analysis of the arena function is almost over. The interest of the group members came and went quickly. Of course, it was mainly because there were too few people, only 8 in total. In addition, the time of the arena was different from the flow rate of the outside world. No matter how many times they competed, it was just a moment outside. So in just 10 minutes, the group members had completed dozens of competitions. Among them, Bai Luo and Esteth had the most fights. Esteth is a battle maniac. She has challenged almost everyone except Master Abe. Of course, the queen did not bully anyone. When fighting with Tanjiro, the queen only used a saber to compete in slashing techniques. Tanjiro benefited a lot from this. Esteth has a good impression of this simple and kind boy. To a certain extent, Tanjiro meets Esteth's requirements for a partner. However, because of the appearance of Bai Luo, Esteth only regards Tanjiro as a cute younger brother. The queen's heart has long been filled with Bai Luo, so how can she accommodate others? As for Tanjiro, as the youngest good boy in the group, Tanjiro is no different from the group's pet. In addition, Kuang San also fought with Esteth. Kuang San's time-eating city, numerous clones, and the time-controlling Emperor Kakik. These powers really opened Asteth's eyes. Unfortunately, this battle ended in a draw. When Asteth used her ultimate skill to freeze the entire continent, even Kuang San's spirit body could not withstand the low temperature and had to escape. Asteth, on her side, was also unable to deal with Kuang San's clones. There was no other way, there were too many of them. No matter how Kuang San was killed, she could use the power of time to revive, which was a bug. In addition, Kurumi can fly, so her mobility is naturally better than Asteth. This also led to the two sides fighting for several hours, not only failing to determine the winner, but also falling into an awkward situation where neither could do anything to the other. Asteth, you are very strong. Tokisaki Kurumi, you are the one. The chat group gave you the title of Queen, which is very appropriate. The two have similar personalities, both are S. Not to mention, they really found a lot of topics. Even Asteth invited Wangju to her world. Kuang San needs to consume more time, and war is about to break out on Asteth's side. According to the original historical trajectory, Asteth will trap 400,000 aliens in the north. The two hit it off, and Kuang San accepted Asteth's invitation to help her and supplement the time needed for the 12 bullets. Bai Luo didn't say anything about this. Even the kind-hearted Master Abai didn't express any opinions these 10 times. After all, in the history of Daxia, there have been too many invasions by barbarians, and I don't know how many people were killed during the period, and how many human tragedies were left behind. Racial conflicts, wars, and killings. If you don't have a suitable position, you are not qualified to express your opinions. Is it okay like this? Qianrongxiu saw Kuang San go to help Asteth fight, and immediately had a similar idea. If the group members don't mind. Bai Luo said that he was just an ordinary member of the chat group and had no right to gossip. Of course. Because Bai Luo was the strongest, even if he said it didn't matter, everyone would still consider his opinion. Bai Luo was helpless about this. But as the first batch of members, we should indeed set some rules while there are still few people. Bai Luo is not a dictator, but he is the strongest. Then it is the best choice for him to make basic suggestions and let others correct them. According to the chat group's crossing rules, it is necessary to obtain the approval of group members before crossing. In addition, as long as the group members of the world refuse, the group members will be forcibly expelled. Bai Luo said, according to this rule, I think group members should have absolute sovereignty over their own world. The sovereignty here does not mean that the group members are the masters of that world. It means that he has the right to refuse the interference of other group members. No matter what the group members do in their own world, others have no right to criticize. Bai Luo, destroy the world or save the world, we can express our opinions, but we cannot criticize. Just like if someone thinks Asteth is too cruel. You can hate her for this, but you can't interfere with her choice. Because, that is the freedom of the group members. What does the fate of your own world have to do with outsiders? Don't advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. Let go of the complex of helping others and respect the fate of others. Then, if the group members need help, they can send an invitation. Whether to accept or not, the group members can judge for themselves. For example, Asteth is looking for someone to help fight a war. And then if Kurumi wants to go, she can go. But after going there, the group members should not act on their own, but follow the instructions of the inviter as much as possible. For example, Kurumi who goes to the world of Akagi/, she needs to obey Asteth's arrangements and cannot interfere with the development of the world of Akagi/ on her own. In contrast, Asteth has the responsibility to ensure Kurumi's safety and give her appropriate compensation. To sum up, everyone has their own choice. If this matter conflicts with our three views, then just refuse it directly. Tokisaki Kurumi, I agree. Asteth, each world is decided by the members of that world, and outsiders cannot interfere. It's reasonable. Qianrongxiu, yeah, I agree too. Sure enough, as long as they are villains, no one disagrees with Bai Luo's rule. As for Master Abe and Wiseman, adults like them have long seen the essence of the world. The world is not black and white. Only Misaka, King Zhao, Mikoto, because she has not been beaten by society, does not agree with Bai Luo's decision. Perhaps in the eyes of Sister Misaka, everyone should be a kind person. Of course, Sister Misaka herself knows that this is not realistic. Finally, it is my personal opinion and has nothing to do with everyone. Bai Luo said, the world is so big, it is so lucky to be able to join the chat group. Meeting is fate, so. Bai Luo, if you encounter life-threatening difficulties, I will give as much help as possible according to the situation. This last one is the guarantee given by Bai Luo. And this is equivalent to giving the group members a life-saving talisman. Misaka Mikoto, like the life-saving charm. You are indeed the best in this group, so angry. Tanjiro. Me too. Group members expressed their opinions one after another. They had no objection to Bai Luo's arrangement, but felt that it was quite reasonable. Wiseman, if anyone is in danger, I am willing to help. Misaka Mikoto, add me. ALU. Tokisaki Kurumi, in that case, I can't fall behind. Esteth, okay. Most of the members in the chat group, such as Misaka Mikoto, Wiseman, Tanjiro, Master Abe, etc., are actually kind-hearted people. Group members are friends. When friends encounter life-threatening difficulties, they will lend a hand without hesitation. Chapter 44 Qianrongxiu's embarrassing situation. Please subscribe and give flowers. To some extent, Esteth and Shiro are very similar, both of them are kind-hearted but not saintly. The kindness of the two will only be given to their own people. As for the enemy, Shiro can only say sorry. It seems that we have a lot in common. Esteth did not expect that Shiro's values would be so consistent with hers. So, Esteth's good impression of Shiro increased a little. Tanjiro, it doesn't feel like a villain, right? Master Abe, yes, there is no justice or evil when two armies face each other on the battlefield. Indeed one. Tokisaki Kurumi, compared with Esteth, I am much more evil. After all, she is an existence called evil spirits, and tens of thousands of ordinary people have died in Kurumi's hands. Misaka Mikoto, you can't say that. What Kurumi did not expect was that the one who spoke for her at this time was actually Misaka Mikoto, who usually did not get along with her. Misaka Mikoto, Asan, don't you want to change history with the 12 bullets? Tokisaki Kurumi, yes. Misaka Mikoto, those who were killed by you will come back in the end, right? Tokisaki Kurumi, change the past and change the future. At least the rules of my world should be like this. Misaka Mikoto. Okay, Misaka Mikoto knows that she shouldn't excuse Kurumi. But just like Bai Luo said, Kurosan is her friend and a member of the chat group. No matter how Kurumi is described in the novel Date A Battle, the one Misaka Mikoto knows is just a poor person who was driven crazy by Takamiya Mio. It is precisely because of the frequent quarrels. Misaka Mikoto is more convinced that when you really get into Kurumi's heart, she is so fragile and lonely. Thank you. Misaka Mikoto's silence made Kurumi feel the feeling of being trusted. From now on, I won't call you Billy Billy Electric Girl. Colon, comma. Colon. Colon, comma. Comma. Comma, colon, comma. Colon. Colon, comma. Comma, comma, comma. Discharge girl. Kyoko, I'll just barely recognize you. In addition, Kwangsan will not continue to kill people and plunder time. Because there is a better choice. Of course, the captives on Esteth's side are another matter. They are going to die anyway. Then before they die, they can contribute to Kwangsan. Isn't it a good way to make use of waste? That's great. as Esteth and Tokisaki Kwangsan, who were defined as villains in the group, were recognized by others one after another. Qianrongxiu is really I am a little envious. Qianrongxiu, private chat master Bai Luo, can I also be cleaned up? Bai Luo, private chat do you have any questions? Qianrongxiu, private chat undercover in Tiandu, killing Shueqing He, do these count? Bai Luo, private chat if it were in other worlds, it would indeed be a stain, but in Doluo continent. What's wrong with Doluo continent? You asked a good question. Bai Luo ended the private chat with Qianrongxiu, and then sent the world view of Doluo continent to the chat group. Soon, everyone finished watching and was shocked by the distortion of the Doluo worldview. Master Abe, killing soul beasts and refining soul rings, why do I feel a little weird? Tokisaki Kurumi, well, it feels the same as my time-eating city. As if it absorbed the cultivation of soul beasts. Wisman, according to what Lao Bai said, this world seems to be quite weak. No. Misaka Mikato, don't you think those 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts are a bit exaggerated? Although the magical index world is modern, Misaka Mikato still has a good understanding of the monsters and demons in Japanese culture. In her cognition, a creature that has lived for 1,000 years, even if it is a pig, is quite terrifying. You can see the soul beasts in the Doluo world. 100 or 1,000 years is as weak as an ant, and more than 10,000 years is just the prey of soul masters. Even if you break through the shackles of 100,000 years, you will eventually not escape the fate of becoming a soul ring and soul bone. 100,000 years of cultivation, isn't this too exaggerated? Not to mention the cultivation and strength, just saying that the soul beast can live for 100,000 years, this. Bai Luo did not release all the content, but simply described the soul master's cultivation system, the situation of the continent's countries, and the ambitions of the spirit hall, etc. But just these have made everyone not know how to complain. Is there any problem with this? Qianrongxiu was a little confused about what Master Abai and others said. Qianrongxiu, who was born in Doluo, didn't think there was anything wrong with the soul master system at all. It feels very inconsistent. Bai Luo said what everyone was thinking, a creature can live for 100,000 years, but its strength is only that level. This is very unreasonable. In other words, what did you practice for tens of thousands of years? If nothing has changed, then what is the problem? The problem of Doluo world lies in the world itself. Bai Luo pointed out Qianrongxiu's current situation. Similarly, your problem, in the final analysis, is still burdened by the world. Specifically, Bai Luo did not explain in detail, which was considered to save some face for Qianrongxiu. I am burdened by the world. But why? What is wrong with my world? How can I get more useful information from the group leader? After many years of undercover work in Tiandu, Qianrongxiu has become an excellent politician. This makes her subconsciously measure a person or a thing from a politician's perspective and by value. €. Among the 7 members in the chat group, the only one Bai Luo felt helpless about was Qianrongxiu. Only sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. If you don't understand this truth, how can you make real friends in the chat group? The biggest difference between Qianrongxiu and Esteth is that she can abandon her own people at will. Qianjun, Thorn, and Chrysanthemum Doluo are loyal to the Spirit Hall. But Qianrongxiu can abandon them to recruit Tang San. There is also the ungrateful Hulina and the love-brained Bibi Dong. These 3 are not from the same family. I can only say. Bai Luo, not as good as Esteth. The queen also has a girlish heart. In the original plot, she also encountered a conflict between reality and ideals. But when love and revenge for her subordinates conflicted, Esteth firmly chose the latter. Just for this point, Esteth can have a clear conscience. At least she lived up to the trust and following of her dead subordinates until her death. Although the world of Akaji is dark, there is still a humane courtyard that Bai Luo admires. Luo continent. Bai Luo can only say that the three views are not correct. The people in the group, even the kindest Tanjiro, are just simple, not stupid. On the contrary, with Tanjiro's keenness, he can definitely tell who is trustworthy and who should be wary of in the group. Not to mention old hands like Kurumi, Esteth, and Master Abe. Therefore, Qianrongxue wants to gain recognition in the chat group unless she can open her heart. Otherwise, there is a long way to go. Chapter 45, The First Offline Gathering. Please subscribe and give flowers. Tanjiro, everyone, I have completed the training of my master and will go to Fujiyama to take the entrance examination for the Demon Slayer Corps. Esteth, what is the Demon Slayer Corps? Qianrongxue, same question. Wiseman, it's like this. Because there are new people joining, Wiseman replaced Bai Luo and briefly explained the situation of the Demon Slayer world. Master Abe, the evil ghosts who eat people are so scary. After all, they are ordinary people, and the era in which Master Abe lived was the late Qing dynasty. Oriental people are most afraid of these supernatural things. Bai Luo, it's not the kind of ghost you think, Master Abe. The evil ghosts on Tanjiro's side are more like monsters that eat people. Esteth, interesting, unkillable monsters. Tokisaki Kurumi, Brother Tanjiro, can I go to your place and find a few evil spirits? Bai Luo, do you want to absorb their time? Tokisaki Kurumi, yet. Since evil spirits are immortal, they must have more time than ordinary people. How could Kurumi not be tempted by such a good natural battery? As for whether the evil spirits will hurt Kurumi, this is not a problem at all. With Kurumi's strength, even if it is just an evil spirit, she can throw it to death in the sun without the Nichiren sword. Tanjiro, this. The boy is still too kind. Even if the other party is an evil spirit, Tanjiro is a little bit reluctant. However, considering that Kurumi's purpose is the same as his own, both are to reduce the number of evil spirits. Tanjiro, if Sister Kurumi wants, she can look for it in my world. He will not take the initiative to hand over the evil spirit to Kurumi, but he will not stop the other party from coming. As for the evil spirits that Kurumi caught herself, Tanjiro considered them to have been destroyed by her. Tanjiro is kind, but he is not soft-hearted. He knows what is right and wrong. Bai Luo, is everyone interested in evil spirits? Qianrongxue, I really want to see what an unkillable monster looks like. Misaka Mikoto, I want to see it too, but I'm a little worried. According to Bai Luo and Wiseman, evil spirits are monsters with full physical resistance. Even if she kills them with a super electromagnetic gun, they can still recover. Fortunately, random electric shocks can paralyze evil spirits. As long as you make up for them at the right time and don't get close to them, evil spirits are not a big threat to Misaka Mikoto. Then how about we go and cheer for Tanjiro? Okay, okay. Misaka Mikoto was the first to agree, and that Muzan Kibutsuji, we can kill him together. It is Tanjiro's wish to destroy the demons and turn Ubeans back into humans. As for whether to take revenge personally, it doesn't matter at all. So in this matter, Tanjiro has no reason to refuse. It depends on whether everyone in the chat group is willing to help. Okay. Bai Luo said, leave the task of finding Muzan Kibutsuji to me. Is it okay to do this? Wiseman remembered that Bai Luo didn't want to interfere with Tanjiro's development at first. Killing Muzan can solve the problem of evil spirits from the root. I didn't help Tanjiro before because I didn't have enough ability. Originally, Bai Luo was worried that he could not catch Muzan Kibutsuji. In terms of combat power, not to mention the current Bai Luo, even when he just crossed over, he could easily kill Muzan. It's a pity that Bai Luo at that time did not quickly find a way to kill Muzan. And once Muzan escapes, or if he notices the existence of Bai Luo, he will definitely dig a hole to bury himself and hide for 100 or 80 years. There is also the Infinite City. Before Bai Luo analyzed the space shock, he did not have the ability to travel through space. Besides, Tanjiro asked me for help, how can I sit back and watch? Brother Bailuo. Bailuo's words really moved Tanjiro to tears. Thank you so much. Tanjiro believed that with Bailuo's help, Muzan Kibutsuji would have to wait for death. Tokisaki Kurumi, in that case, is it necessary for Tanjiro to take the test? One thing for another. Bailuo, it's always good to improve your strength. Since Tanjiro has joined the chat group, the future will definitely not be limited to his world. Yet, Tanjiro, I want to become stronger, I want to protect Nezuko. After experiencing the tragedy that night, Tanjiro realized the importance of strength. He wanted to hurt anyone. But when important people are in danger, Tanjiro doesn't want to be as powerless as he was then. Not bad, very energetic. Bailuo was very pleased, and at the same time he became interested in the Demon Slayer Corps of Demon Slayer World. You can't say that the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are all simple and kind people, but they deserve the name of heroes because they can fight against evil spirits with their lives. After Bailuo kills Muzan, the siege team can quit and live an ordinary life. If they can't get used to it, Bailuo welcomes them here. Bailuo, then let's set the time. The speed of time in different worlds varies, but when group members join the chat group, the speed of time between the worlds begins to synchronize. Bailuo believes that this is the power of the chat group at work. Tanjiro, on my side, the assessment is less than a week away. Misaka Mikoto, I happen to have a day off that day. Tokisaki Kurumi, I don't have to go to school, so I can be there at any time. Misaka Mikoto, old woman, is it a big deal to be old? Tokisaki Kurumi, are you itching to show off to the electric girl again? Misaka Mikoto, you guy. In the arena duel, Kurumi defeated Misaka Mikoto many times, which made the proud latter very embarrassed and annoyed. Wiseman, can I bring someone with me? Bailuo, Golang. Wiseman, well, I'm worried that he'll be worried if I leave suddenly. Yadishin Golang is considered a good wife and mother of the Wiseman family. At the moment when Maor was taken away by Bailuo, she was the only dependent of the Bian clan. Maybe you will pay a point. The Demon Slayer world does not have the power of the king, so if Golang wants to pass, he needs extra points to help him get through the relationship. A week later. It will take some time for the army to march, and Esteth said, yes. Qianrongxiu, I can too. The Doluo prince she plays is generally not allowed to leave, but she can apply to visit other countries. Taking this opportunity, Qianrongxiu also wants to come out and take a breath. I may not have time. Master Abai has to run the Juxialu, and he is busy almost every day. You don't need to be there all the time. Bailuo said, the selection time is 3 days, and everyone can't be there all the time. In this case, I have no problem. Juxialu will also be closed. So Master Abai can take a break. Bailuo, well, that's settled. After finishing this topic, Bailuo did not speak again, but silently peeked at the screen. Because of the addition of new members, everyone is very interested in the world of newcomers. The soul beasts and martial souls of the Doluo world, the imperial tools and dangerous species of the Akagi world, and the superpowers of the Magic Index world. The three people have different ideas. Esteth wants to fight with the strong people from different worlds. Sister Misaka is simply interested. Qianrongxiu recorded the information of their world while listening, looking for things that can be used. Chapter 46 What is the golden liquid? Please subscribe and give flowers. Qianrongxiu, private chat Master Bailuo, are you there? Bailuo, private chat No need to call me Master, there is no distinction between the members of the group, just call me Bailuo. Qianrongxiu, then, Brother Bai. Bailuo was a little speechless. However, considering that Doluo continent itself is an alternative feudal world, Bailuo can understand it. Bailuo, Brother Bai, just Brother Bai. Besides the initial preconceived notions, Bai Luo was generally quite satisfied with Jian Rongxiu. So, when she came to ask for advice, Bai Luo didn't mind giving a few pointers. As mentioned before, meeting is fate, even if the other party has stains. Of course, Jian Rongxiu herself is not a villain. Her definition is Tang Xiaosan's enemy, which has nothing to do with justice and evil. Jian Rongxiu, I would like to ask you a few questions. I wonder what price I have to pay. She doesn't believe there is a free lunch in the world, so she naturally proposed a transaction request. No need to be so cautious. Bai Luo sighed helplessly. If group members have questions, I generally won't hide anything if I know. Bai Luo, so what do you want to ask? Jian Rongxiu was a little surprised. However, considering Bai Luo's strength, such a godlike existence really doesn't need to plot against him. And the group members seem to trust Bai Luo very much. 597 From this, it can be seen that Bai Luo should be a very easygoing person. Jian Rongxiu is not a person who doesn't know etiquette. She silently remembered this favor and decided to find an opportunity to repay it in the future. I may have a lot of questions. Jian Rongxiu was a little embarrassed. She was worried that she would disturb Bai Luo. It doesn't matter. Bai Luo said casually, I am very free now. Someone is chatting with me, which is just right to kill time. Jian Rongxiu naturally wouldn't believe Bai Luo's words. How could such a strong man be idle? Jian Rongxiu regarded Bai Luo's words as his care for her, which made her feel more favorable towards Bai Luo. Then, I'll bother you. Jian Rongxiu, I want to know my future, or what will happen to me in the future. Future, as expected. Bai Luo was not surprised that Jian Rongxiu wanted to know her future. Joining the chat group and knowing that you are a character in a story, anyone would care about this. But where should I start? Bai Luo thought for a while and said, I'll start from the beginning. The world you are in is called Doluo Continent, which comes from a novel called Doluo Continent. And your name is Jian Rongxiu, the daughter of the former Pope Jian Sunji of the Spirit Hall and the current Pope Bibi Dong. These are basic information and are not important. The next step is the fate that is truly related to Jian Rongxiu. In addition, you are also the third final villain in the first part of Doluo Continent. To add, the other final villain is your mother Bibi Dong. Hearing this, Jian Rongxiu was stunned for a moment. She didn't quite understand the definition of villain. What is a villain? In reality, there is naturally no such thing as a righteous or a villain. If there is, it should be a fallen soul master. Did I finally fall and become a fallen soul master? As soon as this thought came up, it was rejected by Jian Rongxiu. Impossible, even if I die, I will not become a fallen soul master. So, from the perspective of the work Doluo, I am a villain. If her world is compared to a story, then there is nothing strange about the setting of the protagonist and the villain. If my mother and I are villains. Jian Rongxiu did not panic because of this, but asked her doubts very calmly, who is the protagonist? The protagonist is called Tang San. Tang San. Jian Rongxiu searched for the name in her mind. Jian Rongxiu had not met Tang San at this time, nor had she heard of this district. But she could not help but make associations with the word Tang. Surname Tang, could it be someone from the Haoshan sect? Thinking of this, Jian Rongxiu, who already had a grudge against the Haoshan sect for killing her father, felt even more murderous. It's not wrong to say it's the Haoshan sect. Bai Luo, Tang San's father is Tang Hao, you should know this person, right? It's him. How could Jian Rongxiu forget the enemy who killed her father? But, why? Why is the protagonist a member of the Haoshan sect? If the Haoshan sect is on the protagonist's side, then the Spirit Hall, which is hostile to it, will naturally become the villain. Who decided this? Jian Rongxiu couldn't accept this. It's obvious that the Haoshan sect has made no contribution to the Doluo continent and is just an exploiter, while their spirit hall has always been protecting the interests of civilians. In fact, the Haoshan sect is a righteous sect and has nothing to do with itself. It's purely because of Tang San. Bai Luo told Jian Rongxiu about Tang San's situation, including that he was a time traveler, and had awakened twin martial spirits, and would obtain the dual godhood of Sea God and Shura in the future. Twin martial spirits, dual godhood, this. Hearing this, Jian Rongxiu took a breath of cold air. She did not expect that her future enemy would be so terrible. Brother Bai. Don't look at me, I usually don't get involved in political struggles. Bai Luo would not help the Spirit Hall conquer Doluo continent and destroy the God realm just because Jian Rongxiu was a group member. Although the gods of Doluo world are nothing but chickens and dogs that can be crushed to death at will, in Bai Luo's eyes, Doluo world has its own order. Bai Luo doesn't care about other people, but he doesn't want to get involved. Of course, if you are in danger, don't worry, I will help. He may not help, but if Jian Rongxiu is bullied, Bai Luo will not sit idly by. Jian Rongxiu is a member of the chat group. A mere native hairy god dares to bully his people, it's simply courting death. Thank you. Jian Rongxiu heard the meaning of Bai Luo's words. With Bai Luo's protection, at least she doesn't have to worry about her own safety. Even if the opponent is Tang San, who has two gods, Jian Rongxiu believes that the other party is not Bai Luo's opponent. In fact, if you don't join the chat group, Tang San will lead the soul masters of the two empires and major sects in the future to start a war with the Spirit Hall. Bai Luo, by the way, the war was initiated by the Spirit Hall. Jian Rongxiu was not surprised that the Spirit Hall would start a war. What puzzled her was that she was clearly carrying out the plan of undercover Tiandu, so why didn't the war break out? The main reason for the failure must be Tang San's contribution. Bai Luo, but it's also because your mother doesn't want you to have a smooth life and asked you to immediately carry out a palace coup. What? Jian Rongxiu could still accept the first part. It's normal for the protagonist to have some skills. It's just that the reason behind it almost made Jian Rongxiu explode. Hey! In the Doluo world, Jian Rongxiu swept the tea bowl down with one hand, and her face became even uglier. Your Highness! The thorny porpoise Doluo waiting outside the door asked hurriedly. It's okay. Jian Rongxiu suppressed the bitterness in her heart. I spent so many years undercovering in Tiandu, but in the end, you didn't care at all. She suppressed her grief and anger, and after comforting thorny Doluo, she talked to Bai Luo again. Jian Rongxiu didn't want to expose her embarrassing side to Bai Luo. This was her last insistence. After the failure of the Tiandu undercover plan, you returned to the Spirit Hall and successfully passed the Angel God test and inherited the position of the Angel God. Will I become an Angel God? Jian Rongxiu, who heard the news, finally saw the dawn of dawn. So, there is good news, isn't there? Jian Rongxiu was shocked when she heard that Tang San would inherit the dual positions of God. She didn't expect that she would also become a formation in the future. As for the Spirit Hall's launching of a war, Jian Rongxiu was not surprised. She saw the Spirit Hall's planning for many years very clearly and knew that war was a matter of time. Not only you, but also your mother Bibi Dong, she will also inherit the throne of the Rakshasa god and become the new Rakshasa god. Theoretically, with the two of you god-level fighters in the Spirit Hall, Tang San cannot win, but... Bai Luo said, sharing the anime plot about the battle of the two gods in his memory with Jian Rongxiu. The latter quickly accepted it and watched it. This. Soon, Jian Rongxiu roared, can a dead person be resurrected? The god of food and the seven-colored goddess personally went down. And the Azura god and the sea god, they are so despicable. Especially the last scene, Bibi Dong risked his life to block the fatal blow of Azura Tang San in order to save her, which made Jian Rongxiu's eyes split. Jian Rongxiu is not afraid of death, nor is she afraid of failure. But she cannot accept that her mother died at the hands of Tang San. In addition, Qian Rongxiu also knew the reason why Bibi Dong hated her so much. And this, you can also take a look. Bai Luo sorted out the novel about the first part of Doluo continent, and then sent it to Qian Rongxiu. The latter spent some time to read the whole novel from beginning to end. Finally, Qian Rongxiu knew everything. Tang San. Yu Xiaogang. I want you to die. In Doluo world, Qian Rongxiu's eyebrows were full of murderous intent, and her murderous intention towards Tang San and Yu Xiaogang was almost extreme. In addition, Qian Rongxiu did not forget the calculations of the sea god and the Azura god. When Qian Rongxiu thought of this, a certain description in the novel emerged in her mind. That golden liquid, and the live broadcast of the sea god's exam. When Qian Rongxiu saw these two paragraphs, she was so ashamed and angry. Thinking that this novel was sent by Bai Luo, Qian Rongxiu wanted to die. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of image she was in Bai Luo's eyes. How does Bai Luo look at her? Will he regard her as a shameless woman? Too much. Qian Rongxiu felt unprecedented grievance. Why did they do that? Killing people is not enough, why humiliate her like this? Let me explain first. Bai Luo said, this is just a novel. As far as I know, there are big differences between the novel, comics, and animation of the Doluo world. Qian Rongxiu, who joined the group, Bai Luo has confirmed that she comes from the anime world. In the anime, these two paragraphs have been modified and there is no similar plot. So not to mention that the things in the novel have not happened yet, even if that time really comes, Qian Rongxiu actually doesn't have to worry about these. Those things won't happen to you. Bai Luo is willing to protect the safety of group members, and safety is not only physical, but also spiritual. If Shura God and Sea God dare to do this, I will kill them immediately. Bai Luo can accept positive means, even if it is a conspiracy. But it is so despicable. Bai Luo can only laugh. To paraphrase Tang San, God of Shura, God of the Sea, you have already received your death. Chapter 47 Glowing Cuisine, Subscription Request. Hearing that Bai Luo was willing to fight against the God realm for her, Qian Rongxiu felt warm in her heart. Besides Grandpa Qian Daoliu, Bai Luo was the second person who made her feel at ease. Qian Sunji, so, I don't even deserve a name? Don't be so polite. Bai Luo didn't like Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, and he didn't have much affection for Bibi Dong either. He was just too in love. I've sent you the novel and the animation. Bai Luo, I haven't read the comics of Doluo continent, so I can't give you a reference. That's enough. Qian Rongxiu was very grateful for Bai Luo's help, and said that if she needed her in the future, she would let him do it. After closing the chat group, Bai Luo stood up and stretched. Unknowingly, the sky had darkened. Master Yujiri, wearing a maid outfit, stood respectfully beside Bai Luo. Dinner is ready for you, do you need it to be brought to you? No, I'll go and eat with everyone. With so many furry beast-eared girls to comfort, Bai Luo naturally couldn't miss any opportunity. And the beast-eared girls look very cute when they eat. Speaking of dinner. Suddenly, Bai Luo thought of Master Abe. Bai Luo has long admired the glowing dishes in Huxia cuisine. Just now, he was busy chatting with Qian Rongxiu privately, so he almost forgot about it. Bai Luo, private chat, is Master Abe here? Master Abe, I'm here, what can I do for Mr. Bai Luo? In the downstairs of the chrysanthemum, Master Abe also closed the group chat because of work. Bai Luo, I plan to give the children some surprises, so I want to ask Master Abe to cook a few dishes. According to the rules of the chat group, only things with unique rules can be sold to the system mall to obtain points. However, the chat group itself has a red envelope function. Red envelopes cannot directly give unique items, but points and some non-special things can be stuffed into them. For example, water and food that are available in every world, as well as precious metals, etc. Bai Luo can use gold to buy 11 dishes from Master Abe for Juxialu. Don't be so polite, Mr. Bai Luo. Hearing that Bai Luo was going to pay, Master Abai quickly refused. It's just a few dishes, it's not a big deal. Besides, Master Abai was so happy that Bai Luo liked the dishes he made. As for the reward, Master Abai was already satisfied to be praised by a strong man like Bai Luo. Cooking is to bring happiness to people. Then I'll trouble Master Abai. Bai Luo remembered this favor, but he didn't plan to take it for free. So, while waiting for Master Abai to cook, Bai Luo made 3 amulets containing the power of kingship. Do you want to set it as an exclusive product? Yes. Bai Luo packed the 3 amulets together, uploaded them to the mall, and marked the tax, only available to Master Abai. This transaction requires 40 points. Do you want to confirm the transaction? The amulet of the power of the king is an external force in the world of Hyuxia Master I. If you want it to work in the hands of Master Abai, Bai Luo needs to pay an additional 40 points. Confirm. As soon as the words fell, the amulet in Bai Luo's hand disappeared. The mall has an exclusive prop column, similar to an exclusive red envelope, which can only be purchased by the marked person. If you just choose this method, you will not be able to get the points given by the system. Not only that, the person who sends the exclusive red envelope must pay a fee for the law carried by the item and the integration into the world. Soon, Master Abai prepared the dish and sent it to Bai Luo using the red envelope function. Although the luminous dish is magical, it does not contain any special law itself, but is more like a manifestation of some kind of skill. Therefore, these dishes can be sent with normal red envelopes. Master Abai, take a look at them all. Bai Luo received the red envelope and also reminded Master Abai to collect his exclusive goods. What is this? Master Abai did not refuse, she bought the item. The next moment, 3 wooden amulets with simple styles appeared in her hands out of thin air. They are amulets made by me. Bai Luo said, they carry my power, which can not only resist damage, but also slowly restore people's spirit, making people healthier and luckier. This is too precious. How could Master A accept such treasures in exchange for just a few dishes? She wanted to return them to Bai Luo, but the latter's words made Master Abai hesitate. Master Abai, don't you want your children to grow up healthy? Although Bai Luo did not use the phrase "Madam, you don't want it either, don't you want it" also has the same purpose. It can only be said that Bai Luo hit Master Abai's soft spot. Then, thank you, Mr. Bai Luo. Master Abai can ignore herself, but when it comes to her children, she can only accept this return gift with a thick face. Mr. Bai Luo, just tell me what you want to eat in the future. At the same time, Master Abai also emphasized that the money for the subsequent dishes had been paid, and Bai Luo did not need to give any more gifts. Okay. Bai Luo shook his head helplessly, feeling that Master Abai was indeed a kind woman. Like Doluo continent, there are also different world branches in Hyuxia Master I. For example, in the original setting, Master Abai's father was named Chen Tian, a general of the Ming dynasty known as the Angry Man of the Corner of Yunnan. But in Hyuxia Master I, there is a saying that Luo Yu, the master Shiquan of Yangchuan restaurant, took his 10-year-old daughter Master Abai to participate in the duel. If there is no problem with the setting, the only possibility is that Master Shiquan and Chen Tian are the same person. However, Bai Luo asked Master Abai, and the answer he got was the former. In other words, Master Abai who joined the group should come from the old version of the animation, not the later updated Hyuxia Master I. Extreme. However, when Bai Luo asked about Master Yuxian and Master Shuijing, Master Abai confirmed that these two existence. The two masters are the characters who appear in Hyuxia First Division, and together with the other two, they are called the Hyuxia Fourth Division. So, in the Hyuxia First Division world where Master Abe lives, there is also the Tai Chi cooking world and the Phoenix 8 Immortals. However, Bai Luo does not know much about the sequel to Hyuxia First Division. I only know that the chefs in this sequel are all awesome, and the various cooking duels can be called a fight between gods. Please note that the fight between gods here is not a metaphor, but a literal meaning. If the 5 tigers in the first part only used superpowers, then the second part is everyone cultivating immortals. For example, Master Yuxian and Master Shuijing mentioned by Bai Luo. The former can sit cross-legged in the air and fly in the clouds, and the latter can see the past and the future from a bowl of water. The Phoenix 8 immortals are also exaggerated. What about reincarnation, controlling thunder, immortality, and possession by divine thoughts? There is nothing they can't do, only you can't think of it. In this regard, Bai Luo really wanted to complain, "You have this ability, why do you still cook? Isn't it better to conquer the world directly? You said to conquer the world with food? That's fine. Let me see what dishes Master Abai made." Opening the red envelope, Bai Luo chose to accept it. Then he saw 3 food boxes slowly falling from the void and appeared in front of Bai Luo. Each of these food boxes was stacked layer by layer. Bai Luo counted and found that there were exactly 6 layers stacked. It's really worthy of being a person in the Hyuxia world. Master Abai's cooking speed is really a bit exaggerated. Bai Luo recalled the time they talked, and the total time was only half an hour. However, the quantity of this dish... Well, after all, it is cooked by gods, so it is understandable. Bai Luo did not choose to open it immediately. This is a luminous dish, what is the point of opening it now? Of course, it must be opened in front of everyone at once. Master Bai Luo, what is this? Xi Wu looked at the food box in front of her. She did not sense the fluctuation of space, so she was very curious about where Bai Luo got the box from. Didn't I tell you before? Another world. That's right. Bai Luo smiled and said, like Shi Li, these dishes also come from another world, but it is another place different from the world where Shi Li is. Cooking. As an immortal dragon, Xi Wu has no physiological needs. Of course, now that she has turned into a human form, Xi Wu can naturally choose to eat and drink. This is not an ordinary dish. Bai Luo introduced confidently, "Don't underestimate my friend's cooking skills, it will definitely surprise you." "Okay, Yujiri, I'll call the children to the castle." "Yes, Lord Bai Luo." Yujiri turned and left obediently. Bai Luo went to the castle hall and spread out the food, filling the entire long table. "Master Abe, you are so thoughtful. People in different worlds have different perceptions of the value of items. For Bai Luo, the glowing dishes of Hyuxia cuisine are the food he has been eager to taste since he was a child, and its appeal is far beyond that of other worlds. If there is a chance in the future, help Master Abe again." Just when Bai Luo made a decision in his heart, a pink and white figure rushed in from outside the door. "Master!" The cat jumped onto the chair in a very unpresentable manner. She put her nose close to the lunch box and sniffed it, then tilted her head. "What is this? Food? But, it's so strange that the cat can't smell it." Oh. Bai Luo was stunned, and then said in surprise, "Is there such a setting?" He hadn't noticed it before, and only reacted when the cat reminded him. Sure enough, even he couldn't smell the food inside the food box. You know, Bai Luo's 5 senses are quite amazing now. But such Bai Luo was still blocked by a mere food box. Magic perception can be used. Bai Luo used magic to detect a food box and immediately got a lot of information feedback, so, it just blocked the 5 senses of ordinary concepts. Bai Luo couldn't explain this situation with scientific theory. It can only be said that the fairy food is worthy of being the fairy food, and it is a metaphysics. However, Bai Luo didn't study it in detail. The food in Hyuxia food is itself very magical. They may not have the extraordinary power certified by the chat group, but there is no doubt that these dishes have reached the pinnacle of human skills. Looking at all the food animations, the only one that can be compared with Hyuxia cuisine is the captive of food. However, the captive of food is a cheating player. The ingredients in 140 are too magical, and the physical fitness of people is inhuman. In addition, Bai Luo has a hunch that if Master Abai gets the ingredients and kitchen utensils in it, she can also make the best dishes. In terms of cooking skills alone, Master Abai in the old version is the supreme dragon chef, a world-ceiling level of Hyuxia cuisine. This is the food made by my friends in other worlds. Bai Luo stopped the cat's hand and said unhappily, "You can't eat secretly, understand?" "I know." Bai Luo touched the cat's head. The girl first showed an expression of enjoyment, then Shua turned into a little white cat and quickly jumped onto Bai Luo's shoulder. The little white cat was not heavy, lying on the shoulder without any weight. "I have asked Zillow to notify everyone, so don't worry." Bai Luo held the cat in his arms and kneaded it wantonly. Hirolulu. The little guy didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but made a comfortable snoring sound. Lord Bai Luo. Soon, Xueji and Hong Ye gathered with the children in the castle hall. "Where are Alpha and Beta?" Bai Luo looked and found that Alpha and Beta were not here. Through the clan contract, Bai Luo sensed that the two were far away from here and would definitely not be able to come back in a short time. They got the information of the new demon possessor and went to the northern mountains. Xueji saw Bai Luo's doubts and explained to him where Alpha and Beta were. It seems that they will not have a good time. Bai Luo did not plan to call the two women back. There will be plenty of opportunities to cook for Master Abe in the future, and it is more important to rescue the demon possessor now. "Come on, let me show you some Hyuxia food from another world," Bai Luo said, opening the lunch box layer by layer at a very fast speed. "Wow! What is this? So dazzling!" Instantly, a dazzling light burst out from the lunchbox. All the children present, one by one, covered their eyes at the same time. Squeaky! Soon, the light dimmed. But the shock brought by Master Abai's food has just begun. "It smells so good! It smells so good! What is this? Why is it so fragrant?" Accompanied by the curling smoke, the fragrance of the food locked in the lunchbox swept around like a storm. The feeling of being in the ocean of deliciousness made everyone present intoxicated, even Bai Luo felt incredible. At this moment, Bai Luo brought a small shock of glowing food to these natives of the shadow world. Chapter 48 What is the taste of mother? Subscribe. Wow! So beautiful! Is this really a dish? The smoke dissipated, and amid the children's exclamations, what appeared before their eyes was an exquisite dish that they had never seen before. It was the special dish made by Master Abai, who appeared in the original animation, where Xiao Dejia and Shaoan competed. 6 magical Mapo tofu. But it was different from the Mapo tofu made by the two. The dish cooked by Master Abai also added a lot of plating and carvings, which made the bright red Mapo tofu look like a fine work of art. When I watched the animation, I wanted to try this dish. Bai Luo did not open the other lids immediately, but told Hong Yi and Zaiwu to bring enough bowls and plates and began to serve the Mapo tofu to the children. "Don't worry, everyone will have one. Cat tongues, be careful of the heat, blow it cool before eating." The children took the small plates handed over by the two sisters, and the red and extremely tempting Mapo tofu, and they were stunned. It's just like a gem. Although it has been separated, each piece of tofu is still crystal clear, making people reluctant to destroy it. Gulp! But soon, the appetite overwhelmed the appreciation of beauty. After Bai Luo started to eat, the children immediately scooped it into their mouths with spoons. Sizzle, sizzle! Hoo-hoo! The first one to start eating was Xueji. The girl opened her red lips and took a small bite. All of a sudden, it was numb, spicy, colorful, fragrant, hot, and crisp. It's so hot. But it's so delicious. 6 flavors exploded in the mouth, like a storm, sweeping from the white fox girl's teeth to her heart. How can it be so delicious? It was just a small bite, but Xueji felt that she was immersed in the joy of this unprecedented delicacy. I have never eaten such delicious tofu. It's incredible. Xueji couldn't help but sigh. She looked at the children around her and found that their performance was the same as hers. So hot. Is this the food from another world? Another world, Sijayi, so amazing. In the chat group, after Bai Luo was shocked by the magic of the glowing food, everyone also received a group red envelope from Master Abe. The red envelope contained pastries made by Master Abe. Misaka Mikato, delicious. Tokisaki Kurumi, how is this made, why is it so delicious? Esteth, when I opened the red envelope just now, I seemed to see light, is it an illusion? Wiseman, it's not an illusion, I saw it too. At this time, Esteth, who was resting in the barracks, also held a pastry in his hand. The world of Kill aka belongs to the Western Middle Ages, and most people eat barbecue and bread. Even if there are snacks, they are just cakes and the like. Therefore, Esteth has never seen such food and is full of curiosity. For a food that is praised by Mr. Bai Luo, let me see what kind of magic you have. After saying that, Esteth generously threw the whole pastry into her mouth. Then, the sweet but refreshing taste lingered on her tongue. The unique taste seemed to open the door to a new world for Esteth. $7.05. Looking at the pastry in her hand, Esteth couldn't understand the principle of this thing at all. It looks ordinary. But after eating it, she felt a sense of happiness that all the cells in her body were jumping for joy. Amazing! Esteth exclaimed. You are worthy of being called a master by Mr. Bai Luo. I recognize you. Fortunately, the world where Master Abe is located is not called Food Wars. Soma. Otherwise, Esteth would probably have to perform a wave of brain explosions at this time. You said cooking master. Gaku is more exaggerated than Food Wars. Soma? That's fine. A similar scene also happened to Jian Rongxiu at this time. As a dignitary standing at the top of Doluo continent, whether in the Spirit Hall or the Heaven Do Empire, Jian Rongxiu's food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all top-notch. But even she still never thought that food could be so delicious. It's like a miracle. Jian Rongxiu stared blankly at the only piece of pastry left on the plate. Unconsciously, she had almost finished eating. Tanjiro, Master Abe, your food is so delicious. Misaka Mikato, Delicious. So delicious. Master Abe, as long as everyone likes it. If it is said that before, because Master Abe was just an ordinary person, Esteth and Jian Rongxiu had not taken him seriously. A chef. No matter how good he is, how good can he be? But now, you are saying this is cooking? Brother Bai Luo, what's going on over there? Misaka Mikato, what food did Master Abe send you? Show us. Bai Luo, live eating show. However, considering the cooking skills of Master Abe, Bai Luo felt that it could indeed open their eyes. Bai Luo did not dare to underestimate Master Abe. This had nothing to do with Master Abe's strength, it was purely because Bai Luo had a great need for her. In terms of strength, all the group members combined were not enough for Bai Luo to beat with one hand. So Bai Luo did not need a strong person. No matter how strong, he could not be stronger than him. On the contrary, Master Abe's cooking had a huge appeal to Bai Luo. Bai Luo, okay. Group member Bai Luo starts live broadcast. Misaka Mikato joins the live broadcast room. Tokisaki Kurumi joins the live broadcast room. Esteth joins the live broadcast room. Jian Rongxiu joins the live broadcast room. As Bai Luo started the live broadcast, all group members rushed in. Unlike ordinary screen broadcasts, the live broadcast of the chat group has multiple viewing modes, including the option of immersive experience. The so-called immersive experience is to build 10 phantoms around Luo. The phantoms are not multitasking, so they will not burden the main body, nor will they affect the main body's thinking. Even if the group members are in battle, they can still separate a phantom and calmly watch the live broadcasts started by others. Not only that, in addition to being unable to interfere with reality and not being noticed by people, the phantoms have almost the same sense of the surroundings as reality. Smells so good. Slurp, is this the real level of Master Abe? I want to eat it too. The projections of the group members appeared not far from Bai Luo. Their appearance did not attract any reaction from anyone, as if they did not exist at all. Is this Mr. Bai Luo's world? Although it was just a projection, Master Abe was still very curious about the world he was traveling through for the first time. Especially when he saw the beast-eared girls surrounding Bai Luo, his eyes lit up. Cute children, fluffy beast ears and heads and tails. Master Abe could not take his eyes away. The same could not be taken away from Kurumi, Misaka Mikoto. And Wiseman. So cute. Misaka Mikoto subconsciously wanted to touch the ears of the bunny girl Xiao who was closest to her. However, Misaka Mikoto's hand went straight through and could not touch it at all. Ah, what a pity. Yet, Kyuzu's face was also full of regret. She stared at the cat sisters Chun and Chu, her eyes almost straight. As a cat slave, Kwangsun completely lost control and just wanted to hold the sisters in her arms and love them. Aren't you here to watch the eating show? Wiseman, this old antique, is the most fashionable in the group. Suddenly, Wiseman noticed the pink and white kitten standing on Bai Luo's shoulder. That is. Wiseman had also seen the animation of K sent by Bai Luo, so he recognized the identity of Mao at a glance. Has this child also been taken away by Lao Bai? Wiseman was not angry that Bai Luo had taken his friend away, but felt relieved. There was no way. Because of Bai Luo's intervention, Wiseman did not meet Mao, and naturally he would not have any feelings. And the characters in the animation are very different from the cats in reality. This is also good. Wiseman believed that Bai Luo could take good care of the cat, and that was enough. Besides, because of the busyness during this period, Wiseman actually forgot about the cat. If Bai Luo hadn't specifically looked for it, when Wiseman remembered it, he would probably have a headache. Everyone get ready. I'm going to take out all the dishes. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Luo used magic to control all the food boxes and opened their lids at the same time. Boom! In an instant, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky, and the dazzling light was like a waterfall hanging from the top of the head, shocking people. Secret chrysanthemum chicken, Corona phoenix eggs, tofu trio, King Ya dragon beard noodles, stir-fried pork, Kung Pao chicken, dandan noodles, Bai's sweet and sour cherry meat. This time, Master Abe sent 3 large food boxes, each of which was 5 or 6 layers high. When they were all opened at once, the light alone was enough to blind people. Eyes. When the light finally dimmed, the aroma surged like a tsunami. There were so many dishes, but the aromas were not chaotic at all. Instead, there was a sense of harmony and perfection. Gurgle. After tasting Master Abe's cooking, both the group members and the little ones of Bai Luo's family were completely conquered by her cooking. Meow. The little cat squatted on the table, buried her face in the bowl, and turned into a ruthless rice-drying machine. Incredible. Sari Awashima's chopsticks trembled as she said to Bai Luo, "Is this really a dish? I can't imagine how great a task it is for a chef to make such a dish." Through Li Liaozhao, perception, Sari Awashima can be sure that the ingredients used in these dishes do not contain any mysterious ingredients. However, such ordinary ingredients have made such a stunning masterpiece. It can only be said that the cooking skills of the chefs in Hyuxia cuisine can really reach the height of transcendence. It's amazing, right? Bai Luo was also proud to receive the praise from Sari Awashima. As for the group members who were watching the live broadcast just now, they have long disappeared. Misaka Mikato, private chat Master Abe, please make a dish for me, please. Tokisaki Kurumi, private chat Sister Abe, a little gift, 4th bullet. Just a token of respect. Qianrongxiu, private chat a small gift, Millennium Ginseng, just a token of respect. Esteth, private chat I don't know what to give. This is the meat of a dangerous species in our world. I hope you like it, Master Abe. Tanjiro, private chat shamelessly, I beg for a few rice balls. I want to bring them to Master to thank him for taking care of me. Ah. Don't worry, everyone. All right. For a while, Master Abe went from being an unknown newcomer to a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. It can only be said that food knows no borders. If you want to conquer a person, you must first conquer his stomach. Master Abe did it. With his excellent cooking skills, as well as his approachable and motherly temperament, he won the favor of everyone in the chat group. Well, after the group favorite Tanjiro, Master Abe, who tastes like a mother, is officially online. Chapter 49, New Demon Possessor, Subscription Request. The winter forest is covered in silver, and the tall trees are covered with thick white snow, like a white-haired old man sleeping in endless silence. Snowflakes slide down from the branches lightly, and each piece is clearly visible. They jump in the air, as if telling the story of winter. Occasionally, a few small animals pass by in a hurry, leaving a string of footprints of varying depths, weaving a vivid picture scroll on the snow. 2 figures shuttled quickly in the forest, they were Alpha and Beta. The girls wore clothes similar to the original, which were mimicked by the slime organization and can be changed according to the needs of the user. Not only clothing accessories, but also weapons and protective gear can be simulated at will by the slime organization. This means that the girls don't have to worry about their clothes being damaged in fierce battles. Because it is a magical creation, the defense and toughness are proportional to the magic breath. The stronger the magic, the better the quality of the simulated weapons and protective gear. Abu. Alpha's figure fell from the sky, as if weightless, stepping lightly on the snow. Do you need to rest, Beta? The blonde elf turned around and looked at the silver-haired elf who was breathing slightly. It's okay, Alpha. Beta said, I can still hold on. Rest. Alpha shook his head and said firmly, you can't control the surging magic power yet. If it goes on for a long time, your body will not be able to bear it. Both women have been tortured by demon possession. After the recovery, the magic power in their bodies has increased significantly. Not only that, this increase will continue to increase with age. According to the evaluation of the strengthening system, the original magic power growth of the 2 women should be around 1R. In the shadow world, the average level of human magic power growth is roughly only N level. Orcs are stronger than humans, and can reach 2N on average. Elves are even stronger, with an average magic power growth of 5N. But this is just the standard magic base. Elven nobles like Alpha and Beta, their blood is more ancient. Lao He Zunzhen. Take Alpha as an example, she originally had a magic growth of about 1R. Demon possession 110 is a danger, but also an opportunity. It purifies the elven blood in Alpha and Beta, making it closer to the concentration of the ancestor. Even if he did not become the King of Gold, Alpha's magic power could still reach 9R. The reason why he could not break through SR. It is because R level SR level requires a crucial magic qualitative change. This qualitative change has very high requirements for magic control. Otherwise, relying only on huge magic power will not only not help much, but may also bring fatal harm like corruption. The magic of the shadow world has a chaotic attribute, like a double-edged sword. When it reaches a certain critical point, if it cannot be controlled, the huge side effects may devour the host at any time. I know. Beta had no choice but to follow Alpha's instructions and rest against the tree trunk while calming the restless magic in her body. She felt tired, not because of the excessive consumption of magic. On the contrary, the magic was very abundant and there was no need to worry about the endurance problem. What really made Beta tired was controlling the magic so that it would not leak out and run away. Demon possession is not a disease that can be completely eradicated with one cure. Its essence is the control and organization of magic. With the help of Luo, Beta and Alpha escaped from the torture of demon possession and regained their lives. This combing will build a complete set of magic circuits in the bodies of the two women. The reason why the demon possession will not recur is that once the magic power is disordered again, Alpha and Beta can recombine it according to this magic circuit. If the control of magic power is improved, it is easy to make a new set of magic circuits for yourself. Beta's current situation is that the magic power is increasing too fast. The shaping of slime materials is not only convenient, but also can train Beta's control of magic power, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, Lord Alpha is really amazing. Beta sighed, he was cured with me, but Lord Alpha completed these trainings early. You think too highly of me, Tower. Alpha smiled at Beta, and then said with a little shame, this has nothing to do with my own talents, it is entirely thanks to Lord Luo. The golden sanctuary he gave me has the special ability to develop a person's talents to the greatest extent. As the leader of the Golden Clan, the effect of developing this talent can be reflected to the greatest extent. Therefore, rather than saying that Alpha is gifted, it is better to say that Luo has given him more favor. I see. When mentioning Luo, Beta's face flushed, you are worthy of being Lord Luo. Ah! Alpha, being able to give us the light of hope in such darkness, no matter what I give, it is difficult to repay this kindness. Alpha was not surprised at all that the girl was in love with Luo, after all, she herself had feelings for Luo. Yet, Beta nodded repeatedly, and had become Luo's little fangirl. There was nothing she could do about it. Any girl who had suffered years of torture from demon possession and could only wait for death in despair would instinctively regard the other person as her spiritual sustenance when she was saved. I don't know what the talent of the possessor I'm looking for this time is like. Beta thought of the remaining magic power she had discovered not long ago, which was violent, chaotic, but extremely powerful. It has obviously gone berserk, but it still has such destructive power. If we only judge from the traces she left, the other party's qualifications may not be inferior to mine. Oh. Beta's eyes were full of stars, and she was even more looking forward to the newcomer who was about to join. What is her magic rating? Del. Alpha thought for a while and said, it should be between 5N and 6N. According to the magic level established by Lord Luo, the magic power of non-demon possessors is roughly level N. Humans, orcs, elves, unless their bloodline reverts to their ancestors, their magic power growth will generally not exceed level N. The basis for level N to level R is demon possession, or atavism. Even elves are no exception. Like Princess Alice, Aunt Wushan, and Snow Princess of the White Queen in the original book, they are all examples of bloodline reversion. In Luo's words, their demon possession phenomenon is relatively peaceful. Of course, peace also means mediocrity. Compared with the magic power increase that normal demon possession can bring, they are much worse. Okay, hurry up and adapt to the magic power in your body. Alpha said, with your qualifications, Beta, it is only a matter of time before you want to break through the SR level. Although Alpha also failed to reach the SR level, her magic power has increased to the level of 9R, almost at the peak of the R level. The blood purification of demon possession is not a one-time thing. Theoretically, the benefits of demon possession will not stop until you completely reach the level of your ancestors. So compared to those who were born with fixed magic growth, Alpha and Beta have a greater possibility. Woo! Beta, but magic control is really hard to say. After the stimulation of demon possession, Beta's magic growth skills have been greatly improved, and have reached the 5R standard in Luo's rating. However, Beta is not worried that the magic growth is not fast enough, but too fast. She practiced magic control hard just to catch up with the speed of magic growth skill level improvement. It's difficult, so we have to practice. Alpha, you don't want to show that embarrassing posture in front of Lord Bailuo again, right? The embarrassing posture Alpha said was Beta when the demon was possessed. Beta's corruption was better than hers, but half of his body had turned into a twisted piece of meat. Really, Lord Alpha? Beta puffed up her mouth and waved her two white fists up and down. Bad intentions. Women dress for those who please themselves. No one wants to expose their ugly side to the person they love. This is true for Beta and Alpha. The latter is even worse than Beta, as the whole person is corrupted. But Alpha is not joking. Because Bailuo's power is too strong, Alpha and Beta's growth potential has far exceeded that of them in the original book. Alpha doesn't care. The power of the Golden Sanctuary directly eliminates the distortion brought by the chaotic magic. For her, the surge in magic power has only benefits, not disadvantages. However, Beta is not so lucky. The superpowers of the Golden Sanctuary, coupled with the blood purification brought by the demon possession, make Beta feel great pressure now. Of course, even if something really happens, Bailuo is here and can heal it at will. I've rested well. After a while, Beta cheered up again. Let's go. Just as Alpha said, Beta didn't want Bailuo to see his ugly appearance. The silver-haired elf girl dared not slack off. She had to seize every minute and every second to improve her magic control this morning to prevent the demon from possessing her again. Yet, Alpha sensed Beta's condition and knew that she was not showing off. Next, let's go in that direction. I just detected a new breath. New breath? Beta asked, is there another group of people? This is also a pleasant surprise. Alpha, I didn't expect that in addition to the guy who was running around and was the first to track, there was another one like us. The two groups of people, the specific situation is unknown. It may be a slave trader, or it may be a black swordsman of the Diablo cult. Two targets that need to be rescued. The first one ran away very quickly, and was very good at hiding and hiding. Even Alpha and Beta spent a lot of time on her. As for the other one, the other party's location was very close to the two women. According to the feedback obtained by Magic Perception, it is basically certain that someone is trading slaves nearby. After Alpha finished speaking, Beta's face, who was following behind him, immediately darkened. Damn human traffickers! Bailuo has always been committed to killing human traffickers, especially those who kidnap children. This attitude naturally extends to everyone under Bailuo's command. Go! Abu! With Alpha's order, Beta hurriedly followed. The two women shuttled through the mountains and forests, so fast that not even a shadow could be seen. They walked lightly and made almost no sound. We're here. Soon, the two women saw the gathering place of human traffickers. They landed on a tree, hiding their breath, quietly looking at the layout of the camp and judging the number of enemies. There are 30 people in total, and I didn't see the black-clothed people of the Diablo cult. This group should be the sellers. Then there is the target who needs to be rescued. Have you found her location? Both women are extremely perceptive elves. In just a moment, they found the cage where the target was imprisoned. Beta, go save him. Alpha, leave the others to me. Beta still can't control her power well, so it's the best choice for her to rescue the hostages. Understood. Abu. After assigning the tasks, the two women disappeared again. Chapter 50 Gamma, Subscription Request. My body hurts so much. In the tightly wrapped carriage, the elf girl knelt in the cage. She had black hair and a delicate face like a doll. However, the rotten flesh of the demon on her shoulder and the half of her body that was devoured destroyed this beauty. The chaotic magic power continued to devour the girl's vitality, bringing her great pain. Who? The cold wind penetrated into the girl's body through the cracks in the cage, freezing her hands and feet numb, and shivering with cold. She wanted to cry, but her tears had already dried up on the road. Screaming and begging were no less than the most beautiful music in the world for the inhumane slave traders. It was useless, nothing could be done, and she could only become more numb while waiting. Oj! Ah! Puff! Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing, accompanied by the screams of slave traders, came from outside the cage. The elf girl, who had been desperate, slowly opened her dim eyes. Voila! When the curtain covering the cage was lifted, the girl's eyes were filled with light and a beautiful silver-haired girl who seemed to have walked out of a fairy tale. Beautiful face, pointed ears, that is the symbol of elves. Are you okay? Beta saw the figure in the cage clearly, it was an elf like her. Don't be afraid, I will rescue you now. Beta focused the magic power on his sleeves, and the black slime immediately made several sharp blades, chopping the cage that trapped the black-haired elf into pieces. The black-haired elf said nothing. She stared blankly at the silver-haired elf who saved her, and before she could speak, her eyes went black and she fainted. Ah! Beta did not despise the black-haired elf, and hurried forward to hold her in his arms. Are you okay? Wake up! As he said this, Beta touched the black-haired elf's forehead with his steel hand. It's so hot. As soon as he touched it, Beta felt the temperature of the black-haired elf's skin. She had a fever, and it was already very serious. How is it? Alpha's figure appeared behind Beta. She had already solved the gang of thieves in this stronghold. In the original temporary camp, a large number of corpses were lying in a mess, and blood was flowing all over the ground. Beta glanced casually, without any pity in his heart. Human traffickers, it's not a pity to die. She has a fever, and it's very severe. Beta had no experience in taking care of people, so he could only hand the black-haired elf to Alpha. Let me see. Alpha stepped forward to take the girl. She put her hand on her forehead, and quickly completed the examination of the black-haired elf. Because of the demon's possession, her body was already on the verge of collapse. After being enslaved, the double blow to her body and mind caused her vitality to decrease rapidly. As he said this, Alpha first released the emerald vitality to replenish the essence that the elf girl had lost in these days. But this is not enough. I will transform her clan, and then use the superpowers attached to the Golden Sanctuary to improve her physique. The Sanctuary of the King has a way to transform people into superpowers. Once you become a member of Alpha's clan, under the protection of the Sanctuary, all diseases will stay away from you. Of course, this transformation is unlimited. At least this kind of behavior of forcing good women into prostitution will definitely not work. However, the black-haired elf, like Beta and Alpha, belongs to the elf clan. This greatly narrowed the relationship between the two sides and made the transformation ceremony less old-fashioned. The black-haired elf did not actively agree, but the elf blood in her body continued to release goodwill when it came into contact with Alpha. Alpha's current blood is not an exaggeration to say that it is the queen of elves. Ordinary elves will naturally be suppressed by her when facing her. I can only do this. Alpha was a little regretful. She handed the black-haired elf to Beta and asked her to send the girl back to the base. With my current level of magic control, I can't treat the demon possession in her body. I can only ask Lord Bai Luo for help. The healthy body of the Golden Sanctuary is not absolute. Especially when facing the chaos magic, which is no worse than the power of the king in terms of quality, being able to barely compete is the limit. I'll go back first. Lord Alpha, please be careful about what's going on over there. Well, leave it to me. Beta said goodbye to Alpha, then carried the girl on his back and ran towards the ancient capital. Diablo cult, damn it! Looking at the backs of the two people going away, Alpha's disgust for the cult became stronger. How many people have they kidnapped from the elf kingdom in these years? The elves have a country in the shadow world. In addition, there are large and small elf villages scattered all over the world. From this point of view, the elf population in the shadow world is not small. Maybe not as good as orcs, and far less than humans, but it can support the cult's trafficking for so many years, which shows its own racial base. However, the problem lies here. In the original work, Sid can save hundreds of followers in a few years. Judging from the number of elf girls sold by the cult every year, there are at least hundreds of them. Calculating this way, for so many years, the elf girls have been constantly lost, but the elves have not made any moves. Alpha felt a chill down his spine just thinking about it. There are people from the cult in the Upper Elf Kingdom. And they are not ordinary Upper Elves. The other party stole the descendants of heroes like himself and Beta. It is no exaggeration to say that the power they have is overwhelming. Bai Luo told Alpha that there are 12 people in the Upper Elf cult, called the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table that have appeared in the original book include humans and orcs. According to this logic, there must be members of the elves among them, and there is a high probability that they are top powerhouses ranked in the top few seats. It's a pity that Bai Luoyan people have no idea of ruling the world. With Bai Luo's power, it is easy to conquer the whole world. And ruling the world is not the one who takes advantage, but the world itself. It seems good like now. Alpha thought secretly about how to help Bai Luo, master absolute power. Do not interfere with the development of the surface world, just maintain stability. To do this, we must exorcise the rats hiding in the dark, such as the cult. Swish! As soon as the thought fell, Alpha's magic power also captured the violent magic power. Is it over there? Her figure disappeared on the branches, and after a few jumps, she had passed through hundreds of meters of forest. Without Beta dragging her down. Alpha's speed immediately increased several times. About half an hour later, Alpha finally found the target he was looking for in the depths of the forest. Damn it! Be careful of this guy. Don't act rashly, suppress it a little bit, her magic power won't last long. 11. At this moment, the other party was surrounded by a group of black swordsmen. This was a young girl with black hair and a pair of wolf ears on her head. Her figure shuttled among the black swordsmen, and her sharp claws easily pierced a person's heart. Ha ha ha! Come and fight! The wild battle made the girl excited. She was like a pure beast. She was obviously at a disadvantage and was covered with wounds, but she still fought desperately with her prey. There was no fear of death and pain in the girl's eyes. What there was a desire for blood and killing. Interesting. Alpha stood on the treetop, overlooking the scene in front of her, and she couldn't determine who was the one who needed help. The battle was without rules, all based on instinct and the intuition of the beast. Alpha commented, "It is commendable that this fierceness that becomes more and more courageous in the battle." With the inheritance of elven swordsmanship and Bai Luo's guidance, Alpha has begun to stride towards the path of becoming a master of swordsmanship. If Alpha's sword is a sword of man, it is a tempering of skills and soul. Then the wolf-eared girl in front of him has brought the beast's brutality to the extreme. There is no difference between the two. It depends on which one is more suitable for you. I am an elf, and this child is an orc. The more Alpha looked at them, the more frightened he became, because the two of them were completely representatives of their respective races. Elves who pay attention to art and skills. Chasing ancient roads and primitive orcs. Puff. Blood splattered, flesh and internal organs scattered all over the ground. The scene in front of her was like a picture of hell. Ha ha! When the last enemy fell, the wolf-eared girl's body also reached its limit. She was bathed in blood, and her mouth was breathing like a beast. Suddenly, the girl cast her eyes in the direction of Alpha. Discovered. Alpha was a little surprised. She obviously hid her breath. Should I say, it's worthy of the beast-like intuition. Pray. Ha ha ha. Without any intention of communicating, the wolf-eared girl shook off the blood and flesh on her hands, and laughed at Alpha. Hey! Alpha saw the wolf-eared girl's attack. She did not dodge, and even the slime mimic weapon was useless, just raised a finger lightly, and resisted the girl's palm. The wolf-eared girl obviously did not expect this situation. The beast's instinct told her that the elf in front of her was very dangerous and far beyond her ability to deal with. But the desire for hunting that she had developed since childhood supported her, and she attacked Alpha again and again. Can't hit her. Why, can't hit her? However, facing the wolf-eared girl's violent attack, Alpha's attitude was quite calm. Just a finger. Or against the girl's palm, or flicking her finger. Alpha used the compressed magic power to repel the wolf-eared girl's claws again and again. Monster! This calm posture made the wolf-eared girl, whose mind was occupied by wildness, want to retreat. What? Seeing the wolf-eared girl retreat a distance, Alpha smiled and said, "Do you want to escape?" Hirolulu. Hearing such obvious provocative words, the wolf-eared girl, who originally wanted to escape, immediately let out a low roar of a beast from her throat. The wolf-eared girl still has considerable fighting power. But Alpha can see that the organs in the girl's body have long been eroded by the demon. She is now suffering from severe pain all the time. The desire to hunt, the instinct to kill, as if only by doing this can the girl forget the physical torture. Well, forget it. Alpha couldn't bear it, and decided to end the girl's pain quickly. "Let's take you back directly." As if she noticed that Alpha was about to attack, the wolf-eared girl immediately took a posture of being ready for battle. Dogs have to be obedient to be pleasing, do you know? Swish! After saying that, Alpha's figure disappeared from the wolf-eared girl's eyes and hands. The next moment, the girl only felt a pain in the back of her neck, and then her eyes went black, and she fainted in Alpha's arms. Kill instantly. Knocked down with one move without suspense. Poor child. Alpha didn't know the origin and identity of the wolf-eared girl. She carried the girl on her back and flew towards the direction of the enchanted forest like a golden meteor in the sky. Flying in the air is a high-level magic skill that Alpha has just learned recently. I don't know what happened to Beta. Beta can't fly. If he wants to return to the ancient capital, he can only cross mountains and ridges. But Alpha obviously forgot one thing. Beluo's magic power is enough to cover the entire planet. Although it lacks accuracy, he still sensed the breath of Beta and the black-haired elf at the first time. So, the unique spatial ability of the Shadow World, Black Rose, was activated, and they were instantly teleported in front of him. Lord Beluo. It was the first time that Beta saw Beluo perform such an amazing method. 0. If it was in normal times, she would definitely ask questions as she was eager to learn. Unfortunately, the black-haired elf's condition did not allow her to waste time. "Please save this child." Beta put the black-haired elf on the sofa, looking extremely worried. "Let me see." Beluo did not hesitate and quickly sorted out the chaotic magic in the girl's body. Woo! As the magic in her body stabilized, the strange phenomenon on the girl quickly disappeared. At the same time, the black-haired elf opened her eyes in a daze, and the first thing she saw was the young man surrounded by the silver star magic. "This is..." Wait. Before the girl asked, she discovered the changes in her body. My body, is all healed." The next moment, a lot of memories came to her mind. The girl was very smart and immediately understood the cause and effect of the matter. "Did you save me?" Thank you, thank you." As he spoke, he kept sliding down the girl's cheek. The body no longer hurt. Since suffering from the curse, he had never expected to be relaxed. "It's over." Beta hugged the girl distressedly, and the silver-haired elf stroked her long hair and whispered comfort. When the girl's emotions were completely calm, Beluo began to ask about her situation. "What's your name?" When asking this question, Beluo had actually anticipated the possible results. Sure enough, it was as Beluo expected. The black-haired elf was also unwilling to recall the past like Alpha and Beta. So, at Beta's suggestion, Bai Luo gave the girl a new name, Gamma. Gamma. Gamma murmured, looking at Bai Luo with more admiration and respect, "Thank you, I like this name very much." "That's good." When Bai Luo came into contact with Gamma, he determined her identity. It was the third seat of the 7 shadows in the shadow courtyard in the original book. As for how to judge it, wow! In the stunned eyes of Bai Luo and Beta, Gamma performed a flat fall for the two of them on the spot. Looking up, the girl had a nosebleed on her face. That awkward expression was really hard to hold. "Vrise. I have had poor motor skills since I was a child. Is it too exaggerated to say that it is so poor?" Beta, who had just met Gamma, obviously did not expect that there was such a person in the world. According to Bai Luo, Gamma's talent for magic growth is even better than Beta's. Powerful magic means a lifetime of battle experience. But looking at Gamma's current situation, let alone fighting, she should be thankful if she doesn't kill herself. Haha. Bai Luo picked up Gamma and patted the girl's dress with a smile. "With your talent, you are actually more suitable to be a wizard." "Mage." Gamma held her hands to her heart and looked at Bai Lu expectantly. "Ah, that is a very noble profession." Bai Luo did not leave Beta behind, and took the two girls into the study and began to popularize the knowledge of wizards for them. There are no magicians in the shadow world. Although they have magic power, the strong people in this world prefer fighting spirit when using magic power. So Bai Luo was thinking, is there any way to explore the new use of magic power? Beta and Gamma listened carefully to Bai Luo's description of the style of the magician in the other world. The two women were very focused and soon immersed in Bai Luo's story.